Chapter 1. Yes. I finally managed to obtain it. A person with a hoarse voice exclaimed, full of exhaustion. He looked haggard with a face full of wrinkles yet young at the same time, like a youth who has aged much. His hair was white while his nose sharp and his lips dried. It's been 10 years since I, Tianlong, managed to obtain the death note. I have only used it to kill my one and only enemy back then, and I haven't used it since then, he sighed, feeling the passage of time. Walking out of the cave, he proceeded to get off the mountains to go to the airport. It's time to go back to my homeland to pull off this crazy idea that has been gnawing at my heart since 8 years ago. After arriving at the airport, Tianlong boarded the airplane and returned to China. After going to his home, he started having second thoughts about his plan at the last minute. It's do or die. I don't have much of a choice. I don't have much time to live in this world anyways. Tianlong comforted himself. He packed his things and went out of the house. Alright, it's time to leave this world. Silently muttering that, Tianlong left for the place ancient temple that has many rumors, including that it's connected to another world. Honestly, my chances of crossing over are pretty low, way low. I only thought of this idea because having only few more years left to live makes me feel useless and empty. I want to live more. After arriving at the ancient temple, he searched the whole day for any unusual signs. This place is pretty abandoned, yet it's kept clean. Why is that? Tianlong muttered. After seeing that he hasn't found anything for today, Tianlong decided to sleep. Just as he was sleeping in his tent, a sound startled him awake. Who's there? Tianlong shouted. Whoa! Don't startle me, old man, the young man exclaimed. Hearing that he was called old man, Tianlong's eyes started twitching. Who are you, little man? Tianlong asked, even though he knew the answer. Me. I'm Xiao Yi. Why are you here? I'm hired by the nearby temple to clean this place every week and patrol once in a while. Hearing that, Tianlong was astonished. Wasn't this place abandoned? Yeah, it was, but it's now the property of the nearby temple. They bought it a month ago. Oh, I see. Tianlong said. Now that you understand that it's a private property, shouldn't you be leaving? Xiao Yi asked. Yeah, once it's dawn I'll leave, it's pretty late right now. Reasonable, I don't want you camping out here tomorrow, old man, just leave. Alright. Then Xiao Yi left the ancient temple. Still, what is he doing here at night? Does he have a rendezvous with a woman or something? Tianlong chuckled. Looks like I don't have any time left to sleep, this old body of mine can't take this anymore. Shouting in his mind, Tianlong started searching the place again. Switching on the torchlight, Tianlong started looking around for any kind of unusual signs in the place he hasn't searched yet. An hour has passed since he continued his search. Moving around, Tianlong entered a room. He came in front of a wall and started tapping around. Asterisk talk talk asterisk. Asterisk talk talk asterisk. Asterisk talk talk asterisk. A muffled kind of sound echoed across the room. Yes. Found it. He pushed that certain part of the wall which created the muffled sound. An underground door opened in the room, which made Tianlong check it immediately. He checked for some traps for some time. He couldn't find any, which made him feel a bit better. Tianlong started moving down the underground door. He climbed down a lot of stairs and arrived in front of an iron door. Tianlong stared at the switch right beside the iron door and pulled it down. The iron door opened up and Tianlong entered the underground area. Tianlong gasped in astonishment as he saw the unknown formation. The outer circle was spherical in shape while the inner circle was oval in shape with an eye in it. Oh, this must be the formation which makes this place unusual. Tianlong walked towards the formation and arrived at the center of the formation. That's a creepy looking eye, alright, I should probably be in the center of this formation to increase my chances. Tianlong took out a stone which emitted a faint green and purplish light. The transmigration stone. Tianlong's eyes shone brightly. If the nearby temple people knew if that I had the stone, would they become mad? Tianlong laughed loudly. Tianlong then walked to the stone, which looked like a podium. Hee, an obvious place to keep the switch to activate the formation. I like it. The switch was half spherical in shape and it kept glowing. Does this mean they have charged this formation already? Perfect. Tianlong exclaimed. The formation takes at least 2 years to charge, which Tianlong didn't know about. If he knew, he certainly wouldn't have approached this place. But, why did they charge this formation? It can't be that they are warmly welcoming me. Is it? Tianlong was deeply in doubt and couldn't help but joke. Thinking about this is useless. After I activate this formation, either I die or live in another world. Tianlong stopped wasting time thinking about it. Tianlong took out the death note as he sighed. It's time. Tianlong took out a pen and wrote in the death note. Tianlong. Death by heart attack. Tianlong activates the formation, and during the space-time travel his soul jolted out from his body. His soul then enters the Transmigration Stone. After the space-time travel ends, his soul possesses a body that is weak below 20 years of age using the Transmigration Stone, and after 5 minutes dies. Of heart attack. Tianlong drew a cold breath. The death note can control and kill people to a certain extent, meaning that it is capable of attacking the soul. Since it can control people, it should be able to control the soul to an extent. It's fine, I will be tying the Transmigration Stone behind my head. There's not much distance between my soul and the stone, so it shouldn't be a problem for the death note to succeed. If only my theory is correct. Damn. Stop getting cold feet already, I've done it now, there's no going back. Tianlong made a determined face and started the formation. As the underground area trembled, spacetime fluctuations appeared. The formation had activated a spacetime passage. Tianlong went to the center of the formation immediately and left his fate to luck. Goodbye, Earth. Tianlong was absorbed into the space-time tunnel and suffered a fate extremely bad than people getting crushed by a huge rock. He was pressured by the spatial tunnel. He felt like his body was being grinded by thousands of blades. Ah! Why isn't this spatial tunnel not stable? I'm doomed. Tianlong saw his hand being disintegrated by the spatial turbulence. Haha, it's over. Just when his shoulder started to disintegrate, Tianlong's soul jolted out of his body and entered the Transmigration Stone. Tianlong didn't notice that his death note being shredded to dust. A black book spirit flew out from it and entered the Transmigration Stone. Tianlong then saw his body being disintegrated into nothingness, which made him nauseous and puke, but he couldn't as he was in his soul form. The Transmigration Stone then flew in the space tunnel and made it to the other side of the tunnel. Tianlong couldn't count how much time has passed. He was listless through the whole journey, mourning the loss of his body and the death note. The Transmigration Stone flew out of the spatial tunnel. Tianlong arrived to a brand new world. Meanwhile on Earth. Who activated the formation? The head priest of the nearby temple flew into an anger fit and started breaking the nearby furniture. Check the abandoned temple immediately. The head priest shouted out loud. Many people ran away to check the abandoned temple quickly. The head priest then calmed down after a minute and then harumphed. I don't know who activated the formation, but traveling in it is useless. Countless experiments has been made and we don't even know if a person has managed to reach the other side. Sometimes the body disintegrates even before one enters that incomplete and unstable formation. It is totally useless. What do you mean by useless? A voice could be heard coming out of a bald man who appeared out of nowhere. We have confirmed that it is indeed connected to another world through various means. If only we had the Transmigration Stone which can hold a soul, we might be able to reach the other side. The bald man sighed. What use is there to have the stone? If you can't move the soul to the stone, it is still useless. Hey, you may not have a method to move your soul, but I do, the bald man sneered. Too bad, the Transmigration Stone appears every 1,000 years and it should have appeared by now considering the last appearance of it. Quick, search for it. I know, the head priest replied. A man came running quickly. Head priest, we found Xiao Yi outside the temple and he. The man hesitated. He what? The head priest was impatient. He. The man's face was full of black lines. Quick, tell. He was fucking a woman under the tree nearby the abandoned temple and escaped once he saw us. The head priest was stunned while the bald man started laughing out loud. Kill both of them and feed them to the dogs. He. Head priest. What? That woman. Is your illegitimate daughter. The head priest sprayed a mouthful of blood and fainted while the bald man laughed out loud madly. Chapter 2. The Transmigration Stone disintegrated, which caused the green-purplish glow to wrap around Tianlong's soul. The glow then traveled somewhere faster than the speed of light. At a place few kms away from the stone which appeared in the air few moments ago. Not good, He's not going to make it, a middle-aged man sighed full of sadness. That middle-aged man was wearing a blue armor with a tiger imprinted on it. It was quite damaged. He's been in coma ever since you found him. Is it even worth to care that much for a child you don't have relations with, Gray? Another middle-aged man with the same blue armor asked. I picked him up, then I should be the one to take care of him. Shut your mouth, Mel, Gray snapped back at him. He had an irritated expression. That's it. Enough of your bullshit, Gray. You don't even do the things Captain commanded properly, all you do is take care of that child. Is that child your illegitimate son? Mel couldn't help but find trouble with Gray. I know you have some enmity with me, Mel. Stop finding fault with me time and time again. If you have the guts, let's fight. Gray unsheathed his sword out of his scabbard. You think I am afraid of you? I'll show you who's after the captain in this Blue Tiger mercenaries. Mel also unsheathed his sword and took a pose to fight. Hearing that he indirectly accepted the fight, Gray shot out with an unbelievable speed for his cultivation base. He created a blinding light with his sword which covered the whole area with brightness. What? A battle technique. Mel almost peed his pants when he saw this. He didn't move since he couldn't see as his eye was blinded by the light. And at this moment a glow which was dimmed by the brightness emitted, shot to the child who stopped breathing just now. Both of them didn't notice it. Mel opened his eyes only to see a sword in front of his neck. He could feel his life slipping out of his hands. He started shivering out of fear. I think I had enough of you, moron, Gray said. Just when he was going to slice his head off, a voice could be heard. Wait. TCH, it's the captain, Gray muttered and backed off. Tian Long started feeling warm. Is the transmigration stone healing this body? Tian Long thought, still not accepting the fact that this is his own body from now on. Haha, I'm saved. I'm saved. Captain, Gray was going to kill me for real. Kill him, he's a traitor, Mel exclaimed full of happiness and framed him. Is that so? The captain walked to where Mel was standing. Just when Mel thought that he could get his revenge, a punch appeared in front of his face. The captain hit him with force. He flew 2 meters away from where he was standing and crashed on the wall. Asterisk boom asterisk. Why? Mel muttered, dumbfounded. You think I don't know your ploys? How many times have I told you not to mess with Gray? Gray, please forgive my nephew Mel, he won't do this again, and I will personally handle the punishment for him. Gray nodded his head and didn't say anything, he could only accept his hardships out here. By the way, did you see anything glowing around here? The only thing glowing here was my sword. Not the... Alright, the captain stopped giving information. He thought he had found a treasure and wasn't willing to share with anyone. Tian Long, who possessed his new body, started sweating when he heard this. Not because he heard the captain mention about the glow, but because he couldn't understand anything they said. Is my fate so worse? Of all the weak people out there, why a child? I couldn't even take care of myself in this state, I'm doomed. Tian Long had a listless expression on his face. Tian Long looked upwards, the cloudy sky which looked like his own fate, gloomy as ever. He quickly made a determined face to keep on living in this world which was quite cute in itself. Gray turned around and returned to where Tian Long was lying down. He was astonished to see that the child was awake. Kid. Can you hear me? Are you fine? Gray shouted in excitement. Calm down, Gray, he's just a kid who was in coma since the time you found him, do you expect him to talk? The captain chuckled. Alright, I just lost myself in happiness, sorry. Alright, take care of the kid, I got things to do, the captain bid farewell. What the hell are these guys talking about? I can't understand, what language is that? Tian Long thought. Suddenly Tian Long's glabella started throbbing painfully. Arg. Kid. What's wrong? Oh no. Gray started to get worried again. What is this black thing in front of my eyes? Tian Long kept holding his head until he fainted of pain. Gray checked his pulse and sighed. He's just fainted, thankfully. This child sure does like to keep me hanging on a thread. Gray laughed ruefully. It's almost this child's 3rd birthday, good thing he woke up before that or else I would have had my head sliced off. Then Gray carried Tian Long to his room and made him sleep in his bed. Gray then sat before the table and wrote a letter. He then stood beside the window and whistled. A pigeon flew through the window and stood on Gray's hands. He then tied the letter to the pigeon's leg. The pigeon then flew away from him to its destination. That's about it. My mission is finally going to be over soon, I guess, if everything goes smoothly. It's been almost 3 years since I left the Empire. Hopefully the tide has crossed over, and if it hasn't, then we'll both die. Gray laughed ruefully and then slept on the floor. Chapter 3. After 3 days had passed, Tianlong still hasn't woken up. He suffers from headaches time to time, which almost looks like he was suffering from a nightmare. What happened to this kid? Is he suffering from something? But the physician I hired told he was perfectly healthy for his age, which is unusual in itself because he's been in coma from the time he was born. Is the heavens helping us? Gray found it difficult to understand this situation. Whatever, I'll just report it to the higher-ups. Gray opened the door and left the room. After a few moments of silence in the room, a child opened his eyes. He looked clean considering the situation he was in, probably cleaned by the physician or someone who took care of him. Where am I? What is this place? Why aren't I dead? Tianlong had a lot of doubts, but the most he worried about was, what the hell is this black thing in my soul? Wait, I can sense my soul. Tianlong was utterly confused. Alright, calm down me. If I think calmly, I will be able to make sense of this situation, Tianlong whispered to himself. Tianlong took a deep breath to calm himself down. He started connecting the dots. The Death Note was destroyed in that spatial tunnel, so I can no longer use it, but the black thing in my soul looks like a book. Is it the Death Note? But if it followed me into this world, then it should have been able to kill me after exiting the spatial tunnel. If it didn't kill me, then I was right. The Death Note is restricted by the laws of universe. This universe probably needs time to detect the arrival of an unknown object, so the Death Note was able to fulfill the condition of me being able to obtain a weak body below 20 years old. But it wasn't able to kill me after 5 minutes, meaning the Death Note either should have been destroyed or reset, according to the laws of this universe. But if this black thing is the Death Note, how was it able to infuse into my soul? Is it because I am the owner? Yup, this should have been the case. It somewhat makes sense of the situation. Even though Tianlong had many doubts, he was able to make sense of this situation. Tianlong got out of the bed, and just when he tried to walk, he fell down. What? He tried to stand up, but he couldn't, so he crawled his way to the mirror in the corner of the room. He looked around. 36 inches, has fair skin, has a pair of blue eyes that looks adorable, while his face looked emaciated. His short blonde hair was messy. Has a tiny frame that is normal for 3-year-old children. A 2 or 3-year child. An orphan. I guess it's alright since I can perfectly blend into this environment. I don't know who you are, but sorry for possessing your body. I'm not going to make any excuses since I indirectly killed you. Tianlong didn't know that this child was in coma from the time he was born and was going to die 3 days ago. I swear that I will live your part as well. Tianlong had complex feelings about killing an innocent child. After Gray left the room, he headed for the captain's room. Knock. Come in, a voice could be heard from inside. Creak. Oh, Gray, what's the matter? Captain, it's time I left the mercenaries. There was a moment of silence in the room. Sigh, did the 3-year period come to an end already? Time sure flies fast. Yes, I thank you for taking care of me in the mercenaries. The reward will be given once the people from the Empire comes to pick me up. Taking care of you? Protecting a man with a cultivation base higher than mine? You must be jesting. Is it the child? The captain chuckled. You've already figured it out. I have been together with you for almost 3 years, yes. If I can't even figure that out, I should just retire from being a mercenary. Good thing you told me this just now. If it were a month ago, I would have been forced to kill you. Is it an order? Yes. The Lowrit Empire sure is scary, considering that it managed to survive and execute the noble families which participated in the rebellion. What? The Lowrit family has managed to quell the rebels. Yes, I just received this news 2 days ago. Gray stood shivering from excitement. From this, both of us have survived. Gray heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll return to my quarters, Captain. All right. Creak. Gray opened the door to his room and stepped in. He almost got a heart attack. Where is the child? Gray unsheathed his sword and quickly rushed in. At the corner of the room, Tianlong hurriedly turned back his head and saw Gray rushing into the room. Ray Nolan, that's his name, huh? Seems like I still possess the Death God's eyes, then that means that I still have the Death Note with me. Ray heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the child was still there, albeit trying to do something. Nya, yay, yodel. Tianlong immediately started putting on an act with a cute face. Considering that I was sleeping in a bed, this guy should have been the one taking care of me, and it's not far-fetched for a 3-year-old orphan to not know how to talk. Ray immediately walked towards the child and carried him up. Huh, will I get beheaded for the prince not knowing how to talk? Ray got scared a little. Probably not. Tianlong had no idea what this guy was talking about because he still couldn't understand any of it. Dude, please talk in a language I know, Tianlong wished lamentably. Child, it's almost time for you to return to the Empire, and there you can start learning the language of the world. Ray started lecturing the child, even though he knows that the child can't understand it because his life depended on it. The lecture continued for 10 minutes, which almost exhausted Tianlong. Chapter 4. After an hour had passed by, outside the Blue Tiger mercenary headquarters. Oi, look at the sky! A random person exclaimed. Where? Another person questioned. In the sky, a big silhouette can be seen above the clouds. It's a dragon. Another person exclaimed. The dragon's going to destroy the town, everyone run, that random person exclaimed in fear upon seeing such a silhouette. Idiot, that's a wyvern, another knowledgeable person commented after seeing the silhouette come down from above the clouds. The wyvern was 12 m long, long-faced with a razor-sharp teeth. On its back was a 30-year-old man dressed in shiny red armor. His face was valiant with vigor, he excluded an aura that is capable of suppressing almost all the people down there. He scanned the area and spotted the Blue Tiger mercenary sign on a building. He headed to that direction. The wyvern then landed in front of the Blue Tiger mercenary headquarters. The captain of the Royal Guards, Renard, commands the captain of the Blue Tiger mercenaries to come out. That man then shouted out loud, which shocked many people because he belonged to the Royal Guard. Oh my god, what is the Royal Guard doing out here? Many people started whispering to others. The members of the Blue Tiger mercenaries didn't dare to lash back at him. They could only wait in silence. The captain then came out of the building and hurriedly bowed to Renard. Noel of the Blue Tiger mercenaries, at your service. Noel thought to himself, wow, the Empire sure is establishing their authority all over the country. Is Gray he? Before Renard can finish his sentence, he saw Gray coming out of the building with a child on his back. Renard glanced at Noel and uttered, good, you will surely be rewarded with riches. It's been a long time, Ray. Renard smiled. Hearing that, a smile crept upon Ray's face as well. Yes, brother. Then the both of them bear hugged lightly and laughed. Is the royal prince fine? Yes, as you can see. Alright, let's leave this place then. Please do, I'm sick of this lifestyle. Ray laughed loudly. Ray then turned his head back. If you encounter any trouble, head to the Nolan family and drop my name, Ray Nolan. See you later, Noel. Ray bid farewell. Noel just stood there dumbfounded by this revelation. He thought to himself, all of them are big guys, I've struck it rich. When both of the brothers got on the wyvern, Noel shouted, don't forget your words, Gray. No, Ray. I won't. Ray smirked. He had an amiable relationship with Noel. The wyvern then flew to the skies, heading to the royal capital. 6 hours later. A huge wall could be seen in the distance. Finally, we reached the capital with the help of this speedy wyvern. Ray spoke joyfully. The two had a lot to talk about, so they chatted the whole way. Meanwhile, Tianlong couldn't understand what they were saying, so he just gave up and enjoyed his first flight on the wyvern. Ah, the air is so fresh in this world. The sceneries are so beautiful. Am I on a vacation trip already? Tianlong felt that his choice to come to this world was the best one he ever made. The wyvern passed above the walls and headed to the royal castle. It then landed below the main entrance of the royal castle. The trio then entered the royal castle without any obstructions, as if they were the masters of this royal castle. They arrived in front of the throne hall in a short time. Just as they were going to request the audience of the emperor, the door opened and a young woman of extraordinary bearings came out with a worried face. Tianlong was shocked when he saw this kingdom-toppling beauty with rich bearings. She was 5 feet 5 inches tall, her skin was fair, has almond royal purple eyes that are like 2 drops of wine. Her wavy, long-length blonde hair was gorgeous as ever. Her face is warm and graceful like a caring mother. She has a body that is perfectly refined with curves at its right place. She looked toward the child who was in middle, clasped hands with both the brothers. She slowly started running towards the child and hurriedly hugged him with all her might. You're safe, thank goodness. I'm sorry that mother wasn't able to be with you all this time." The young woman started shedding tears of joy. Tianlong was dumbfounded being hugged by this woman. Even though he couldn't understand what she was saying, he could feel the warmth from the hug which he never got to experience in his previous life. Is this woman the mother of this child? Hearing the ravings from the mother of this child, he was again encroached by complex feelings of guilt and sadness. He almost couldn't hold his tears from dropping. A young man, who was full of joy, can be seen behind the young woman who is currently hugging Tianlong. He was 5 feet 9 inches tall, his skin was fair, has royal sapphire eyes that emits a regal aura. His wavy, long-length black hair was lush as ever. Has a short beard. Has broad shoulders with quite a muscle that fits a ruler of an empire. Finally, my son has returned safely, that young man said. The two brothers immediately got down on their knees. We pay our respects to the emperor and the empress, they shouted in unison. Good, stand up, follow me to the throne. The young man chose not to interfere with the mother and son reunion. The emperor then sat down on the throne. All of those who were in the throne hall bowed to show respect to the emperor. Lift your heads. Ray, you've done a very great job of protecting my son in the time of chaos. I'll award you with the title of Duke, a duchy, and 1,000 platinum coins. It's my honor, Your Majesty. Renard, you did a great job of escorting them back safely. It's a given, Your Majesty. At this time, the Empress walked into the throne hall carrying her child. Seeing the Empress, the Emperor nodded. All right, Ray, explain the events that took place when you were protecting my son. Yes, Your Majesty. Ray obeyed and explained the events that took place during his secret mission without hiding anything. After 20 minutes. And that's all, Your Majesty. Ray concluded his report. So, you are saying that my son just woke up 3 days ago? Hearing this question, beads of sweat started to form on Ray's face as he gulped. Chapter 5. T. This, I swear on my noble name, what I've said is the truth, Your Majesty. Ray declared. There was a moment of silence in the throne hall which made the people fidgety. This matter concerns my son, you won't blame me if I conduct investigations, right? The Emperor asked. I wouldn't dare, it is only your right to check the health and environment your son lived in, Your Majesty. Ray tactfully said. Good, you're pardoned. Ray let out a sigh of relief when he was released from this harmless pressure. Tonight, arrange a banquet, we're celebrating the return of my son, the royal prince. Yes, Your Majesty, the people shouted in unison. The Emperor and Empress left the throne hall and made their way to their private quarters. In the private quarters. Logan, I don't mind if the investigation is conducted or not, since it is advantageous to us that our son wasn't influenced by any weird or evil characters. The Empress was fine as long as her son was well and healthy. Yes, but there are a lot of questions left to be answered, such as how our son who was in fatal danger 3 days ago managed to recover healthily. Is it a miracle? Or an unknown expert decided to save our son with unknown motives? If it was an unknown expert with good intention, I'll be surely thankful to him even in death. On the other hand, you sent our son to an unknown place that I don't even know about and you won't even tell me about it. Claire, I had no other choice but to do that. It is for the absolute safety of our son. Even I didn't know where I sent him, not until that messenger pigeon arrived from Ray. Logan told the truth. What? Claire received a shock. All this time you were saying that you knew where you sent our son and that he is safe. You did this all to assure me. Claire had tears in her eyes. Yes, my love, Logan cupped her face. They looked into each other's eyes and slowly engaged in a passionate kiss. A minute passed. Gar. Sae. Night. Tianlong couldn't stand it anymore, after all he was still a virgin. The both of them were startled, then looked at their son and burst laughing. After laughing till they were content, they hugged each other. I'm sorry, Claire whispered. It's fine, I know your sufferings. Logan comforted her. But I was stupid, Heartless, all this time I ignored you. I know I was doing wrong. You didn't even look at other women, but I stopped paying heed to you. Tears started dropping out of Claire's eyes. It's my fault. Any mother would be angry if her son or daughter were taken away from her, Logan said. Claire felt guilty because she blamed everything that happened to her on Logan and ignored him almost for 3 years. After 5 minutes of warmth, the both of them then distanced from each other awkwardly. Obviously them reacting to their reaction of their lower part of their bodies and their son's gaze. Haha, Logan awkwardly laughed. Claire's face was red as she smiled, enchanting her with a bewitching smile. Logan was in a trance seeing her beautiful blushed face. He would have already jumped on her if it weren't for Tian Long kept gazing at them curiously. I feel sorry, but I won't let you guys do anything in front of me. Can you guys please do it somewhere else? Tian Long didn't have any weird fetishes. ****. Our child must be educated in the ways of the royalty. I'll arrange it now. Logan took another approach. No. I'll be the one to teach our child. I won't take no for an answer. 3 years, I wasn't with my child for 3 years. We missed the bonding period. I'm not sure if the child will wholeheartedly even accept us as his parents. Therefore, I will be with him until he finishes his education. Logan was dumbfounded. He realized that he fell into his own machinations. He buried himself with his own plan. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Claire and Logan readied Tian Long with a royal outfit. They didn't require the help of servants because this was the first time they were dressing Tian Long, their son. Tian Long felt embarrassed when Claire removed his pants, but he then realized that he was still a child. It made him even more embarrassed for having dirty thoughts. He then kept reminding himself that she is his mother, which he still hasn't come to terms with yet. Logan laughed when he saw him blushing, obviously misunderstanding with something else. Tian Long had complex feelings about being taken care of by a mother figure which he never experienced in his previous life. He felt warm and cozy. They then picked him up and went to the banquet hall. We welcome His Majesty. When people saw him coming into the banquet hall, they stood up, bowed and shouted in unison. At ease, my subjects, Logan acknowledged. Everyone then took their seats. This banquet is to celebrate the return of my son and the start of our prosperous empire. Glory to the Lorid Empire. Logan lifted his drink and drank, commemorating the start of the banquet himself. Glory to the Lorid Empire. The subjects also drank their drinks. Everyone enjoyed the banquet, and after a period of time. Your Majesty, isn't this the best time for that? The royal advisor, Hendrickson, commented. I guess it is, Logan muttered. Everyone, it is time for the main event of this banquet. The people in the banquet were silent. Logan looked at Claire, who was seated by his side. The both of them nodded together. I, the Emperor of Lorid Empire, Logan Lorid, hereby declare that the name of the first prince, my son, to be, Davis Lorid. Ah, glory to the Empire, long live Davis Lorid. A person exclaimed. Everyone looked at Tian Long and started chanting his name loudly, which made the banquet end in high spirits. Today was also his 3rd birthday. From that moment, Tian Long knew that his name was Davis Lorid. Chapter 6. The next day. 7 a.m. Tian Long was very tired yesterday. He slept in his room. After that, his mother left him. He knew where she went and was very happy about it. He started shipping them from yesterday after all. The door opened and he could see a middle-aged woman dressed in maid clothes entering. She entered and brought him to the bath, undressed him and cleaned him. Tian Long was stiff the whole time. He didn't even dare to glance at the maid for a long time. After he was dressed up, the maid carried him up and made her way to the study. In the study, Claire was waiting for him to show up. Creak. The door opened and the maid let go of Tian Long. From inside, his mother smiled when she saw this. Davis, come to mommy. Tian Long was astonished to see her act cute like this. He quickly hid his astonishment and kept his appearance. He watched her curiously. Claire then repeated what she said with a gesture. Tian Long then carefully and slowly approached, like how a baby learned to walk for the first time. He was not acting, but it was really hard to move his body, which hasn't moved from birth. He didn't know that, but chalked it up as his soul synchronizing with his body. Claire opened her arms ready for a hug. Tian Long made his way to her and got enclosed by that warm feeling again. She hugged him tightly and wished that he will never disappear from her sight again. Creak. The door was closed and the maid left the study. After a minute. Davis, your mother will take care of you and your education from now on. Let's start from the alphabets. Claire started teaching him the language of the world. A week has passed and he was already able to run and play. Tianlong could now understand simple conversations. The maids will deliver him food thrice a day and a bed has been set up in the study. He realized that he was absorbing knowledge quite fast. He chalked it up as his soul being powerful. His guess was correct this time. His soul was strengthened by the transmigration stone. Tianlong started to like his mother very much. She cared for him very much and played with him whenever he completed his assignment. He enjoyed playing with her. Maybe it was because of the body, but he felt like a child when he was with her. Davis, finish this assignment and then we can play. Yes, mother. This is going smoother than we expected. My son is able to quickly learn everything I say. He is a genius. Claire smiled proudly. She was able to approximately measure Tianlong's talent. Another week passed. Tianlong started to grow fond of his mother. He was now fluently able to talk. His knowledge of the language increased. But somewhere in his heart, he started having guilty feelings of being this close with dead Davis's mother. His inner self whispered to him. You killed her son, why are you laughing together with her? Is it fun? Playing with the mother of the child you killed? You think she is your mother? No. You are just possessing her son's body. Stop it. Davis. Claire had a worried face. Tianlong snapped out it and remembered what had happened. Claire had just joked about how she would have felt if he had died out there. Are you fine? Claire asked worriedly. Yes, it's nothing. Tianlong evaded her gaze and said. Another week had passed. Tianlong gradually started distancing himself from Claire. He won't play that much with her anymore. He just finished her assignments and increased his knowledge of the language. Claire grew increasingly worried about her son not being that much responsive anymore. What's wrong? Why did he start distancing himself from me? Did I do something wrong? It can't be because of how I joked about him dying, could it? Claire thought that she had done something wrong. Later she felt that he will eventually be his old self again. It was the 4th week. Tianlong didn't know how to face his mother anymore. He started blaming himself when he saw Claire being overly worried. On one hand he felt that he didn't deserve this heartwarming mother, on the other hand he felt that he should make his mother happy. These conflicting emotions had his heart tearing apart. Near the study. Davis. A voice full of longing was heard. Mother. Tianlong glanced at her and turned his head back. Look at me, Davis. Claire pleaded. Tianlong slowly turned to look back at her. Did Mom do something wrong? Why aren't you speaking to Mom anymore? Claire bit her lips. Tianlong remained silent. Is the place not good? Did Mom treat you wrongly? Is it because Mom joked about your death? Claire had tears in her eyes. Tianlong still remained silent. After I lost you, I thought I will never see you anymore. I had no wish in this world other than for you to return safely. Every day without you was hell on earth. I thought I will never see you again, but you returned. My child returned to me, studied with me, played with me, and now why are you not speaking to your mother anymore? Claire cried. Tianlong was overwhelmed with guilt after hearing that. Claire hugged Tianlong forcefully. He tried to distance himself from her. Davis. Don't go. Please talk to Mother. I want my Davis back. Please give my Davis back. I can't take it anymore. Claire cried, hugging him with all her strength. Mother. Tianlong felt his heart break and hugged his mother tightly. Your Davis is here, Mother. Your Davis didn't go anywhere. I am still here. Tianlong started crying. At that moment Tianlong accepted his whole new identity, Davis. Light started swirling around Davis's glabella. His soul started shaping itself to spherical form. Claire couldn't believe her eyes. Davis, he achieved Nas. Nascent soul stage. She dumbfoundedly muttered. Chapter 7. After 5 minutes. Davis opened his eyes. He couldn't fathom what had happened just now. He felt that his soul started growing and attained a shape all of a sudden. Claire wiped off Davis's tears and smiled proudly. You've made Mom proud, Davis. M.O. Mom, what happened to me just now? Davis decided to ask since he couldn't understand what had happened just now. Davis, you just advanced to the nascent soul stage. Claire exclaimed. Nascent soul stage? What is that? Davis had some idea about it but decided to ask anyway. Silly, for this you need to know about the cultivation system. Let me explain it to you slowly. Davis got excited. There are 3 types of cultivation systems. First, essence gathering cultivation. Second, body tempering cultivation. Third, soul tempering cultivation. What you achieved is the first step of soul tempering cultivation, nascent soul stage. What you've done is quite unbelievable, Davis. Usually only people who reach the 3rd step of essence gathering system, revolving core stage, will be able to advance in their soul cultivation because a human soul is rather weak, you can't sense it, not until you reach the revolving core stage. In fact, Davis was only able to reach nascent soul stage because of 2 things, his powerful soul and he managed to conquer his heart demon. Davis took a moment to understand what she said. Davis, Claire called out to her son with a solemn expression. Did you awaken your previous life's memories? Davis looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, he immediately took a step back. Claire immediately hugged him again, not letting him go. It's fine, Davis, you don't have to say anything, you're still my son. This doesn't change anything. Claire comforted him hurriedly. Mother, I'm sorry, Davis started crying again. He can only let her misunderstand the situation. Seeing that Davis was crying, Claire smiled, she was reassured that it was still her son and not some old demon of ancient times. After a few moments of mother-son bonding, Davis decided to be wholeheartedly her son, both in body and soul. Davis, let's call your father here and explain ourselves to him, shall we? Claire wanted to respect his privacy. Mother, is it fine? Won't father get angry? Davis had his misgivings. Davis's father, Logan, had visited him a few times, to play with him. Albeit he was stricter because he wanted his son to be headstrong while facing hardships. He will get angry only if you don't tell him, if you come out with it, he will start believing and trust you to a certain extent. If you don't tell him, it is possible that he will entirely distrust you because you simply have no way to hide your cultivation for now. Claire explained. I'll obey, mother. Davis said sadly with a cute face. Lovely. Claire pinched his face, she couldn't get enough of that cute expression. Claire then contacted her husband through a fist-sized crystal telling him that she wants to see him immediately. Mother, what is that? This is a transmission crystal. This is used to contact whoever owns the other half. There are many types of crystals, I'll explain about them later to you. Davis nodded his head. Ha ha ha, what is it? My love. What is so important that you made me hurry here alone? Logan opened the door to the study and closed it. Logan then looked astonished. Nascent soul stage. Davis and Claire looked at each other. They nodded to each other. Logan immediately noticed the solemn atmosphere in the room. Logan, I and Davis have something important to tell you. Claire informed. You and Davis? Let me hear it then, he then set up a barrier knowing that it's important. Claire then explained the series of events that happened few minutes ago. So you are saying that Davis has gained his previous life's memories? Logan had a weird expression on his face. Basically, yes, Claire had a helpless expression. There was a moment of silence, albeit heavily awkward. Logan took a deep breath, he then looked at Davis but his gaze wasn't one of looking at a son anymore. He released a horrifying pressure. Davis trembled, his father's gaze was sharp and his aura pressured him heavily. Logan. Claire defended her child. Stay quiet. I only want to question him for now. Who are you? Logan questioned. Davis replied. Lies. What are you after? Father, I'm not after anything. Davis had tears in his eyes. He really was not after anything after all. Don't call me father. Father, please. Davis had an aggrieved expression on his face. He couldn't take this anymore. Logan. You've gone too far. Claire shouted with an angry expression on her face. Logan sighed. He took back his aura and retracted his gaze. He looked at him again. His gaze was back to like what one would look at a son. At least tell me if you were a mortal or immortal. I'm a mortal. After a moment of silence, Davis chose to reply without averting his gaze. His gaze was pure with no evil intentions. Logan could feel Davis's soul fluctuations. If he lied, then he would know about it. There were no unusual fluctuations in his soul, so he could at least verify that his son wasn't lying. Logan heaved a sigh of relief. Logan carried his son and whispered, "I'm sorry. I could only do this for the safety of our family." Davis nodded his head, not taking it to heart. He knew that his father took action based on family security, and also must be very worried about his son. The family then hugged each other, not feeling good about their insecurities. The hug was heartwarming, and it was the best comfort for them now. "Husband, you really took your prank too far." Claire teased Logan. "I know, I'm sorry." Logan chose to end the embarrassing topic right there. "Ha ha ha," the three of them then laughed together. Claire suddenly had a change of expression. She hurriedly went to the restroom. "Mom! Claire!" both of them shouted. Sounds of vomiting could be heard. After a period of time, Claire came out shyly and said, "Looks like I'm pregnant." Chapter 8. Good. Logan was trembling in excitement. "Ah, does this mean I'll be getting a brother or sister?" Davis never had any siblings. He was dumbfounded, but he was extremely happy when he heard it. Claire approached them while coming out of the restroom. Suddenly she collapsed. "Mother! Claire!" Logan moved quickly and stopped her from falling. I'm fine, I just feel dizzy," Claire explained. "Enough, you need some rest, Claire." "Davis, your mother needs some rest." "I understand." Davis nodded. "No need to worry, Davis, mother will soon come back to you." Claire comforted him. Claire's love for him is boundless. "I'll be waiting, mother." Davis nodded again. Davis's parents then left the study. He watched their backs as they left him alone. Davis vaguely laughed. Ha, ha ha, ha. I gained loving parents in this world, and on top of that I get a sibling too. It's something I can't get even if I wished for. I can only hope that I won't do something stupid and disrupt this family. Davis sighed. What's this? Davis felt that he could now access that black book that delves in his soul. Should I? No, I shouldn't do anything suspicious while still in the royal castle. Father did set up some kind of barrier here, so people should be able to monitor this place. What Davis didn't know was that the study already had a barrier set up normally. It's just that Logan had set up a stronger barrier than that. Other than that, there are always hidden experts protecting him in secret. In the private quarters of the Empress, Logan made Claire rest in her bed. He looked at her with a gentle gaze. Claire also looked at him with love. Logan and Claire had gone through life and situations together when they were young and during the rebel. Even though Claire had ignored Logan for 3 years, he didn't fancy any woman other than her. He was totally smitten and deeply in love with her. With his status as the emperor, if he wished so, he could have hundreds of concubines. But he chose not to do it. He also went far as publicly announcing that anyone who tries to talk with him about making him marry another woman would be dealt with severely, and there were such cases as well. Logan, Davis is our son, Claire said worriedly. I know, Logan sighed. No matter what, reincarnated or not, he is still our son. I won't do anything to him. Then why did you? What if he was an evil person in his previous life? He's not. There's no way my son will be evil even in his previous life. That's why I wanted to make sure. Logan calmly explained. The Lowrit family highly values peace and honor and wouldn't stoop to do evil and low things. Lowrit Empire was the only empire in the Grand Sea continent who didn't war with other empires. Its adjacent empires were in a state of war, and that's why it didn't get attacked by other empires during its internal unrest. Although its peaceful times has caused certain backstabbers to rise up in rebellion, it had remained still powerful as ever. But it had let it guard down. The cause of the rebellion was like more of an opportunity. The death of the previous emperor, Logan's father, proved to be a timely opportunity to assassinate the royal family. Except Logan and Claire, almost all the members of the royal family who were in the capital got assassinated. That's why Logan took immediate measures to send away his son. Only 2 noble families didn't take part in the rebellion, while the other 6 noble families joined forces to eliminate the royal family. The 2 noble families then joined the royal family to help quell the rebel. the Nolan family and Calden family. Of course, at the end of the rebellion, the 6 noble families were either entirely annihilated by the Loret Empire army or locked up in prison after the higher-ups of the 6-inch families were killed. Only the heads of 2 noble families, Farnwan family and Hawkwood family, managed to escape with severe injuries. Then Logan left Claire to rest and went to the throne hall to announce about the pregnancy matter. His subjects congratulated him and praised him. He felt awkward. Even though he was the emperor, he had not received teachings on how to be an emperor, because he was the 5th prince. He liked to be free and unrestrained but had no choice other than to be an emperor. He could only take this position because his family in the capital was annihilated. Only his 7th and 8th brother were alive and somewhere out adventuring. Logan had lost too much in this war, and he utterly hated the 6 noble families for it. He wished he could find and kill the 2 heads who escaped. His only support was his love, Claire. Now he distanced himself from his son. Things have grown awkward between the 3 of them. He felt ridiculous for it. Somewhere in his heart, he felt that he should make this right. So, at night after much deliberation, he decided to visit Davis. Davis was in the study. He was still in the mood to learn about this world. He had his determination after all. Or you could say that he directed his focus on other matters rather than to think about the earlier event. Knock Davis, a voice could be heard from the other side of the door. Father. Davis turned back and stood up. Logan opened the door and entered. You are still studying at this time. Logan found a topic that he could start on. Davis nodded. I see, are you fine? Logan asked. Davis again nodded. Seeing that the conversation isn't going anywhere, Logan decided to be direct. Davis, about the matter early. Can I speak? Davis suddenly asked. Logan paused for a moment before nodding. Go ahead. Davis took a deep breath. Father, it's true that I am my own self, but it still will not change the fact that I am your son. In my previous life I didn't have any parents nor siblings, I was just an orphan. I lived my whole life alone without any familial love. I didn't even have anyone to accompany in my life, I lived alone in solitude. If you want me to go, then I will immediately leave this place. Davis had tears in his eyes. But it's just that, can I also be a part of this family? Tears fell out of Davis's eyes while he had a gaze full of longing. Logan kneeled down and held Davis's shoulders. You are a part of this family. He strongly replied, his eyes full of resolution. Chapter 9. Next day. Mom. Davis. Claire had her face full of love. She thought she wouldn't be able to see him for a while. Davis got permission from his father to go meet his mother. Although things are fine now, it is still difficult for his father to accept immediately. As for when he will wholeheartedly, only time will tell. Mom. How are you? Seeing that Claire was happy seeing him, he knew it was fine for him to be a kid again. Davis, you don't know how I missed you. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Claire beckoned. Davis came closer to Claire and he got a peck on his forehead. After that, Davis talked to Claire about what happened with Dad. It's good that you and Father had a talk, Davis. Mom will only be accompanying you for a few months. Let me give you an amulet. What's this? The amulet was purple in color. It's an artifact that is capable of hiding your cultivation. Have it worn on you always. Claire said with a serious expression. Davis was extremely touched and a moment later he realized that he was duped by his mother yesterday. He decided to play a little joke on her. Hee, Mom, am I getting a little monster? Little monster? Claire was momentarily confused. You dare to say that your little sibling is a monster? Claire made a face full of fake anger while smiling. Davis immediately started floating. Whoa. What? Mom. He struggled in the air. Now that I remember that I haven't given you any punishment since you always seem to complete assignments way before time, this is a good opportunity for me to teach you a lesson. Claire said teasingly. Davis made a cute face which immediately made Claire reluctant to give any punishments. Claire made Davis come closer as she opened her arms to hug him. Davis immediately thought that it worked. When Davis came closer, Claire made him bend around. Mom. Asterisk slap asterisk. Arg. Davis cried out in pain. You think you can get out of this just by playing innocent? Claire sneered. Asterisk slap slap slap. Davis got his butt slapped so hard that it turned red. Arg, those slaps were truly painful. Damn, I stepped on a landmine. Davis thought, now he knew how much she truly loved her kids. Mom. I'm sorry. Davis cried out. Good, you should have said this earlier. Claire smiled. Looks like I have to teach you manners as well, you naughty child. Claire laughed. I hear and obey, Your Majesty, Davis said while making a cute face. You only know how to joke. Claire tried to hit Davis again. You can't catch me. Davis immediately ran away from her. Come back. 3 months passed. Every day was filled with joy for Claire and Davis. She taught him more about this world. They played together as well as studied together for 3 whole months. Then various tutors were assigned to Davis, who taught him. Claire was ordered to rest for the whole remaining 6 months. Of course, whenever he had time, he went to visit his mother almost every day. Davis had to act like a child in front of everyone except his mother and father. His father and mother gave him permission to do that. In fact, they laughed behind him. They had to admit that his acting skills were very good. 6 months passed. Logan was walking to and fro with a stiff face. Although nothing will happen to Claire, he was not sure anymore after a monster like Davis was born. He started thinking about all possible worst-case scenarios. Dad. Davis, who was beside him, shouted. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Mom. Davis was quite composed compared to his father. Logan nodded his head, but he still couldn't get his nervousness out of his head. NNNHHHH. Ah. Ah. A shout of agony with heavy breathings, followed by loud crying of a baby, was heard. Claire. Logan hurriedly went inside the Empress's room. Davis also followed him. No one dared to follow after them. Inside the room, Claire was holding a newborn baby while smiling resplendently. She looked like an angel, her smile lit the whole room with brightness. Logan was stunned while Davis had his attention on the newcomer. Logan went beside her and shifted his attention to the little baby. It's a girl, Claire said. Claire knew that she will get a girl baby, but she kept it a secret. Davis, you're a big brother now. My sister. Davis was dumbfounded at the prospect of his sister's birth, even though he knew this would happen eventually. Logan took hold of the baby from Claire. He stared at her full of love. Claire, she looks just like you, an angel. Didn't we decide if the baby was a girl that I'd get to name her? Claire asked. She giggled. Yes, even though I wanted to, damn. Logan had a face full of dissatisfaction. Our little princess will be named Clara Lauret. Clara Lauret, a good name. Logan was happy with this name as it sounds similar to Claire. While Davis kept mumbling the name in his mind. Another year passed. Davis started to learn about cultivation during this time. He was waiting for another year to pass so that he could start cultivating. Children start cultivating from the time when they were 5 years old. Davis. Claire called out to him. Mother. Davis was in the castle library reading books about cultivation. Davis, I don't have to say it myself, but you yourself, a genius, should know that no one has got soul cultivation before they reach the revolving core stage. Yes, you mentioned about it to me before, Mother. You are quite lucky because we are the only royal family in this continent who specialize in soul cultivation. Really? Other sects, clans, various families also have soul cultivation techniques, but they don't compare to us. That's really cool. Davis had a happy expression on his face. Then that means that I can advance in soul cultivation faster and earlier than anyone else my age in this world. Don't celebrate too soon. Out of the 3 cultivation systems, soul cultivation is the hardest. You have achieved nascent soul stage before reaching revolving core stage. The soul cultivation techniques in our continent can only be cultivated after reaching revolving core stage, because at that stage, you can sense the changes in heaven and earth which is required for soul cultivation. If you can't cultivate your soul after a year with our soul cultivation techniques, then you will have to reach revolving core stage before training in it again, which makes your speed the same as any royal family children. Claire decided to put down his ego first. What the fuck? Davis looked speechless. There goes his genius history down the drain. Chapter 10. I'm sorry, Davis, but you will have to rely on your comprehension to learn how to cultivate your soul without reaching revolving core realm. Claire said with a helpless expression. I understand, Mom. Davis understood that it is impossible for almost all people to sense the soul without any cultivation. Mom, I want nascent soul stage soul cultivation techniques of our family now. Davis had an idea. Davis, you aren't allowed to cultivate until you're 5 years old. Claire warned. I know, Mom, I just want to learn it to find a way to cultivate without reaching the revolving core stage. I promise that I won't cultivate until I'm 5 years old. Sigh, I'll talk to Dad about it. Claire agreed. Then, I'll come play with Clara afterwards. Davis said excitedly. Of course, Clara likes you more than me. What tricks did you play on her? Claire asked with an expression full of fake anger. Secret. Davis smirked and ran away. 6 months later. After gaining permission from his dad to learn about soul cultivation techniques, Davis worked hard to find a way to cultivate the soul. Logan personally started to teach him about all 3 types of cultivation. After 6 months, he firmly grasped on how to cultivate normally when one reaches revolving core stage. But he couldn't fathom on how to cultivate without reaching it. In fact, it was a miracle that he achieved nascent soul stage without cultivating in a certain soul tempering technique. Since Davis couldn't find a way to cultivate, he tried asking various persons in a roundabout way. Good day, Prince. The librarian greeted Davis. Good day, Mr. Oxford. Mr. Oxford was the librarian of the royal castle. He was almost 6 feet tall, with a suave and gentlemanly face. But he was quite old, around 50 years. Our prince is so studious, our empire will surely be stable and powerful in the years to come. Oxford complimented. Thank you, Mr. Oxford. Can I ask you a question? The prince has a question for me. I will try to answer my best. What stage are you in cultivation? He asked with curious expression in his face. Oh me. I'm in the revolving core stage. It doesn't compare to your genius father who has achieved law seed stage recently just before the rebellion ended. Really? Father has achieved law seed stage. Davis was astonished. Davis finished reading about the basics of cultivation, so he knew a thing or two about cultivation stages. Yes. The law seed stage was the 5th step in essence gathering cultivation. It is difficult to attain it without resources and comprehension. Only the top powers of the continent have a powerhouse of the law seed stage. Logan's father was originally a law seed stage expert, but he died, triggering the start of the rebellion. Then what about my father's soul cultivation? Oh, aren't you in a hurry to learn about your father? Your father is at the peak of the young soul stage, the 3rd step of soul cultivation. Meanwhile, I am only at the peak of nascent soul stage. Oxford sighed. Only the 3rd step. And Mr. Oxford only reached the peak of the 1st step. Davis was shocked at their slow speed in soul cultivation. The young soul stage is the 3rd step of soul cultivation. Oh, it isn't easy to cultivate the soul. You need plenty of resources that tempers and refines your soul. Without them you can only slowly progress at a snail's pace. Training in soul. It is very difficult. Oxford lamented that he couldn't cultivate his soul quickly. I see, then I'll see you around. Davis kept nodding his head and took his leave. Davis walked absent-mindedly, thinking of a solution to the problem that he is currently facing. No matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a solution with his current knowledge. Forget it, I'll eventually find a way to temper my soul. Davis gave up temporarily and went to play with his mother and sister. Clara is now able to form 3 to 4 words of sentences. Davis always plays with his sister and finally makes her cry accidentally, which makes Claire to slap his butt out of this world. 8 months later. Davis reached his 5th birthday and finally earned the right to cultivate. He learned more about all 3 cultivation systems and got the cultivation techniques of all 3 of them 6 months before. The 3 cultivation techniques he got are all of Sky-grade manuals. Sky-grade manuals are reserved only for the royal family and those who achieve top accomplishments. Sky-grade cultivation techniques aren't easily available in this continent. No mid-level auctions even dare to sell one in their place, at most only the higher-tier powers will dare to sell them. The cultivation techniques he chose with the help of his father and mother were named Tyrant Body Secrets, Extinction Lightning Judgment and Sacred Luminance Mist. Tyrant Body Secrets is a mid-level Sky-grade manual. it is a body tempering cultivation technique. It has 5 layers in it. Extinction Lightning Judgment is also a mid-level sky-grade manual. It is an essence-gathering cultivation technique. It also has 5 layers. Sacred Luminance Mist is a mid-level sky-grade manual. It is a soul-tempering cultivation technique, and it also has 5 layers in it. No top power in this continent has a sky-grade soul cultivation technique publicly. Only the Lowrit Empire holds monopoly over it. Lowrit Empire has 3 sky-grade soul cultivation techniques, 2 low-level and 1 mid-level techniques. Each layer in the cultivation technique can be unlocked only by advancing to the next stage of cultivation. After getting the cultivation techniques, his father tutored him about all 3 cultivation techniques, increasing his knowledge up to 2nd stage of all 3 cultivation systems. Father, I still haven't gotten an idea on how to cultivate the soul sooner. Davis was depressed. Don't sweat it, you still are a 5-year-old child, you have plenty of opportunities to try some ideas in the future. But. No buts, you can concentrate on the other 2 cultivation systems for now. Logan noticed something and started leaving. Father. Where are you going? It's time for me to break through. Logan said excitedly. Chapter 11. 3 hours later. Claire arrived outside the Emperor's room. Davis was standing outside the Emperor's room clearly waiting for his dad to come out. He thought he will be able to see his dad break through, but his dad entered closed-door cultivation since it concerns the advancing of the soul. Advancing in soul cultivation requires absolute silence with peace and serenity, but it is still possible to break through in the midst of a battle only under certain conditions. Emotions play a huge role in soul cultivation after all. Mom, Dad is currently. I heard, what's the situation now? Claire had a worried face. Everything is fine for now, we can only wait for Dad to come out. Davis said. The two stayed silent after that and waited for 10 minutes. All right, Davis, you can go do whatever. Suddenly a majestic aura spread with luminance brightening the entire room that Logan stayed in. It overflowed outside before quietly subsiding. After a minute, Logan came out with a ragged face. He can be seen walking out dejectedly. Claire immediately went to hold his hand with a worried face seeing that he walked out sadly. I failed. Logan muttered softly. A bright luminance surrounded Logan which subtly started healing his wounded soul. Claire emitted that luminance as she also trained in Sacred Luminance Mist. Sacred Soul Healing is the 3rd layer ability of it. Don't worry, dear, you can definitely succeed the next time. Claire comforted. It's useless. Logan muttered again, he had his head down. Why? Claire asked. Heart demon. Logan looked at her and uttered. Claire was not surprised. Logan lost his family and hadn't freed himself from its clutches yet. He still hasn't fulfilled his vengeance because of those 2 heads who ran away. It has been weighing down on his heart ever since then. She knew that he wouldn't show his worry out, just to keep others from worrying for him. Claire immediately felt extremely guilty that she didn't accompany him during those 3-year rebellion period. She just embraced and didn't say anything. Davis just left, giving them the time for them to talk alone. 3 days later. Davis got ready to cultivate his body tempering cultivation. The first 2 stages in body tempering cultivation is extremely easy for the royal family to cultivate, they had plenty of resources after all. In fact, it also became easier for them to cultivate the 3rd stage easily because of the loot gained from the rebellion. Davis went to meet his father to consult whether he should make his first breakthrough in body tempering cultivation so soon. After all, he was just 5 years old. Father, is it okay for me to cultivate in body tempering cultivation now? Logan thought for a moment before replying. Most children only start to cultivate body tempering cultivation only when they are 10 years old. After all, body tempering cultivation involves extreme pain when cultivating it. It requires extreme resilience. I won't stop you from cultivating it, but... Are you up to the task? Logan asked with a sharp voice. My previous life was filled with pain, both mentally and physically. I am sure that I am up for the task, Dad. Davis said with determination. Good, that's my son. Logan said, and suddenly out of nowhere kicked Davis which sent him flying. Garg! Davis flew out and rolled on the floor miserably. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Davis tried to stand up but couldn't no matter how he tried. Painful, it was extremely painful for him. Yes, I almost forgot this body isn't used to pain. Davis thought. What? That's it. You couldn't take a single hit. You should give up body cultivation. Logan shouted furiously. I should not be doing this, but it seems that he relies on his previous experience in this world. That won't work. I have to teach him the ways of this world. No. I can stand up. Davis cried automatically upon receiving such an injury for the first time. Davis struggled to stand up. After 2 tries he managed to stand up. Come. Davis shouted. Good, I'm not going to stop till you give up. The one-sided beatings went on for about 10 minutes. Every part of Davis's body received injuries except his life jewels. The floor was full of blood. It's fine if you give up now, Davis. No. PLE. Please continue. Davis thought he had to show more resilience and determination, so that his dad will approve of him to cultivate sooner. Please give up. If you get any more beatings, I'm not sure that I will be able to escape Claire's wrath. Logan made a wry face secretly. This continued for about 5 more minutes. It's enough, Davis, you can now give up. Logan had enough of Davis's determination anymore, and he was sure that he'll be ignored by Claire again for who knows how long if he doesn't give up. N. No, PLE. Con. Continue. Davis' face was injured fully, he had lost more than 3 teeth. His arms and legs were trembling, but he still had determination on his face. He couldn't see what was in front of him anymore, he was feeling dizzy. Logan dropped his posture and made a wry face. Why do you try so hard? Davis tried to make his feet stable. He looked at his father's blurred face. I just want to protect every one I love. He panted. I want to protect Mom, protect Clara, and even you, Dad. For that I need strength as soon as possible. Just when he was about to finish his saying his heartfelt emotions, he collapsed. Logan made a dumbfounded face and muttered. Protect our family? Even protect me? A 5-year-old child protecting me? Logan started laughing out loud. I am so ashamed of myself. I am so lost in hatred and arrogance that I forgot about my family's safety. Ha ha ha. The regret I had for letting those 2 escape has caged me in. I'm so stupid to focus my mind on those 2. The instant Logan realized that, he started releasing a majestic aura filled with sacred luminance. He instantly made a breakthrough to the adult soul stage. Chapter 12. On the same day, Claire noticed the commotion. She heard from Logan that he has managed to break through to adult soul stage, and she was so ecstatic that she wanted to tell Davis about it. But when she saw the fainted and injured Davis, she grew so angry that she slapped him heavily and didn't speak to him. Afterwards, Claire thought Logan injured Davis because of that event before. Logan immediately explained to Claire about what had happened. She only listened. Her expression relaxed, understanding that it was just a misunderstanding again, and didn't bother replying to him. She immediately started to feed and apply medicine on Davis. The royal family has treasures capable of instant recovery, but that is too strong for Davis. Claire would have immediately fed him that, but his body would have burst apart without any powerful external help. Claire would have done it herself as she was powerful enough, but Logan wanted to make him slowly heal so as not to leave any sequela behind in his body. Of course, Claire only listened to him when he said that Davis wanted to train in body tempering techniques, otherwise she would have immediately fed him medicines capable of instant recovery. Logan knew that this would happen and comforted himself by thinking that this is only a matter of time before she gives up ignoring him. The next day, in the study, Davis woke up and immediately felt both warm and painful. My wounds are healing quickly. Davis sensed that most of his bruises had disappeared and his teeth had started growing again. Davis can use soul sense from the time he made a breakthrough, but at his level, he can only use it to sense his whole body. His soul sense wasn't still able to leave his body. Davis. Claire, who was seated beside him, happily echoed. Are you fine? Claire asked. Yes, Mom, although it hurts a little bit. Davis said truthfully. That scoundrel, he went too far again. Claire said hatefully. Mom, no. I was the one who asked him to beat me up. So it's no way Dad's fault. Don't fight with Dad because of it. Davis didn't want to create a rift between his new family members. Claire looked at his clear eyes and sighed. All right, I won't hold this against your dad. I know that he isn't in the wrong, it's just How dare he beat you up? Claire fumed with a wronged expression on her face. Just at that moment, Logan entered the room without knocking. Logan had a wry smile on his face. Claire saw him entering and immediately harumphed in dissatisfaction. Claire, listen to me. Claire had a sudden change of expression and immediately ran away to the restroom. Vomiting sounds could be heard. Davis and Logan were dumbfounded. They had this extreme sense of déjà vu to this bizarre situation. They looked at each other, one smiled lewdly while the other had a straight face. Claire came out walking shyly. Are you two rabbits? Davis smirked and laughed lewdly. Claire blushed heavily and didn't dare to say anything. She was extremely reserved to any topic concerning procreation. Meanwhile, the one who had the straight face coughed and said shamelessly, "Of course, as the Emperor of the Lowered Empire, I have the responsibility to produce more offspring so as not to make our empire meet its end." Logan looked at her with a profound expression on his face when he said that. The two of them then looked at each other and laughed while Claire had her face even more buried down due to extreme embarrassment. "I'm going to kill you all," she shouted. The two of them immediately ran away from the study while laughing. A week later. Davis trained his body lightly in the meantime. He improved his physique little by little. One of the immediate solutions to cultivate his soul was that to sense the heaven and earth. But he was unable to do that since he was only at the low-level nascent soul stage. His soul sense was unable to go out of his body. Davis heard from his mother on how his father managed to break through by conquering his heart demon just like how he was able to do it. Davis then learned more about heart demons from the library and confirmed that the only way to have breakthrough in his soul cultivation is to conquer his heart demons. He was sure that he had no heart demons for now. A heart demon is not exactly a demon, it's just an inner thought that is capable of corroding one's mind and soul. In fact, heart demons are the cause for most people's cultivation to stagnate. If one cannot let go of it or manage to conquer it, then one's cultivation will be potentially locked for the rest of their life. After learning about it, Davis had no way to implement this method as he thinks that doesn't have a heart demon. Claire was resting in her room. "Mother, I don't think I have any heart demons now. How can I then increase my soul cultivation?" Davis said lamentably. Claire was dumbfounded and laughed. "Davis, only peak experts are able to find whether they have heart demons or not. Do you think yourself to be a peak expert? Not even your father is considered a peak expert in this world." Hearing that, Davis realized that he was getting full of himself. He was immediately embarrassed. "Davis, conquering a heart demon manually is no easy process. It is hundreds of times harder than naturally conquering it through enlightenment. If you failed to manually conquer it, you will easily receive various backlashes and the worst-case scenario may even change your personality to be more twisted." Claire shook her head and explained to him seriously. Seeing Davis's depressed face, she said half-heartedly, "Davis, do you want to confront your heart demon?" "Yes." Davis had a determined expression on his face. "No, Mom won't allow you," Claire said seriously. "Then I'll go ask Father about it." Davis stood up. You're not allowed to." Davis immediately started walking away. He opened the door. "Fine. You win, come back." Claire sighed. Davis returned back with an obedient face. "You're not going to reconsider? Your future is long and plentiful?" Claire asked. "No. This is not a game, one wrong move and you're done," Claire said seriously. Davis's heart skipped a beat but he still had a determined expression on his face. Claire sighed. "Have you heard about the Redemption Tower? The one that is nearby the prison and mostly used by prisoners who are redeemable." Chapter 13. I have heard about it before. Isn't it used to free prisoners or criminals who had a change of heart? Isn't that why it is named Redemption Tower? Davis said. You're right, but the truth is very different from the facts. Claire shook her head lightly. First, there are 3 levels to clear the Redemption Tower. Many prisoners will give anything up to have a chance at the Redemption Tower. Skipping on the first 2 levels, what you need to know is about the 3rd level, the last level, the Redemption level. That is where the prisoners face their heart demons and cleanse their soul of impurities. If a prisoner clears the last level, then they even have a chance of being recruited by the royal family. All of this is part true and part lies. Claire sighed. The truth is that no prisoner is able to clear the level as it would use up the treasure that is placed up in the formation. It only induces the arousal of the heart demon with the help of the formation. While the prisoner is busy taking care of the heart demon, another formation will act. Once the prisoner manages to clear the last level, the other formation placed there will imprint a slave seal on their souls. The royal family then takes them and assigns them to a certain squad or place them openly in the army. The slave has no choice but to obey the royal family. This is the ugly truth, and it is certainly a part of this empire. Claire looked at Davis's dumbfounded expression. What? Did you get disgusted by this empire? Claire asked, smiling weakly. There was a moment of silence. Yes, because being a slave, I've experienced it once and it sucks a lot. Davis laughed ruefully. Claire was shocked at his revelation. But, if they were used to protect you and father during the rebellion, then all is worth it. I don't care as long as they live their lives protecting mom and dad. Whoa. You have some twisted views over there, but protecting mom and dad instead of the empire. I like it. Claire smirked. But, you are sharp, they were used as meat shields for us to protect us from the rebels. I did feel some pity for them at first, but after learning that they did some evil crimes, I stopped caring about it. Claire explained her experiences. Davis, remember, we as the royal family won't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of others as long as we can protect our family. Davis nodded his head, giving her a sign that he understood the meaning behind it. I'll ask Deer to disable the first 2 levels and place the full, complete formation, to help one in conquering heart demons in the 3rd level. Normally, unless in an emergency, we won't use the treasure, but since you are a genius in soul cultivation, more importantly since you are my son, we can't miss this opportunity either. Thank you, Mother. Hearing that, Davis was ecstatic. The next day. Outside the Redemption Tower. Davis wore a black robe and a mask which covered his whole features. You sure are lucky, only less than 10% of the efficacy of the treasure is left, which is more than enough for your stage, or else if the efficacy was more than 50%, I would have used it to break through long ago. Logan sighed. Claire didn't come. Davis was accompanied by his father anonymously. But, are you sure that you are up to the task? Davis nodded his head and didn't say anything. Logan knew that he couldn't change his child's mind. Davis started walking in the direction of the Redemption Tower. Then go straight to the 3rd level, which is in the 3rd floor of the Redemption Tower. Make sure you conquer your heart demon from your previous life. Davis passed for a moment before starting to walk ahead again. His smile was hidden behind the robe. In the Redemption Tower, 3rd floor. A silhouette can be seen coming out of the entrance to the 3rd level. Davis removed his hood and investigated the room. The surroundings were brightly glowing like some sacred place. There was an altar in the center which stood tall. The room was lit with candles around the bright altar. In the center of the altar, there was a mat which made it obvious for him to know. He moved straight to the mat and sat on it. When he sat on it, the room vibrated and covered him in a spherical glow of light. Davis knew that the formation had started, so he started cultivating sacred luminance mist. He realized that he was slowly starting to get dizzy. It felt like something was trying to get hold of his heart, like a pull of tug that could take his emotions away. He immediately concentrated on it. Before Davis realized, he was transported to a different place. This? Where am I? Davis was startled. This place seems oddly familiar. He checked his surroundings. It's my old CAG home. Davis was shocked. He started trembling. Calm down, me. This isn't reality, remember, yes, this is just my heart demon. Davis had a stiff face as he muttered. I didn't want to come back to this place ever again. The formation pretty much helped me screw me over. Suddenly, a cry resounded out. Mr. Arg. Please don't hit me. A 10-year-old child cried miserably. His teeth were broken, body full of bruises. A middle-aged man can be seen stepping on the child. Ouch. Mister, please let me leave. Asterisk bang asterisk. The child was sent flying, kicked by the middle-aged man. Call me father, my pet. The middle-aged man had a twisted expression on his face, clearly enjoying beating the child up. What was your name again? Ah, Tian Long. Right. Ha ha ha. From now on, you belong to me, you are my slave. From now on you are just a dog. Let me give you a dog's name, but wait, I guess you don't deserve a name, let me just call you Mutt. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. Davis, who was watching, had an angry expression on his face that showed that he was ready to kill this bastard again. He ran towards the middle-aged man and delivered a full power blow to his face. *ZZZ**. The middle-aged man's face distorted, letting his punch go through him. Davis stood behind the middle-aged man. His face had a dumbfounded expression. "I can't touch him." Chapter 14. Davis had an ugly expression on his face. He turned over, only to see Tianlong, his past self, getting beaten up again with a belt. Davis tried attacking again and again, but it was of no use. "Stop beating!" Davis shouted with an angry face. He stood in front of Tianlong and shielded him, but it was of no use again. The belt passed through him and made contact with Tianlong's face. "Arg! Help! Please help me! Anyone!" Tianlong begged loudly. "You're pretty funny. This is my private mansion, and no one dares to come in without my permission." "Oh! The guards at the gate. They'll pretty much turn a blind eye to whatever is happening here. After all, they have their petty lives to live. Ha 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 ha." He lagged again, clearly enjoying the feeling of cornering a child. "I am called Twizer, but you can only call me father. Ho ho, people call me this because they think I'm wise and twisted. Mister, please leave me alone." Tianlong begged again in a feeble tone. *Bang**. Call me father. The beatings kept increasing while Tianlong refused to give up. As an orphan who grew up in the slums, he had never seen his father and mother. He had a special place for his father and mother in his heart. As a child, he had wished many times that his father and mother would come pick him up from the slums. One day, he was confronted by a middle-aged man who claimed to know his parents. Being excited at the prospect of finding his parents, he followed the middle-aged man back to a private mansion, only to be terrorized and tortured. After 15 minutes, which seemed like a long period of time to both Tianlong and Davis, Tianlong gave up and started calling that middle-aged man father. To Davis, it was all familiar. What is going to happen? What he tried to forget, it was all shown in front of him. His hatred soared looking at Twizer. He couldn't wait to kill him once more. This man was once a scar in his life. "Good. Ho ho, and you're a dog, right? There's something you are missing, Ah yes, the collar. Wait obediently. This room is your cage. I'll go get the collar." Twizer went out of the room. Davis's hatred once again soared, hearing that even though he knew what kind of torture would follow after this day, he could only watch what was happening helplessly. Davis tried to follow Twizer out of the room while Tianlong was bruised with injuries, lying down with lifeless eyes. Just when Davis was 10 meters away from Tianlong, a force kept him from leaving him. From this, Davis knew he had to stay with Tianlong, but for who knows how long. Twizer came back with a collar in his hands. He had a degenerated smile on his face. "Come here, mutt, let me make you wear this." Tianlong didn't move. "If you don't crawl up to daddy right now, you'll be receiving my love even more." Tianlong shuddered. He mindlessly crawled in front of Twizer and put his head down. "Haha, very good, that's my boy." Tianlong had a collar on his neck. "Bastard. I'll kill you." Davis could no longer control his emotions and attacked Twizer again, but it was of no use. A year passed. In the beginning, Davis still had no way of making contact with someone in this world. Tianlong was shut inside the mansion. He had no way to leave. Every week he would be tortured till he was left half alive. At first Tianlong was only pleading not to beat or torture him. After a month, he started enduring it without shouting, but that just made Twizer more excited, so he had no choice but to shout miserably to appease him. It was hell for him. Thoughts of escape swirled inside Tianlong's head, but he had no way as he was collared. The collar's rope was long, tied to the center of the room. He had no way even to jump out of the window. Davis's heart was in pain every time he watched himself get tortured. It eventually turned into indifference. He kept reminding himself that this was just an illusion. After 5 months, Tianlong had enough of it. Thoughts of killing Twizer filled his mind. He started attacking Twizer by himself. But Twizer was excited when he saw his own pet filled with killing intent trying to kill him. The result was Tianlong was again full of injuries. Twizer was very strong. Davis knew what was going to happen as he was Tianlong before. He was full of hatred for Twizer. The only thing he can be thankful for was that, he knew, Tianlong wasn't going to be sexually abused. This madman Twizer was just a maniac who will get excited just by hitting people. After that period of year ended, Twizer knew that Tianlong wasn't going to last long if he keeps this up. As a distraction, Twizer bought him various toys, books, even a PC. And it worked. Tianlong was absorbed in those, or else he knew that he was going to break. After a year, Tianlong even had thoughts of contacting someone from the internet to save him. But he dropped that idea as soon as he remembered Twizer saying something like with a smile that was not a smile. If you tried to contact someone through anything, then just remember that it won't take long for you and that someone to die. Tianlong knew that he wasn't kidding and didn't dare to try contacting someone ever again. 3 years passed. Tianlong was now 15 years old. He became pretty detached from this world. He had an indifferent expression on his face. His body was full of scars except his face. Tianlong gained various knowledge from the internet. He started watching anything that is concerned with entertainment, fantasy. Something that can keep him feel alive. Davis was still here experiencing the whole thing again. After some time, he and Tianlong started to form a connection. Every time Tianlong felt pain, he would feel it too. Chapter 15. Twizer was no longer satisfied with keeping him tied up. He removed the collar and provoked Tianlong to escape. Each time Tianlong tried to escape, he was beaten up miserably and brought back. Twizer pretty much enjoyed it like a hunt. In fact, he would encourage Tianlong to escape. After multiple tries of failed attempts to escape, Tianlong realized it was just all lies and traps. 4 years passed. Tianlong was sitting beside the PC. "Mutt, it's time," a voice could be heard outside the door. Twizer came into the room and started beating him up again. "How come this idiot never gets tired of beating me up? Is it like masturbation for him?" Tianlong thought nonchalantly. He was getting beaten up, he couldn't give a fuck anymore. Getting beaten up is just pretty much normal for him now. Davis was now connected more with Tianlong's emotions, not just pain. It encroached on him, and little by little, he gradually forgot what he came here for. He felt what Tianlong felt. In his eyes there was only killing intent. Just like Tianlong, he started hating this world. He blamed every person in this world. After beating him up, Twizer glanced at the PC. "Ha ha ha, Xianxia. You got addicted to those fantasies." Tianlong just kept quiet. Twizer suddenly got an idea. "Do you want to go to a fantasy world?" Twizer asked mysteriously. There was finally a movement in Tianlong's eyes. He looked back at Twizer. He wanted to get out of this hell after all. Twizer knew that he got his attention. He quickly said, "Let me tell you something good." Twizer was sure that his plan would work. "Have you heard about the Transmigration Stone?" "Hee hee, you probably haven't. I have used my sources to discover about this just recently." Davis had a sudden look of confusion. He thought he forgot something but chose not to dwell on it. Twizer took out a world map which marked 2 places. "Hee hee, see those marks? One is the Transmigration Stone while the other is the formation which connects to another world." Twizer had a profound smile on his face. Tianlong looked at him dubiously. "Oh come on, when have I ever lied to you?" True, he hasn't lied a single time except for that time he claimed to know his parents. All you have to do is gather the Transmigration Stone and make your way to the formation which is secretly protected by a temple. I'll even give up this opportunity to you. But you think you can get away from me? Tianlong acted like he had profound thoughts. He knew he'd be courting death if he goes out. Twizer thought he had successfully riled up Tianlong into escaping. He stopped escaping a long time ago after all. After 6 months, Tianlong showed no signs of escaping. This made Twizer very angry that he started thrashing him around. Tianlong was even more made to endure severe beatings. The killing intent in his eyes overflowed. Twizer could see that, and it even excited him up more. 6 months passed again. At dawn, Tianlong was staring outside the window. He wished he could just escape this hell. Just as Tianlong was staring outside, he saw a note falling down from the sky. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure that he was hallucinating. He shook his head, rubbed his eyes, but he could still see it. The book came falling from the sky and fell down behind a tree that was just nearby, not far from the window. Tianlong was pretty sure that he was hallucinating, but since it fell behind the tree from his viewpoint, he had no way to confirm other than going there himself. He felt a strong sense of curiosity. His instincts were telling him to go check it out. This was the only mysterious event in his boring life that piqued his curiosity to high levels. What's the worst thing that's going to happen if I get found by the guards? Just beatings and Twizer knowing about this. Tianlong comforted himself. Tianlong jumped out of the window and climbed down. Fortunately, no guard saw him jumping out of the mansion. Tianlong hadn't tried escaping for a long time, which made the guards relax. The only guards who were active at this time were at the gates. Actually, Twizer removed the guards who were monitoring Tianlong's window so that he might try to escape one day. Tianlong moved swiftly and quietly to the tree. When he came behind the tree, he was really shocked to see a note lying down there. Death note. Tianlong immediately picked it up and hid it in his shirt. He swiftly returned back to his room. He knew his movements at the window were recorded by the CCTV, but he didn't care. Everyone will just think he gave up and went back. In his room, Tianlong checked the note. The note was scribbled with a bunch of rules, and he felt it was pretty interesting. He decided to try it out on Twizer when he came back. In fact, he was hoping it would work. Davis, who was watching all this as he wished to kill Twizer, slowly disintegrated. After 3 days, he could hear those hateful steps approaching him outside the door. He immediately wrote Twizer's name in the note, and hid it somewhere behind his PC. He started counting. 10. The door opened and Twizer came walking in. Hey Mutt, I heard that you tried to escape but gave up. Tianlong just smiled. 20. You admit. Very well, I'll just make this punishment light. Cracking sounds came from Twizer's fist. 30. Twizer started beating him up. Tianlong just kept smiling at him, which made Twizer feel uncomfortable. Did this kid break down? 40. 42, 44-inch Tianlong suddenly started chanting. What the hell are you counting? The number of punches. The chant made Twizer even more uncomfortable. 45. Die bastard. Twizer's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked by his outburst. After a moment of silence, he regained his bearings. Die. And how are you going to make me die? Mutt. Chapter 16. Twizer cruelly beat down Tianlong. It didn't work. Tianlong had changed to his lifeless self again. He felt like he no longer had a chance to escape from the clutches of Twizer. He put all his hopes into that note. He had expected too much from it. He had fallen into despair again. In this 10 years, he didn't know how many times he fell into despair only to dream of hope again. Humph, don't get full of yourself, Mutt. Stay obedient. Twizer thought Tianlong was going to bomb him, but on second thought he realized that Tianlong had no means to secure a bomb. Twizer didn't want to stay anymore. He left swiftly. Tianlong was lying down. He kept staring outside the window. His eyes looked lifeless. Suddenly, he focused his eyes only to see a monstrosity with long wings that appeared outside the window. He kept staring at it silently with a shocked face. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He wondered what happened to him in this week. After a moment of silence. Who are you? Tianlong asked, his voice trembling. Are you the human who picked up my note? Note. Tianlong had a momentary lapse of his memory. He quickly remembered the death note he picked up 3 days ago. Yes. I was the one who picked up the death note. Quickly help me kill that bastard Twizer. I wrote his name in the death note, but he just won't die. Are you the one who's going to kill him? Hey, wait a moment. My name is, leave it, you can just call me the Death God Overlord. Death God Overlord. Tianlong gulped of hearing such a grand title. Yes, are you sure you wrote the real name of the person you want to die? The Overlord looked at him with a condescending gaze. Real name? Tianlong muttered. It's his fake name. Tianlong immediately remembered when Twizer introduced himself. He said people called him Twizer. Actually, Tianlong was with Twizer for over 10 years. He wasn't at fault when he thought that Twizer was his real name. After all, that name was plaguing him for over 10 years. Then help me kill him, Overlord. I can't, even though you are now the owner of this death note, I will not help you kill someone. If you want to kill that person, then you have to find his real name. How? I have no idea, and he doesn't leave any traces either. Boy, I have a deal which can make you find his real name. But for that you will have. Deal. Quick answer. But let me finish. This deal will require half of your remaining lifespan. In return you will get the death god eyes which can inspect a person's real name and lifespan. Consider carefully. Deal, there isn't anything to consider. Tianlong said determinedly. He thought that it's better to live a year freely than live 2 years in hell. All right. A week later. Asterisk creak asterisk the door silently opened. Yo, mutt, I see you are obedient. Mo Wuming, huh? Tianlong sneered. You disobedient dog. Let's see how you laugh again. Mo Wuming immediately started beating him up again. Tianlong endured it as he always does, albeit he was a little excited. Mo Wuming felt a little uncomfortable and shouted. Aren't you going to kill me? You mutt. He suddenly lost the excitement to beat him up, and so he left the room. Tianlong immediately stood up and went to jot down his name in the death note. Mo Wuming. Finally, ha 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 ha. Tianlong then laughed hysterically. After 30 seconds, he dashed out of his door in full speed. He caught up to Mo Wuming in 10 seconds, who was walking on the corridor. There was a distance of 10 meters between them. You mutt. You dare to come out? Mo Wuming slowly approached Tianlong. 5. Mutt, what is that note in your hands? 4. He showed the note to him. Death note. What's that? An artifact. 3. What the fuck are you counting this time around? 2. Tianlong had an evil smile on his face. Fess up, mutt. Mo Wuming got hold of his collar. 1. Die. Asterisk thump asterisk. Mo Wuming immediately clutched at his chest. He had a shocked expression on his face filled with pain. You. Mo Wuming pointed at Tianlong and fell on his shoulders. He lost his life permanently. Tianlong pushed him away and laughed hysterically. Mo Wuming's corpse fell on the floor with a thud. After laughing for who knows how long, a voice can be heard in the corridor. Papa. A 6-year-old girl can be seen standing 5 meters away from him. She moved closer to the corpse and stood beside it. Papa, wake up. She gave a tug to the corpse. After seeing her father not wake up, she started crying. Tianlong stared at her and smiled evilly. Oh. Mo Wuming had a daughter. Unexpected. He used his death god eyes and saw that her name was Mo Huan. For all the mistakes he'd done, looks like I can vent myself on his daughter. Tianlong smirked, his eyes were red due to the death god eyes which made him look pure evil. Tianlong kicked the little girl away from her father. Yeah, she growled in pain. All is your father's fault. Papa. Help me. She cried miserably. Tianlong then started stomping on her little face. She had her hands blocking her face from his kicks. She tried to crawl back to her dad. She kept muttering, Papa, Papa. You know how many times your father trampled on me? You know how many times your father made me crawl? This doesn't even compare to 1/10 of what your father did to me. Tianlong let her crawl back to her father while he kept kicking her. She got hold of her father's shirt and didn't let go. Oh, what's this? Tianlong found a knife on Mo Wuming's body. Maybe I can make my heart be at peace if I cut you piece by piece. Tianlong smiled evilly and made a slash at her face. No. Help. Papa. She screamed miserably while crying. Asterisk bang asterisk. A punch came out from nowhere, sending Tianlong flying through the corridor. He suddenly disintegrated. I remember I immediately ran away miserably after seeing this girl cry her heart out sadly for her dad. The 10 years I spent in this hell doesn't even compare to the guilt when I saw this child cry. If it weren't for this child, I truly would have turned evil. A sigh escaped from a person who stood beside the child. Still, to play such an evil role with my body, did you think you can change my heart? My heart demon. Davis had a smug face when questioning himself. Chapter 17. In the Redemption Tower, 3rd floor. Davis, who was subconsciously cultivating the sacred luminance mist, shuddered. Golden bright light surrounded him as he made a breakthrough to mid-level nascent soul stage. His cultivation climbed higher until his foundation was incredibly stable in that stage. He opened his eyes. His soul could feel that only 6 hours had passed while he spent 10 years in that hell. What a scary heart demon. It had me in its palm for over 10 years. Little by little connecting me with my past self. First, pain. Second, emotions. Third, a state where I could only watch mindlessly. If I hadn't realized at the last moment, if I had managed to torture and kill the girl, would I be the one to return here? Thinking about this, Davis shuddered. He realized that this question should be left unanswered. He quickly stood up and exited the tower. When he came out of the tower, he could see a figure run to him extremely fast. That figure hugged him, which gave him pure warmth. He smiled. "I'm back, Mom." "You silly." Claire released him as she looked at him. Davis realized that her eyes were red. She looked like she cried for a long time. Logan came closer, walking slowly. He stared angrily at Davis, but he was happy inside. What happened? Why is Mom's eyes so red? Davis was the one who was angry this time around. "Davis, you idiot. The heart demon session doesn't even last over an hour. You have been there for over 6 hours. Just look at how your mother was worried sick about you, If you hadn't come out, I would have killed you myself." Logan explained with an angry face. "After you entered the tower for more than an hour, your mother couldn't help but leave the castle. She waited for 2 more hours worriedly, then she cried for about an hour and fainted. She just woke up just now. You are such a disgrace. What if something had happened to her and the baby in her womb?" After seeing that his son was fine, Logan really wanted to scold his son severely. "Mom, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for making you worry. I promise that I'll never make yo." Davis realized his fault and hurriedly apologized. "Silly, you can't make that promise. You are meant to fly in the future. No matter where you go, Mom can't stop worrying about you." Claire knew that her son would soar higher than anyone else in the future. That is the confidence that she had for her son. "All right, let's return to the royal castle," Logan said. Both of them nodded. "At the Emperor's quarters." "So, you did make a breakthrough, right?" Logan asked. "Yes, I've advanced to the mid-level nascent soul stage," Davis replied. "Good." Logan nodded in satisfaction. "Davis, use your soul sense," Claire said. Davis used his soul sense, a transparent form of energy tinged with light golden luminance spread around 50 meters of him. In this space, he could perceive everything that is in his range. It was a weird feeling. He lost himself in a trance, perceiving his surroundings. Logan and Claire had their jaws drop. "I know that his soul is powerful, but not this powerful," Claire muttered. Davis was confused. What part of did it make them say that his soul is very powerful? He then immediately realized. An average person with a mid-level nascent soul stage cultivation can only extend his soul sense for about 10 meters, while on the other hand, you can extend up to 50 meters. This clearly denotes that your soul is 5 times more powerful than an average person. Claire explained. "But then, why can't I extend my soul sense up to 5 meters when I was in low-level nascent soul stage?" Davis expressed his doubts. "Silly." Claire giggled. "It simply doesn't work that way. Average cultivators of the low-level nascent soul stage can only make their soul escape once their body is destroyed. They are simply unable to use soul sense at that level and stage. Only people with powerful souls are able to use their soul sense to skin their body 2 or 3 times at once when in low-level nascent soul stage, like your father," Claire explained patiently. Logan had a proud face when he heard her say that, but once he thought about how his own son had beat him, his face deflated. "Davis, you should have unlocked the first layer of sacred luminance mist by now. Display it for Mom." "The first layer? Okay." Davis nodded and circulated his soul to perform according to the first layer of sacred luminance mist. Layers of a cultivation technique can be easily comprehended, unlike battle techniques, which requires deep comprehension. The only prerequisite is that you reach the required stage. Of course, if one is stupid and talentless, then even that one will find it to comprehend the layers of a cultivation technique even if they reach the required cultivation stage. A bright golden force field spread 10 meters from Davis. Davis felt like nothing could damage his soul in this space. the sacred soul shield you formed is powerful as well. The both of them weren't surprised this time. Even peak-level nascent soul stage cultivators will find it very difficult to break that. Logan sighed in submission. He didn't even realize that he was competing with his son. That's it. Davis expected more. Asterisk cough. If this is the end, then it won't be any different than other soul cultivation manuals which provides a soul shield. Claire confidently said. Try shrinking it till you cover your entire body with it. Claire said. Davis nodded his head and tried to shrink the golden force field. The golden force field shrank till it only covered his body. Logan and Claire looked at how his soul is not only powerful but pure as well. This, wouldn't even infant soul stage cultivators find it hard to break this sacred soul shield of his? Logan muttered. Claire was dumbfounded as well. She uttered, yes. Davis was kind of happy but at the same time disappointed, thinking that his shield was not useful against young soul stage cultivators. What he didn't know was that his parents were comparing him subconsciously with other cultivators who cultivated in other sky-grade soul cultivation manuals. Chapter 18. Davis, since you have a powerful soul, it's also a must for you to become an alchemist, or else it will be just a waste of talent. Claire urged her son. Davis had a stupid and crying expression on his face. Oh, that process where people make pills from a cauldron. It looks really easy to read in a novel, but is it really easy to do here? What? Do you even know what alchemy is? Do you know how easy it is to cultivate with pills in your arsenal? Do you how much respect the alchemists command in our continent? All right, Mom doesn't have to explain all this. Just let Father teach me, all right? Davis replied, as he already knew what kind of bullshit respect those alchemists have, those misers. Claire immediately glared at Logan while he just looked around and started whistling as if he hadn't heard anything. Claire then said to Davis with a not-so-smiling face. Davis, your father was the fifth in line for the throne, and wasn't interested in anything other than woman and cultivation. He was pretty arrogant, so he didn't train in alchemy at all, and as a result, you see a failure of a father who can't teach you alchemy. Claire. Logan's face was red in embarrassment. This was a dark history that he didn't want anyone to know about. If his people knew that he, as an emperor, didn't know shit about alchemy, they would laugh till they die. Davis gulped. He realized that his mom's sharp words can kill people sometimes. Screw the death note, I should have the mom note. He stopped flirting with other women when he started loving me. At least, your dad is very upright in this regard. Logan regained his bearings as he gained some face with that statement. No worries, even though many alchemists command respect, they can't compare to an emperor of a sky-grade empire, and your talent is very high, which even makes me jealous. Alchemists would probably flock to have you as a direct disciple if they know how powerful your soul is. Logan explained with a proud face. But the problem is, it is not a good thing to reveal your talent in front of the public. We have just recently survived a disaster and our overall power has dropped. Even though we are a powerhouse, we must be careful enough to not fall into the plot of others, such as assassinations. Claire pondered and said. Then we should just invite a high-tiered trustable alchemist to teach Davis in the royal castle. We can secretly invite him using various proxies so that even if the invite failed, he will not be able to trace back to us. That's doable. Logan nodded. Does that mean that I am not allowed to roam the royal capital? Davis didn't want to bring out the death note here, as his parents may know about it. As for why he didn't bring it out in the Redemption Tower, he thought that place was monitored as well. Obviously, you're not getting one step outside the royal castle without your mom and dad accompanying you. It is too dangerous. Claire scoffed. Even though the royal capital is our home field. Davis expressed his doubts. On the surface, the royal capital may look calm, but there are maybe many serious undercurrents lurking without us knowing. Logan explained. Ever since the rebellion, we have severely weakened, which made the other empires send their spies, assassins, and whatnot. There's no telling that a random person with a powerful hidden cultivation might approach you from somewhere, only to kill you and die himself. Davis audibly gulped. I've underestimated this world too much. Even though he already knew that he was constantly under protection, he just thought it was a royalty thing. And I will still know where you are, as I have placed a soul mark on you. Where? Davis panicked and immediately checked his soul for any foreign entities. A bright golden talisman shot out from Logan's soul to Davis's soul. Here. Logan said smugly. Claire laughed. Davis knew that he was played the fool right now. He glared at his dad and swore secretly that he will take revenge for this. Davis, let Mom also mark you, so that I can immediately react to any emergencies. Claire sweetly said. Go ahead, Mom. Hee hee, silly. Claire was very happy that Davis didn't put any restrictions in front of her. She also gave him a sky-grade protective treasure. It was a locket. Dad, I now want to train in body tempering cultivation. Davis declared seriously. No, first, you should stabilize your soul cultivation first. My soul cultivation is already stable. Davis quickly answered. Then you have to wait for your body to get used to pain. Father, I am used to pain. Davis smiled. Logan's eyes twitched. At this rate, won't he punch a hole through the heavens and ascend quickly? He sighed. All right, let me get you a tutor for body cultivation first. Claire will arrange you the resources that you need to achieve a breakthrough. Won't you teach me, Dad? Davis asked sincerely. I'm sorry, Davis, I don't have time for everything. Logan had a difficult expression on his face. I understand. Davis knew that his father, as the Emperor, must have a shitload of work to do. Dad, what about the SE? I know, once you complete your body cultivation, Claire will see to your essence gathering cultivation. Logan clearly had enough of his bullshit. Or should I just assign you enough? No thanks. Davis was more than happy to be with his mother together. Haha, alright, it's getting busy for me. You and Claire should rest for today. Don't make Claire teach you too much a day, let her rest for a more period of time. I know, Dad, at that time, I will be either with Clara or in the library, no need to worry. I will take care of Mother. Logan and Claire both smiled satisfied by his reply. Logan then left, Princess carrying Claire to her room. Davis smiled. He also left the room and headed to the study. Phew, looks like I can't even sneak out of the castle. Then I will just have to get even stronger. For Father and Mother to acknowledge me. Davis had fire emitting out from his eyes. He wanted to explore this world, at least the neighboring streets for now. Chapter 19. The next day, Davis went to the royal training grounds that was in the royal castle. Only the Emperor's direct descendants were allowed to train there. When Davis reached the entrance, he saw a middle-aged man about 30 years old. That middle-aged man who was looked sideways, shifted his head to see Davis approaching him. Hendrickson, huh? Isn't this guy the royal advisor? He is my tutor now. Davis used his death god's eyes to inspect him when he turned sideways. He was not sure whether if it would work on him, but it worked. Welcome, Prince, I am Hendrickson, the royal advisor, and also act as a military advisor at times of need. From now on I'll be your tutor in body tempering cultivation. Hendrickson bowed lightly and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Hendrickson, I'll be in your care from now on. Davis acted cutely as if he was really excited to have him as his tutor. Oh, my prince, please drop the honorifics, Hendrickson is fine. Hendrickson didn't dare to act arrogantly. The royal family might have many plots when they have too many members, but he can sure see that there are no schemes in this small royal family. He knows that they are incredibly protective of one and another. Okay, Ms. Hendrickson. Davis purposefully made a mistake. Haha. Hendrickson laughed weakly. Still, why did the Emperor ask me to train a 5-year-old child? Isn't it too soon? Even though I rejected, he won't take no for an answer. He sighed. Prince Davis, I heard from the Emperor that you have already trained your body to some extent. Let me check your body. Hendrickson released his soul sense and checked Davis's body. He noticed the sky-grade treasure amulet and locket, and he can deduce the locket's property but didn't know the amulet's property. You have trained your body well, follow me, the Empress is waiting in the body tempering chamber. Hendrickson started walking. Mother. Okay. Davis followed. Ms. Hendrickson, what is your current cultivation in all cultivation systems? Davis had an excited face when he asked that. Oh ho, my prince, it isn't anything great. Out of the 3 cultivation systems, I specialize in body tempering cultivation system. I've reached peak level silver stage, mid-level body transformation stage, and peak level young soul stage. Hendrickson explained calmly even though he was secretly proud. What? My death god's eyes were able to inspect a young soul stage cultivator. Davis was secretly astonished. He didn't dare to use it on his mother and father. He didn't even dare to use it on the maids and servants, afraid that they might be secretly experts assigned to protect him. He was afraid that if they were to know him inspecting them, then he would have to explain himself, which he didn't want to. The death note is the only secret which he shouldn't reveal. Oh, that is wonderful. Ms. Hendrickson. Hendrickson had black lines on his face. He can only hear Davis calling him Miss Hendrickson. He could only suffer this humiliation silently. Should I try using the death note? No, that would mean killing him. Killing him is no good, but I don't know if it will even work on him. Will the death note even work on cultivators who are way stronger than me? Humans back on Earth were all equal in soul level, so the death note was able to work on them. Even so, it was full of limitations. Here, I don't think the rules are the same. There must be different kinds of limitations. Davis had a huge headache. He would have to experiment on people to find out its powers. Then that would mean I can only use it on people who deserve to die. The prison would be a good place to experiment. Thinking this, Davis smirked. They soon arrived to a place. The chamber was filled with various kinds training equipment. Davis saw his mother patiently waiting there for him. He saw her smile and he immediately ran to her. Mom arranged this for you, so your body's foundation and strength might be even stronger than other cultivators on the same level. Claire smiled. She then pointed at a bathtub. Whoa. Davis had to act like a kid in front of others. In that bathtub, a low-level sky-grade tyrant body pill is diluted in that water. Your body isn't powerful enough to eat the whole pill, your body will explode. Empress, may I? Go ahead, royal advisor. Claire said. Isn't it too soon for the prince to be body cultivating? What if he undergoes a trauma and is unable to cultivate because of it? Hendrickson was clearly worried that if Davis were to be in danger, he would be blamed for it. No need to worry, royal advisor, we have utmost trust in our child, he will be able to do it. Claire declared confidently. Hendrickson was baffled. He looked at Davis's childlike pure innocent face. Where do they even get the confidence from? All right then, Prince, get inside the bathtub and start cultivating the tyrant body secrets. You could have diluted the pill and drank it, but we want your body to endure less pain. We want to have your body get used to the pain. Hendrickson said. Davis smiled innocently and nodded. He got inside the bathtub. He suddenly felt pain all over his body except his head. Davis' eyes shot wide and he now knew that body tempering cultivation was no joke. Davis immediately started cultivating tyrant body secrets and endured the extreme pain for 2 hours. Gradually he got adjusted to it. Claire came closer to him and fed the diluted pill essence more powerful than the water in the bathtub. If his pores were open, then he could have absorbed the diluted pill essence, but it had now gone to waste. Davis felt like his internal organs were burning. He continued to cultivate tyrant body secrets. This pain lasted for 2 more hours until a sound could be heard from his body. Asterisk crack asterisk. Davis emitted a little reddish-brown aura from his body. He could feel his strength soar. He felt like he could now lift a car single-handedly if he tried. Claire beamed. She could see that he achieved copper stage, while Hendrickson was astonished that he could withstand the excruciating process. Chapter 20. Mom, I've did it. Davis animatedly exclaimed. You've made Mom gratified, Davis. Claire smiled proudly. Congratulations, Prince Davis, you have taken the first step to cultivation, earlier than anyone else I've known. Hendrickson nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't expect this naive-looking child's tenacity to be this high. Thank you, Hendrickson. Hendrickson nodded even more appreciatively. He didn't call him Miss this time. Davis got out of the bathtub. He then excitedly stretched his limbs. He can feel that his body was filled with overflowing power that he never experienced in his life before. Hendrickson commented. Good, unlike the other 2 cultivation systems where you accumulate energy and advance slowly, cultivating in body tempering cultivation, you only need resources and resolve to advance, but it only gets harder and difficult as you advance. He shook his head, lamenting the fact that he still finds it difficult to break into gold stage. Davis, there's a strength gauging equipment over there. Go punch it. Claire said. Davis moved to that equipment and punched it normally. Asterisk bang asterisk. 532 kilograms. Davis then punched with all his strength. Asterisk bang asterisk. 1021 kilograms. Whoa. God damn, this is so awesome, Davis was excited inwardly. Davis, perform the first layer technique of Tyrant Body Secrets. Claire looked forward to his performance. Davis nodded. He started gathering power in his right fist. Reddish-brown aura suddenly covered his right arm and he punched forward with all his might. 5,164 kilograms. Good, with the Tyrant aura amplification, you could even rival low-level bronze stage cultivators in power. For those who cultivate in an Earth-grade body cultivating manual, you could rival a high-level copper stage cultivator in power. Hendrickson commented. But, if I were to face a low-level copper stage cultivator who cultivates in a sky-grade body cultivating manual, won't we be evenly matched? Yes, but that also depends on the manual that the other person is cultivating in. Even sky-grade manuals have levels. Of course, it even includes your individual battle prowess too. Hendrickson added. Davis sighed. Looks like I'm only powerful in soul cultivation. But by the time you reach gold stage gradually, you would have developed a Tyrant physique which even increases your strength and defense double the times. At that time, no one in gold stage will be your opponent. That's why it's named as Tyrant. Can't I achieve the Tyrant physique now? Davis asked curiously with a confused expression. The Lowrit Empire doesn't have that kind of resources. Well, it had before, but for now, there are no whereabouts of the mystic Tyrant fruit. I will inform your father if we find one. Davis' eyes shone brightly. Looks like I still have hope. Alright, you just have to cultivate like this till you reach the peak level. If you find yourself stumped in front of any bottlenecks, you can visit me in this chamber, in the morning. At other times, I won't be available. Hendrickson informed. Okay. Davis nodded. Davis, let's go. Claire held Davis. They both then left. In the Empress's quarters. Brother. A baby jumped excitedly in its cradle. She was 1.5 years old and 30 inches tall. Her face was chubby and extremely cute. Her cute purple eyes glowed mystically as if it could see through lies. Her short blonde hair was silky smooth. Clara. Your brother is here. Davis hurriedly ran towards her, pinched her cheeks and tickled her. Haha. No. Haha, Clara laughed. Davis lifted her up and held her. He then turned to Claire. Mom, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have jinxed it. Davis was extremely regretful. It's fine. At least. It's a good thing. Claire sighed. Clara had a set of unique eyes from her birth. After 1 year, they discovered that her eyes were glowing. The three of them panicked and later when they researched about it, they calmed down. Clara had the transcendent truth eyes. It could see through lies and deceit. If she manages to perfect that power, then no one could lie in front of her. The only problem now is that her eyes lit up randomly. She's just a baby, she couldn't possibly control it. Claire couldn't help but worrying. It will be fine, Mom, when she grows up, she should be able to control it. After all, the records mention that those who possesses transcendent truth eyes are natural-born rulers. Davis stated proudly. You're right. Claire nodded but her face showed otherwise. Such is the fate of a mother. Mother, you can rest today, I'll start cultivating essence-gathering cultivation tomorrow. If you say so. She smiled. But in exchange, you have to tell me about that treasure, you said that we have it in our treasury. Davis asked excitedly, the name itself seems grand. All right. Claire couldn't help but laugh, her son seems to be extremely interested in treasures. The fallen extinction lightning was captured by our previous emperor, your grandfather. He went single-handedly and captured it from the Lightning Fall Mountains that is very far from our empire. But during the battle, sadly, he underestimated the fallen extinction lightning, he was grievously wounded but he still managed to capture the sky-grade lightning elemental. So, my grandfather, the previous emperor died from injuries. How can it be? He was so powerful, more powerful than father. Davis couldn't believe that a mere injury could make his grandfather succumb to death. His grandfather was in the 5th step of all the cultivation systems after all. Unfortunately, the fallen extinction lightning possesses corrosive and annihilation properties. He succumbed to the corrosive injuries that the fallen lightning star left behind in his body. Claire sighed. Since grandfather went to hunt it down, then he should have known the properties behind the fallen extinction lightning. I don't believe that grandfather didn't investigate before. Davis shook his head. Claire sighed. In fact, he did, but the information was outdated. He originally went to hunt a peak-level Earth-grade silent extinction lightning for the first prince's son, but by the time he discovered that, it had already evolved to a sky-grade fallen extinction lightning. Everything was for naught. She shook her head sadly. Chapter 21. Clara was placed in her cradle as she got tired of their banter. She slept peacefully. Fortunately, your grandfather managed to erase its consciousness before dying. The previous first prince's son got assassinated, so it is now ripe for the taking. Claire grinned. If you use that lightning elemental to cultivate your essence-gathering cultivation, then you will surely be more powerful than cultivators who cultivate in other sky-grade essence-gathering techniques. Claire smiled resplendently at the thought that her son will only get more powerful steadily as time passes by. Children only concentrate on one cultivation system at a time. Only geniuses cultivate in 2 cultivation systems at the same time, while Davis happens to cultivate all 3 at the same time. The next day, at the study, Davis was sitting crossed-legged, studying the meridian refinement stage. Apparently, looks like I have to refine the meridians in my body, and since I would cultivate with a lightning-attributed manual, I should make lightning pass through my meridians, a sky grade 1 at that. I'm definitely done for. This is obviously shock treatment. Isn't this even crueler than body-tempering cultivation? His mind floated with images of people getting fried by lightning. Davis, are you ready? The door suddenly opened and Claire walked in. Eh? Ah. Yes, I'm ready. Davis gulped. They then proceeded to a place that is designed for closed-door cultivations. Relax. Dad and Mom are here to help you suppress the sky-grade lightning elemental, don't fret over it. Claire comforted him. She can obviously see his nervousness when she suddenly walked in. Davis nodded. He didn't say anything. Then they made their way to a room in this area. There were more than 10 rooms in this place. Claire opened the door and walked inside. He followed her. Inside there was a formation that was capable of suppressing the power of lightning elemental to a certain extent. Logan was seated at the side, obviously waiting for these 2 to come. Even though it's just easier for all 3 of them to send soul transmissions, they didn't communicate through that way. They didn't want to reveal Davis's soul cultivation under any circumstance. Dad, let's start. Davis didn't want to show weakness in front of his dad. Aren't you hasty? Logan commented and walked forwards. Let's begin then. Logan looked at Claire and they both nodded their heads. Davis, sit inside the formation's heart, and refine your meridians in accordance with the extinction lightning punishment. We will help you in suppressing the lightning elemental. Davis nodded. He took a deep breath before sitting in the middle of the formation. He began refining his meridians. The formation housed the fallen extinction lightning. It works as a suppressing formation. His parents began sending the lightning energy to Davis with utmost caution. Davis's meridians were already strengthened because of tyrant body secrets. He circulated the lightning-attributed energy in his body, slowly. He felt a tingling sensation at the start followed by a burning feeling. It felt as if he was electrocuted and corroded at the same time. Its effects were negligible since it's being suppressed by both his parents and the formation. So this is the fallen extinction lightning, really powerful. It's not bad, I don't feel much pain. Good thing, Mom and Dad are here, if not, I would have to cultivate from the bottom of food chain if I were really an orphan. His thoughts ran astray. He felt confident enough to cultivate even without the utmost concentration. He slowly repeated the process again and again, till he refined his meridians to the low level. The process lasted for about 5 hours. He advanced to the meridian refinement stage. Just when he was about to shout out in excitement, a voice ran on his mind. Don't lose your concentration, we'll help you absorb the fallen extinction lightning. Immediately focus your soul on absorbing it now. Davis could feel his soul being invaded by the lightning elemental. He began absorbing it into his soul. Arg. Pain, he was filled with extreme pain. It felt like his thoughts were going haywire. He almost lost concentration but continued to grit his teeth. He knew he wouldn't be able to last longer, so he concentrated again using his whole consciousness this time to succeed without caring for any repercussions. The process lasted for 5 minutes before he fainted of exhaustion, which felt like an eternity to him. Logan and Claire both heaved a sigh of relief. They knew he succeeded in absorbing the fallen star lightning, and it was only possible thanks to his powerful soul. After a period of time, Davis woke up. He checked his soul and saw a pentagram-shaped black lightning residing within. It maintained a certain distance from the Death Note. Seeing that both didn't interfere with each other, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then checked his surroundings. He was still in the same room. He saw his parents passionately, kissing each other. They were so into it that they didn't notice Davis waking up. Even a slight movement should be able to alert them. Logan locked his lips with Claire's. He held her waist and she held his head. Her eyes seemed sad for some reason, and at the same time, her lips were savoring his taste as if it didn't want to let go. It didn't seem like they were doing it for excitement. Davis didn't make a sound. He stayed silent for a period of time before they separated from each other's lips. He didn't hear them talking. He imagined that they must have used soul transmission to speak with each other. After a few seconds, Davis trembled as if waking up just now. They immediately separated from each other's embrace. Claire's face was red while Logan's lower wear had a tent. Davis chose to ignore it altogether. He closed his eyes and acted as if he was checking his state. That gave them enough time to be normal again. Something must have happened, he thought. It wasn't normal for them to act like that in front of me. Wait, something seems to be wrong in my soul. Davis was startled. He immediately released his soul sense. It extended up to 500 meters. This. I reached peak level nascent soul stage. Logan and Claire smiled. Davis forgot that lightning can temper his soul, much less a sky-grade lightning elemental. Chapter 22. Logan and Claire were both ecstatic that their son was able to achieve this feat of cultivating all three cultivation systems at the same time. They were even more extremely proud when they realized he was just 5 years old. Davis was able to use his first layer of Extinction Lightning Judgment. The first layer provided the ability to amplify his body with lightning. He can amplify his legs to move faster, clad his arms in lightning to paralyze and corrode his opponents. He can even use it on his own brain to increase his thought process and analytical ability, but that requires an extremely high control over his lightning or else he would just fry his own brain. The Fallen Extinction Lightning, with its property, increased the effectiveness of his powers and battle prowess. After all, it adds an annihilative and corrosive effect to the lightning he uses. Since Davis has achieved basic proficiency in all three cultivation systems, he wanted to test the limitations of his Death Note as soon as possible. He didn't even know if it worked the same way or not anymore. Half a year passed. Logan, Claire, and Hendrickson taught him more about cultivation during this half-year period. But they only taught him for an hour every day. They seemed like they were busy with something. He didn't get any chances to use his Death Note. He felt like he was always being monitored. His parents were acting even more strange. It was especially the case in this half a year. He knew that something fishy was going on here, but since his parents wouldn't tell him, then he wouldn't ask. Davis went to ask his parents if he could practice his powers on live targets. His parents thought for a moment before they refused. Davis was adamant on it and proposed an idea to them. "Dad, if you don't let me practice on live targets, how can I be an expert?" "Enough, Davis, how can you be adamant like this? You are just 5 years old, there's no need for you to fight people." "All right, Dad. How about I take a step back and try my powers on restricted opponents who are in the prison?" "Huh? Why don't you take me on then?" "But Dad, I won't even be able to beat you, you are too powerful." Claire, who was beside, looked at both of them and laughed. She sent a soul transmission to Logan. Logan's face changed. He then sighed and gave permission for him to go to the prison. "Only this time will I be yielding to you, there's no next time. You hear me?" Logan made a face full of anger and berated him. "Yes. Thanks, Dad," Davis beamed. "Let's go." Logan then walked in the direction of the prison. "Okay," Davis followed. He put on a black robe to cover himself. On the way, for some reason, the palace guards and maids acted like they didn't see him. They only greeted the Emperor and the atmosphere seemed tense. He could feel that a soul technique was activated on him. He then knew that he was being cloaked. Is it so bad for a kid of a royalty to go to the prison? Is that the reason? Davis thought. He couldn't understand the intricacies of the royal family. They then arrived in front of the prison. Logan stopped there while the prison guards went on their knees and greeted him. The guards looked at the Emperor with awe and ecstasy. The leader of prison guards stepped up and bowed again. Only his face could be seen, which was pale. He was wearing a blue armor tinted with yellow at the sides. You are reporting to the Emperor. My name is Bowen. The previous leader of the prison guards colluded with the rebels. Fortunately, Logan, who found his betrayal, managed to kill him before he released all the prisoners. Bowen, I see. The two of them then stayed silent. It can be seen that they are communicating through soul transmission. Bowen had a confused face, then nodded his head vehemently. Then all three of them entered the prison. Logan stopped cloaking Davis at this point. You understand, right? Logan asked him with a ruthless glare. Yes, Your Majesty. Bowen replied meekly. He understood that, at this point, he shouldn't do anything the Emperor dislikes. Logan then left Davis there. ****. Prince, let me show you around the prison first. Okay. He cheerfully replied. Bowen then took him around the prison. While walking in the corridor, he informed Davis about the prisoners. There were cells on both sides of the corridor, which held the prisoners. While he explained, he just told about their crimes while leaving the gory part behind. After Davis heard about what he said, he couldn't help but cringe. Their crimes were devoid of humanity. But he didn't stop listening to him, nor did he command him to stop. Davis looked at the prisoners. All of them looked ruthless with no hint of humanity, while some seemed to act as if they are innocent, and then there are prisoners who looked at him with lascivious eyes. Davis's eyes turned red. He glared at those prisoners one by one. He thought for a moment before questioning Bowen. Bowen. He suddenly interrupted him. Yes, Prince. Bowen looked at him. Why aren't these prisoners put to death? He glared at Bowen. It's not like that, Prince. The royal capital holds a public execution each month. They are put to death one by one. It also acts as a deterrent to other criminals. Until then, they stay here waiting for their deaths. Bowen explained. Do you have a list of the prisoners held in here? I do, but what for, Prince? Bowen was confused, but he still handed over the list from his space ring. Davis took the list and saw the name of the prisoner who was going to be executed this month. Wagner. I saw him before, lead me to him. Davis didn't reply to Bowen, he just commanded him. Yes, Bowen didn't refuse, though he was confused. What is a 5-year-old child going to do meeting a prisoner? Make him change his ways? Heck, I'll be damned. Chapter 23. Davis and Bowen made their way to the cell where Wagner was kept in. The formation in that cell was active, that prevented Wagner from being able to use his power. It also made him unable to see what was going on outside. Davis then saw a circle switch near the cell. He pressed it. Wagner turned around his face. He saw a small kid with a prison guard. Hey, don't tell me you brought a brat for me to enjoy. He viewed Davis with lascivious eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Davis only asked a question. He already made up his mind, but he still wanted an impetus. Hey, of course, it's to brutally murder you. Wagner's breathing hastened. He was likely thinking of doing that. Davis was disgusted. Wagner didn't care for anything, as he was fated to die this month. It didn't matter whether he offended a big person or not, much less a child. I understand. Davis replied calmly. He then switched off the mechanism. You understand? Bowen was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand where this conversation was headed to. Bowen, leave the prison. Davis commanded. I can't do that, my prince. Bowen was stunned before he replied calmly. You won't listen to my command? Davis narrowed his eyes. I was told by the Emperor to protect you no matter what happens. Bowen shook his head. I see, then I will have no choice but to say to my father that you molested me in the prison. What? Bowen couldn't believe his ear. What kind of words did this 5-year-old child utter? His mind momentarily stopped working. I said that I will have no choice but to say that you raped me in the prison. That is totally different than what you said before. Bowen started sweating heavily. Could it be that all the royal family members are like this? Prince. Don't make this difficult for me. I was only tasked to protect you in this prison. Do you think my father won't act against you? Do you think he will believe your words or mine? Davis asked profoundly, as if there's an underlying meaning in it. What did I do to deserve this? This child is a demon in human form. Bowen was on the verge of tears, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How about this, you're only tasked to protect me, right? Go stand guard near the entrance of the prison. With this you can both protect me and do what I told you, right? You think these prisoners who are suppressed by the formation can harm me? This. All right. Bowen considered a moment before yielding. Good, and you're not allowed to use your senses on me, you're not allowed to peek either. I will come to you to get food every 4 hours, by this, you can verify my safety every now and then. Eh? This. I understand. What else could he reply? He already accepted his conditions once and it did seem that he was able to protect him through this method. He at least had the confidence that no matter what happened, he would be able to protect him in the prison. Only he couldn't understand that why the prince forbid him from using his soul sense on him. He imagined that it must have to do something with the royal family's secret, so he didn't dare to ask. Bowen then left that part of the corridor and made his way to the entrance of the prison. Davis checked his surroundings before summoning his death note. Black aura surrounded him as it changed into a hazy appearance. A note appeared on his hand. It was pure black in color at both sides of the note. There wasn't anything written on the cover. He opened the note and turned the pages. It was pure white, without a single speckle of dust. He pressed the switch again, only to see Wagner moving his right hand up and down. Honestly, there's no redemption for a bastard like you. Davis wrote his name while he felt disgusted. He'll be sure to give him a worse death. 3 days later. Davis was still in the prison, experimenting the death note. In the royal castle, throne hall. Logan was seated in his throne while Claire sat beside him, both of their face looked grave. The whole throne room was crowded even though it was 100 m long and wide. People were assembled here, ranging from middle-class positions to high-class position holders in the royal palace and the army. The atmosphere here was tense. No one dared to utter a word, afraid that they might be cast out or outright killed. Asterisk creak asterisk. A sound made from opening the door of the throne hall was heard. The people shuddered as if it was a crack from the hell. An old man with a great disposition walked in with great strides. He was covered in a dark blue armor, he held his helmet in his arms. He walked forwards until he was in line with 5 other men who were clad in different wardrobes. He kneeled down with one leg on the floor and clasped his hands. Reporting to the emperor. He took a deep breath. The Albert Kingdom, which is under our jurisdiction, has been conquered by invading forces 2 days ago. Beads of sweat formed on his face. We were unable to defend against the invasion of the combined alliance of the Raven Empire and Trider Empire. He kowtowed, we were made to retreat in the face of the giant threat, and I cowardly made the decision for the army to retreat to the royal capital. Please let this coward to die 1,000 times for this mistake. Your Majesty. He immediately drew his sword and proceeded to stab it into his heart. Asterisk bang asterisk, a powerful energy came out from nowhere and made the sword fell out of his hand. He stared blankly, not knowing who did it. It's fine, this Majesty forgives you, Randall. Logan replied calmly. Instead of making our army die a cruel and meaningless death, you made the right choice by giving the order to tactically retreat to our royal capital in exchange for your own reputation. Chapter 24. Randall had tears in his eyes. He hardened his heart and made a great sacrifice by ruining his own reputation. He cared for his subordinates, so he couldn't let them die a meaningless death. He didn't think anyone or even the new emperor would understand him. So when he came to the royal palace, he was prepared to die by taking his own life in return for his mistake. Logan knew that Randall was a loyal commander in the army. His father would praise him a lot for his bravery and courage, but he also mentioned how he was compassionate and loyal. Logan also knew that Randall's subordinates loved and obeyed him, so losing him would mean a great loss to the already weakened empire, as the army morale would be all-time low. Logan should have in all right beheaded Randall for his mistakes by himself to establish his authority in the throne hall. But doing so was foolish, as it would only lead to dissatisfaction and chaos among his men. In fact, he had already doubted whether there were any people planning to desert from this empire. How dare you show your face in front of the emperor after that miserable defeat? Immediately get out by yourself. A handsome middle-aged man with sharp features berated Randall. He had green hair that was neck-length long. He was the head of the Calden family. Now, Duke Evan Calden, there's no need for that, our Majesty has already forgiven him. Another middle-aged man with a calm face replied. He had red hair that was waist-length long. He was the head of the Nolan family. Humph, you are in support of a coward in the midst of a war. Duke John Nolan. Duke Calden questioned. There's no need to fight among ourselves now, and show some restraint, you're in front of the Emperor, Duke Calden. Hendrickson calmly interjected as if he was tired of this farce. Duke Calden harumphed and said nothing more. He was not that afraid of an emperor that was just a little more powerful than him. What he didn't know was that Logan had already broken through to adult soul stage. If he knew, then he would have not dared to be this disrespectful to the emperor. The other two were silent as if this had nothing to do with them. They were the leaders of the Ruthless Sword sect and Piercing Dragon sect. Both of the sects were sky-grade sects. The destruction of an empire has nothing to do with them, but since they have connections to the royal family previously, there will probably be a chance for them to get eliminated by the invading empires. They were here to decide whether to help the empire cross over this calamity or not. Enough. Logan echoed, his voice influenced everyone here visibly. Adult soul stage. The five of them were astonished. They then replied in unison. Congratulations to the Emperor on breaking through to adult soul stage. The crowd in the back echoed as well. Logan nodded his head. Randall, when will they invade the royal capital? Logan questioned. Reporting to the Emperor. The invading empires will march here in a day. Randall replied to the best of his knowledge. There was a momentary silence in the throne hall. This is bad. There's no way we will be able to survive. Should we run? Various whispers and soul transmissions were swirling around the throne hall simultaneously. Silence. Hendrickson bellowed. The crowd was horrified and shut their mouths. Logan knew that this was hopeless. Most likely the probable situation is that they would have to escape and reclaim the empire later. Logan was stuck in a mire now. On one hand, he felt like he had to protect his family no matter what. On the other hand, if he escaped, he felt like he was acting opposite to whatever he learned in his life and that he would have no face to meet his Lowrit family ancestors after death. The Lowrit family heavily values morals and victory. From an early age, Logan was influenced by these values. To run and leave his empire to be pillaged, isn't that just the opposite to its teachings? Suddenly, a war horn sounded out outside the capital. Everyone was suddenly petrified. A random guard came inside the throne room with hurried strides and reported. Your Majesty. This is bad, the invaders are behind our northern gates. Logan had an ugly face. He immediately looked at Claire. His heart was almost convinced to escape when. Your Majesty, do you plan to escape? The two sect leaders asked in unison with a cold face. Logan was startled. He shot down a glare at those two sect leaders, trying to gain something out of their face. He could vaguely see that they were not afraid of the consequences of betraying him. He knew that if he tried to escape, these two could betray him any time they see fit. They would probably hand over his head to appease the invading empires. A hand grabbed Logan's palm. He turned back to see Claire smiling beautifully. Her smile made him remember the vow they took together when they married. We live together and die together. Logan tightly grabbed her hand and nodded at her. He then turned around to them and majestically said, Escape. Are you two so afraid of death that you would support the prospect of me escaping so that you could escape yourselves with face? The two sect leaders' face turned immediately red, and just when they were about to counterattack. I'm going to war. If you have the guts, follow me or else scram the hell out of my empire. He shouted with fervor and made his way out of the throne room while heading towards the north gate of the royal capital. Claire also followed behind. The two sect leaders were left with no choice but to follow. The other four of them also followed behind the emperor as he walked with a great disposition. Seeing that the emperor himself was leading them, the crowd automatically followed them. Logan immediately sent a soul transmission to Hendrickson. Escape with Davis and Clara. Chapter 25. Hendrickson made a slight pause in his steps but kept walking immediately. Clara is in the Empress's quarters while Davis is in the prison, adventuring. Find a chance to slip out and immediately secure them. Logan then immediately told Hendrickson on how to deactivate the formation guarding the Empress's quarters. As for what that formation was for, one could guess easily. Logan then turned around his head, as if checking who were all currently following behind him. Hendrickson slightly nodded his head so anyone didn't notice. Logan's soul cultivation was too powerful for them to detect his soul transmission. They then continued to travel towards the north gate. Not even halfway there, Hendrickson suddenly echoed. "Your Majesty. Your subordinate has forgot his weapon in the royal castle. Without that I would not be able to use my full strength. Your subordinate will quickly return once I retrieve my weapon back." "What? Are you scared? Are you trying to escape?" Logan shot a glare at him. "I wouldn't dare. My Emperor. If you command me to die, then I will quickly kill myself to prove my innocence." Hendrickson trembled as if his plan was seen through. The other 5 of them thought that it was weird. They heard that Hendrickson was brave and courageous, as well as a loyal man. They didn't expect him to back out at this last moment. "Kill yourself then," Logan commanded with a cold-hearted tone. "Yes." Hendrickson severely trembled. He took out a normal sword from his spatial ring and stabbed at his heart. *puchi *bang. Just when his sword was already halfway to his heart after piercing the body, an energy rebounded the sword from his hands. "I now know your loyalty, you can go and quickly come back. We need your strength in this war." Logan replied, his face still cold. "Yes, Your Majesty." Hendrickson then left to the royal castle while healing the wound in his chest. "Does anyone here would like to get their weapons back?" Logan asked with an indifferent face. He was emitting dense killing intent that made the other 5 shut their mouths. Logan then continued to travel while the others followed behind. Wasn't that a lame reason to use? But thanks to his act, I was able to successfully send him out without much suspicion. Logan slightly grinned while he started flying. Revolving core stage experts were able to fly, after all. "Let's make haste," he commanded and sped off to the north gate. 10 minutes later, Hendrickson made his way to the royal castle and went to his room before sneaking out stealthily. He arrived in front of the Empress's quarters and knocked out the hidden guards and maids. He went inside and took Clara. Clara was sleeping, so she didn't notice and cry. He covered her with a black sheet, then made his way out. Just when he headed out, he saw a flash of light. ****. A blinding light slashed at his head. Hendrickson immediately ducked down. He immediately retreated back and saw the attacker's clothes. "Assassin. Eh? Nice dodge. Brother, are you here to abduct that baby as well?" "Yes." Hendrickson replied with a hoarse voice. Hee, you sure are kind. Only knocking out those guards." Clara, who was in his hands, was startled awake. She immediately cried upon seeing strange people. "Brother, just leave the baby, I won't make this difficult for you." "TCH, a trash trying to waste my time." Hendrickson immediately took out his sword. He released his peak-level silver stage aura. "Ah. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, you can have the baby and we'll have the... ***boom***. Hendrickson immediately covered the distance between him and slashed. He then made his way out the palace to the prison hurriedly. Did they find out where the first prince is? This is bad. Logan Lowrit. Get out here now and face our emperor. Logan Lowrit, you coward, get the fuck here now. Cowardly Logan, show yourself. Various degenerating shouts were heard behind the northern gates of the royal capital. The soldiers of the 2 invading empires were throwing out various provocations. They weren't afraid as there were 2 emperors standing behind them. Ha ha ha, it seems like we will be able to win this war. An hearty laugh sounded out. Surely, didn't we ally for this endeavor? Jajaj, an eerie laugh sounded out, it almost sounded depraved. The men who heartily laughed looked fat. He had 2 beauties on his thighs. He was holding their waists while flirting with them and commenting about the war. He was the Emperor of Raven Empire. The other men who laughed eerily looked thin and cunning. He just provided these 2 beauties to the fat men, either enriching his relationship with the fat men or plotting something. He was the Emperor of Triter Empire. 2 bastards who dared to invade my Lowrit Empire. Come out. A voice could be heard shouting out loud that it resounded through the whole army. Ah. He is here. A middle-aged man beside the Emperor Raven voiced. TCH, how can I enjoy these beauties now? His timing cannot be any more perfect. Emperor Raven had dissatisfaction on his face. Emperor Raven can enjoy these beauties later, I'm sure these gifts will be worth your time. A voluptuous woman who was wearing revealing clothes chimed in with an alluring voice. She was beside Emperor Trider. Haha, you are right, my daughter-in-law. Emperor Raven laughed. The four of them flew out and stared at Logan and his subordinates. Ha ha ha, little Emperor, you sure are powerful. Adult soul stage around 30 years old. Jajaj. Both of the emperors cackled eerily. Greetings, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Emperor of Raven Empire, Mike Raven. Emperor Raven introduced himself to the crowd. Ken Trider, Emperor of Trider Empire. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves, teaming up to beat an empire which has already lost its strength during the rebellion? Logan questioned coldly. Shame? Can you eat it? Can you change it to cultivation resources? Heh, stop your nonsense, little Emperor. Emperor Raven laughed. Jeej, we do have shame, but do you think that we are supposed to attack when you are strong, naive? This is the world of the strong, weak ones can only beg. Emperor Trider grinned deviously. Oh, you think you can defeat us with this lineup? Don't think you will be safe enough to leave in one piece. Haha, you are right. Everyone, I, Mike Raven, will not destroy anyone who does not help the lowered Emperor. In fact, I will award you with the plundered riches. How about it? Those behind him. Emperor Raven shot a greedy look to the people behind him. Logan was waiting for this exact moment as well. He wants to see who and all will choose to desert him in this hopeless war. But right at this moment, he and Claire felt the soul marks they left on Davis being erased. Chapter 26. Logan and Claire looked at each other with worry in their eyes. They could only hope that Hendrickson had rescued Davis in time. There was a moment of silence before a voice sounded out. Do you promise not to touch the Ruthless Sword Sect and Piercing Dragon Sect? The two sect leaders came forward together. Of course, I have heard of your famous names across the continent, Sect Leader Heian and Sect Leader Pedro. Good, then we'll sit this one out. Heian, the sect leader of Ruthless Sword Sect, accepted. Your Majesty, this isn't considered betrayal as we are just going to watch from the sidelines. The result doesn't concern us as we are staying out of this mess. Pedro, the sect leader of Piercing Dragon Sect, gave out some trivial reasons. Logan didn't even glance at them and was just looking at the two emperors coldly. Anyone else? Our promise still stands, we don't attack anyone who stays out of this war. Emperor Raven still expected some people to defect as he can see some hesitation in the two noble family heads. Those two noble family heads were in deep contemplation. After a few moments, they raised their heads and declared. We will stand by the lowered empire, nothing will stand in our way to protect our empire. Not expecting the two noble family heads to reject, Emperor Raven frowned. Ha ha ha. Logan laughed heartily. Emperor Raven, do you think that those who have crossed the rebellion with me can betray me that easily? If they wanted to betray, they would have done it long ago during the rebellion. Logan nonchalantly said. So what? I've still got a proposal. Oh little Emperor, we both know that we don't have to harm each other. If we fight, we cannot say who might win this battle. Emperor Trider suddenly said. Hey. What is this? Are you backing out? Logan sneered. It isn't we who needs to back out, but you. Emperor Raven shot a look at Claire who was beside Logan. What's this? Isn't the Empress pregnant? What a joyous affair. Do you want to see your wife brutally murdered and raped before you die? Emperor Trider shouted out. His voice echoed throughout the battlefield. You dare. Logan immediately tried to rush out but received a soul transmission. Dear. Don't go. They're provoking you. Claire shouted in his mind. Her stomach was a little bloated. Logan stopped, but shot a glance filled with hatred towards those two emperors. He could only swallow down this humiliation. If he went out to fight, one would hold him back while the other might possibly do something worse to Claire. That's why I've got an idea. Why don't we play a game? We make our armies fight each other. If your side wins, then we will immediately back out of this empire. But if we win, hand over the lowered empire to us. You see, we don't want to pillage this beautiful capital filled with beautiful women. Emperor Trider laughed deviously. Isn't the result already out? You bastards will surely win. What is this game for? Further humiliation. Logan grit his teeth and shouted in anger. Are you up for this game or not? The two emperors further laughed, clearly wanting to humiliate him before enjoying the riches. Logan grit his teeth so hard that blood was coming out his mouth. His eyes spewed flames of anger and hatred. If he made a move, then he can say goodbye to Claire, but if he doesn't make a move, then his army will be decimated. I have thought I would be able to die proudly defending my empire. Naive, I was too naive. I couldn't give my family up. I'm a failure of an emperor. His palms were bleeding, he put so much pressure with his fingers tightly clenching his fists. At this time, he received a sound transmission from Hendrickson. His face immediately turned ugly. What did you do to my son? Oh. Did the assassins succeed? No worries, I will release your son if you accept the game and win. No. Claire cried miserably, hearing the conversation between them. No. Am I going to lose him again? I don't want to lose him again. This isn't happening, no. She started having a mental breakdown. Logan wished that he kill and slice them to pieces. He wished that he could subject them to every available torture method in this world. Your Majesty, allow me and my subordinates to leave our lives for the Empire. A voice could be heard behind him. He checked behind to see Commander Randall kneeling in front of him. You all will die. Logan replied, his voice sad. I know, I just ask Majesty to give us a chance to prove ourselves in the battlefield, that we aren't cowards who would run without facing our enemies. Please let us get back the honor we lost in the Alfred Kingdom. Randall kowtowed. Logan turned back to those two emperors and said unwaveringly. I agree. Good, let's sit back and enjoy this show to our heart's content. Emperor Triter laughed. An army of 2,500,000 soldiers marched outside the royal capital. Raven Empire had 1 million soldiers while the Triter Empire had about 1,500,000 soldiers. Most of them were at the first step while some of them are at the second step, very few were in third step. They probably conducted a mass recruiting in their empires to invade this empire. But no one knows if it were true or not. The soldiers of the Raven Empire were clad in black armor while the soldiers of the Triter Empire were clad in gray armor. An army of 1 million soldiers came out of the gates of the royal capital. They were the soldiers of the Lowrid Empire. They were clad in blue armor. Most of them were at the first step while some of them are at the second step, very few were in third step. Ho ho, this is pretty pitiable, why don't we add some fun? Emperor Raven shook his head and laughed. You are right, Jajaj. Little Emperor, you can call people from the royal capital to fight for you. Anyone below the third step is welcome. Emperor Triter added fuel to the flames. Logan had an ugly face. He could see that this battle was utterly hopeless. Chapter 27. The respective armies of the three empires assembled themselves in various formations that were used for war. The Lowrid army fortified themselves on the walls of the northern gate. Ground troops were placed in front of the gate as well. The Raven army took the west side of the north gate while the Triter army took the east side of the north gate. This formation was clearly to attack the Lowrid Empire from both sides. They could flank them from both sides if the Lowrid army were to be caught off guard. There were also many experts atop the royal capital who were observing the war with their senses. The drums started to echo throughout the battlefield, signaling the start of the war. Each commander of the respective armies took charge and led the soldiers into war. On top of the north gate, a silhouette of a person with a black robe could be seen. He was there for about some time listening to the conversation of these people above in the air. His eyes were scarlet red, he scanned around the battlefield. He said to himself, You're the ones who came to invade, don't expect any mercy from me. He looked at the hopeless battlefield and uttered, Die. Asterisk thump asterisk. A big heartbeat sound, akin to a resounding loud thunderclap, was heard in the battlefield. Various screams of agony echoed across the battlefield. It was more than 2 million soldiers who clutched their chest and fell down to their knees. A second later, everyone collapsed like a pillar that had lost its foundation. There was absolute silence in the battlefield, no one dared to talk. It felt like their souls had fallen into hell for a brief moment. This scene was so unbelievable that they couldn't fathom what had happened. The two emperors were trembling in fear, their eyes wide and pale with fear. They could see that they could not detect anything as their army was executed in the blink of an eye. Logan was trembling with excitement. He couldn't believe his eyes. He could see that his army was not targeted for some reason. Logan clasped his hands and bowed down in the air. Senior. This lowly emperor is very thankful of your help. Do I have the honor to invite you to our royal castle of my Lorid Empire? Silence again. Absolute silence. A few minutes later. No voice could still be heard. The two emperors heaved a sigh of relief while Logan smiled as if a burden has been taken away from his heart. Sect leaders of the Ruthless Sword Sect and Piercing Sword Sect, are you still going to watch by the sidelines? Logan asked coldly. The two of them immediately came behind him and hurriedly relayed. Emperor, we didn't betray you, we only acted with the safety of our sects in our mind. Yes, yes. We didn't have any thoughts of betrayal, we only sat this one out instead of joining the other side. Logan watched them with comical eyes and harumphed. He then turned around and viewed the two emperor with a sarcastic expression. Ah. Why are you two bastards still staying here? Aren't your armies utterly decimated? Hurry up and scram. Logan laughed heartily, he felt like still killing them, but he knew what was important for him. Don't you dare to be haughty in front of us. We will readdress this humiliation at a later date. Oh. You're saying that you're going to pick a fight with Senior. Emperor Raven and Emperor Triter's face changed. They didn't dare say anything and the four of them immediately left in the direction of their respective empires. They left immediately because they didn't even know if that Senior was still in the Lorid Empire. Their losses were immense, they've lost their military prowess and are now vulnerable to all other empires, and if they don't return to their respective empires, then they will suffer the same fate as once Lorid Empire did, being invaded by other empires. Claire looked at Logan with a wronged face. Logan then immediately remembered that his son was abducted by those two empires. His face turned ugly. Shit. I was so immersed with defeating them. I forgot about Davis. Regret. Extreme regret. He felt like utter shit right now for getting complacent with his victory over the two empires. Claire knew that he had forgot temporarily. Even so, she did not blame him. She thought this was what being an emperor meant. Don't worry, I'll get him. I swear I'll return with him. If I can't, then take care of Clara. Logan immediately left chasing those two emperors who had gone at least 1,000 meters away from him. Don't go. I don't want to lose you too. Claire cried out and tried to follow after him. He hardened his heart and didn't look back or reply to her. The sect leaders and the others who were there immediately stopped Claire from following him. They received a soul transmission from Logan so they could only hold her back and try to protect her. Just when he was halfway there, he got a crystal transmission from Hendrickson. A few minutes earlier, while Hendrickson had just secured Clara in the prison, Davis was still experimenting on the prisoners when, unbeknownst to him, a silhouette in black robes entered the prison. There was no one standing guard in the entrance. The silhouette entered and started searching. He went through various corridors when suddenly a voice sounded out. I'll avenge my comrades. ****. The silhouette easily dodged and commented. Oi, if you're going to sneak attack, at least do it sneakily. You wretched assassin, die. Bowen slashed his sword furiously at the assassin. He felt intense regret seeing his comrades die one by one from inside the prison through special means. The silhouette kept dodging his furious slashes. The assassin suddenly saw an opening and kicked Bowen in his stomach. Bowen felt his stomach rumbling. He realized that the assassin was way more powerful than him. Davis heard the commotion and came to check. Davis had no idea what was going on here, but soon as he saw the silhouette in black robes, he had an idea. Oh, the kid is here, lucky, hee hee. The silhouette laughed. Who are you? Mr. Davis asked with an innocent face. Prince Davis, run. Bowen had lost all hope in being able to protect him. Chapter 28. You, shut up. The assassin kicked Bowen's head, rendering him unconscious. Why did you beat him? Davis asked with a frightened face. Haha, Prince Davis, no need to worry, I've been tasked by your father to rescue you and this guard just won't let me take you away from here. My name is Tyke. The assassin removed his hood. He had a handsome face that made him very easy to approach. Is it true? But why does my father need to rescue me? Davis questioned. You don't know, Prince. The war between our empire and two other empires is going on for more than a year. Really? Will father be able to win? Davis asked worriedly. He was astonished. He finally knew what has been plaguing his parents for so long. There is no way our emperor will be able to win against two empires, that's why we are going to escape. Tyke explained. Okay, so father did really send you to rescue me, yay. Davis made an expression that said that he totally believed him. Yes, my prince, let's go. Tyke was sneering inside his head. He felt good to trap a prince with cheap lies. Okay. Davis smiled. They happily walked holding each other's hand. Just when they were at the entrance, Tyke suddenly uttered. Prince. I just remembered that I was sent by the invading empire and not your father. You're lying. Davis made a surprised sound. Tyke slowly turned around. His face was filled with scars and looked evil, not looking handsome anymore. He wanted to see the terror on the little kid's face, so that he can proceed to knock him out and abduct him. Davis had a mocking expression on his face. Tyke was astonished to realize that the prince didn't seem to be terrorized. Why don't we make this farce end? Mr. Casper. Davis questioned calmly. Tyke immediately felt that something was wrong and jumped back. His eyes wide open and turned soulless, he then started spilling out any information he knew and died. Davis removed his space ring and binded it as his own. He then erased the soul marks of his father and mother using his death note. During the experiments, he noticed that the death note emits dark and evil energy which is especially useful to corrode and exterminate souls. He then wore the sky-grade black robe which conceals a person's aura deeply. He then stored Casper's corpse and made his way to the north gate. A few minutes later, after he left, Hendrickson reached the prison. He was angry to see all the guards assassinated. He went inside furiously, only to see Bowen unconscious and Davis missing. He then woke Bowen up and managed to learn that Davis had been abducted. He then took out his crystal and reported it to Logan. After arriving at the north gate, Davis saw his mother get humiliated by them. He thought he will immediately give them cruel deaths but then realized that their soul was more powerful than him by one stage. Davis had reached low-level infant soul stage while he was in the prison. He had found that his death note absorbs the souls that it kills, and refines it to increase his soul energy. He was already on the verge of breaking through earlier. This ability had helped him a lot. They then talked about their armies fighting each other. Davis silently waited for his opportunity to massacre them. He used his Death God sense to write the names of all the soldiers and commanders of the enemy army. The Death God sense was the ability he gained after attaining the infant soul stage during his stay in the prison. He used the Death Note in tune with his soul sense to use the Death God sense. Using it, he could see the names and lifespan of all the people that were in his soul sense. After massacring them, he didn't opt to absorb their deceased souls lest he gets caught. He then immediately left the north gate slowly when no one dared to speak or probe around with their senses. He then swiftly returned back to the prison and saw that no one was there currently. He suddenly had an idea. He went into an isolated cell that was with a living prisoner and entered it. Davis then used the death note to write the prisoner's name to make him his puppet. He then retrieved Casper's corpse, a dagger, and a sword from the space ring, unbinded it and placed it on the corpse. He then gave the sword and the dagger to the prisoner. The prisoner stabbed the sword at the heart of the corpse. The sword stayed right there, pierced into Casper's heart. Davis then made his soul aura blindly fluctuate 2,000 meters of his surrounding and made himself faint beside the corpse. This caused a slight damage to his soul but was negligible. The prisoner who saw that, bit his fingers and wrote on the wall of the prison. Then stabbed himself in the heart using the dagger. Hendrickson, who was wildly escaping with Clara and Bowen, immediately noticed the soul fluctuation. "It's coming from the direction of the prison," both exclaimed simultaneously. Hendrickson looked at Clara and gritted his teeth. He then gave Bowen a transmission crystal and ordered, "Bowen, immediately check what's happening in the prison." Bowen accepted and quickly went to check inside the prison, only to find Davis fainted beside the assassin's corpse and a prisoner's corpse. He then saw some words written on the wall that looked like a dying message. "I hope that with this, the Empire will forgive my sins." He immediately reported it to Hendrickson, who then relayed it to Logan. "Emperor. We found the prince fainted in the prison along with two corpses. One seems to be a prisoner while the other seems to be the assassin." "What?" Hearing that, Logan was so ecstatic that he couldn't believe his ears. He, after all, thought that Davis was abducted. "Yes. What I've said is true. I am at the south gate of the royal capital with Clara." Bowen made his way to secure Davis and escape. No need. We won the war. Return to the royal castle as quickly as possible with Bowen and Davis. Logan commanded excitedly. What? We won the war. Yes. Hendrickson immediately changed his course and headed back to the royal castle while informing Bowen to return to the royal castle with Davis hurriedly. Logan hastily returned back to Claire, who was still trying to get away from their encirclement. When Logan saw her, he immediately sent a soul transmission to her. Claire. Davis is safe. What? Are you lying? How? Claire had an angry expression on her face lit with hope. She thought that Logan was lying, just to make her calm down. Really? Hendrickson and Bowen managed to find Davis inside the prison fainted. Let's go back to the royal castle and meet them. Logan excitedly explained. Claire was so ecstatic that she immediately left in the direction of the royal castle before Logan could catch up with her. Claire reached the royal castle, and just when she entered, she immediately saw Davis, who was being carried by Bowen. Davis. Claire immediately got Davis and hugged him tightly, shedding tears of joy. Logan also arrived and smiled when he saw the spectacle. He heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 29. A month passed. Davis managed to explain that he and a prisoner teamed up to kill the assassin. He explained it in a way that said that he knew the prisoner before the assassination attempt. He said that the assassin and the prisoner managed to stab each other when he attacked the soul of the assassin, which made the assassin easier to target. Although his parents had their suspicions, no one would doubt that Davis and that Senior was the same person, not even his father and mother. After all, that was a feat only capable of powers unknown to them. They were even thankful for this miraculous event and wouldn't doubt it one bit. The Lowrit Empire gradually managed to gain peace while the Raven Empire and Trider Empire were caught up in the flames of war, invaded by other empires. Logan managed to establish his authority once again. No one would dare to test his authority anymore, not even the two Sky-grade sect leaders who were in the Lowrit Empire. Claire felt eternally grateful to the Senior who had managed to make them cross this calamity. She would soon give birth to a child, and was looking forward to it. Rumors spread about the powerful Senior. At that point, no one was sure if he was related to the Lowrit Empire or not by any chance. No one dared to test it either. All the surrounding empires announced that they would soon visit Lowrit Empire, except the Raven Empire and Trider Empire. After all, they can't be sure if they would face their deaths after arriving at the Lowrit Empire. Davis walked into the study. He sighed a lot these days. Davis had a lot to think after that massacre he performed. He never killed that much people. He was feeling down for a whole month but eventually came out of it. He eventually understood that in this world, he would have to kill a lot of people to climb up the hierarchy ladder. Seriously. This world is the same shit as Earth, only thing was that I have lived in peaceful times. There's no use thinking. I would have to kill a lot of people or let them kill me. This world follows the rule of the survival of the fittest, more than any other world. After the war, Davis learned many things. The casualties of the people in his empire were so high, higher than the people he killed during the last battle. He then knew that people's lives were of no value to the powerful. Even though morals exist, people would have to uphold it, but in the world of the strong, only fists speak. People would kill at the slightest dissatisfaction, scheme when they dislike, backstab at the sight of a little opportunity. The war and the visit to the prison taught him the cruel side of this world. I swear I won't use my powers wrongly, at least I definitely won't harm the innocents. Davis swore to himself to not follow the path of depravity. He lost himself in his thoughts, staring at the ceiling. Davis, you should get ready. People from other empires should be arriving any moment now. Logan came inside at that moment. He was clothed in a luxurious blue imperial robe, decorated with dragon patterns. Today is the day where people from other empires would show up at the royal castle. But everyone knew they were paying respects to the Senior behind the Lowrit Empire. They weren't sure if the Senior is here, but making good relations with the Lowrit Empire was advantageous to them as well. Yes, I'll be ready in a minute. Davis readied himself. He wore a blue imperial robe of his size, adorned with blue crystals on his shoulders that glowed like a sapphire gem. Davis nodded and they both headed to the throne room. They reached the throne room and sat on their seats. Logan was seated on the throne while Davis sat beside him. Claire was nowhere to be seen. Claire chose to stay in her quarters since she is 7 months pregnant. There was no need for her to attend as well. Clara was with Claire, it was unknown whether if she was either sleeping peacefully with a cute face or playing with all her strength. Davis, let me get you a heads up. Other than those 2 empires who invaded us, there are 5 more empires in this continent. Logan explained, afraid that he didn't know who and all were visiting. That and all I know, father, I've read the continental map before. Davis grinned. Oh. Good, then explain what the other 4 empires are in our continent. Logan tested him. Yes. Although, there are many low-grade empires between us and this Grand Sea continent. The Ruth Empire is on the south, while the Ashton Empire is at the northwest. West of us is the Ross Empire, and in the east is the Claymore Empire. Davis explained. Yes, you are right. The Ruth Empire's royalty has the dragon bloodline. Legend has it that a flood dragon had been buried there a long time ago, and it has formed as an inheritance for the royalty of that empire. Logan continued. The Ashton Empire is adept at destruction, they use fire-based cultivation techniques. The Ross Empire uses water-based cultivation techniques. And for that reason they are at each other's throats whenever they have the chance. Logan smiled. The Claymore Empire uses swords as their main weapons. They are highly skilled at swords and have even reached the realm of sword intent. He sighed as he continued. The Raven Empire has the bloodline of the Black Raven, it is equal in power to the Flood Dragon. It is in the north and are currently warring with the Ashton Empire. He had a gleeful face as he said that. The Triter Empire specializes in dark energy, in other words, evil cultivation. They have all kinds of cultivation techniques that leans on the dark side. Ones that absorbs blood from others, ones that plunder energy from others, ones that even supplement yang by plundering yin and vice versa. They are northeast of us. They are also currently in war with the Claymore Empire. Serves those both empires right. Anger surfaced on his face at the mention of those 2 wretched empires. I will have my revenge, Raven Emperor and Triter Emperor, you bastards, just wait for it. Logan's eyes were full of hatred. Don't worry, father, you will have your revenge soon, I know it. Davis smiled comfortingly. Chapter 30. I know, Davis. Father won't forget the most important thing. I might be a failure of an emperor, but I'll definitely protect you guys at the cost of my life. Logan declared determinedly. Davis was content that his father thought this way. He didn't want a father who was spouting all emperor nonsense anyway. Few minutes passed before a guard announced the arrival of the various empires one by one. The first to show up was the Ruth Empire, followed by Ashton Empire, Ross Empire, and finally the Claymore Empire. The ones to show up were the emperors of each empire, not the ambassadors. They gave respect to the rumored senior behind the empire, not the current emperor of the Lowrit Empire. They greeted each other and sat in their designated seats respectively. A banquet was set up way before they arrived on the venue. Each of them enjoyed great delicacies consisting of peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beasts. Sky Beast stage beasts were equal to the 3rd step of the human cultivation. Emperor Lowrit, this blazing tiger meat is delicious and nourishing as well. This should have cost severely, are you sure that it's not going to lessen your empire's treasury? Emperor Alex Claymore curiously questioned. His face looked sharp, his eyes emitting sword intent that was capable of killing with a look. He looked fit, his body draped with luxurious sword-patterned robe. Alex Claymore couldn't fathom how they were still rich even after facing 2 calamities. Damn, his looks can kill, literally. Davis's thoughts were swirling around his mind. He kept an innocent face looking left and right. Haha, how can I hold back when I heard that the emperors were going to pay my empire a visit? Naturally, if I can do this, then it is within my means. Logan grinned. Haha, the Lowrit Empire sure is rich. Emperor Van Ross laughed. His face looked amiable, his eyes blue. He looked a little fat, but that doesn't warrant to be looked down upon. He wore a lavish imperial robe with beautiful droplet patterns. Looks can be quite deceiving. Long years of peace must have filled their pockets immeasurably, maybe the Lowrit Empire is even rich compared to the 4 of us combined. Emperor Louis Ashton smirked. His face looked handsomely evil, he wore dark red imperial robes with azure flame patterns. God, this guy looks so evil. Haha, surely you jest, Emperor Ashton. Logan sneered. Now, there is no use fighting, let's enjoy the banquet a little more, gentlemen. Empress Isabella Ruth commented with a beautiful smile on her face. She was a beauty who would quench a man's desire. She looked mesmerizing with her laid-back personality. Her waist-long hair, with puff and wavy bangs. She had fair skin, her body ample with assets that would make a man drool. She wore an azure royal robe which accentuated her beauty tenfold. Davis gulped silently. Perfect. Fortunately no one looked at him. Yes, yes, all three emperors simultaneously echoed and laughed. Even Logan shook his head. Her beauty was able to mesmerize everybody in this hall. All the other three emperors were more than 200 years old. Everybody would think that she was a woman who lived for more than 100 years, but the truth was that her age was even lower than that of Logan. Nobody in this hall dared to underestimate this woman. Rumors had it that she was a power-hungry woman who had chanced upon an incredible lucky chance, and had managed to make it to the throne of her empire. So, Emperor Lowrit, we all know what we are here for. Since none of you are going to be straightforward about it, I might as well start. Isabella Ruth sighed. The question is, does the rumored senior even exist? She hesitated for a moment but gritted her teeth in apprehension and asked away. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Everybody was tensed except Davis. He acted as if he didn't know what these people were talking about. Haha, Empress Ruth, the senior truly does exist, but the thing is, he doesn't want to speak to me either. Logan smiled confidently and bullshitted. Everyone gasped. Can we possibly meet this senior? Emperor Ross timidly asked, albeit everyone knew that it was an act. How is it possible? Senior would be very busy and probably wouldn't want to meet us lowly emperors in the first place. If Senior doesn't want to meet us, then we can't possibly force him either. Logan answered calmly. Then do you know the place where Senior is currently in seclusion? Emperor Ashton asked. Who knows? I have no idea. Logan grinned, his hands spread wide. He made it look like he knew the place but wouldn't tell them even if they asked. Damn, father, you sure are good at bullshitting. Davis grinned. The discussion went on for about 5 minutes. Seeing that the conversation isn't going anywhere, Emperor Ross decided to change the topic as he sighed. Leave it. I've already come this far, might as well make good relations with you, Emperor Lowrit. Saying that, he presented a small treasure chest to Logan. It's my pleasure, Emperor Ross. Logan nodded and accepted the gift graciously. He opened it and was astonished to see a fruit in it. It was the Mystic Tyrant fruit. Excellent. This could help Davis attain the tyrant physique. Logan was truly pleased. I'm glad to see that you are glad with it, Emperor Lowrit. Emperor Ross said. After that, Emperor Claymore and Empress Ruth gave their gifts, but they were lower in quality to the Mystic Tyrant fruit. From this, it can be seen the Ross Empire was at least sincere in their motive to make friends with the Lowrit Empire. Ho ho. What's wrong, Emperor Ashton? Why are you still not giving your gift? Don't tell me you forgot to bring one. Emperor Ross sneered. Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes. One could tell that Emperor Ross was spot on. He was a selfish person. He didn't think that Emperor Ross would give out a valuable gift. He didn't want to offer a valuable gift either, nor could he afford to lose in front of his fated enemy. He thought for a while and smiled at Logan. Emperor Logan, we all know that you only have one wife. Isn't that right? Emperor Ashton smiled. I don't like where this conversation is going. Logan had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 31. Everyone knows that I love her deeply. Logan nodded. There was nothing to hide, half of the whole empire knew of his deep love anyway. Wonderful. It is beautiful to see you love your wife deeply, but as an emperor, you have your duty to fulfill, Emperor Lowrit. How about you take my 36th daughter, Shirley Ashton, as your concubine? Her talent is no less than yours. In fact, she can even be said to be the gem of my empire. Emperor Ashton boasted proudly. Logan had a difficult expression on his face. He was tempted by this offer, but he knew the consequences of accepting this offer. What? If it's the age, she is only 16 years old, the perfect age to get married. If you don't like that, you can wait for a few years to take her as your concubine. Emperor Ashton was determined to beat his rival. He possibly wouldn't back out after coming this far. Your offer is tempting, Emperor Ashton. But I would have to gracefully decline your offer, or else I wouldn't even know how I died. Logan shook his head sadly. I see Emperor Lowrit is either henpecked or blackmailed. How about this? I wouldn't mind marrying her to Prince Davis. He can take her as his first wife after he turns 16. Emperor Ashton compromised, but he thought that this was also a good proposition to settle too. This can be accepted. Perfect. Davis made a sound of incomprehension. The change of proposition was so quick that he couldn't fathom what had happened. He was just enjoying the show. Seeing his father placed in a difficult position was fun, and then out of nowhere, he got engaged. Hee, looks like the little prince is pretty happy. Don't worry, Prince Davis, I will surely protect your bride from harm's way until you grow up. Emperor Ashton declared proudly. Davis nodded his head absent-mindedly. His brain couldn't catch up to the conversation that is taking place right now. After a few moments, he came out of his reverie. Realization dawned upon him. Bastard. He set me up. Davis felt angry. His father didn't even get his permission. It was one thing if he were truly a 5-year-old child, but he was not. How can he possibly accept this? He stayed silent. He should not use soul transmission. He couldn't possibly lash out and start throwing a tantrum, could he? Discussion went on. After a few hours. All right then, we'll take our leave. If an opportunity presents itself, we shall meet again. Emperor Claymore bid farewell. Haha, hope my gift satisfied you. Then I'll also take my leave. Emperor Ross left swiftly. I would relay the matter about the engagement to Shirley. There's no need to worry if she will back out of this, as I would take care of it. Emperor Ashton comforted and left. Empress Ruth, who was about to leave, noticed Davis's gaze on her. She smiled and walked to Davis elegantly. Davis turned nervous immediately. He could see her peaks sway left and right. She arrived in front of Davis, bent down and pinched his cheeks. He froze, his eyes hadn't moved away from her cleavage. What a cute child. Empress Ruth could see that Davis was intently gazing at her peaks. She smirked. She didn't take it to heart as he was only 5 years old. She thought it was his curiosity which led him to view her proud assets. A naughty one at that. She thought to herself. Then I will also bid farewell, Emperor Lowrit. After that she left. Davis was still frozen. She was too beautiful. Her clothes couldn't hide her assets. Even though he had seen a lot in his previous life, he never had this much of a close contact. He thought that it was exhilarating. His heart kept pounding. Finally, after a few moments he shook his head. I fucked up. He thought ruefully. He was feeling sad that he didn't manage to leave a good impression on her for some reason. He found his father leaving the hall stealthily. He ran to him quickly. Father. What is the meaning of this? Davis caught his sleeves and asked angrily. Logan smiled sheepishly and left without saying anything. Damn you. Davis shouted. He couldn't care less anymore. Laughter sounds echoed across the hall. Everyone in the royal castle knew that their relationship was amiable, so they didn't think deep about it. Davis headed to the study to complain to his mother. He indignantly walked with sturdy steps. He reached the Empress's quarters and opened it. No one obstructed him. Mom. That. Father, he. Davis was just about to report his grievance. Ha ha ha. Davis, I just now heard about it. Claire said. Ah. He. How could he? He didn't even ask for my approval. How can he do this to me? Davis was clearly feeling not good. He had his own plans for his future soulmate. Sorry, Davis, he has no choice but to sacrifice you in this kind of proposition. Claire said sadly. You possibly couldn't want your father to marry again, could you? Claire had tears in her eyes when she asked that. No, Mom. It's just the... Enough, Davis, you would do well to see through this marriage. Claire declared. But Mom. I have no feelings for the other party. Davis wasn't giving up either. Feelings can be developed over time, Davis. This engagement is already set in motion. If you back out now, wouldn't the woman you're engaged to receive a severe backlash to her dignity? How could she marry again? Think about what she will feel. Davis was tongue-tied. He couldn't counter that. He gave up powerlessly. Don't worry, Davis. Mom won't bicker if you get more women to marry. But, Mom. Aren't you against the idea of polygamy? Davis couldn't understand. No, it's not like that, it's just that I'm extremely selfish and won't hand over my husband to any other women," she declared with an unwavering face. "Anyway, aren't you lucky? You have 2 wives already set in stone for you." "Eh? 2? He was seriously dumbfounded this time. "Oh, I thought that we should bring this matter up when you are 8 years old, so nobody told you. You were already engaged to the Calden family's young mistress even before you were born." "What? But how?" "Ah, during the rebellion. We had to gather many allies as we can. I couldn't possibly have Logan marry a concubine from the Calden family. So, I reluctantly agreed to engage you to their family's young mistress." Davis had black lines on his face. He now knew why his mother supported his father, because he was screwed over by the both of them. Chapter 32. Time passed slowly, gradually a year passed. Davis continued to cultivate in all 3 cultivation systems. He pushed himself overboard and was determined to work hard. After experiencing the sight of war, he again learned that life and death can be determined in a single instant. Even he was able to end lives with the help of the Death Note in an instant, much less the powerful people who were above the 5th step with unknown means. He heard from his father and mother that their continent was isolated and it was difficult for people above the 5th step to enter into it, so that Senior, who had arrived during the war, must have been way more powerful. If he hadn't heard that, then he would have still been complacent with his empire's power and position, although he knew that such a Senior doesn't exist. During this time, he achieved peak-level Bronze stage, peak-level Meridian Refinement stage and mid-level Infant Soul stage. Davis made progress in body cultivation system the most. He was a bit regretful that he didn't manage to absorb the soul energy from more than the 2 million people he massacred. Otherwise, he would have possibly broken straight through the young soul stage. Even so, he was only 7 years old and soon going to be 8 years old. This was an achievement that no one in this continent was able to achieve. Logan took charge as the Emperor seriously and cleared the capital of any insurgents and spies. He executed all of them in public so people would have to think twice about being a spy again. Claire gave birth to another girl baby, the second princess, Diana Loret. Diana was born normally, there were no mysteries concerning her, unlike Davis and Clara. She was thankful for that as well. She was pretty much content that she got a normal child. Clara was able to speak smoothly considering her age, and she mimicked her brother very much. She picked up the habit of reading and quickly learnt the language of the world. Davis was so astonished to see that, he didn't think a baby would be able to grasp thoughts and concepts so quickly. If word spread, then everyone would think that she is a monster, but Davis still could not care about that as he cared for her so much that it was reaching the levels of Siskin. "Brother. I don't want to play. I want to read." A 3-year-old girl shouted angrily, but no matter who saw that they would melt in sweetness. She was 37 inches tall. Her face was chubby and extremely cute. Her cute purple eyes were like 2 amethyst gems. Her neck-length blonde hair was silky smooth and wavy. "Don't be like that, Clara, what is your age? You should be playing instead of studying," Davis shouted. "Then what about you, brother? You're already way ahead of me. And you're only 7 years old." Her cute face puffed up in anger. She felt like her brother left her in the dust. She only recently learned about her brother's achievements in cultivation, so she no longer felt like playing anymore. "Humph. You only say that because you want to play with me. Why are you using my age as an excuse?" Not one time, not a single time has he managed to win against her in an argument. She could always see through his lies and was also extremely intelligent for her age. Maybe it was because of that eyes, she was quickly picking up anything she was taught. Davis now felt like that there was no advantage in being reincarnated or transmigrated in front of other characters like her. "Alright, you can read but not cultivate. If you want to cultivate, you can only do it after you get permission from father and mother." Davis sighed helplessly. The days where he would even forsake his cultivation to play with his sister was over. But Davis was having none of it. He waited for her eyes to stop glowing. Clara's eyes would glow from time to time randomly, for now, she had no control over it. "Fine. You don't want to play anymore? Then I won't talk to you anymore." "Humph. I'm going to see my sweet little sister Diana, who's way cuter than someone else." Davis gave a side glance and left. "Ah. Don." Clara wanted to say it, but the words won't come out. She held her hands in front of her chest and looked sad. "No. Brother is already so strong, if I am still like before then I won't be able to be with him. Clara's thoughts were pure without blemish. She solely wished to follow her brother. As intelligent as she was, she realized that she was capable of complex thoughts, for her age. She was only able to be herself when she was in front of her parents and her brother. She could feel the gaze of fear and doubt in other people's eyes when they looked at her when she was behaving normally. Even her parents were kind of awkward when she showed her intelligence, but her brother accepted her everything. Clara could tell this because of her eyes that could see through deceit and lies. She could even see that most people acted in front of her, and that was quite a scary experience for her. She had a cold character in front of her parents and others. Only in front of her brother would she be a bit playful and warm. Only her brother was true in front of her. She could tell that although he lied from time to time, there was only care in it, and he would immediately explain himself. Humph. Keep up the act, brother. Clara fumed with a red face and left. Although her eyes were not active, she would know if her brother lied or not just by her intuition. She even formed a habit of being able to tell truth from lies by using her intuition. Little did she know that she was little by little gaining control over her eyes by practicing this habit. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. In this time, Davis managed to break through to the energy condensation stage. Furthermore, he started training in some battle techniques as well. He also managed to attain the tyrant physique, making him invulnerable to people who were still in the bronze stage. If he tried, he could also barely fight with low-level silver stage cultivators for a few seconds. But he didn't feel happy about that. He missed playing with Clara. He would go see her sometimes, but she would quickly send him back. He was feeling sad for playing that prank on her. He thought that she started to hate him, so he stopped bothering her for some time as well. He never had a sister before, so he didn't know how he should treat her in this kind of situation. Today was his 8th birthday. He was feeling fidgety for some reason, because he knew that today was the day he was going to get his personal maid. They brought her a month ago, but he didn't get a single chance to meet her either. She was likely trained by the castle maids during this month. As an earthling who had no choice but keep himself entertained, he sure had a lot of fantasies about maids. But when he knew that he was actually going to experience that, he was not sure of what to feel anymore. He heard that she was bought from an auction, and her story went like this: she was an orphan abandoned on the streets, picked up by people who train personal servants. She was brought up in life only to serve the people who bought her, so it didn't actually matter if the buyer was a degenerate or not. Was he feeling happy? Sad? Even he didn't know that. He couldn't help feel sad for their fates. At least he got to break free from that prison of slavery. Prince. There was a knock on the door, immediately followed by a girlish voice. Davis was in the study, sitting on his bed. At that moment he suddenly got nervous for some reason. He calmed himself down before he answered. Come in. The door opened and a girl at the age of 8 appeared. She was around 50 inches tall, around the same height as Davis. Her neck-length hair was pure black. She was dressed in a royal maid outfit. She looked beautiful with her almond-shaped raven black eyes. She nervously walked in and bowed in front of Davis. Master, from now on I am your personal maid, you can ask me of anything. She muttered softly and shouted in the end. Haha, Davis hollowly laughed. He forgot his nervousness after seeing her being nervous. For starters, you could have told me your name. She cutely stuttered, sorry, master. I am called Elia. Right, Miss Elia, could you please stop saying, master? Call me Davis, at least when we are alone. Davis wryly smiled. He felt uncomfortable placed on a high pedestal by someone his own age. Me. Miss Elia. Your lowly servant doesn't require that much of an honorific, my prince. She blushed. Davis glared at her. Prince Davis, she corrected herself. Davis sighed. Looks like I should get used to my status too. He realized that he cannot change her mentality so soon. One step at a time. All right, you said that I can order you around. Yes, Prince Davis. Let's play a game then. A game? What kind of game? I'll say something and you'll have to repeat that fast enough. If you can keep up with me, then I'll reward you fairly. As you command. All right, let's start then. Davis glared at her. All right, let's start then. She quickly grasped the meaning of the glare and responded. Very good. Just like that, keep up with me. Davis nodded. Very good. Just like that, keep up with me. Easy, right? Now let's play this seriously. Easy, right? Now let's play this seriously. Their childish game went on about for 5 minutes. She grasped the game quickly and naively played with him like a child. She had a smile on her face, which at least told Davis that she wasn't broken, like he was once. Man, I wish these bastards would stop ordering me around. Man, I wish these bastards would stop ordering me around. She replied almost as fast as him. He can see that she was really getting into it. They're nothing but idiots who are placed on a high pedestal who deserve to die. They're nothing but idiots who are placed on a high pedestal who deserve to die. Especially that Emperor Loret, he is a fucking pig. Especially that Emperor Loret, he is a fucking pig. She got really confused but chose to end the sentence. Then she realized to her horror that the words she muttered was really blasphemous. She dropped to the ground with a blank face. You dare to say that my dad, Emperor Loret, is a fucking pig? Davis asked in disbelief. Elia had tears in her eyes. No. But, my prince, you are the one who asked me to repeat what you said. Her senses came back to her and she wasn't the one to give up silently. When did I ever say that? Look at this, he took out a crystal from his side. Eh? An imagery crystal. Elia recognized the crystal right away. He injected his energy into the crystal, it then projected a video into the air. Davis and Elia could be seen playing and the audio could be heard as well. Just when Davis had said, okay, let's stop the game, she could also be seen to say the same sentence. After that it was just her continuously talking. The crystal was behind Davis, so only his back and her front can be seen. But no way, she cried and shook her head in disbelief. She started to think that she had hallucinated midway during the game. I have to immediately report this to my dad. Davis scrambled to get out of the study. No. Prince Davis, please don't, please forgive this lowly servant. She knew that she will lose her life if word of this gets out. Anything but that. I'll accept any punishments, please punish this lowly one. She bit her lips and wasn't sure of her fate anymore. She thought that her life was going to be miserable starting from now. Will you listen to my words then? Davis asked. Of course, Prince, she replied as fast as she can, still tear-faced. Then call me Davis, he said with a smile on his face. Prince. Elia was dumbfounded at this point. She thought that she will receive some humiliating punishment from her master. All right, I'm going to report. Davis. In a moment of haste, she shouted his name loudly and blanked out. She then fainted after realizing what she had done. Davis laughed. Actually, he only moved his lips and sent her a soul transmission during the end of the game. So it seemed like he was still talking, but he wasn't. Poor Elia, who had experienced the soul transmission for the first time, couldn't differentiate between the two communication methods while she was so absorbed in the game. A solid step indeed. Chapter 34. The next day, Davis finally got permission from Claire and Logan to roam the royal capital. They agreed only on one condition. That was, he must accompanied by the royal guard at all times, at least close by. Renard and 2 guards who were at the 3rd step were assigned to him. The 2 guards were basically at the Iron Stage and Revolving Core Stage. Only Renard was at the peak-level Iron Stage, high-level Revolving Core Stage and mid-level Nascent Soul Stage. Davis was excited to have the chance to roam around the royal capital. He felt like a child who was going to experience a field trip. Of course, he didn't know what that feeling was since he didn't get to experience one. Davis, Elia, and the royal guards had just exited the royal castle. He was still wearing the royal outfit, while the royal guards wore shiny red armor. They went inside a carriage that reeked of the word royalty. It had royal blue patterns all over its body, indicating that it was from the royal family. After being seated, the carriage took off. They were all silent. Davis felt like he had to say something. I've waited for this so long, Renard. Yes, Prince. I've heard that you've been cooped up all year in the royal castle. That was pretty sad. Davis replied sadly, and suddenly he remembered. Oh yeah, I've never got to thank you for rescuing me from that place. Thank you, Mr. Renard. No need to thank me, Prince. It was my duty after all. Renard said it with an indifferent face. Hee hee. Don't be so stiff, I want to make friends too. Davis narrowed his eyes. Friends? But my status doesn't ow. If I say I want to make friends, then I want to make friends, you got something to say about it. Davis shot a glare, using his identity as a child to throw a tantrum. Elia and the others. Prince, you can't be like this. You have your position and status as a prince. Please don't make it difficult for us. Renard smiled wryly. If word gets out that he made friends with the prince, then he will be suspected of taking advantage of the prince's kindness. All right. Davis then realized that his kindness can also be fatal sometimes. Davis then looked outside the carriage. The scenery was beautiful with buildings built in many different styles. On one side he could see an old Japanese-styled manor, and on the other side, he could see an old Chinese-styled manor. Seeing that, Davis was shocked. What is this? Why is the buildings a mixture of so many cultures? Cultures? Oh. The prince means the architecture of the building. There are many types of architectures available from the ancient era. This is the New Age era, so we don't differentiate between cultures anymore, we just take them as a type of architecture. Renard explained. New Age era. I've read about it. Looks like the ancient era had many people from Earth visiting this world. Looks like I'm not the only one. Davis thought. Legend has it that the Sky-Word Emperor sacrificed his life to bring the end of the ancient era. He was a man with a great ambition. He managed to use his power to grant a new language to all the living beings in the universe. This led to people and beasts communicating much better and creation of a new era, the New Age era. Oh, now I know why it is being called the Sky-Word language or the language of the world. Elia commented. Davis kept looking at the window. He could see people walking to and fro, sometimes staring at the carriage with awe. He could see the city guards in every street they went, they were at least at the second stage in either the body cultivation system or the essence gathering system. Just as the carriage was passing by, he saw a building that was 4 stories high. There was a big board in front of the building, called an emporium, was etched into that. Stop the carriage. What is it, Prince? I want to visit that emporium, stand guard here. As you command, Prince Davis. If there are any emergencies, immediately contact me. Renard handed him a crystal. I got it. Davis took the crystal and placed it in his storage ring. Yesterday, he got a Earth-grade storage ring as his birthday present from his father. They got out of the carriage, Davis and Elia arrived in front of the Calden Emporium while the royal guards stood near the carriage. A person immediately arrived from the Calden Emporium. He was dressed wealthy, his body decorated with all kinds of jewelries. He had short green hair. He was plump and ran with dragged steps. This. Please forgive me for arriving late to pick you up, my prince. It's fine, I never said that I was going to visit this place earlier. I thank the prince for his understanding. My name is George Calden, I'm currently the manager of this emporium. Let's go inside, shall we? Davis nodded his head looking coolly. They then started walking inside the emporium. He could see a lot of sellers with boards in their respective stalls, some even possessed a shop. Southwest, what is this place for? My prince, this place is our Calden family's emporium, we sell various kind of items here. It also acts as a marketplace. A lot of vagabonds and merchants also come here to set up their shops here since we also provide high security for their merchandise. Oh. You mean that I can also set up a shop here? Ho ho, the prince sure can joke. No, I'm serious. This. The prince can also set up a shop but no one would dare to compete with you leading to less income for us. Haha, you are straightforward, I like it. They chatted for a few minutes as they walked. Just when they passed by the Calden pill store, Davis paused and looked at it. Oh, that is our pill store, we sell various pills of great quality in there. George explained briefly. He unhurriedly walked into the store. A young lady came forward and greeted them gracefully. Hurry, the prince is here. Get the young mistress here to greet the prince. George hurriedly sent a soul transmission to her. What? She was utterly dumbfounded, then hurriedly nodded her head and went inside. Chapter 35. The young lady was a staff member of the illustrious Calden pill store. She held her head high up, looking down on other people with ordinary statuses. But she dared not to pull her weight around the prince of an empire or the manager. Both were people who she couldn't offend. She hurriedly ran and stood in front of a door. "Young mistress, the prince is here, the manager has called you to go greet him," she anxiously shouted. After a moment of silence, a voice can be heard. "You can go now, our young mistress will be ready in a moment." "Yes." She quickly left. Inside the room. "Miss, the prince is here it seems," a young girl said. She had a servant-like attitude that clearly explained that she served under this young mistress. "The prince? Isn't he only 8 years old? What is he doing here, Maisie?" a young lady, around 18 years old, questioned with a surprised tone. She was 5 feet 3 inches tall. She had sharp black eyes. Her nose were small with her lips upturned in a smile. Her long green hair reached till her waist, and had her side hair tied up in a bun behind her head. Her breasts were bountiful while her buttocks were perky. She wore a black cheongsam with red stripes over its edges. She looked quite matured for her age. Perhaps the prince could no longer wait to meet his fiancée, hee. Maisie joked. "Haha, he is only 8 years old, surely he isn't here for me. Even if he was here for me, I am merely designated to be his concubine. My fate is sealed for all we know." She shook her head wryly. "Maybe Miss should just escape from this place and go somewhere else." Maisie understood her mistress's plight, she couldn't help but support her. "Go where, Maisie? If I escaped, then I would be a sinner of the Calden family. Let's go see him," but there would not be much to expect from an 8-year-old boy. She regained her bearings and left the room with Maisie. "Look at this, prince, these are all our topmost pills. This is a peak Earth Grade 3 Revolutions pill, it helps one break through the silver stage." George kept explaining all the top-tier pills they had in stock. Davis was listening to him patiently while taking in the newfound knowledge. Learning all of this, he suddenly had some interest in alchemy. "How good would it be if I am able to make these by myself?" Davis sighed. He became determined to get a good teacher for his alchemy training. All this war and its after-effects caused the Lowrit Empire to be unstable. Without the rumored senior's fake presence, the Lowrit Empire could have suffered another calamity. So with this situation, Davis's parents didn't invite any outsiders over. Faint footsteps could be heard by his side. He turned his head to see a beautiful woman accompanied by another woman behind her who seemed to be a servant. Watching that beautiful woman, his eyes lit up in appreciation. She walked with an elegance that won't be found in ordinary women. She was beautiful as well as sexy in a mature sense. "Haha, Prince, let me introduce her, she is our family's young mistress, Evelyn Calden." "What a beautiful name," Davis commented while watching her coming towards him. He was truly captivated by her elegance. "Wait. What? Your family's young mistress?" Davis's eyes was wide open. "Yes, she is your fiancé, Prince Davis." George nodded proudly. "That woman is my fiancé." Davis looked at her and lost his composure. He suddenly felt that his mother did an excellent job by tying him with this woman. Evelyn came forward and introduced herself as she bowed lightly. "A good day to you, Prince Davis. My name is Evelyn Calden." Davis gulped, even her voice sounded coquettish, capable of melting his sanity. "Fuck. Is she a succubus?" "A good day to you too, Miss Evelyn." Davis clasped his hand and greeted her as well. He felt like he should leave a good impression on her. "I am heartened to see you, Prince Davis. By any chance, did you come here to visit me?" Evelyn probed, she wanted to know why he came here. Davis contemplated a moment before answering. If he lied, then he would have to make a river of lies again to follow up. "Ah. The truth is I had no idea that you were here, Miss Evelyn. This is the first day I have been out of the royal castle. I was just roaming around while I caught the sight of your Calden Emporium. I wished to check things out, so I came in. I honestly didn't expect to see Miss Evelyn here. It is pretty much my luck to see your beautiful self here." Davis, who still looked like a kid, still kept his bearings and answered truthfully. But the sight of it was pretty comical to Evelyn. She giggled. Evelyn thanks the prince for his compliment. She now had a good impression of him. If this was her fate, then she was determined to make a person like him care for her. If not, then she thought of backing out. Now Davis was feeling not sure about this engagement. He sure did like her but didn't want to force her either. "Miss Evelyn, by any chance are you against this engagement? If you are, then I can ask my father Emperor to cancel the engagement." This time, even Evelyn and the other people's eyes shot wide open. She very much wanted to decline this engagement when she first heard about it, but as a member of the family, she had little say in her marriage unless she showed a talent that a genius should possess. After directly meeting him in person, she had a good impression of him. Age was of little concern in this world. After one turned 16, it didn't matter if he or she married a 200-year-old person. Davis was just 8 years old, but the marriage will be held only after he turned 16, until then she would have plenty of time to decide. This prince. Shouldn't say it like this, the engagement has already been s. Davis glared at George, and that shut him up from saying any more bullshit. As you know, I have again been engaged to the 36th princess of the Ashton Empire. This means, you are fated to be a concubine of mine even if you marry me. I know that you are indignant about this, and hence I want you to make a choice. Davis elaborated his thoughts. Chapter 36. Davis could see that she didn't immediately answer and was currently hesitating on her decision. Else, she would have openly said that she didn't like this engagement or that she would willingly marry him. Looks like she is forced to. Oh, but I'm not opposed to this anymore either. So it's not to anymore, Davis sighed. There is no need to decide so soon, Miss Evelyn. I can see some hesitation in your eyes. But the sooner you make your decision, the better it is for your reputation. Davis calmly said. Evelyn couldn't believe her ears. This little boy didn't take a liking to her and decided to let the engagement go just like that. Or did he consider her feelings and said that? She couldn't guess which one was it. Then I bid you farewell, Miss Evelyn. Davis had no choice but to leave after creating this awkward atmosphere. He wanted to escape from further embarrassment as soon as possible. Elia followed him closely while she watched him in admiration. She didn't forget the experience she had with him yesterday. It turned her view of the world upside down. She could even get into a grave trouble by playing a game with him. What else has the prince has in store for me? She very much looked forward to it. She wasn't the one to give up easily. But if this was her fate, to live as a maid till she dies, then she will her life to the fullest as a maid rather than try to break free from it, only to die early by betraying the royal family. After the prince left, Evelyn had a complex feeling in her heart. Interesting, she muttered with a wide smile on her lips. If Davis had saw that, then he would have probably kidnapped her to make her his first wife. Young mistress, the prince is just a little kid for now. So what he says will have no effect on the marriage. Please give up any thoughts of backing out. George said warily. He had to report this to the Calden family head as quickly as possible. Miss. Wasn't that your chance? Maisie muttered over Evelyn's ears. Evelyn stayed silent. Evelyn felt mildly confused. She felt like she couldn't make a decision anymore. She didn't have any lovers or such people in her life. Since she was engaged to the prince, no one dared to woo her openly either. So she didn't have much experience interacting with the opposite sex. Davis was deep in thought after getting into the carriage. Still, what is this feeling? I feel like I just gave her amnesty, pardoned her from her fate with a single sentence of mine. Is this how people at the top of the power hierarchy feel? No wonder they are so hungry for more power and authority. Even I feel like I can get drunk on it. He shook his head, sighed. He thought that he had enough of his first day out in the royal capital. The moment he met Evelyn, he was satisfied for the day. So he ordered the carriage driver to return to the royal castle. He talked with Renard for some time till they arrived at the royal castle. After that, he straight away went into the study. After making himself comfortable, he thought that he should continue to develop Elia's personality as well. After yesterday, she was a little open to him. Now is a perfect moment to break her shell since the effects of yesterday were still there. So Elia, what do you think about Miss Evelyn? Davis asked. Me. I think she is very beautiful and is perfectly matches with the prince. Truly a match made in heaven. Elia shook her head and sighed in admiration. He glared at her. Tell your true thoughts. She is too much of an independent and proud woman. I don't think that she will agree to be your concubine. Elia puffed and replied. That's what I thought too. Suddenly, Davis stood in front of her face. Elia froze, realizing that their heads were too close. Davis looked into her eyes deeply. What? What is this? Is he going to do it now? *badump***. Elia's heart beat like a young maiden. She could feel his deep gaze, and it felt like her heart was going to explode. She couldn't bear his gaze, so she closed her eyes and waited for it to end. She waited and waited for what it felt like a long time, but nothing happened. She slowly opened her eyes only to see Davis seated on his bed, looking a little disappointed. Why is the prince disappointed? Was it because I didn't kiss him? Elia thought. Elia. Davis's voice was tranquil. Why? Yes. Elia was truly nervous. Why didn't you push me back? Davis asked a stupid question. Push? How can I? There's no way I can do that. I am your maid, master. In other words, your slave. She let out her angry emotions. What did he even expect from his servant? There was a moment of silence. Did I buy you? Davis asked calmly. No, she thought and answered. Did I ever say that you were my slave? He stood up. No. He never did call her that. Did I ever say that you were my maid? Davis walked towards her. No. Thinking of it, he never even treated her like that. Then why are you degrading yourself? He stood in front of Elia. She couldn't think clearly anymore. Her thoughts were jumbled. Suddenly she felt warm arms envelop her body in an embrace. She didn't know why, but she felt warm and secure in that embrace. Become my friend? Davis suddenly asked. I can't. She had tears in her eyes. Something felt like breaking in her head. Call me Davis. No. Elia felt like something was stuck in her throat. She tried to get it out. Call me Davis. Davis repeated. He was not giving up after coming this far. Davis. She finally had her inferiority complex break. Again. Davis smiled. He happily said. Davis. Again. Davis. 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 Tears were running down her eyes while she had a smile on her face. Yes, why am I degrading myself when the person I serve doesn't even look at me like a servant? Am I looking down on myself? Have I truly given up? Have I lost something? You, Elia, have unofficially become my friend. Davis let go of her and happily said with a grin on his face. He didn't think that he would be able to change her mentality so soon. She must be a very strong-minded girl. He thought. She bit her lips and nodded her head. At that moment, a thought sprouted in her head which made her heart flutter. Chapter 37. Elia. The voice pulled her back from her thoughts, making her blush. We have become friends, so it's fine to call me Davis when we are alone from now on. For your safety, don't call me Davis in front of others. Things will go worse for you if you say my name in front of someone else, but even if it came down to that, I will take care of that. So, you don't have to worry too much about it. I got it. Davis. Glancing at the side, she said shyly. So Elia, why didn't you push me back? I think you can answer me now. Davis laughed meaningfully. Elia's face went blank. She held her hands in front of her chest and mumbled. That is, as a maid in training, we are made to learn about knightly services, so I was pretty much ready for it. By the time she finished, her face was so red that it looked like an apple. Hearing that, Davis was dumbfounded. What? Did those bastards do something to you? I will definitely get revenge for you. Davis fumed with anger. What are they doing with little girls? This is definitely a crime. No. We are only made to learn from books, and... She hurriedly said, afraid that he might misunderstand, but went silent. And what? Davis had a blank face. And we are made to view from that crystal you took yesterday. And... What the hell? Porno exists here too. And... He gulped. We are then made to practice with vegetables. She shouted and ducked, holding her legs as she went silent in shame. Ha 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 ha, Davis laughed, rolling on the floor literally. He hadn't had a laugh like this in his whole life. He laughed so hard that a little drop of tear rolled out from his eyes. Hearing that laughter, Elia felt like that she could die from shame. Stopping his laughter, Davis realized that he had awoken to the pleasures of bullying his new friend. This is gonna be so fun. Alright, he lifted her up. Elia, if you want to break out from this status you have, then you need strength. Strength is the basic form of power, and if you have it, no one would dare to look down upon you regardless of status. Davis said seriously. She regained composure and nodded her head. I'll teach you cultivation, so don't worry. Thank you, Davis. Stop that, there's no need for thanks between friends. Davis hurriedly shook his hand. Look at that, you are already at high-level meridian refinement stage. Hee, they said that I have some talent for cultivation. I heard that, that's why they sold me so expensively that only the royal family could afford for a single slave like me. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that fact, but I guess your talent is good, considering the stage you achieved at your age without much resources. Davis said while guessing how high her talent was. Oh, but I am pretty happy about that fact. After all, I was able to meet you. Thinking like that, she smiled in her heart. Whatever, let's go meet my mother. I want to introduce you to her as well. Oh, if it's the Empress, I have already met her once. She only gave me a single mission, and that was to take care of you well. Hearing that, Davis had a smile on his face. His mother still cares for him deeply. Alright then, I guess there's no need to introduce you then. You stay here, I shall go visit her. In the Empress's quarters. A child wailing incessantly can be heard. Now, don't cry Diana, Mom is here. Claire tried to placate Diana, but it was of no use. After a few moments, she suddenly stopped crying and slept peacefully. Diana had two pure sapphire eyes. She was chubby and incredibly cute. Her black hair was short. If she grew up, she would totally look like her mother combined with her father's eyes and hair. Davis opened the door and went inside the Empress's quarters. Oh Davis. Come here, come here. If Diana hadn't stopped crying, I would have gone looking for you. Hee, Mom, today I saw Evelyn Calden. Davis grinned. Oh. What do you think about her? Claire's eyes shot up. She probed him. She is truly beautiful, I think I've taken a liking towards her as well. Haha, Davis. Just like your father, you too easily fall for women with beauty. Hearing that, she was finally able to relax. I guess that this marriage is now pretty much confirmed. Not so soon, Mom. He explained the events that took place when he was in the Calden Emporium. And that's it, I don't think she likes the marriage arrangement, and if she doesn't like me, then just let her go. Davis spread his hands wide. But judging by the events, looks like she isn't totally against the marriage as well. Claire deduced after hearing his story. Then we'll have to see how it goes. If by any chance she doesn't want to be with me, then we will cancel the marriage. Agreed. I can't decide that, you should ask your father. Claire had a difficult expression on her face while saying that. There it is, the legendary diversion technique he heard about, used by almost all the parents in his previous world. Davis sighed. At least, you can't force her, okay. Alright, Claire gave in. So what about your new personal maid, satisfied? Claire winked at him. Very satisfied. He winked back at her. Wonderful. Mother pulled some strings to get her for you. She was so expensive though. She pouted. Just for facts. How much did she actually cost? Davis let his curiosity get the better of him. 1 purple coin. Claire calmly stated. 100,000,000,000 copper coins. Davis had a dumbfounded face. So expensive? By the way, Mom, where is Clara cooped up? Clara, huh? Claire heavily sighed. That child isn't the same as she used to be. For some reason, she is avoiding us father and mother as well. She said sadly. What did I do wrong? Did I wrong her in any way? Your father is afraid to deal with her since she can think for herself as a girl. She only talks to you and won't talk much to us. I can feel that she maintains some distance from us. Claire bit her lips. Honestly, you two are so much different than a normal child that we hesitate to even make the slightest wrong choice while having a conversation. I know about you, Davis, but she just won't open up to us. All that she does is give a short reply or nod her head. Things were this serious. Davis' eyes twitched. Chapter 38. Don't worry, Mom, this must be a misunderstanding on her part. Remember, Mom, even though she can process complex thoughts like an adult, she is still a child, both in body and soul, unlike me. It would take some time for her to understand her own feelings. He paused before grinning. If she can't, then I will just have to make her realize. I knew I can count on you, Davis. You're the best. She quickly embraced him. Hee hee. After spending some time with his mom, he returned back to the study. He had nothing to do except cultivating, so he thought that he will use this chance to teach Elia about cultivation. Elia, I said before that I will teach you cultivation. Davis walked up to her. Elia nodded her head. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't interested in it. Before that, what do you know about cultivation so far? Davis wanted to know her current knowledge. I only know about meridian refinement stage, I haven't been taught any more than that. Elia shyly said. Then try explaining that to me. Davis said. She gathered her thoughts before explaining. Meridian refinement stage is where we refine our meridians by absorbing heaven and earth energy from the air. It is almost impossible to absorb without an essence-gathering cultivation technique. The heaven and earth energy in the air is also impure, making it difficult for us cultivate by that method. So we have no choice but to rely on refined pills to make it through this stage quickly, otherwise we can only advance slowly by absorbing this impure heaven and earth energy. Later, we refine all the meridians in our body till we are able to start storing energy in our meridians for the next stage. Right, you have a good grasp of the meridian refinement stage. He nodded his head in approval. Hee hee, she smiled innocently, happy at being complimented by him. Let me explain to you about the next stage, energy condensation stage. As the name implies, we start gathering energy and store it in our meridians. This causes our meridians to undergo a qualitative change depending on the element of the energy we absorb. The pureness of the stored energy depends on the essence-gathering cultivation technique we cultivate. The more pure it is, the more powerful we will be. Our meridians become more powerful, capable of storing more energy when we break through the next level in that stage. Oh. She could understand his simple explanation. She thought it was way easier to understand his explanation than reading through books which really like it to make cultivation mysterious enough that she couldn't understand one bit of it. He explained its concepts to her for some time before moving on to the body cultivation system. Let's move on to the body cultivation system. It isn't anything difficult to understand and doesn't require much comprehension, but requires more resources than the other two cultivation systems. We just have to absorb the energy from those certain resources and circulate it into our body. Meridians, bones, tendons, inner muscles, outer muscles and organs, making our entire body stronger in the process. Body cultivation system in the early stages is organized by the aura we emit after cultivating it. After we keep cultivating and strengthen our entire body continuously, the aura we emit changes in color, indicating that we have broken through the next stage. In the copper stage, we emit a reddish-brown aura that envelopes our body when we use the body cultivation system. In the bronze stage, we emit a pure brown aura, and so on and so forth for the next stages. Elia kept nodding her head. After that, he explained on how to circulate the energies from the absorbed resources into the body efficiently. He also explained about the dangers of cultivating in body cultivation system. One wrong move, and the worst is that you end up crippled or even dead. Elia gulped, but now she felt like she could now confidently cultivate with his help. Leaving at that, I guess I could explain soul cultivation to you later. You are not ready for that. Okay. She was taking in all that he said previously, so any more knowledge is useless since she will get confused. Oh man. How do I explain soul cultivation to her? It is the most mysterious and involves a lot of complex intricacies out of the three cultivation systems. Davis had a headache. He was no teacher material, and he couldn't teach her what he didn't understand perfectly. In the Calden family manor at the royal capital. What? The prince said that he will cancel the marriage between him and my daughter. Evan Calden, who was in his room, suddenly went wide-eyed at the news. No, it's not like that. Family head, George, came to report about the previous event. Then what? The prince only told that Evelyn has her choice to make and that he won't force her to become his concubine. If she doesn't want to marry him, then he said that he will cancel the marriage with the help of his father. George said. The Lowrit family won't go back on their word. We helped them cross the rebellion and also the war. The marriage will happen as planned. Even if they don't go back on their word, what if Evelyn refuses? Then they will stop the marriage from happening on having a good reason on their part. Did Evelyn say anything? Evan anxiously asked. She didn't say anything and also didn't back out from the marriage. Evan couldn't believe his ears. He knew his daughter best, but for the betterment of his family, he had no choice but to sacrifice her. It looked like she was hesitating for some reason. This is also a good news. George happily smiled. Did she fall for that little brat? No way. She was adamant about revoking this marriage arrangement when she was a child and even yesterday. What had happened? Even if you ask me. George had a wry smile on his face. Chapter 39. 1 whole year passed. Davis was 9 years old now. He grew up to 4 feet 9 inches tall. His face began to shape like his father, who also looked like a lady killer. Combined with his mother's looks, he will certainly be popular among women in the future. Davis wholly spent most of his time cultivating. He finally reached mid-level iron stage, high-level infant soul stage, high-level energy condensation stage. During this year, he didn't get a chance to meet Evelyn, or rather one should say that he put that matter on the back of his head. He was still waiting for her reply, but none came even now. He also made Elia train in body tempering cultivation and essence gathering cultivation. He made her train in the same cultivation techniques he cultivated in. Her talent was great as well, but not to the point of being a genius. He managed to pull some strings with some random excuses to get the resources for her cultivation. Of course, if his father and mother found about it, even he doesn't know what will happen. Elia achieved peak-level copper body stage and peak-level meridian refinement stage during this time. Logan and Claire also worked hard and birthed a baby boy during this year. Davis was so happy that he finally got a little brother. Any more little sisters and he will probably get diabetes. Logan mostly worked his butt off to see to the affairs of the empire. He only had enough time to meet Claire, and he didn't worry about Davis while he had no idea on what to do about Clara. Clara was now 5 years old. She started cultivating normally as one would do when they reach this age. But she also made sure to make quick progress in cultivation. She reached low-level meridian refinement stage and was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of meridian refinement stage. A day before, she was even more gutsy than Davis and had tried cultivating body tempering cultivation system, only to fail miserably. She couldn't bear the pain and fainted. The remaining energy in her body went berserk and considerably damaged her body. Fortunately, it was not fatal as Logan was beside her at that time. Logan, who had allowed her to cultivate body cultivation system, got severe beatings from Claire. Of course, it had been all in Claire's room or he would have lost his face big time. He didn't say anything as he also felt guilty about Clara. Davis, who had heard this, stayed with her in her room from yesterday. She still didn't wake up. Davis looked at her face warmly. He held her hands. She also tightly held his hands. It was unknown whether she did it consciously or subconsciously. "Why are you trying so hard, Clara?" Davis muttered. He sighed again. He didn't know how many times he sighed like an old man from yesterday. He blamed himself for this accident. If only I had watched her properly. If only I had paid attention to her from that time. After all I said that to Mom about taking care of her, talk about pathetic. Thoughts like these were swirling around his head, making him severely depressed. Just as he was wallowing in his depression, Clara's hand slightly moved. It woke Davis up from his depression and he anxiously shouted, "Clara!" Clara, who was lying in her bed, opened her eyes slowly. Seeing that she was fine, Davis heaved a sigh of relief, much different to the previous depressive sighs. "Brother." She weakly smiled at him. Seeing that weak smile, Davis lost himself in immense guilt. He felt like something was stabbing his heart. "Clara, I'm sorry, it's all brother's fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at that time no matter what. I've caused you meaningless sufferings. I'm so sorry, even though you work so hard, I've closed my eyes." Clara placed her finger on his lip as she weakly smiled. "It isn't brother's fault." A single sentence. That single sentence was like a spear that pierced through the walls as he felt his guilt dissolve into boundless love. Tears fell out of his eyes as he stayed silent and bit his lips. "Why? Why do you try so hard?" Davis feebly asked. "Because I want to stay with brother forever." Clara tightly embraced her brother as if she wouldn't let him go no matter what. This time, she didn't try to hide anything, as what she had gotten into has equally harmed her brother. Davis stood there stunned. He could feel her pure emotions of wanting to stay with him. "Why? Why me? Only you were there for me. Me. What about father and mother? Mother and father both lie to me from time to time as if they practiced it beforehand. Even other people in the royal castle lie and deceive. It makes me very scared. Only brother didn't lie to me. Being with you makes me comfortable. Mother and father lied. It can't be. I'm telling the truth, my eyes have said so. You truly think so? I believe my eyes. Then brother will verify it for you. No. Before she can even reply, Davis sent a crystal transmission to Logan and Claire that Clara had woken up and was immediately requesting their presence. It's fine, brother will protect you. Davis strongly replied. She nodded her head nervously. Lies. What possible lies? This is getting rather out of hand. Even I have no way to tell if they are lying or not. Guess I'll just have to ask them directly in front of Clara. Indirectly confronting them can possibly lead to Clara losing trust in me. No matter what, I just want to avoid that as much as possible. He thought. Not even a minute passed before both of them simultaneously showed up in Clara's room. It could be seen that they were truly anxious. Clara. Are you fine? Both of them asked simultaneously. Worry could be seen in their eyes. They also maintained some distance from Clara, afraid that she might possibly show rejection to them. Clara nodded head but didn't dare to look in their eyes as she thought that she will get into trouble soon. If she had looked into their eyes, then she would have noticed the worry and care in their eyes. Seeing that she kept her head down, both of them looked at Davis with a questioning gaze. Asterisk cough asterisk. Mom and Dad, Clara and I want to talk to you about something. Clara visibly trembled lightly. Talk. Is it a serious matter? Logan asked. Depends. Perfect, I have something to talk about too. Claire replied. I think what Mom wants to talk about and what we want to talk is about the same. Claire had a puzzled expression. Now, I have a question to ask of you and you both must answer honestly. Davis' face went serious. He changed his attitude towards them for the sake of his sister. Chapter 40. One could see that Logan and Claire had question marks all over their face. They both didn't know why he got serious all of a sudden. Both of you should know that lying to Clara is forbidden as she possesses the transcendent truth eyes. Have you both ever lied to Clara before? Davis asked with a solemn tone. After thinking for a few seconds, Claire answered. I don't think I ever lied to Clara. Me neither. Logan shrugged with an innocent face. Davis turned his head only to see Clara being stunned. Her eyes were glowing, indicating that her eyes were active. How is it, Clara? Are they telling the truth? My eye seems to say that they are telling the truth. With a stunned expression, she said. Davis seemed to visibly relax. Clara had a confused expression on her face. But, how? My eyes had also said to me way before that they have lied to me. Clara, believe me. We have never lied to you before. Claire said, stepping forward. A misunderstanding. Davis muttered softly. Not a lie. If it is not a lie, could it possibly be deceit? Davis though. Clara, what did Mom say when your eye said that she lied to you? Davis narrowed his eyes. Clara got out from her bed and stood beside Davis. There are many instances of Mom and Dad lying to me, she said with some grievance in her heart. Many. All three of them were visibly dumbfounded. Clara gathered her courage and said with a determined face. One such instance is when Mom said that she was going to the bathroom when I was around 3 years old. Mom only came to me after more than an hour. When I asked what was she doing there for so long, she said that she was enjoying the bath, and so that it had took her long to come out. Seeing that the three of them with furrowed brows and a confused expression, she grit her teeth and continued. Another instance was when Dad was playing with me. He rarely plays with me, and even so he says that he is really busy. One day when Dad was playing with me, I accidentally slept off, and when I woke up, what I saw was Dad beating Mom from behind her. He even hit her back. They then quickly separated when they saw me wake up. I saw it, don't you try to deny it, Dad. Mom's face was red, she must have been really in pain. Clara cried so hard. And when I asked Dad about it, he said that he was just playing with her. Lies, all lies, wah. Clara cried and sniffed. Anne, When I asked Mom about it, she also said that she was playing with him. Wah, brother. They're just lying to me all the time. Enough. Alright, stop. Clara, it's enough, I've already understood. Davis embraced and comforted her. Clara kept crying, pouring her emotions over to her brother. After a few moments, she stopped crying. Davis then let her out of his embrace. He then turned around and glared at them. They both put their head down in shame. Alright, Mom and Dad, care to explain yourselves to Clara? They both stayed silent, still hanging their heads low. Brother. Does this mean that they admit that they have lied to me? Clara innocently asked. Sigh, Clara, they didn't lie to you. But they deceived you. Deceive me. But why? Why don't you ask them yourselves? Clara, go ahead, brother is here, they will answer you. Davis smiled. Inside his heart, he was laughing his ass off. He didn't want to let them go easily after they had created this mess. Clara nodded. She then turned around and asked, Mom, why did you deceive me? There was no answer. Davis could see their eyes darting around. He could faintly guess that they were having a conversation using soul transmission. Dad. Why did you deceive me? Clara wasn't giving up. Tears had again formed on her eyes. Clara and Logan looked at each other's face and sighed. Clara, it's too soon for you to know. Logan said. Davis narrowed his eyes. Seems like they're not ready to admit it yet. Clara, when you said that father was beating mother, he was just using his pee-pee too. Alright, I'll tell, you shut up, Davis. Logan shouted out of shame. Then tell fast, I and Clara don't have all day, we're busy with cultivation. Davis smirked. Clara looked at Davis in admiration, astonished at the fact that he can even talk back to their dad at his age. Logan visibly raged while Claire just stayed silent. When she heard his pee-pee, she froze. Fine. Logan calmed down. Clara, I and Mom was just procreating at the time when we deceived you. In your age, you shouldn't know all these things. Clara could tell that they were saying the truth, but she couldn't understand why they would deceive her. Why? Isn't it just an act of sticking a male's reproductive organ into a female's one? What's so special about that you deceive me to hide it from me? You. Logan and Claire were totally shocked at what their daughter was saying. Davis sighed. He understood what the hell was going on now. You too. Davis shouted. It immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Both of you are just forgetting that Clara is just a child capable of complex thoughts and emotions, not an adult capable of complex thoughts and emotions. Even if a child utters the word sex, that child will only think of gender while adults will surely think of procreation. What she said is purely from her knowledge without any in-depth meaning to it. He paused a moment before sneering. Unlike you two with impure thoughts all day long. Logan's veins popped up in his head while he clenched his fists while Claire put her head down in shame. But they understood why they were wrong. They subconsciously treated Clara as a second Davis. Davis was an adult and Clara was a child in terms of mentality. They were wrong to treat them the same. Clara, father and mother meant no harm. It was all for your sake. Davis tried to convince her. I believe in brother. Glad to hear that, so it's all okay now, right? He asked doubtfully. Yes, I guess all the problems were with my eye. When will I be able to master it? She muttered regretfully. Don't worry, believe in yourself and also don't let a person's lie affect your mentality. Always be warm to your family, got it? Clara replied brightly. Chapter 41. After that, Claire and Logan apologized to Clara for their irresponsible actions. They promised that they would never lie or deceive her again. Davis also watched this comical sight as he thought that it served them right. This horny couple. Davis shook his head, in fact he was just jealous. After this ended, he bid farewell to Clara. He then made his way to his study and just when he was halfway there, he got blocked by two angry silhouettes. He suddenly got a bad feeling about this. Why are you two here for? Logan cracked his fists. Claire, I think there's one kid over here who doesn't understand his position. That brat, how brave of him to insult the Emperor and the Empress. Claire piped in. Davis took a step back. What do you think we should do about this brat who thinks that he is so smart? I am thinking of. Just before Claire can answer, Davis tried to run before Logan captured him over his neck. Claire, can I? Logan grinned. Permission granted. Oh shit! Davis shouted. Davis knew that his life was over. Asterisk bang 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 bang. After some time, Davis can be seen carried by Elia to his study with severe external injuries. Rumors spread about that one night in the royal castle, about how a lonely ghost screaming miserably can be heard at that time. A week passed slowly, Davis's injuries healed slowly. Today, he healed completely. His parents didn't let him heal quickly and grounded him for a week, they also made it as his punishment. One day, I'll teach that horny couple what it means to suffer. Davis muttered quietly. He didn't quite think that they would really seriously injure him. Claire just watched with a determined gaze while Logan gave all the beatings. Of course, he didn't mean what he said either. Davis, since you are fully healed now, why don't we stroll around the royal castle? Elia said with a sweet voice. She pretty much knew how he got injured, but she only laughed when he heard his plight. Seems like a good idea. Davis stretched and exercised his body. He stayed in the study recuperating his injuries and didn't go anywhere out as he was grounded. Okay, let's go. Davis then dragged her out of the study. He then made his way to the library with her. He wanted to get her some battle techniques which might suit her. Just when they arrived in front of the library, he saw Librarian Oxford. They both greeted each other, and just when he passed by, he was stopped by Oxford. Prince, bringing a maid into the castle library is forbidden. Oxford said. Even if it is your personal maid. He added. Davis narrowed his eyes. He had a good impression of the librarian before. You are just a maid, don't bite off more than you can chew. Oxford berated Elia. Why, yes, I'll just wait here, Prince Davis. Elia answered, a little scared. Just a maid. Davis closed his eyes, he was full of anger. He didn't think the librarian would be this type of person. He reasoned that he was just doing his job, but the last sentence he uttered to Elia went overboard. Oxford. Davis shouted. Prince. Oxford trembled when he heard that shout. He had a vague feeling that his soul was suppressed at that moment when Davis shouted. I'll say the same, don't bite more than you can chew. Since when did you get the authority to lecture my personal maid? But, Pri. Where is your answer? I dare not anymore. This shall be your last warning. Elia, let's go. But, my prince. The rules say. Davis shot a look at Oxford which ultimately shut him up. They then walked inside and searched for some battle techniques suitable for Elia. Prince, there was no need for that, I could have stayed outside and not cause you any trouble. Elia said sadly. She was happy that he helped her, but knew that he will ultimately get into trouble for this event. He was just punished by the Emperor, how can he be so protective of me? She thought. There's no need to worry about me, Elia, worry about yourself. Davis smiled back at her. Elia smiled back and nodded. Davis thought that he moved a little too soon. He was too protective of her. If word gets out then trouble will soon follow her naturally. Whatever, at that time, I'll just protect her again. He thought. Elia, since you just cultivate the same cultivation techniques as me, I'll find a suitable version for you as well. Davis then went, brought out some books from the shelves and returned after a few minutes. First of all, these are the copies of all the battle techniques I train in. In fact, I have already finished training in all these. He pointed at each one of these books and explained slowly. This is the devastating lightning palm, a low-level sky-grade battle technique. It can cause a devastating effect if you manage to hit the opponent's body with your palm with this technique. They will be in a sorry state as their internal organs will be fried. She nodded her head. And this one over here is the cough silent erupting finger, also a low-level sky-grade battle technique. This technique is a little difficult to train in, other than that, it is a powerful technique which concentrates all your body cultivation strength in your finger to erupt with an incredible piercing power. This technique is useful for killing someone silently. Hearing that, Elia's face went pale. She imagined her finger piercing into a person's chest. She refrained from vomiting right there and somehow calmed herself down. Davis could see that something was wrong with her, but he continued anyways. He needed his friend, Elia, to become a strong person. This is the final one, known as thundercloud movement. This is the fastest movement technique which our empire has currently. It's a mid-level sky-grade technique. It creates a little sound that echoes like a thunder when used. The first step you take is an explosive step which you can even use to attack other people. So powerful. Elia gasped. When used in accordance with the first layer of Extinction Lightning Judgment, it shows an ability that's on par with a peak-level sky-grade technique, or so I heard. Davis said indifferently. Chapter 42. Davis learned a few battle techniques before, that uses his soul cultivation. They were known as Dark Concealing Shroud Art, Soul Suppression Art, Sacred Mark Art, and Unholy Brand Art. Dark Concealing Shroud Art is a low-level sky-grade battle technique. It is used to conceal a person's presence, energy, and soul aura using soul energy. Its power exhaustion is minimum, especially in the night. Davis would have been only able to use this battle technique if he had cultivated in a dark attributed soul cultivation method, and fortunately, he had his death note which emits dark and evil energy. Soul Suppression Art is a peak-level earth-grade technique. It suppresses the target's soul. If the target is weaker than the user, then the target will not be able to move at all. If the target is stronger than the user, then it will provide a suppression effect depending on the target's cultivation level. When Davis found these two battle techniques, the Sacred Mark Art and the Unholy Brand Art, he was shocked. This was a technique that can be used to brand a person's soul, making that person into a soul slave. Even though the name Sacred Mark Art sounds righteous, it was no different than Unholy Brand Art. These two battle techniques needs a person to cultivate either light attributed or dark attributed soul cultivation technique respectively. Davis decided to train in both since he has both the light and dark attributes. There are many other battle techniques as well, but once you learn all these by yourself, even if you learn other techniques, it may not be much useful. So what you are doing when you are in my study is, secretly practice it. Now memorize these techniques. I'll stay here looking around. Is it truly okay? If I get caught, you will be the one facing trouble, while I might possibly die. It's really fine. Even if someone got a complaint, it will have to go through my father. My father is the only problem though. Well, I'll handle it at that time. Davis casually replied. Is he thinking that he is above everyone else in the empire? Though she was really happy and thankful towards Davis, she couldn't help but think that if he is an idiot, Davis would vomit blood if he knew what she was thinking right now. They stayed at the library for a few hours. Davis saw many miscellaneous battle techniques. He took liking to some of them and memorized for training in them later. For example, the family disabling palm, which is aimed at one's kidney. It immediately ruins a person's ability to use his ding-dong and renders it useless. Another one is meridian crippling palm, which cripples the essence gathering cultivation of the target if one is able to successfully sever the meridians. Davis got really interested as he thought of using the family disabling palm on his father, but after a moment of contemplation, he thought that it was too cruel to his mother, so he let go his evil idea. But still, he decided to learn this techniques as it might be quite useful in this world. As he just finished memorizing those battle techniques, he went to look for Elia. Just as he saw Elia, he was surprised. Davis told you learn here, you say? A little kid about 5 years old with a cold gaze questioned. Yes, Prince Davis told me to learn battle techniques which he recommended personally. Elia looked left and right, waiting for the arrival of Davis. Once she caught sight of him, she shouted. Prince Davis. Brother. They then both looked at each other. Haha, Clara, I was just about to visit you. Humph, you didn't visit me for a week. How could I? Didn't Mother take you to tour around the royal capital for a week? Yes. Clara's face brightened up. After that event, the relationship between Clara and her parents got normal again. The true reason they brought her out was to not let Clara find out about Davis's punishment, or else things would rather turn awkward between them again. Davis also didn't tell about that to Clara as he had a tacit understanding with his mother. He didn't want to create problems either. Good. Come, let me introduce you to my personal maid, Elia. Davis patted her head. Elia, this is the first princess, Clara Lowrit, my little sister. Elia pays her respects to the first princess. She bowed down gracefully and smiled. Personal maid. No wonder she would say that you told her to learn here. Clara nodded her head in understanding. but that doesn't warrant a maid learning our sky-grade battle techniques, let alone stepping into the castle library. And the way she calls you Prince Davis, it's almost as if she is acting. Clara narrowed her eyes and gazed at Elia like a hawk eyeing its prey. Elia's smile froze and looked at Davis for help. Such accuracy. Scary. Davis thought. She only heard a single time but managed to see the deceit in it. Haha, that's my sister. Honestly, you have the potential to become a detective, but I won't talk about that right now. You see, Elia is my friend and she calls me Davis. A friend. Not a maid. Both. What? Which is first? Clara looked at Elia and asked with anger. I am a maid, then a friend. Elia answered truthfully. She had no idea but thought that she should not lie to this person. Brother. She seduced you. Clara shouted, stood in front of Davis and blocked him from Elia. Isn't that the opposite? Elia cried mentally. Davis facepalmed. This is gonna be an headache. Clara, it was I who told Elia to call me Davis. I wanted her to become my friend, you see. How can a royalty lower oneself to be friends with a maid? Brother, this is atrocious and disgraceful. Clara looked at Davis and shouted furiously. Elia put her head down in shame. Her official identity still was a maid. My life as a personal maid is going to end, probably even my life. Elia thought ruefully and was a little scared of separating away from Davis. Chapter 43. Davis couldn't get angry from her shouting because it just seemed totally cute and reasonable. Well, he couldn't blame her as she just accompanied her mother as she toured around the royal capital loftily, probably looking down on the commoners. I** looks like I have a lot to teach her in the future. Clara. He shouted to get her attention. How are you going to explain yourself, brother? Clara asked with an angry face. You say that a royalty shouldn't make friends with a maid. Then what do you think royalty is? Davis calmly asked. Don't question me back. Clara frowned. Just answer. Davis glared at her into submission. Royalty are of high blood and immense power, commoners and nobles are way below us in status and power. Clara softly replied. She never saw this side of her brother before. So you think of yourself to be high and arrogant than any other person without our kind of status. She stayed silent before nodding her head meekly. Then let me teach you a lesson. Davis nodded his head. You feel that it is beneath your dignity to make a friend of lower status. She nodded her head again. Clara, what if I say that there are more than 1 billion people who are way stronger than us, have a powerful bloodline than us, but are still counted as commoners? What? This time, both Clara and Elia were astonished. How do you know that, brother? He paused before thinking. There's no way I can say that this is the normal template of a Xianxia novel, can I? There's always a person above a person, and heaven above and heaven. Davis replied profoundly. Our continent is sealed as far as we know. So even though we have much resources, it is the same as trash in the outside world. Elia and Clara made an "oh" shape with their mouth indicating that they were really dumbfounded. So Clara, do you still feel yourself to be of royalty? Even after knowing that there are billions of common cultivators who are stronger than us? Davis looked at her with a sharp gaze. Clara shook her head hurriedly. So what do you think is the criteria of choosing a friend? If the compatibility between us is higher, then we can be friends. You remember what I thought, very good. Then Elia and I have a good compatibility. Do you now think that we can be friends even though I am of royalty and she is of a common status? Clara looked at Elia and Davis. She then nodded her head. Elia was astonished, she thought that he somehow managed to brainwash her. Perfect. Then you can be friends with Elia too. Friends? My very first friend? Clara asked curiously. Yes, be friends with her and we'll have the same first friend we had made. Davis shouted happily. Same first friend? Clara's eyes glowed. She returned to her cool self and asked. Let us be friends, Elia. Wait a minute, somehow this feels different. I feel like I'm tricking a kid. I'm no lolicon. Davis shouted in his mind. Elia had a helpless expression on her face. She looked at Davis for help. Davis just winked and nodded his head. Elia got the meaning and sighed. Yes, Clara," Elia reluctantly smiled. "How dare you say my name?" Davis facepalmed while Elia froze again. Not again. Somehow Davis managed to explain the stuff between friends. It took a whole lot of time to finally make them friends. It was finally night. He got tired and decided to return to his room. After a few minutes, Davis. Claire's voice could be heard outside the room. "Mom. Come in, Mom." Claire opened the door and came inside. "What is it, Mom? Are you finally here to comfort me?" I am indeed sorry for letting him beat you, but you deserved it." Wah. Davis got his heart pierced by a spear. "Though that isn't really the reason I am here." "Humph, I'm not listening anymore." Davis pouted. All right, Mom is really sorry. Very much sorry." She embraced and kissed him in the cheeks. Davis smiled. "Now, I'll listen. Your father is going out of the royal capital for some work in a few days. I heard it was for the crowning of a new king in the Alfred kingdom. Normally, an emperor doesn't have to go out for a mere kingdom, but since it was under our jurisdiction and we let them down during the war, he has to show them at least some sincerity." "I see. How many days will father be out?" "It might range from a month to 3 months for all I know." Claire shrugged. This might be the perfect chance for me to sneak out of the royal castle." Davis thought excitedly, but he had a calm face outside. He nodded his head. "Anything else?" Davis added. She thought a moment before replying. "Thanks to you, everything is now fine between us and Clara. Honestly, I didn't expect the problem was that." She paused and realized what she was about to say. "I know, Mom, I know, I'm not ready to take another beating." Davis exclaimed and hurriedly shook his hand. "Scoundrel." Claire blushed, she shouted and ran away from Davis. "She gets embarrassed so easily." Davis laughed. Good thing that Elia was in the bath. For the next few days, he used this chance to break through to the next level in soul cultivation. He luckily achieved peak-level infant soul stage. Davis looked for a disguise art in the library. He successfully found one. It was a peak Earth-grade disguise technique, which pretty much conceals his appearance and physique. He didn't want anyone to know who he was in the first place. His actions were pretty weird these few days. He checked left and right almost every minute. Luckily, no one saw him acting suspiciously during these few days. Davis somehow managed to convince Elia to follow up. She had no choice but to reluctantly agree. He gave her instructions on how to make it look like that he was always sleeping during the night. He planned to sneak out every night and roam openly during the day. He then, with his family, sent off Logan on the final day. Chapter 44. Finally, I never thought there will be a day where that idiot will leave the royal castle. Who is that idiot? Elia asked doubtfully. The Emperor, of course. Davis grinned and laughed. You know no fear. Elia pouted, she couldn't imagine how he could spout this nonsense. These two returned to the study after sending off the Emperor in the evening. Listen, I'll sneak out this night. MMHH. Don't ask me if I get caught. Elia said. Alright, at that time, you can just that I sneaked out without you even knowing, or you can even just say that I knocked you out and went somewhere. But if Clara is the one doing the questioning, don't answer, just faint. Eh? Why? Simple, lies don't work on her, that's all. If you say so. Elia had her doubts but chose to do as he says. Meanwhile, he went to visit everyone and played with Claire, Clara, and Diana while Edward Lowrit, the second prince who was still a toddler, was sleeping peacefully. This went on till he bid farewell to everyone and returned to the study in the night. In the study, he put on a peak Earth-grade black robe which helps him to conceal his aura, but he only wore it as a second layer protection to conceal his true appearance when using the dark concealing shroud art and disguise art together. Alright Elia, I'll be going now, remember to take care. Davis prepared to sneak out. Take care. Elia said worriedly. Davis nodded and left. He was silent as possible when he made his way out, though such secrecy wasn't required when he was using his dark concealing shroud art which was way effective in the night. He remembered the guard's patrol routine during these few days, so he was able to avoid people on his way out. He didn't jump out of the royal castle because he feared that he might possibly trigger an alarm formation. Davis finally reached the entrance of the castle and exited the royal castle smoothly. Yes, I made it out. He walked on the streets. He didn't dare run across on top of the building, afraid that he might trigger a formation, though he really wanted to do that since every fantasy character he read did that at least once. Such hindrance, I might have been able to do that in a starting village. Davis thought. There were a lot of people walking around the streets. Even in the night people were pretty active, as cultivators didn't require much sleep at all in the first place. Sleep was just a luxury to the cultivators. Should I visit Evelyn? It's been already a year. No. Maybe I should visit her secretly. Somehow he felt like he was having an affair in the lonely night. Davis shook his head and thought. Yes. It is just difficult to talk with her in public. If I don't talk to her alone, then it will be quite difficult to get a true answer from her. Reasoning it like that, he left the streets and made his way towards the Calden family manor, as he knew that he would not find her in the Calden pill store at this time. Even if he made his way to the Calden pill store, he would get caught, as he would trigger a formation or possibly get caught by an expert when he enters the Calden Emporium sneakily. He arrived at the Calden family manor and maintained a certain distance from it. It was a Chinese-styled manor. He knew that it would be like this since Evelyn wore a cheongsam. I did come, but now, how do I possibly let her know that I'm here? He had no idea, so he circled around the manor, hoping to spot her through a window or something. He circled around and waited for a long time, but still couldn't find which room she was in. Davis sighed and left the place. Just when he left, a beautiful lonely silhouette could be seen glancing out of the window. That glance was towards the towering royal castle. A sigh escaped from that silhouette as it closed the window. Davis walked around the streets and entered into an alley. All right, you bastards, care to come out? He had a vague feeling that he was being followed right after he left the royal castle, but he then took it as just his insecurity during the night acting up. But the feeling just kept getting stronger when he was circling around the Calden family manor. After a moment of silence, an eerie laughter sounded out. You sure are perceptive. How did you get out of the royal palace without triggering any formations, brother? Are you an expert assassin? Two silhouettes appeared in the alley, both dressed in black robes. Maybe. Who are you people? Davis used his death soul sense on them. He was shocked. I didn't notice at first, but your voice is pretty young now that I hear it again. Haha, you can't be like that. You shouldn't probe fellow assassins like us. If we do that, then we will not be able to survive in this field. They openly took out their weapons. Now, brother, we can let this matter go if you promise to give us the method to bypass the royal castle's formation. What do you say? Good deal, right? Davis knew why they would ask this, because they were. Stop bullshitting, Case Farnwin and Cooper Hawkwood. You want to get reported? Ah, I just wanted to say that. The two silhouettes went silent. They were dumbfounded right now. These two were precisely the two family heads who led the rebels and somehow managed to escape. Brat, I don't know how you managed to discover our identity. We'll take our leave now. Case Farnwin backed out as he thought it wasn't wise to go against this guy who could see through them even when they wore a disguise. And where do you think you shits are going? Don't go too far. They both shouted. Davis removed his hood while deactivating his dark concealing shroud art. He grinned while looking down on them condescendingly. You are the first prince. How can it be? Case Farnwin exclaimed. I never expected the first prince to be this powerful at his age. Cooper Hawkwood had his eye wide. Luckily, he was stupid enough to get himself killed this early. Ha ha ha. They both then laughed madly. Chapter 45. They immediately surrounded him from both sides. Surrender if you know what's good for you. Case shouted. Or else you can say goodbye to your life. Cooper threatened. Trash spouting nonsense. If you've got guts, go slay my father. Davis laughed. Oh, we'll do that in time. Unfortunately for you, he just left the royal capital today. Case grinned. And you are the perfect bait for that, hee hee. Cooper laughed hideously. Now, don't be in a hurry. We have all the time in the world to talk. Davis had a stiff face when he said that. Trying to delay for reinforcements. Won't work on us, brat. No really, I just wanted to know who the mastermind behind your betrayal was. They went silent all of a sudden. "I knew it, there really was someone behind you people," Davis exclaimed. "So what? We don't even care if you find out," Case said with an indifferent expression. "What good is it if you even find out? You won't even be able to escape from us," Cooper shouted. As he said that, he made his move. Cooper, who was behind Davis, rushed at him with an incredible speed. Davis didn't move at all, he only glanced at the back calmly. "Humph, weak and slow. Only useful for leeching off resources." Cooper thought that Davis was frozen in fear. Just as he was going to injure Davis with his weapon severely, he collapsed and fell behind Davis, crashing and rolling on the ground. Cooper Hawkwood dies immediately. He used his soul to right almost instantly just as he saw Cooper make his move. "Yua, I'm just really glad that I managed to break through peak infant soul stage, or it would be quite problematic for me to kill you too," Davis sighed. "You? Who are you? You are not the first prince." Case dropped his weapon in fear. Hearing that, Davis sneered. "Idiot. Now then, will you spit out the truth? Or..." Case turned back and immediately tried to escape without answering. "TCH, coward." Davis still wanted to try out his newly trained powers on him even though he can't win with it. Case Farnwin immediately turns into my mindless slave, and dies when he hears my voice give the command, "Die, Case." Just as Case tried to fly away, he stopped midair. His eyes turned soulless. He turned back and dropped to the ground on all fours. Case Farnwin greets his master. "Looks like no one can escape the Death's Note grasp as long as it's within my limits," Davis thought. Although he had no idea on how long the Death Note will keep him alive, if it reached the limit then it will immediately kill him anyway, so he wasn't worried. Who was the mastermind behind the rebellion? It was Emperor Trider. Ah, so it was that vermin. Now the war actually makes sense. Why did he target our empire though? The Lowrit Empire is filled with riches with its peaceful disposition. No matter who sees it, it will be a piece of the pie to the empires in the continent. What made you all defect to him? Davis narrowed his eyes. He promised us that either we or the Hawkwood family will succeed as the royal family of this empire with his backing once we have successfully killed all of the royal family members. The other noble families were tricked by us into rebellion with various other reasons. All of his replies were like an automated voice. Certainly mindless. Davis sighed as he thought. Killing Emperor Trider should be father's job. Sadly, I have no use for this guy anymore. Wait a minute. Didn't he say something about assassin or something? You became an assassin. Yes, I have become an assassin. Why and when? After we lost the rebellion, we lost support from Emperor Trider. So I had no choice but to become an assassin to have my revenge against both Emperor Trider and Emperor Lowrit. Oh. What ambition. And then, how did you two become an assassin? We joined the Dark Earth organization to become an assassin. TCH. Can't this guy just answer detailedly? Alright, I forgot, he is mindless. Wait. Being an assassin. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for me to collect souls to refine? Hee, Davis's eyes glowed. What is the Dark Earth organization and how does one join it? The Dark Organization is the strongest assassin organization in this continent. Its headquarters is rumored to be situated in the Trider Empire. It has branches all over the continent. One can approach a branch to register for being an assassin. One has to complete a mission from the branch to be a member. Oh, has branches all over the continent. Is there one here? He calmly continued questioning. There is a branch here. Where is it? Behind Violet Joy House, there is an entrance underground. That is where the branch of the Dark Earth organization is situated in. Joy House. Isn't that a brothel? Davis' eyes wide shot open. But makes sense, hiding behind a skirt is a means of camouflage as well. Does my father know about this? He knows. Eh? Right. Davis was dumbfounded, but it made sense. Guess offending an assassin organization is a dumb thing to do. The question is, should I kill this person right now? He contemplated for a moment before deciding against to kill him. He didn't want to alert Logan into coming home, nor did he want to have their corpses in his space ring lest someone finds out by any chance. Store his corpse in your space ring and stay in a normal hotel for a month near the Violet Joy house. Yes. Case proceeded to store the corpse. And oh, where is the Violet Joy house again? Davis had a peculiar expression when he asked that. Case explained that and left. Davis made his way to the red light district. This time he disguised himself as a short old man while activating his dark concealing shroud art. Words couldn't describe how he felt while after finally arriving at the red light district. Davis gulped. He could see many women with transparent and loose clothing. Various types of women with different types of revealing clothes. They were all beautiful to a certain extent without any blemishes or pimples in their face. Davis was cloaked, or else he would have been called out by an elder woman to enter their brothel already. Do they train in some beauty technique? Davis thought while staring at those women. He then thought that it was a good thing that he still hasn't hit puberty, or else he would have a certain problem currently in the lower part of his body. Chapter 46. Ignoring the debaucherous atmosphere, Davis followed the instructions of Case to arrive at the Violet Joy house. When he arrived at that place, he felt immensely awkward at being out of place. He pushed aside those emotions and circled around the Violet Joy house. While he circled around the Violet Joy house, he could not hear any sounds that should have been normally heard in these kind of places. Soundproofing formation, huh? How convenient. While thinking about what other feature this place has, he arrived behind Violet Joy house. There was a dilapidated door that was half open. One would normally think that this place is where they would procure the new women slaves. Davis moved closer to the half-broken down door as he checked for any formations that might possibly alert some people. Seeing that there was no formation, he relaxed and went inside. No formation. But that makes sense as well, it would only increase people's suspicion and curiosity if there was one right at the entrance. As he walked inside slowly while still being cloaked, he found a tunnel that led to an underground cellar. In the underground cellar, Davis could see a black-robed man was seated there in a chair. He went slightly closer to him and checked around for any possible routes. Unfortunately, he didn't find any routes but only found a formation. He then closed his eyes in contemplation. There's no more route, only a sentry is put over in charge at this checkpoint, guess I could only go through him then. Davis sighed. Having decided that, he spoke in a hoarse voice while still being cloaked. Are you the one who's in charge of recruiting new recruits for the Dark Earth organization? Who? The black-robed man who heard that fell from his chair from being spooked by Davis. Davis then stopped using his dark concealing shroud art, which made him visible. The black-robed man was now able to see the sudden appearance of a short old man who was clad in a black robe. Such concealment. Senior, you are surely an expert which our Dark Earth organization needs. The black-robed man clasped his hands and bowed slightly. So what's the procedure to join? Hearing that, the black-robed man was immensely joyful. He hurriedly explained the procedure for one to join the Dark Earth organization. For one to join the Dark Earth organization, that person must be able to complete an assassination mission handed over by a certain person, and for this place, that certain person is me. Saying that, he took out 3 scrolls and gave it to Davis. Normally, I would give out only 1 scroll for a new recruit to complete a mission, but since Senior is so powerful, I gave out 3 scrolls. Senior can choose any one from it and hand over the remaining 2 scrolls. Actually, this process in itself is unnecessary for you, as you will definitely be able to rank at least as a peak Earth-grade assassin, but rules are rules. Without those rules, the higher-ups definitely will not be able to run this organization for much longer. The black-robed man explained, as he was afraid that the senior would misunderstand on giving such a low-level mission out. Wait, I never said that I wanted to join this Dark Earth organization. The black-robed man's eyes went wide in confusion. What are the restrictions your organization imposes on its members? Hearing that, the black-robed man now understood and chuckled. Haha, there's no need to worry about that, Senior. Our organization doesn't impose any restriction on its Earth-grade members and above, only mortal-grade members are confined in our branches until they are able to achieve Earth-grade rank. With Senior's strength, the organization wouldn't restrict your movements and whereabouts at all. In fact, our members only register themselves with nicknames, so their real identity is even hidden from the Dark Earth organization as well, unless they are stupid enough to reveal it. Nice, with this I will be able to increase my power quickly while assassinating people. Davis thought. Alright. Saying that, Davis turned to look at the 3 scrolls. He opened the first one. Mission, assassinate Mark. Type, assassination. Grade, low-level mortal grade mission. Requirement, dash. Description, a person who runs an orphanage near the Kyle restaurant in the royal capital. His cultivation is at peak-level energy condensing stage. The person's image was attached. Reward, low-level mortal grade dark organizations badge. Mission issuer, anonymous. Reading that, Davis furrowed his brows. A person who runs an orphanage. An innocent. He immediately closed it and saw the next one. His brows furrowed even further, it still concerned killing an innocent. Leave it, let's see the next one. He opened the last scroll and read it. Mission, assassinate Grimes. Type, assassination. Grade, low-level grade mission. Requirement, dash. Description, a greedy pig who rapes innocent young girls purely for fun. I was one of the victims. He lives near the slums of the royal capital and is a local thug leader. His cultivation is around peak-level energy condensing stage. The person's image was attached. Reward, low-level mortal grade dark organizations badge. Mission issuer, anonymous. Davis harumphed in disgustion. He handed over the last scroll to the black-robed man. I choose this. He then gave back the other 2 scrolls. I see, guess Senior doesn't like killing the innocent, that's fine as well. The black-robed nodded while looking at the mission contents. Davis narrowed his eyes. You're determining my personality. It's not like that, but yes. For future references when I could possibly recommend some missions to you. The black-robed man shook his hands. Don't bullshit with me. Spit out the truth. Davis used his soul to pressure the black-robed man. He was in the peak-level infant soul stage with his soul being 5 times as powerful. It would even work against a high-level young soul stage expert, much less this black-robed man. Sorry, Senior. It's a part of the recruitment. We have to see at least what kind of an assassin you are. The black-robed man blurted out in fear. Then what kind am I? Davis hideously grinned. I think Senior is someone who upholds the moral values. The black-robed man gulped. Humph. Davis then retracted his soul from pressuring the black-robed man and turned back to leave. Next time, I should be careful of people probing me. He frowned while thinking. Senior. Don't worry, when you return, I will keep some peak Earth grade missions which are in accordance with your preferences so that you can climb up higher in rank. The black-robed man shouted. Davis ignored him and walked away while activating the dark concealing shroud art again. Chapter 47. On the way outside, he saw 2 black-robed silhouettes come closer. He gazed at them as he walked past them. The 2 black-robed people minded their own business as they walked past Davis. It looked like they couldn't feel Davis's presence. Assassins. They look considerably strong too. What are they here for? Davis contemplated for a moment before deciding to check it out later. He went outside to complete the mission and come back as soon as possible before the night ends. He quickly went outside the red light district and asked a random person on the street for directions. That random person was seemingly disgusted that an old man had asked him about the slums. He quickly told the way to get rid of the old man as soon as possible. After arriving at the slums, he tipped a random battered kid for information. That kid who received a silver coin happily told Davis the whereabouts of Grimes. The slums existed even in the illustrious royal capital, mostly used as a base for underground operations that couldn't see the light of the day. The buildings were run down and dilapidated, like no one cared for them in years. Mostly thieves and criminals existed there. Common people who had lost hope also lived their lives in utter waste as they existed there. After knowing where Grimes was, he headed in a certain direction by jumping on the dilapidated buildings. Finally, I got to enjoy the thrill of running above the rooftops. Davis was feeling happy. He suddenly stopped in a certain building. From there he could see a naked bald man sleeping with a naked young girl in his shoulders through a window. The young girl kept sobbing as she had been violated by the bald man a few hours ago. TCH, guess I should have come a little sooner. Davis clicked his tongue in anger. Shut your yappin', you bitch. Grimes suddenly woke up and kicked her. Ah. The young girl was sent flying. She hit the door as she cried miserably. Boss. Has anything happened? A sound came from behind the door. Nothing. What the hell are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to scram away when I am enjoying a woman? Grimes shouted angrily. Why? Yes, boss. Grimes didn't want anyone to interfere with his hobby of raping women. So he pretty much made them stand guard in the entrance of the building. But these underlings of him always come to peek on what he is doing, which makes his mood ruined. Hee, don't try to act innocent, bitch. The young girl glared at Grimes with hate as he came closer to her. Let's start round 2, shall we? Grimes was getting turned on by her glaring eyes. I hope you die a gruesome death. The young girl spat out coldly. This is what I just exactly wanted. That hate. Grimes shouted and tried to jump on her. */ Grimes went wide-eyed as he glared at the young girl, who was astonished. Grimes looked down only to see blood flowing down in copious amounts down his body. He touched his neck only to feel that his throat had been slit as he collapsed. Davis held a crude dagger in his hand which he found in this room. He undid his concealment once he killed him. Here, take it and survive out there. Davis said as he placed a sack containing 100 gold coins on the floor and covered her with a black robe. Seeing that the young girl didn't reply to him, he left. After some time, the young girl came out from her reverie and kept muttering 2 words while sobbing. Thank you. Davis was on his way back to the Dark Earth Organization branch. He felt quite disgusted by Grimes, so he even killed his underlings who were equally degenerated as him. Actually, he just wanted that young girl to be able to live without being chased by this gang, so he downright killed everyone who were in the building. As he reached that underground cellar, he saw that black-robed man again. I've completed the mission. A calm voice echoed out in the underground cellar. *bam*. The black-robed man was again spooked as he fell from his chair. Oh, Senior. Could you please stop scaring the hell out of me? He pleaded. I'll try. Davis appeared silently. The black-robed man shook his head in frustration. Here, Senior, he handed a triangular dark red badge which had a dagger symbol on it. Davis took it and asked, Aren't you going to confirm my kill? He had the dagger and Grimes's blood on it, which might serve as a proof. Oh, that, I am sure that Senior wouldn't cheat with this inferior mission, and besides we have our sources and informants. I see. Welcome to our Dark Earth Organization's branch, this way please. The black-robed men activated a formation and a certain wall of the underground cellar disappeared magically. An illusion formation. Davis commented on the wall which disappeared as he looked at the narrow passageway. Yes, not only that, but the passageway is filled with formations as well. The black-robed men replied proudly. ****, by the way, my nickname is Yellowbird 9, Senior can call me Yellow. Senior should soon decide a nickname to register as well. Davis nodded his head while thinking about a nickname. How about Pussy Destroyer 16? He thought as he smiled and shook his head. As they made their way through the narrow passage, they finally arrived in front of a door which can even defend up to attacks of third-stage experts. Naturally, it won't hold for a long time in front of those experts. Yellow opened the door with a key that was triangular in shape. They then went inside. Inside was a hall big enough to accommodate 100 people. There was a reception counter, as well as a huge number of posters in every side of the wall. These posters were missions ranked according to their difficulty. All of these missions were only Earth grade and mortal grade, as not a single sky grade mission was found. Davis scanned around the room with his eyes and saw a bunch of people all dressed in black robes, wearing different types of mask, hood and all kinds of equipments which conceals their identities. He also saw those 2 silhouettes he met at the entrance earlier, as they wore a peculiar mask and... Chapter 48. As he gazed around, the others also gazed at him. Those 2 black-robed people with peculiar masks only glanced at him before minding their own business. Davis and Yellow came in front of the reception. Yellow greeted the receptionist and told him about the new recruit. The receptionist nodded and took out a jade crystal. Please record your nickname so that the headquarters can also get a copy of this jade crystal. Other procedures such as updating your rank will be taken care of by us. Davis nodded and recorded his nickname in the jade crystal and gave it back. You are now officially a member of the Dark Organization, Dead End. The receptionist greeted. Oh, Senior is now Dead End, such a cool name that denotes when one meets Dead End, their life ends up being ended. Yellow bootlicked like a obedient dog. You sure can bullshit. Davis rolled his eyes as he thought about the future. But that will be true soon enough. I'll come to the point. I want to take a sky-grade mission, Davis' hoarse voice echoed out. The surroundings went silent all of a sudden. After a second, there was full of murmurs and noise in the hall as they minded their own business as if nothing happened. This dead end, you can only take those missions if you are a peak Earth-grade assassin. Yellow muttered while giving an apologizing look. Then give me a peak Earth-grade mission. Davis said calmly. This, ****, fine, we will make an exception in respect to your strength, dead end. Yellow took a chance at gaining a promotion while making it seem like he suffered a huge loss. Every member who is not an assassin has a slot here. If the person one recommended successfully completed the mission, then one might possibly be rewarded or promoted. But if the person one recommended failed, then that one will lose credibility and receive a punishment. Then please choose a mission that is on that wall, the receptionist pointed at a direction. Davis then approached that wall which was gold-plated. Various posters could be seen. He used his soul sense to scan all of them and excluded anything related to killing innocents. After a moment of contemplation, he chose all the peak Earth-grade missions that involves people who deserve to die. There was a total of 5 missions he chose. From that he picked one and handed it over to the receptionist. Mission: Assassinate Harmon. Type: Assassination. Grade: Peak level Earth-grade mission. Requirement: High-level Earth-grade assassin and above. Description: A person who massacred an whole village near Alfred Kingdom 40 years ago. I don't know why he did it, but it looked like fun for him. I worked my whole life for issuing this mission, for someone to find and kill this person. Whereabouts unknown, last seen in Alfred Kingdom. His cultivation is at peak-level revolving core stage, peak-level iron stage, mid-level infant soul stage. The person's image was attached. Reward: Peak-level Earth-grade Dark Organizations badge, 1,000 platinum coins. Mission issuer: Anonymous. Receiving the mission poster, the receptionist went wide-eyed while Yellow hurriedly explained. This mission, it's not possible to complete it in a few years. We have no clue on where the target is even with our intelligence network. Besides, the target trains in all 3 cultivation system which makes it all the more harder to kill him. Disregarding the current whereabouts of the target, this target is even hard for our sky-grade assassins to kill as he knows so many escape arts. For that reason, this mission is still not yet completed even though it was posted more than 10 years ago. Davis didn't reply while the receptionist kept looking at Davis. Then I'll assign you to this mission. There are already 3 sky-grade assassins, 7 peak-level Earth-grade assassins and 2 high-level Earth-grade assassins working on this mission currently. Oh, can't I take multiple missions? You can take multiple mortal-grade missions but not Earth-grade missions. For that you need to be a Earth-grade assassin. The receptionist explained calmly. I knew it. Davis frowned and walked away with Yellow. So who are those 2 assassins? Davis pointed discreetly at those 2 whom he met at the entrance today. Ah, they're sky-grade assassins, probably assigned to a sky-grade mission. Yellow glanced at them and answered. Sky-grade assassins deployed here. Guess it must probably have to do with assassinating a powerful person. Davis guessed. Seeing Davis deep in thought, Yellow consoled. Don't worry, dead end, you'll be able to do sky-grade missions once you complete your current mission. Hee. Davis chuckled and nodded his head. He then left. Well, aren't you in deep trouble now, Yellow? He will not be able to complete this mission so soon, leaving you hanging in anxiety all year long, ha ha ha. The receptionist who was calm suddenly changed his tone and spoke in a teasing tone. There's no way I can take it back, leave me alone alright, I'll just have to hope that he'll complete the mission at least before 10 years. Yellow said sadly. Yeah, keep dreaming, Yellow. The receptionist laughed. Davis wasn't worried about finding Harmon, because Harmon would come to Davis with a single move. All Davis had to do was write his name in the death note, and he'll be dead in no time. Davis only needed to know the name and face of a person to kill him using the death note, albeit it has some limitations. While returning to the royal castle, he thought of a plan and executed it immediately. Harmon. A sudden thought compels him to show up stealthily near the south gate of the royal capital in the Lorid Empire within 10 days. He stays in that place searching for clues on what compelled him to show up at this place. If he hears the words, "You will be paralyzed," then he will be paralyzed. He waits there till a certain person shows up to end his life. It was almost dawn. He returned to the royal castle and safely entered to his study without any hassle. Elia, I've returned. Has anything happened? Davis suddenly appeared in the study, startling Elia. She leaped in shock and hit her head on the ceiling. Eh? Looks like I have to stop scaring people. Davis shook his head ruefully. Chapter 49. Wah. Davis, you dummy. Elia pouted and made a crying face. Hee hee, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. So. Did anything happen? Davis chuckled. He was not at all feeling sorry but enjoyed bullying her. Other than you scaring the life out of me, nothing important happened. Elia glared. I see, keep up the good work. Davis patted her head. Elia evaded his gaze while still pouting. Right, practice those battle techniques now and also whenever you have the time. The following 3 days, Davis stayed at the royal castle to avoid suspicion during the day and went to the south gate to spot Harmon at night. Unfortunately, Harmon still didn't come. Davis guessed that he was probably on his way, so he wasn't impatient. Today was the 4th day. He planned to visit Evelyn few days ago, so he sent word to the Calden family 2 days ago. This time, he was accompanied by Elia and the same elite royal guards who accompanied him last time. Davis arrived at the Calden family manor which he tried to infiltrate 4 days ago. His goal was to make contact with Evelyn and somehow tell her to meet him at night. He knew that he and Evelyn will not be able to talk to Heart's content when surrounded by people, so he wanted her to meet him alone. He got off the carriage only to be greeted by a whole crowd of people who shouted, "We warmly welcome and pay our respects to the prince." The whole crowd bowed. Davis was flabbergasted. He was again reminded that he was a person of high status. "Raise your heads," Davis said with a calm face. He felt a little awkward but didn't let it show on his face. Such bearings. Truly a son of heaven. So cute. Various murmurs echoed around, but it only made Davis want to hide in a hole. I only just acted, he thought ruefully. Welcome Prince Davis, my name is Henry Calden, an elder of the family. Let me show you around the Calden family manor. All right. Hands behind his back, holding his head straight, Davis replied. He then followed Henry while Elia and Renard followed him. They arrived at a hall where many people were gathered. Many had looks of excitement while some were gazing at him calmly. Davis didn't take heed to any of the reactions, he just sat down on a chair without greeting anybody here. Elia and Renard stood behind him. Some people narrowed their eyes, yet they couldn't possibly question the prince, can they? Let me get to the point. I announced 2 days ago that I will personally visit Calden family, but my purpose here was to meet Miss Evelyn. So, where is she? Davis scanned around and adopted an arrogant young master attitude. Hearing that, some people were overjoyed while some others frowned. The people who were happy were all elders. They thought that the prince was finally smitten with the beauty of their young mistress. They were afraid since a year ago when the prince said it was fine for her to back out of the marriage, especially after a year passed with no news of the royal family saying anything about it. But it now looked like there was no need to think like that. All who frowned were young. They didn't seem to like the tone of the haughty prince. Even though their family were using Evelyn like a tradable item, she was still immensely beautiful. So some of them were obviously jealous about giving her to him as a concubine even though they don't have a chance to be with the young mistress of their family to begin with. Haha, the prince is sure eager to meet our young mistress. A random elder shook his head. She will be here soon, no need to fret, Prince Davis, an old woman added, who was also an elder. Davis nodded his head. He thought that he needed to look forceful and arrogant, otherwise people wouldn't seriously consider his words, especially looking at his age. A group of people suddenly clamored. Everyone turned around their head to see a beautiful woman walking towards them followed by a maidservant. Davis's jaw almost dropped. Damn. What a vixen. Evelyn looked like an enchantress with her seductive figure. She wore bright purple sleeveless cheongsam which accentuated her curves. Her cleavage was slightly visible as a triangular-shaped cut was present in her dress. Her long green hair reached till her waist, and had her side hair tied up in a small bun behind her head. Davis stood up and arrived in front of her to greet her. I hope you've been well, Miss Evelyn, he clasped his hands. Prince Davis is too caring, I've been well from the time you left after seeing me. Bowing her head slightly, Evelyn responded with an indifferent voice. Haha, I see. Davis chuckled awkwardly. The way she said it, there seems to be a hidden meaning behind it, he thought. After that, everyone took their seats on a dining table respectively. Davis and Evelyn were seated opposite to each other on the same table. There was a huge feast prepared for everyone to munch on. "Miss Evelyn, today I came here to see you especially." Seeing that it was silent, he started the conversation. "See me? You flatter me, Prince Davis." She replied indifferently. "Yes, truth be told. I thought of you many times after the day we last met." Davis told the truth, as he did think about her from time to time. Those peaks cough, that beautiful face and her seductive voice. Haha, the prince sure can joke around. Evelyn rolled her eyes as she said indifferently. Davis made a wry face. His probing was done. He now knew that he somehow made this woman angry. Time passed as these two finished eating in this awkward atmosphere. No one disturbed them, but they were just listening to their conversation silently. Even an idiot can tell that she is angry with something. Did I offend her? When did I do that? Davis thought ruefully. Chapter 50. Miss Evelyn, I can see that you are angry for some reason. If I had offended you for some reason, then I apologize. Let's forget about our status and talk equally for once, shall we? Evelyn widened her eyes in disbelief. She didn't think that this little kid would have the capacity to behave like a gentleman. At least he has the capacity to think like an adult in this age. Guess for that itself I should be thankful. That's right, Evelyn, why are you throwing a tantrum in front of a child? Are you an idiot? She asked herself as she blushed in shame. She felt that she didn't even have the level of mentality that Davis possessed. When she saw Davis at the hall, at that moment she thought that she should release all her frustrations on him, which will make him cancel their engagement. Now all that frustration which made her suffer seemed like her own delusions after he apologized. She somehow managed to regain her bearings as she finally smiled. I'm also sorry for making the prince worry for my sake just now. Davis, who saw that smile, was mesmerized. Prince Davis. Evelyn saw that Davis suddenly froze while gazing at her. She asked in worry as she had slightly taken a liking to Davis. She thought that she might have somehow offended him slightly now. Davis woke up from his reverie as he decided on something. He placed his elbow on the table, interlocked his fingers, rested his chin on it as he smiled. You're too beautiful, Miss Evelyn. ****. Her heart skipped a beat as she froze for a second before feeling happy for some reason. I've got a gift that I wanted to present you, Miss Evelyn. He took a chest out of his space ring as he said that. They both stood up. He came close to her and opened the chest. Inside the chest was a peak Earth-grade pill which emitted a unique fragrance. This. Isn't it the core expansion pill? A knowledgeable person nearby shouted once he saw the pill. Core expansion pill. The one that is said to be difficult to refine because of scarce materials. Another person asked in confusion. Yes, this is the core expansion pill, which is used for one to advance a level in revolving core stage regardless of which level you are in. It can even increase the chances of one reaching the body transformation stage, hence the scarcity and rarity. Davis replied with a slight grin on his face. Whoa. The surroundings clamored and was in awe of the royal family. They could produce peak Earth-grade pills too, but not gift them as easily as the royal family. Evelyn looked flabbergasted. What did I do to deserve this gift? Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Evelyn thought but didn't move to take the gift. I insist. Davis said softly. Seeing that Evelyn still didn't take the chest from her, he pushed it onto her as he closed in on her and whispered in her ear. In the chest, look below the pill holder after you're alone. Feeling his hot breath, Evelyn's eye widened as she blushed visibly. Davis moved back and smiled at her. Since the prince insists, then I won't refuse. I thank the prince for his present. Evelyn bowed slightly as she held the chest. Her blush still didn't disappear, but she wasn't flustered, she only looked more beautiful. She then put that chest into her space ring. Seeing that the chest disappeared, many people who were in the revolving core stage were extremely jealous. But they couldn't do anything about it. Then I bid farewell to you, Miss Evelyn. Then he turned around and said. I thank the Calden family for the sumptuous feast, it was delicious. I'll take my leave now. Davis then left with Elia and Renard. They joined up with him as he left. Henry, who was an elder, and a few others, accompanied Davis until he reached the carriage. They spoke some pleasantries while trying to make a good impression on Davis. Davis then bid farewell again and left the manor. After some time. Calden family's manor, in Evelyn's room. Miss, why didn't you reject the gift? If you did, then I think that you would have made him so angry that he would have decided to cancel this marriage with you. Maisie, you sure can imagine. I don't think that level-headed child will fall for that trick. Besides. Evelyn said as she blushed but stopped midway. Anyway miss, please take out the core something pill for me to see quickly. Maisie acted spoiled in front of Evelyn. Their relationship was amiable and good since they were together since childhood. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered the word Davis whispered to her. Thinking of that action of his made her blush a little again. She nodded and took out the chest from her space ring. She immediately opened it, was suddenly anxious to see what was underneath the pill. Whoa! This pill has a good scent. One sniff and I can tell that this enhances my energy condensation cultivation. Maisie took in deep sniffs as she felt intoxicated by the unique fragrance. Evelyn handed her over the pill and warned her. Don't you dare eat it. I need it too. I know, hee hee. Maisie laughed and took the pill from her hands as she returned to being intoxicated. Using this chance, Evelyn removed the pill holder in the chest and saw a letter and a jade crystal. A letter. And a jade crystal which breaks when the other one is broken. She took out the letter and read it. I want to talk to you alone, Miss Evelyn. Possibly, during the night when no one is around and able to interfere with our decisions about the marriage. I know that you'll be watched during the night if you go out, so I want you to stay in the Calden pill store these few days so as to avoid suspicion. I'll somehow sneak out and come to the Calden pill store in these few days to meet you. I'll break the jade crystal signaling that I am in the Calden pill store, so I hope you will be there as well at that time. He wants to meet me in the night. And alone. Indecent thoughts swirled around her head as she considered various possibilities. But as soon as she saw it was about the marriage, she calmed down. She contemplated for a moment before ordering. Maisie, prepare a few things, we'll be staying in the Calden pill store for a week. Also inform my father about it as well. Okay, Maisie glanced at Evelyn for a moment before continuing to sniff and circulating her cultivation technique. 1 week, I'll wait for you for a week, Prince Davis. Evelyn muttered softly as she stored the letter in her hands. It was unknown what she had decided just now. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Davis, who had returned to the royal castle, couldn't wait to see Evelyn alone as he now liked her very much. In the study. Davis, what happened? Elia asked Davis with a weird face. Nothing happened. No matter how I see it, you're smiling creepily from the time you entered the study. Don't tell me you have been seduced by that Vix, your future concubine. Elia almost screamed but held back at the last second. Davis now then realized that he was smiling like a fool after checking his face. Have I been seduced? Or did I fall for her by myself? No way could she have seduced me. My soul is powerful than hers. Davis thought. It's not like that, but I think I have started to like her. Davis replied sheepishly. Didn't you say that you will release her from this marriage if she doesn't like you? I did say that, but now, if she said that she didn't like me, then I will just have to make her like me. You're going to use unscrupulous means. Elia had her eyes widened. Hey! I never said that. Davis hit her head lightly while Elia pouted. I won't do that, she's not taken as far as I know. I'll try my best to win her heart. She glared at him as she asked, what if you can't? Only time will tell. Davis said with a profound expression on his face. What time will tell? You'll only bully her just like you bullied me. Elia thought hatefully. Night came as the day passed by. Davis sneaked out smoothly as he was pretty used to this now. He made his way to the south gate hoping to spot Harmon again. He used his soul sense to scan the area around. Fuck. He blurted out loudly as he could see many people fuck in their rooms, bath in their restrooms. His sense was mostly concentrated on women though. He quickly pulled back his soul sense. On my soul. He held his glabella. What the hell? Why didn't these people set up stronger formations around themselves? I can see them fucking around like dogs. Arg. Why didn't the novels I read mention this before? Davis had every cell of his brain turn hostile to the authors of the read novelfuls he read. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. This time, He used his soul sense to avoid the places where he last saw people acting indecently. His soul can extended up to 15 kilometers. Normal peak-level infant soul cultivators can only extend their soul sense up to 3 kilometers. This again proves that Davis had a very powerful soul. Since he was in the infant soul stage, he can summon his soul out of his body. He tried to summon his soul when he was in the mid-level infant soul stage, and as a matter of fact he was able to summon it smoothly. When he summoned his soul out of his body, he then to his horror, realized that he couldn't control his body. He was horrified for a second before calming down because it made sense that he was unable to control his body with his soul being outside. He then thought that he will be able to control his body after reaching a higher stage in soul cultivation. He then tried performing some techniques in the soul form. Body tempering cultivation and its related techniques were totally useless in that form. He could only unleash his soul cultivation and a bit of essence gathering cultivation. Just when a few seconds passed, Davis's eyes lit up. He finally arrived. Davis was jubilant cause he wouldn't have to waste his time anymore on this target. There was a shady silhouette in the alley a few kms away from the south gate. That silhouette looked like it was looking for something or inspecting something. Davis knew that the silhouette was his target because his soul sense could penetrate the silhouette's concealment and disguise without even alerting it. Harmon would only find if Davis's probing was deep, like inspecting his body for a few seconds, otherwise he wouldn't feel a thing. This applies to all cultivators, that's why powerful soul cultivators were feared. Who would want their privacy to be invaded? Davis casually moved and headed to the alley where Harmon was. After a few minutes, he arrived at that place silently. "What are you searching for?" Harmon, who was minding his own business, was startled. He quickly stretched his soul sense out. To his astonishment, he couldn't find anyone with his high-level infant soul stage cultivation even after probing. Suddenly he felt his senses telling him to dodge. He quickly dodged sideways. Asterisk splat asterisk. Blood gushed out of Harmon's neck in the side as he felt his neck corrode and burn. He immediately tried to suppress the rampaging energy, but to his surprise, he found out that he couldn't stop it even though the energy going berserk inside him was of energy condensation stage. "What is this? Who are you?" Harmon shouted fearfully as he totally lost calm. He could tell that his foe had a powerful soul cultivation. Davis deactivated his dark concealing shroud art. He still had his disguise on. TCH. What is a vermin doing sneaking around the royal capital? Senior. Are you one of the cultivators from the royal family? I guess we are fated, there is no need to fight. Suddenly Harma's eyes glowed. What the hell is this person saying? Davis was confused but still had an indifferent expression. Senior may not believe me, but I received word from the heavens to come to this place and wait for something. Maybe someone. Since Senior is here, then it must be related to you. Harmon hurriedly explained. Ah. Davis finally understood. As I expected, looks like the Death Note can even really whisper into one's soul and deceive them. Or did he believe himself to be a chosen one and got delusional? Since things were like this, Davis decided to play a little with his delusions before killing him for good. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Haha, this was just a test. If you had failed, then the heavens had commanded me to kill you. Davis laughed in a hoarse voice. Then. Did I pass? Harmon asked doubtfully. What do you think? Davis approached closer to him. Since I was chosen and have successfully dodged your move, then I can say that I have at least passed. Harmon deduced but still took a step back seeing Davis near him. He was still a little fearful of the pain. Yes, you have successfully passed. Davis smiled. He was now in front of Harmon. Really? Yes. Harmon clenched his fists in elation. He felt that his strength was going to leap soon in a short amount of time starting from now. But I don't think the heaven requires your help anymore, so could you please die by killing yourself? Davis tried to see how far the effect of the Death Note can influence him. Harmon, who heard that, felt that he was thrown into a pit of despair. He couldn't believe his ears. This lasted just for a moment before he tried to escape. I see, it doesn't affect his personality if I don't write about that specifically, huh? Davis thought. Harmon, sadly. You cannot defy the will of the heavens. You will be paralyzed. Harmon, who tried to fly away with his revolving core stage cultivation, plummeted down the alley as he crashed. What? What have you done to me? He tried to shout but only incomprehensible words came out of his mouth. Then he sent him a soul transmission. "Oh that, I said that you cannot defy the will of the heaven. So you will obviously have to die." Davis casually replied. Spare me." Davis stood in front of him and lifted him up. "Ah. Spare you? Why didn't you do that when you massacred a whole village? When you massacred a dozen of villages? They should have said the same." "No way, even if I massacred, the heavens chose me, so how could I die?" Harmon shouted with rage. "Ah, now I get it. This person is twisted and probably broken somewhere. That kind of explains his massacring hobby," Davis thought. But hearing his self-confident delusional statement, Davis snapped. "I don't know how trash-like you can think of the heavens helping you. Even if the heavens are neutral, they surely won't side with a scum like you who kills for no reason." Stab. Davis used the silent erupting finger once more in conjunction with the first layer of extinction lightning jugment, lightning amplification. His finger pierced into Harmon's chest before exploding with the power of extinction lightning. The extinction lightning started to corrode and burn his heart as well as all his internal organs. His body convulsed on being electrocuted. "Ah!" Harmon shouted in pain, but wasn't able to move. He tried to escape using his soul, but before he could do that, a bright lance stabbed at his soul. "Your fate is sealed," Davis said as he held him up. That bright lance was the technique he had gotten from the second layer of sacred luminance mist, the piercing sacred lance. It even has the power to exorcise ghosts effectively. Harmon's eye went wide and froze. He died. Davis then absorbed his deceased soul and refined it using the death note. He felt his soul being rejuvenated. This amount. 2 more peak-level infant soul stage souls and I could probably break into young soul stage quickly. His face had a look of excitement before he calmed down. Davis then stored his corpse casually with a calm and indifferent face. He activated the dark concealing shroud art and made his way out of the alley. Just when he was traversing the streets, he suddenly detected 2 more presences heading to the place where he was before. Davis narrowed his eyes. These 2, aren't they the 2 Sky Grade assassins from before? Why are they here? Could it be that they're going to kill a target in that direction, or are they leaving the royal capital through the south gate? Davis was curious, so he followed them stealthily. But after following those 2, he saw that they stopped at the alley where he was before, investigated for a time before returning in the direction of the Dark Earth Organization branch. Davis contemplated for a moment. He had a vague doubt on his death note. Could it be because I wrote, "He waits there till a certain person shows up to end his life," in the death note? So even if I hadn't made a move, he would have already died from getting killed by some other person. So in this case, the death note somehow attracted those 2 assassins to get him killed. If that is so, then the death note is truly interesting. Davis grinned at the thought but quickly calmed down. Then I will have to be extra careful on what I write in the death note, lest I bring trouble to myself. He sighed, thinking that this death note can even act as a double-edged sword. Davis then left the area, heading towards the Dark Earth Organization branch. Once he reached that place, he deactivated the dark concealing shroud art. He used the Dark Organization badge to temporarily deactivate the illusion formation in the underground cellar. He then used the badge again to open the door to the hall. In the Dark Earth Organization branch, main hall. Yellow, who was wallowing in sadness, suddenly saw Davis. He suddenly had a look of fear. "Senior dead end," he shouted and hurriedly ran to him. Davis heard that and headed towards him calmly with hands behind his back. "Is Senior here to withdraw from the mission? It might take a long time to find and kill him, but there is no need to withdraw for that reason, is there? I can wait for a long time for Senior to complete the mission. I can even wait." Afraid that Davis might withdraw from this mission, Yellow tried to come up with various kinds of reason to not make him withdraw, but before he could bullshit, Davis stopped him. "Senior, please. If you back out, then I will be punished as a result." Yellow anxiously pleaded. "I have completed the mission," Davis said calmly. "Senior, please don't withdraw from this mission, my life depends on it." Yellow looked like he was going to cry soon. Davis snapped his fingers. It made Yellow come out of his reverie and consequently turn the attention of the crowd towards him. "I said that I have completed the peak-level Earth-grade mission." This time, Davis said it slowly. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Yellow's eyes went wide. He felt what Davis had said was incomprehensible. The surrounding crowd were startled as well. They then looked at him as if he was an idiot. Seeing the looks of incomprehension on the people, Davis waved his hand. A corpse flew out and crashed into Yellow. Warg. Yellow yelped and saw the corpse's face. His face was one of horror before gradually turning into elation. This is Harmon. Yellow shouted out like an idiot. It was as if he obtained some treasure. Then, a voice startled Yellow. It was Davis. Yes. You have successfully completed the mission. I'll just formally inform the receptionist, that's all. I'll get your badge and the reward soon. Yellow excitedly said and ran off. Davis waited there for a while, receiving looks of awe, astonishment, jealousy, and even other emotions. He then noticed that some people were approaching him. The two people were the two black-robed people from before. Davis entered a state of caution but didn't show it outside. Fellow assassin, are you the one who battled near the south gate? The black-robed person asked. That voice made it difficult to determine the gender. Davis just stared at him before questioning them. Who are you two? Oh, it was not good of us to not introduce ourselves. I am Left Sky and he is Right Sky. The other black-robed person replied. The gender of this voice was difficult to determine too. Way to go, brother, you just revealed our gender. Right Sky complained. And now he knows that we are siblings. How many times have I told you to call me by my nickname during work? Left Sky rebutted. But he could have just striked that us of us good friends. He would have never known that we were twins. Right Sky shouted in anger. Hey! Davis shouted in confusion to stop them. Didn't these two just act cool before? Now why are they revealing their traits one by one, or is it just an act? His shouting attracted those two and they turned immediately embarrassed but didn't show it outside. What business do you have with me? Davis asked calmly. That is, seeing that you have completed a mission that is quite difficult to complete, we decided to invite you to this Sky-grade mission. Left Sky replied and took out a jade crystal. It was the type to hold information. Just before he gave out that jade crystal, a voice could be heard. Senior Dead End. Here is your Peak Earth Grade Dark Earth Organization's badge. Yellow came running like a 4-year-old child. It could be seen that he was really happy. He arrived in front of Davis as handed the badge and the reward. Davis collected both the badge and the reward as he stored them in his space ring. Senior. You are now officially a Peak Earth Grade assassin. Davis nodded his head indifferently as he turned to face Left Sky. Left Sky then gave out the scroll to Davis. Davis then opened the scroll. His expression was one of astonishment, then turned into an ironic smile. Mission: abduct Davis Lowrit. Type: abduction. Grade: low-level Sky-grade mission. Requirement: peak-level Earth-grade assassin and above. Description: First Prince of the Lowrit Empire, aged 9. Known to be protected by elite guards of the Empire at all times. His cultivation should be around the first stage of body tempering cultivation and essence gathering cultivation. His guard's cultivation should be around that of third stage in both the body tempering cultivation and essence gathering cultivation. Sometimes he is under even the protection of his father, the Lowrit Emperor. This month is the only chance to complete this mission without much difficulty. Asterisk: the person's image was attached. Asterisk. Reward: low-level Sky-grade Dark Organization's badge, 4,000 purple coins. Mission issuer: anonymous. What the actual fuck? Did these two just invite me to abduct myself? Davis rolled his eyes. He would have laughed out loud if it were not for his calm-headedness. So Dead End. Will you work with us? Or move alone? So far, what kind of information have you gathered about this mission? All normal ones. If you ask our informants, they will tell you. Davis took a moment to decide before answering. I'm not doing this mission. What? Why? Left Sky and Right Sky were both dumbfounded. Just when Davis tried to give some reason for his rejection, Yellow, who was on the side, hurriedly explained. Two seniors. It isn't that Senior Dead End rejected your request, it's just that Senior Dead End doesn't like this kind of job. Yellow sadly said. Nice job, Yellow. Davis gave a thumbs up to Yellow mentally. Davis chose safety and being incognito over having fun. He was sure if he had joined that mission, then he would have to kill those two and possibly others, which would have made him suspicious if he had been the only one to remain alive. So he decided to kill them without accepting the mission, as he can remain from any suspicion that might be possibly targeted at him after he had killed them. At the most, he would have been able to have fun if he had joined that mission by seeing the incredulous looks of the dying assassins when they finally know that they had been killed by the target whom they were planning to abduct. Oh. Personal preference. Then leave it then. Saying that, the twin assassins left dejectedly. Right, leave that mission. We have other sky-grade missions that might possibly fit Senior's criteria. Let's go meet the receptionist for more information. Yellow said as he went off in a direction. Davis followed him and arrived in front of the reception. Congratulations on becoming a peak-level Earth-grade assassin, Dead End. The receptionist's tone was now favorable. Let me take a look at all the sky-grade missions that you have. Davis said rather indifferently. With your rank, you can only see up to low-level sky-grade missions, Dead End. Fine. The receptionist then pulled out a few jade crystals which obviously had information on low-level sky-grade missions. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Davis then probed the jade crystal with his soul sense. His expression changed into one of anger before he hid it quickly. In the jade crystals, there were also missions to abduct Clara, Diana, and even the newly born Edward. He had the urge to crush those jade crystals but stopped himself from doing that. He could laugh it off when he saw his name in a mission, but he couldn't take it when he saw his siblings being targeted. Makes sense, if I am a target then they are too. TCH, wait. These are just low-level sky-grade missions, maybe even Dad and Mom are listed in the higher-grade missions. Just who is the mission issuer? It might possibly be that Emperor Trider or that Emperor Raven for all I know, damn it. Davis felt helpless right now. If he had known who was targeting them, then it will make it easier for him to kill whoever it was. He was not wary of famous people, he was only wary of people who hide their identities. With the death note, he could easily kill off famous people who were within his limits but cannot do the same to people who hide their identities, as he would have to discover their identities first, which makes it a little difficult for him to kill them. He took a few seconds to calm himself down before probing into the jade crystals once again. He found some suitable missions for himself. If he was able to kill those targets, then he will be able to reach even the mid-level young soul stage sooner. After accepting multiple missions, he then left the Dark Earth Organization branch and headed off to kill a target. This target was a powerful merchant of the Lorid Empire who engages in shady business secretly. His age was over 200 years old and his soul cultivation was that of low-level young soul stage. After Davis had used the death note to bait and kill him, it was almost dawn. He absorbed his deceased soul and refined it. He felt his soul energy increase rapidly as he absorbed the refined soul energy, and after a few minutes, he felt his soul energy fill reaching its limit. Just when he tried to break through, he encountered a bottleneck. Things won't be that simple, will it? Davis sighed. Seeing that it was late, he made his way to the royal castle. He decided that he would turn in the mission later tonight or tomorrow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Davis concentrated on his efforts to break through into the young soul stage. He turned in his target's corpse on the first day and got the low-level sky-grade Dark Earth Organization's badge and 1,000 purple coins as his reward. After this, he thought of visiting Evelyn before deciding to concentrate on his soul cultivation first. He felt confident in breaking through, so he stayed in seclusion in the royal castle as 3 days passed. In the evening, Davis, who was in seclusion, finally achieved low-level young soul stage. He could now feel his soul residing in his soul sea weirdly palpitate in resonance with the death note. He kind of felt immensely proud of himself for breaking through the bottleneck in 3 days before his thoughts quickly moved on to someone else. Yes. Today night, I will finally visit Evelyn no matter what. Just as he made his way into the study, he saw Elia cultivating there with a peaceful expression on her face. She sat in a lotus position while focusing, but it just made her look cute. It almost made him want to pinch her face but decided not to, since her cultivation might go berserk if he had disturbed her. He just sat and watched her face with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but think her off as a cute animal, it even all the more made him want to pat her head. He hurriedly shook his head. This isn't right, I'm acting too close to her. It's almost as if we are siblings. He thought, a little disoriented. Davis unknowingly moved closer to her. He then looked at her face again, his face was at arm's length away from her face. This time his eyes involuntarily stopped at her lips. He couldn't help but feel an unknown emotion in his heart. Elia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. She caught him staring at her lips as she felt her face burn up. Davis had seen her open her eyes, so he involuntarily made a sound. Damn, I got caught. Davis had a calm face outside, but his heart was beating slightly faster. He stood up and walked back whistling as if nothing happened. He then calmly left the study and headed to the library. Elia, who was seated there, clenched her fists in embarrassment. Her face still didn't stop burning up. What was that? What was he doing so close to my face? Why did he keep staring at me? Thoughts swirled around her head as she entered her own world of delusions. After that, she couldn't get into the mood to cultivate no matter how she tried. Davis, who was on his way to the library, chanted in his head. I'm not a lullicon, I'm not a lullicon, I'm not a lullicon, I'm not a lullicon. He kept chanting it as he noticed a slight problem in the lower part of his body. I've hit puberty, he thought wryly. He would have been happier at the fact that he had hit puberty, but the situation that he had found out in wanted to made him hide in a hole. He felt weird since morning, but as he was cultivating his soul, he put the matter at the back of his head, which now led to his embarrassment. Anyway, this is bad, and just when I am going to meet Evelyn. I hope I don't make stupid decisions at her place. He felt that someone was playing with his life. He was determined to not let his lower part of the body influence his thoughts. Davis then arrived at the library to pass his time. He read some information on how to use his soul effectively and read about some miscellaneous information which could possibly be useful one day. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Night finally arrived. For the first time, Davis felt that he had never waited so much in his life. He left the royal castle and made his way to the Calden Emporium. The Calden Emporium was still open. Cultivator stores are normally open during the night, as well as they don't require much sleep but are keen on their profits. Davis wore a black robe as he activated his dark concealing shroud art to conceal his aura, but not his presence. He then entered the Calden Emporium casually. The staff saw him come inside, but they didn't go disturb him since he was dressed in a black robe. Black-robed people usually conceal their identity and don't want to be disturbed unless they require some help, so they didn't opt to go near him. He then made his way to the Calden Pill store straight away without taking any detour. Just when he entered the Calden Pill store, he was greeted by the same young lady he met last time. Dear customer, how may I help you? Davis had a headache. He didn't want to reveal his voice or his disguised voice either. He just pointed at the pills kept in a shelf randomly. Oh, what kind of pill do you like, senior? He ignored her, went to grab the catalog that was placed on the desk near the entrance. The young lady got mad and started to ignore him as well as she went minding her own business. She only approached Davis to get acquainted and earn a sum from the commission if he bought something. Meanwhile, he used his soul to probe around the Calden Pill store. He was confident that with his soul cultivation, no one could detect his probing here unless they had an adult soul stage expert hidden here. He got sight of Evelyn's location, so he broke the jade crystal silently when no one was looking. Evelyn, who was cultivating with all her mind in a room, was just about to swallow the pill which Davis gave, in her mouth. She felt something break in her space ring. She got it out and it was the pieces of the jade crystal. He's here. Evelyn's eyes went wide. He really came. But how? With all those guards assigned to him, he managed to sneak out. Or did he come with some other people? Evelyn had her doubts, but she quickly got up and headed to the hall of the Calden Pill store, but she suddenly stopped right at the door of her room. No, if I go receive him personally, then people will suspect us, she thought. Miss, where are you going? Maisie asked. Maisie, go invite a certain person who is in the hall of our Calden Pill store to my room. But miss, who exactly should I invite? Maisie asked in confusion. Evelyn contemplated for a moment before answering. You just stand there in the main hall, that certain person will probably come to you. This. Okay. Maisie replied in confusion before heading out herself. Davis, who was waiting there, was browsing the catalog as if he won't accept anyone's help, finally saw a young girl coming from a certain direction. He recognized her as Evelyn's servant. He then saw her being fidgety and looking around for some reason. Is she possibly searching for me? Davis thought. He closed the catalog and then approached her. It didn't take long for him to stand in front of her. Maisie, who saw the black-robed person, asked nervously. Are you? Davis just nodded his head. He thought she was going to ask if she was Prince Davis, so he quickly nodded his head. He didn't know that she was just going to ask if he was the person her young miss wanted to invite. Maisie then nodded and said, "My young miss invited you to her room, please follow me." She then left in a certain direction. Davis then followed her. He knew where she was going, but he couldn't just go alone. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a door. She opened it while he went in. She then followed him inside. Suddenly, Davis and Evelyn, who saw each other, started giggling together for no reason. Eh? Maisie, who saw this, couldn't understand. She could tell from the laughing voice that the other party was a male. Davis, who saw Evelyn smiling, did not waste time and got to the point, as he doesn't know how long he could stay here. "Miss Evelyn, I've come to propose to you officially." Evelyn was startled. It was just as she thought, he liked her for some reason now. "No. Young miss is already engaged, you can't propose to her," Maisie defended as she stood in front of Evelyn. They both were startled. Davis looked at Evelyn only to see her laugh gently. "You finally came, my love," Evelyn said teasingly and winked at Davis. He got the underlying meaning in her wink. This woman really has guts and can keep her calm. She even dares to make misunderstandings, and is a little playful. Davis thought. "Oh my Evelyn, how long has it been till I last saw you?" He extended his hand, playing along. "It has been too long, my love." She took his hand, betting on the fact that he won't do anything to her. "Miss, you are having an affair?" "No way." Maisie, who saw this, got really confused that she started pulling at her hair. They both then laughed together, seeing that she was tricked. Maisie got even more confused, so Davis finally stopped his act and removed his hood. You are that Br. Prince Davis." Maisie almost blurted out, but she quickly held her tongue. "Did this girl just call me a brat?" Davis's eye twitched. Evelyn just smiled at the sight. Davis, who also saw that, was thankful to Maisie for creating a good atmosphere. He didn't know how to create an atmosphere for her to comfortably talk with him after all. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. "Do you now get it?" Maisie, Evelyn asked her calmly. "Yes." Maisie was embarrassed for her misunderstanding. "Prince Davis, do you have another black robe?" Evelyn asked. "I do have, but for what?" She didn't answer him but spoke to Maisie. "Maisie, wear that black robe and wander around our Calden Emporium for some time. Here, wear this too." Evelyn removed her amulet and gave it to Maisie. It had the power to conceal one's aura. Davis also took an unused black robe and gave it to her now that he had understood her plan. It was to act as him for a while. Maisie wore it and went out from the room. She now knew that they were meeting secretly. "Now Prince Davis, as you requested, we are all alone." Evelyn smiled. "Alone, seems like it." Davis probed around with his soul sense, so he knew. But there was no need to send her out too. "No. Maisie is talkative, so she will definitely interfere with our conversation, which might possibly anger you, Prince." "Then you have my thanks," Davis said. "It's my pleasure, please sit down." She then sat at a table. Davis also took his seat. "Now that we are alone, are you not afraid that I will do anything to you?" Davis grinned as he asked. Since she seemed like a playful type, he teased her. What can the prince possibly do to harm me? Maybe you have your guards outside the Calden Emporium?" "No." "Oh, this woman thinks that I got here with an entourage. Well, I'm not going to correct her either." "Haha, Miss Evelyn sure is perceptive." "This is only normal," Evelyn said as she poured a cup of tea for Davis. Davis took the tea and probed it. Seeing that there were nothing harmful in it, he drank. It doesn't hurt him to be cautious after all. "Why?" she asked suddenly. ****, Davis spat out the tea at the side. He thought that she found out his probing of the tea. "Why did you say that?" Evelyn had a complex face when she asked that. She didn't mind that action of his. Now Davis knew what she had asked. ****. Miss Evelyn, I started liking you, so I am a little serious about this marriage." Davis replied truthfully. "Leaving aside why, I'll ask when. When did you start liking me? Evelyn had her eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp. From the moment I met you. He said calmly. You lie. She sighed. No, that is the truth. He strongly replied. Why does this feel like an interrogation? Davis had a vague doubt. Then why did you ask me to consider our marriage when we first met? She made a sound of dissatisfaction as she asked. Davis then said seriously. At that time, I felt that you were clearly against this marriage, so I spoke up. And now? She questioned again. Now I realize that I like you very much. So will you accept this proposal? Davis asked with a glint in his eyes. Isn't that selfish? Evelyn laughed sarcastically. Yes, it is. I want you for myself, Davis replied shamelessly. You. What if I refuse? She narrowed her eyes again. Then I can only work hard to change your mind. I am sure that I will somehow make you like me, he grinned as he said. After a few moments of tension and silence, Evelyn unknowingly, visibly relaxed. This woman. She's acting tough. Is she treating me as an adult? No, she is treating me as her future. Makes sense that she is this serious about it. Davis was watching her every expression to find out what she was thinking, and he could only rely on his perception to do so. If only Clara were here, it would be way easy to hold an advantage in a conversation. Davis sighed. But in this case, I can see her ruining this marriage 100%. He laughed to himself. So, what is your answer? Miss Evelyn. There's no way I can give it so soon, not without knowing much about you. Evelyn glared at his shamelessness, but somehow she liked it. Maybe because he is cute. She thought. You have a point, I wish to know more about you as well. If we have the opportunity, then we'll tour around the royal capital one day. She never expected him to invite her to take her out, so it was kind of a surprise for her as she fell silent. The room again got silent and awkward. Haha, I wonder what cultivation level has Miss Evelyn reached? Davis randomly asked a question. Nothing that can catch your eye. Suddenly, her voice changed to an icy tone. Oi, it's not like I asked your weight. Davis's eye twitched. Seeing that he chanced upon a bad topic, he tried to say something. He quickly then glanced around to search for a topic and said to her. I guess I disturbed Miss Evelyn's cultivation session, it's no wonder that you are angry with me for asking about your cultivation. Davis said with an all-knowing tone. But he then later panicked as he realized that this was also a topic concerning to her cultivation. What perception? Evelyn thought, her eyes wide. But he already knew that she was cultivating when he probed around with his soul sense when he first came here. But hearing his tone, something in Evelyn finally snapped. You just want to know my cultivation, don't you? In fact, you already know it, right? You want to make fun of me as well. Alright, I have only reached peak level copper stage, peak level energy condensation stage. Miserable, right? At my age, with my status, I should have at least reached the third stage in both by now. Go ahead and laugh. Laugh all you want. She had tears in her eyes. She waved her hands as she said. What young mistress of the Calden family? What I am blessed to be married to the prince. Does my opinion even matter in my family? I am just outright being sold off to you. Tears dropped like a fountain from her eyes as she looked at him in grievance. Davis was extremely dumbfounded. One moment she acted mischievous, another moment she acted tough, and another moment she cried. He couldn't say if it was act or not, but seeing her cry, he felt sad for some reason. He didn't have a deep relationship with her. He felt that any consolation at this point would just feel like formality. Davis looked at her with a complex expression and said comfortingly. You've worked hard. Evelyn froze. He just left her with that sentence, as remaining here shamelessly would make her even more embarrassed. All those years, she tried so hard to cultivate, even though her talent was subpar at best. She would cultivate day and night, sometimes even without resting for a month. Compared to many geniuses, her talent was trash. If she wasn't the family head's daughter, then she would not even be a respected member of her family. With her looks, at best she would have been sold off to someone in the name of marriage. No one had acknowledged her hard work other than Maisie. Almost everyone looked at her like an object to increase the status of their family. At that moment, she truly felt content and acknowledged as she cried out her grievances. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. On the way to the royal castle, Davis was feeling truly bad. He felt like he made her cry. He felt like he shouldn't have acted selfish and like a dick. He didn't know that her cultivation was her sore spot. If he had knew, then he wouldn't have dared to ask. Now he knew that woman was putting up a front in front of everybody, all the while she bears a huge burden in her heart. He even could tell that she had an inferiority complex about her talent and cultivation. Is it too bad to be a little forceful? He thought as he shook his head. But what he didn't know was that sentence he uttered had helped him increase his impression on her to the next level. Midway, he suddenly stopped. Damn it, I don't feel good. He got angry and took out a jade crystal. Sorry, looks like your death date is moved to today. He thought coldly as he headed to assassinate the target. Originally he planned to kill them from tomorrow but decided to take his anger out on them today. Davis, like before, baited and killed the target while also getting some fighting experience. He also implemented a failsafe plan in case his target tried to escape just like before. After he had successfully assassinated the target and absorbed the deceased soul, he felt getting one step closer to the next level in soul cultivation. He felt like he can make his soul cultivation experience leaps and bounds as long as he had the death note and the appropriate souls. He then made his way back to the royal castle as it was almost dawn. Days passed as he went on killing his targets one by one. He almost became a legend in the Dark Earth organization for his efficiency and credibility for killing his targets. He felt like he couldn't talk with Evelyn because he felt awkward when seeing her. But still, he wanted to talk once after that, but he just couldn't find her because she went back to her manor. 20 days passed as he killed off 8 low-level sky-grade mission targets. Almost 4 of them had low-level young soul stage cultivation while the others had peak-level infant soul stage cultivation. During these 20 days, he found no one targeting him or his siblings all the night as assassin, so he failed to finish off any sky-grade cultivators who might possibly come for them. He felt that this was weird, since this was the perfect opportunity to target him and his siblings since Logan was out of the royal capital. He had also tried to find out what was the new ability of the Death Note, but he couldn't find it to no avail. He almost doubted whether if his Death Note had been granted a new ability or not, also whether if it had stopped evolving or not. Regardless, he successfully achieved mid-level young soul stage after the execution that he had performed. Then increased his cultivation to peak-level iron stage and peak-level energy condensation stage. From this, he understood that he needed the soul of at least 5 mid-level young soul stage experts to advance to the next stage. Fortunately, his Death Note was extremely helpful in that regard. The royal capital was in panic as powerful people kept dying one by one. But those powerful people were the targets Davis had killed without any mercy. So he was not in fear at all, but that can't be said to be same of other people. Davis understood that his actions were of tantamount to declaring war against evil people and organizations, but he did it anyway as no one would be able to find his identity unless they were to bring in some adult soul stage cultivators. He also understood that his actions attracted his father indirectly, as his father was the emperor. This made his father leave a little sooner from the Alfred Kingdom. Logan was on his way to the royal capital after he had heard about a powerful assassin known as Dead End, who always kills his target without fail. But he was not anxious because he knew that his targets were all scums and degenerates and definitely wouldn't be his family, so Logan was worried but not anxious. He was worried that the strength of the royal capital would further decline as powerful cultivators would leave, fearing the assassin, regardless if they were degenerates or not. So he left a little sooner to put a stop to this assassin known as Dead End, even though he felt a little thankful to him for clearing the royal capital of vermin. It was dawn. Davis, who had just returned from his hunt, knew that he wouldn't be able to sneak out anymore due to his father coming home sometime today. He headed to the study to finally take some rest, even sleep. He felt kind of exhausted for not sleeping for more than 20 days. He went to hunt, cultivated all 3 cultivation system, which took a huge toll on his body. He wanted to improve as much as possible before his father returned. Cultivators don't need that much sleep, but it is still a process that one enjoys, so even cultivators have the habit of sleeping from time to time. Ah, damn, I'm so exhausted. A good sleep will rejuvenate me. Even though it is almost morning, cultivators didn't care for the time they slept. Just as he opened the door to the study, he saw Elia. Lightning cracked as sparks of electric currents swirled around Elia. She was seated in a lotus position with a serious expression on her face. Davis had a happy expression on his face. She's breaking through to the next stage, very good. A few minutes passed before the lightning which sparkled around her subsided and her face returned to a calm expression. Then when she checked her cultivation, her expression was one of elation. Davis smiled as he said, "Elia, congrats on breaking through the energy condensation stage." She nodded her head, still in elation. Suddenly, a powerful soul sense probed the royal castle. "Oh. Looks like Dad is back." Davis was startled before he recognized the soul sense's aura. Even though Davis was just in mid-level young soul stage, he could detect being probed by a low-level adult soul stage cultivator. He could even probably detect probing from a mid-level adult soul stage cultivator since his soul is so powerful. Davis was sure that he can fight his dad equally if they just fought with their soul cultivation. The Emperor is. Elia widened her eyes. Davis rubbed his chin as he spoke. "Yes, and it looks like that we got caught." Elia's face turned pale. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Logan, who returned with his entourage, floated above the royal castle. The first thing he did was not return but extended his soul sense to scan around the royal castle for any abnormalities. He saw Claire together with Diana and Edward in her room, Clara cultivating alone in her room and Davis in his study with Elia. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he removed his soul sense and relaxed but frowned. The cultivation technique that Davis's maid trains in resembles the extinction lightning judgment. Sigh, what on earth is he thinking? But he soon sighed. Then he entered the royal castle through the entrance as many greeted him as he walked past them like an emperor. He straightaway headed for the throne hall as the master of ceremonies announced the return of the emperor. It echoed throughout the royal castle like thunder. Claire, Clara, Davis, and all who heard that, headed to the throne hall. Seeing that his family and his subordinates all came to pay respects to him, he nodded his head. The royal family can be cozy all they want in an informal occasion, but in a formal occasion such as this, they have to give their respects and be formal to their emperor. Logan exchanged a few pleasantries with his subordinates as few minutes passed by. Suddenly, a guard came running in the throne hall with hurried steps. The guard then hurriedly reported, "Emperor. A black-robed man with unknown origins claims to know where the traitors of the rebellion are. He currently is in front of the entrance of our royal castle awaiting your majesty's permission." Let him in. Logan's eyes glowed. He couldn't wait to finish off those two bastards. Yes. The guard hurriedly relayed to the people below. After a few minutes, a black-robed man walked into the throne room with calm steps. He then bowed. "Who are you? And do you know the whereabouts of those two traitors?" Hendrickson asked the black-robed man with an interrogative expression. The black-robed man didn't say anything but just waved his hand. Asterisk thud asterisk. A corpse with a hole in its chest suddenly fell on the floor of the royal castle. Immediately, everyone was alarmed and extended their perception to the corpse. Logan also extended his perception over to the corpse but refrained from probing the black-robed man as it would be considered rude. This is Cooper Hawkwood," Hendrickson shouted. Everyone's eyes went wide, including Logan. Hendrickson was just about to ask a few questions when suddenly Davis approached the black-robed man. Seeing Davis approach the black-robed man, he immediately probed the black-robed man with his soul sense as he couldn't care less about being rude anymore. Just when he probed, the black-robed man suddenly moved and rushed to where Davis was. Davis, who saw that, quickly moved back as guards near him hurriedly rushed to defend him. "Case. You bastard. You dare." Logan's eyes went wide as he shouted in fury and hurriedly cast a soul attack. Swirling currents of bright ocean quickly submerged Case as he shouted in agony. His soul was ground by swirling currents of sharp needles as he collapsed. It didn't even take a few seconds for him to die. What Logan used was the fourth layer technique of the Sacred Luminance Mist, Celestial Needle Ocean. It is a highly destructive technique which can even pierce through soul defenses to attack the soul of a person. It is also used as an area of effect attack, used to attack multiple opponents at the same time. But it was slower than the second layer technique of the Sacred Luminance Mist, Sacred Piercing Lance. Although it was slow, Logan wasn't sure if his Sacred Piercing Lance can kill him in one hit, so he used the Celestial Needle Ocean for a sure hit kill. And fortunately, it was successful since the distance between the two of them was small. Logan heaved a sigh of relief. I can't believe that he used his own comrade as a means to delay our reaction as he planned to abduct or kill Davis. Claire, who was beside Davis, said with a serious expression. She felt as if she had failed her duties to protect her children. Fortunately, he failed. Logan sighed. Davis, why did you go closer to him? Didn't you think that it could be dangerous? Logan asked with a questioning gaze. I felt his gaze on me after he took out the corpse, so I moved closer to investigate him. He suddenly attacked me, but don't worry, I was cautious the whole time, that's why I quickly pulled back. I know, don't try to do something so stupid later. Claire said as she berated Davis. All right, Mom. Logan and Claire then moved to take care of the matter of those two corpses. Clara, who was there, couldn't detect any lies from her brother, so she gazed at those two corpses curiously. Davis, who was alone, slowly looked down and grinned secretly. Just as planned. This whole scenario was orchestrated by him, but he didn't think it would go this well. Before Davis returned to the royal castle, he instructed Case to do as he said, and it worked without a hitch. He ordered him to come to the royal castle seeking an audience with the emperor using a certain information when he notices the emperor return to the royal castle. Case Farnwin, who was on the lookout the whole time, noticed the commotion in the royal castle and made his move. He then did what Davis instructed him to do one by one. When arriving at the entrance of the royal castle, he was ordered to say that he had information on those two traitors and request an audience with the emperor. Then he was ordered to wait for the permission of the emperor to go inside the royal castle. Next, when he was in the throne room, he was ordered to throw out Cooper's corpse and gaze at a little boy when someone asked him a question. Finally, he was then ordered to attack the little boy when he sees one approaching him, which ultimately led to his death. Davis did all this because he wanted his father to be the one to avenge his deceased family so that his father could let go of a burden in his heart. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. A day passed after that incident. Logan felt a burden in his heart taken away from him. He took care of the matter of those two traitors. He saw that Cooper had a hole in his chest, so he didn't suspect anything at all. That hole was created by Case's power, so he wasn't suspicious. Davis did order Case to put a hole in Cooper's chest way before he entered the royal castle yesterday. After taking care of these matters, Logan probed the whole royal capital with his senses, but he couldn't find dead end at all. All he found was a few assassins lurking near the royal castle as he killed them later. The assassins he killed included those two assassins who were named Left Sky and Right Sky. But Davis didn't know that at all. If he knew, then that would have removed a headache for him. Elia. Are you ready? Davis asked as he touched. Yes. Elia replied with a soft voice, her petite body was trembling. I'm entering now. Davis said with a confident expression on his face. Asterisk creak asterisk. Davis opened the door to the Emperor's quarters as he went inside with Elia. Father, as you requested, I came with Elia. Logan, who was seated near his desk, nodded his head. Yesterday, after the incident, Davis was asked by his father to visit his room as he wanted to talk with him about something. He was also then told to bring Elia along with him. Davis, demonstrate your cultivation for me. Logan said that as he rested his chin on his hands. Davis nodded his head and demonstrated his cultivation for him to see. Black lightning sparkled around Davis as he emitted his energy from his body. Then his body emitted a gray aura, as the pressure from his body that was being generated increased. Very good. You have reached peak level iron stage and peak level energy condensation stage. Logan's expression was one of proudness. To have reached peak level iron stage in a few months from mid-level iron stage, Davis really worked hard during the day to cultivate his body. He had the required resources, so he concentrated on quickly increasing his body cultivation these few months. Davis didn't show his soul cultivation since Elia was here as well. Logan didn't ask him to demonstrate it either. It was a tacit understanding between them. Logan then turned his head towards Elia. Elia, who saw that, immediately started trembling again. She clenched her fists as she tried to calm down, but to no avail, she couldn't. Elia. Was it? Why? Yes. Demonstrate your cultivation too. Elia gulped as she stayed silent. What's wrong? As the prince's maid, you also have the duty to protect his life and take care of his needs. I heard that your talent was good, so I wanted to see what kind of cultivation level you have reached. She looked at Davis only to see him nod his head gently with a smile on his face. seeing that she also nodded a little and demonstrated her cultivation with determination. Lightning sparkled around Elia as she emitted energy from her body. It was a normal lightning tinged with a small extinction attribute, as she didn't have a lightning elemental like Davis. After that, her body's aura emitted brown-red color, as the pressure from her body radiated a tyrant kind of strength. Logan nodded his head and commented, "Not bad for a maid, but do you understand now that you are even more indebted to the royal family?" "Yes." She looked at the emperor and replied with a brave front. "Good. You can leave now. I want to talk with my son alone." Elia bowed and silently withdrew as she quickly walked away from the room. After she went out, there were a few moments of silence before Davis asked, "Aren't you going to ask me about it, father?" Logan said with a calm face, "Why? I believe that you have your own reasoning to train her out with our monopolized techniques. I trust your decision." "Father." Davis was moved. He thought he would have a big fight with his father just now, but he didn't expect that he would let them off this easily. "Don't give me that look. If the deceased royal family was still alive, you would have been executed for handing our secret techniques to a mere maid. But since I'm the emperor now, I get to decide the rules. And since you're my son, you get a lot of leeway at that." Logan grinned with a profound expression on his face. "Just make sure that those techniques don't get leaked for some reason." Logan frowned. Davis chuckled. "I will, that goes without saying." Logan then nodded his head, satisfied with the answer his son gave. "And what was it that you said that you wanted to talk to me before?" Davis then asked, curious as to why his father called him here. "Yes, that was the main reason I called you here," Logan replied as he took a deep breath. "Do you know how I met your mother? Do you know how we fell in love with each other?" "My mother?" "Father, did you just call me here to talk about your love story?" Davis chuckled. "Haven't you ever thought about your mother's parents? Haven't you ever thought about why your mother doesn't talk about her origins?" "Huh. Maybe because my mother's parents are dead." He more or less assumed it like this. Logan shook his head. Davis got a bad feeling about this. "Why are you now suddenly asking this? You met the Ruth Empire's empress, right?" Logan didn't answer but asked a question instead. I remember, Empress Isabella Ruth." Davis nodded his head. His mind couldn't help but trail off to a glamorous world. Why is he bringing her up now? It can't be that she is my mother's sister or something like that, right? He thought incredulously. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Rumor has it that she reached the fabled 6th stage and successfully left the continent. Logan suddenly dropped an explosive news that ringed like a bell in Davis's ears. Impossible. Isn't our continent sealed by a barrier which makes it hard for people above the 5th stage to enter? Maybe if you see it from the outside world's perspective, our continent is almost like a secret realm. Davis shouted in disbelief. It seems like the barrier only restricts outsiders and not the ones who are born on this continent. Even so, how did she reach the 6th stage, which is really difficult to reach here? I told you right. That she got an inheritance. It must have been really powerful. Davis finally nodded his head in understanding. It's no wonder that she could reach the throne so soon at her age, even when her predecessors are still alive. It looks like her ambitions are much higher than conquering a lousy continent. Good for us though. Logan commented, a little jealous of her strength. And what does that have to do with my mother? Davis looked at him and questioned as he vaguely understood but wasn't sure of it. Logan said in a solemn tone. Your mother is not of our continent. Davis widened his eyes and clenched his fists. Because he knew that if the Grand Sea continent were to know about it, then she would be targeted from all the empires. You know that every 15 years is the opening of our realm for the outsiders, right? Logan held Davis's shoulders. Yes. During the opening of the realm, various 5th stage and lower cultivators swarm like bees to invade the continent, but luckily, all the forces of the continent join hands every 15 years temporarily to stop their invasion. 5th stage experts of the continent are very few and less nowadays. That's why they don't take part in wars and instead, defend the continent from the outsiders. The next opening of our realm is. He continued. In 2 years, right? So you met Mother 13 years ago. Davis interjected. Very perceptive, yes. 13 years ago was when our realm last opened to the outsiders. Logan nodded. He then smiled. She and I were originally enemies, but fate played us together. But I am very thankful for the heavens for that as well. I won't go detailed into our past, but your mother forbids herself from returning to her homeland, severing her martial career. She made a cruel choice on herself to stay with me. That's why I want you to be just like Empress Isabella Ruth, who carves a path for herself. By the time he finished the sentence, Logan held Davis's shoulder tightly. Make yourself strong, stronger than me, stronger than everybody, so that you would make your mom immensely proud. I will. Davis answered with fervor and determination. Then once you are high above, return to our continent, and prove that your mom's decision at that time was not wrong. Yes. Davis's blood boiled as he clenched his fists. Logan calmed down before saying, in a year, the Grand Sea Continent meet will take place. I want you to join it just like I joined and got the first place before. Wasn't Empress Isabella Ruth stronger than you? Davis asked in confusion. She was probably receiving her inheritance at that time, so she didn't show up for the competition. Logan grinned and said, oh. What's so great about the competition for me to participate in it? Davis wanted to know why he should participate in a competition that he wasn't interested at all. There is another entrance. Logan suddenly said. What? Another? Davis's eyes went wide. Yes, and it only allows people below 30 of bone age to pass through that entrance, Logan said. His tone was one of disappointment. So, the competition is for choosing the young heroes to stop the invasion of the outsiders in that entrance. Yes, spots will be handed out for the top 200 geniuses to enter that entrance. Ah, so the powerful people are monopolizing the loot they get from the invaders. I understand. Davis laughed sarcastically as he understood. Yes, this is how the world works, but it won't be so easy to kill a genius from the outsiders as they have escaped talismans, while we don't. Logan said in a grave tone. I see. Davis shrugged because it didn't matter if they had escaped talismans or not, he can kill them in an instant after all. Even if they have looted, it'll only be the worth of mid-level sky grade and lower but not higher. Wait, then why don't you guys just soul search their minds for their cultivation techniques and information about their homeland? We tried, but all their souls have been sealed by higher powers from leaking information. They can't even divulge even if they wanted to share their information. Even Mom? Davis asked as he clenched his fists. Yes, that's why I wanted you to get stronger since you have a powerful soul. If it's you, then I can be assured that you can remove the seal from her soul sooner, and I believe that you can grow stronger than anyone else in a short period of time. Logan said as if he had blind confidence in his son. Why do you say so? Davis narrowed his eyes as he felt it be fishy. Your soul has grown much stronger and that amulet isn't powerful enough to block my probing, so I obviously know that you have at least reached the young soul stage. Logan looked smugly at Davis as if he won a battle against him. Haha, looks like I got caught. I thought I would give you a surprise during the competition. Davis said, a little glad. He failed to consider the amulet's power for blocking people from probing. Looks like it couldn't block an adult soul stage's soul sense. Don't be stupid, if I didn't know, then I wouldn't send you to the competition at all in the first place. Your safety is the most important after all. Logan berated him. And above all else, you are only 9 years old. Logan said with a grin. Davis and Logan then looked at each other with an underlying meaning in it. Davis was thankful that his father didn't ask about how he managed to increase his soul cultivation quickly. Logan obviously understood faintly that even if he asked Davis, he wouldn't answer this question. So Logan didn't ask about it, or else it would have made things awkward between them. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. A week passed by. News spread as the royal family of the Lorid Empire announced the participation of the first prince in the Grand Sea Continent meet. The news brought shame and disappointment to the citizens of the Lorid Empire as they were mocked by others for not having a genius cultivator, but have no choice but to rely on a 9-year-old kid to represent them in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Is our emperor sane? Why is our emperor sending a 9-year-old kid to participate in that competition? It's not like they have a choice, the royal family was almost decimated after all. Last time, it was our emperor who managed to grab the first place in the Grand Sea Continent meet. So our emperor surely has a plan to make that 9-year-old kid get into the top 200. Right. Conversations like this were heard throughout the empire. Logan didn't care one bit to explain as he knew that his son would ace the tournament with almost no effort. Instead, he looked forward to the amusing reactions of many people in the tournament a year from now. But the other empires didn't think the same. They all thought that Emperor Lorit was at his wit's end, so he had no choice but to send his first son to be a laughingstock. The Grand Sea Continent meet was also a competition to show off the strength of their sky-grade empires, sects, and organizations. They would take it very seriously as this matter contains their honor and pride. Here, the young elites take this stage very seriously as their fates could change if they were to rank in the top 200. Especially the young elites of the various sky-grade empires took this competition very seriously as it holds a greater meaning and honor for their empires. What they aim for is not the top 200 but the top 3. Logan didn't need to worry about his empire's safety anymore as the Grand Sea Continent meet is approaching. Nobody would dare to attack other empires at this time, as they all ceased any conflicts between them till the closing of the continent for the outsiders. So Logan arranged a sky-grade alchemist to teach Davis about alchemy openly. With Davis's soul cultivation, he was positive that Davis wouldn't need much time to learn about alchemy. As one's soul cultivation increases, the amount of information that they can take in and recall will increase as well. In Davis's case, even if he read 1,000,000 books, he could still remember it clearly. And finally, today was the day when that sky-grade alchemist would arrive at the royal castle. Davis was anxiously waiting for his new teacher as he wasn't confident about his alchemy skills. He didn't have one, neither did he read about one. This was totally a new subject to him. Even in his previous life, his cooking skills were subpar at best. Even though he was encouraged by his parents now, he was still feeling worried but not nervous. Davis headed to the throne hall with calm steps. When he got to the throne hall, he saw a middle-aged man greeting his father. Except for his father and that middle-aged man, no one was there currently in the throne hall. The middle-aged man was almost 6 feet tall, his black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, his face was amiable with calm features which made him easily approachable as he kept a smiling appearance. He wore a normal alchemist robe. "Ha ha ha, drop the formalities, Alchemist Highwood. I am very honored to invite your esteemed self to teach my ignorant son about alchemy. I'm not even one of the members of Alchemist Association. How could I dare to drop formalities when meeting an emperor of a sky-grade empire?" Alchemist Highwood replied with an indifferent tone. Logan laughed as he said, "You surely jest, Alchemist Highwood. Everyone knows that you are only second compared to the head of the Alchemist Association. I'm sure you had your own reasons for not joining the Alchemist Association," Logan added. "That is not a big secret. Everyone knows that the current Alchemist Association is corrupt to its bones. If I entered that, I wouldn't even know where my corpse would be even buried." Alchemist Highwood replied with a disgusted expression on his eyes. Alchemist Highwood disdained the ways of the Alchemist Association. Their ways were one of tyranny and high-handedness. "Of course, and that's why I don't want my child to be taught by those hypocritical people," Logan replied in scorn. "This, Emperor, is it true? About what you said?" Suddenly Alchemist Highwood asked nervously. He didn't dare to believe what Logan said to him when he got invited. To make sure of it, he came in haste. "It's Abs. Oh. Looks like my son is here, why don't you ask him yourself, Alchemist Highwood?" Logan laughed figuratively. Alchemist Highwood turned his head to see a kid who was almost 5 feet tall approach him. He widened his eyes in shock. "Me. Mid-level young soul stage." Alchemist Highwood stood there like a sculpted statue as he muttered silently. Davis made no effort to hide his cultivation, so Alchemist Highwood was easily able to see his cultivation. Alchemist Highwood stayed rooted for a short period of time before his face widened in utter delight. "The first Prince Davis Lorit, was it? I can now see why Emperor Lorit decided to make you participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet." Alchemist Highwood sighed. "First, it was Empress Ruth and now you. Young talents are leaving us in the dust like it's none of their business, and that makes me feel so old. Prince Davis Lorit, please allow me to be your alchemy teacher," Alchemist Highwood said as he bowed his head. Davis, who was watching this, thought wryly. "Isn't it supposed to be the opposite? Teacher, there's no need to do that when I'm the one learning from you, this is bad," Davis awkwardly said. "That would be the case if I were your master, but I'm your teacher. In fact, a talent such as you, I'm ashamed to take you in as my direct disciple, I'm not worthy." "But teacher, it isn't Lee." Davis saw that Alchemist Highwood wasn't arrogant and instead placed himself below him, which made him feel bad. "You would soon soar the alchemy path like a breeze, so there is no need to call me master. Alchemist Highwood smiled and replied as if he didn't mind the seniority. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. All right. Teacher, how long you think I would take to learn your alchemy skills? Davis asked in doubt as he really wanted to learn alchemy as quickly as possible. Alchemist Highwood thought for a moment before answering his question. 1 year. 1 year would all you need to surpass me if your talent is high in alchemy. If not, then 5 years at best. Haha, I'm glad that my son is recognized by your esteemed self, Alchemist Highwood. Logan laughed and joined in the conversation. If I handed over such a talent to the Alchemist Association, that would be such a sin. Alchemist Highwood said calmly, but he was glad to have Davis for himself. Certainly. Logan agreed with him. Prince Davis, let us get to the basics immediately. First, before practical, is theoretical. I want you to memorize all this as soon as possible before we try our hand in alchemy. Alchemist Highwood suddenly uttered as he took out a space ring from his space ring. Davis saw the space ring and thought, looks like he is eager to teach me too. He then took the space ring and quickly probed it with his soul sense. The contents of the space ring were books, all books. Ranging from books recording information of herbs, pills, and treasures. There were also a lot of books on herb encyclopedia, pill creation process and techniques. The herb encyclopedia included information on the types of herbs, their characteristics, their variants, and even their general location. It also included on how to pluck the herbs without damaging it, and the other features one would have to know if they were aiming to be an alchemist. The pill creation process explained the process of creating pills with the herbs and treasures, while the pill creation techniques explained how to create a pill using the certain technique. There were more than 100,000 books that contained a lot of information. If a mortal were to complete reading these books, it was unknown how long would it take for them to complete it. Seeing the huge amount of books in the space ring, Davis's eye twitched. I thought so, I have to absorb a lot of basic information about herbs and pill making. Davis had originally planned on reaching the 4th stage in body tempering cultivation, and the 3rd stage in essence gathering cultivation in a year, but it seemed like he would not be able to achieve it now without much hard work. I thank the teacher for his guidance. Davis bowed. Don't fret it. These are all just the information on herbs and pills which are of mortal and earth grade. Once you're finished with that, come to me. I'll test you. If you pass, then I'll hand over my entire inheritance to you. Alchemist Highwood replied with fervor. He was actually honored to have Davis as his student because Davis would reach greater heights than him soon enough. Thank you, Teacher Highwood. Davis said with gratitude. Haha, that's just my alchemist title. Don't call me that, my name is Kevin Wood. Alchemist Highwood laughed. All right, Teacher Kevin. Davis smiled but was a little irritated by the number of books that he would have to read. Haha, don't disappoint your teacher, Davis. Make sure to learn properly. Logan then left him with a mocking smile on his face. And where do you think you're going, my emperor? Suddenly a female voice could be heard, but as it was familiar to Davis and Logan, they quickly recognized it. Davis had a gloating expression while Logan's face went pale. Alchemist Highwood, I hope that you also teach our emperor about alchemy. The royal family will then be indebted to you. Claire clasped her hands and bowed. Emperor Lorit doesn't know alchemy. Kevin would turn to face Logan in shock. Logan had an embarrassed expression on his face. Don't worry, Empress, what is one more student to me? I'll easily make the emperor learn about alchemy. Kevin would said as he looked at Logan with a weird expression. I thank Alchemist Highwood for his understanding. I bid farewell then. Claire said as she left while glaring at Logan. Davis and Kevin would then looked at Logan with pity in their eyes. Well then, it looks like I am also one of your students, Teacher Kevin, Logan said as he accepted Kevin Wood as his teacher indirectly. Ha ha ha, call me senior brother, daddy. Davis couldn't hold his laughter in. Scram! Logan shouted in embarrassment. Kevin Wood was speechless. After that, Davis went to visit his mom. Mom, how have you been? Davis asked. In this week, he went to meet her a lot of times. What is this? You come here almost every day now. Why are you suddenly worried about me? Claire was surprised before noticing that he was acting strangely nowadays. Ah, that. Davis mumbled. Did your father tell you? Claire's expression looked forlorn. Davis avoided her eyes before saying, "Yes." "Do you now hate me?" Claire asked wryly as she looked at her son, moving his gaze away. "Impossible. I would never hate you." Davis screamed at her as felt sad in his heart. "Mom. So what if you're an outsider? Even I am like a part outsider. You are my mother for all I care. That doesn't matter at all. I promise that I will remove that lousy seal from your soul. Just you wait." Davis yelled as he told his heartfelt emotions. "My child. I'm so proud of you." Claire hugged Davis as she felt warm in her heart. She abandoned returning to her place just for Logan. She abandoned her marital career just for him. She abandoned everything and followed her love. She didn't regret her decision until Logan hid her only child away for 3 years. Every day without him was hell for her. Her cultivation stagnated, thoughts went into disarray as she almost started hating Logan. And then her son returned. That moment when she saw a scrawny kid in the royal castle, she almost immediately knew that he was her son. At that moment, all her regrets and dissatisfaction flew away from her like a kite with its string cut. She showered him with love and care, even pampered him a lot. And now she felt that he has grown up so much that she can now finally rely on him. She was feeling totally content with her life now. Her only regret was her martial career and her close ones who were on the other side. But for her love and family, she now felt that everything she did before was worth it. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. No matter what, I would protect her at all costs. Davis vowed to himself. "Sorry, Davis, it's just that. Mom has just lost too many things, and not in one way would I want to lose you too." Claire smiled. Her smile was like an autumn breeze to him. Davis said softly, "It's okay, Mom. I'll always be your ally. *I** anything that is related to that entrance in my home, I will not be able to say it." She felt sad for not being able to help her son. She knew that he was going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet as Logan came to convince her beforehand. "I know," Dad told. Davis shook his head, indicating that she shouldn't bother about it. Claire nodded her head as she felt gratified once again. "Then should Mom help you get together with that woman you like? Evelyn, was it?" Claire then teased her son. "Mom. How did you know?" Davis was dumbfounded before yelling in embarrassment. "It was Elia, wasn't it?" Davis said as he grit his teeth. Seeing that his mom didn't refute it, he got even more annoyed. He then realized that, since she was bought by his mother, then she must have been made to report about him to his mother once in a while. "Oh. Looks like I have to bully here even more," Davis thought as he smiled sadistically in his mind. "You like her too, don't you?" Claire smilingly asked. Hearing that, Davis was startled before he remembered the scene when he got so close to Elia's face while she was cultivating. His face involuntarily turned slightly red. "Looks like I was right." Claire laughed gently as she pinched her son's cheeks. "Mom, cut it out." Davis said that as he was really embarrassed. "You didn't think I would know. You are my son, how could I not know what you are thinking? The way you treat her, it is so obvious." "Of course, I treat her like my friend," Davis said with a straight face as he tried to hide his embarrassment. Claire giggled, "Yeah, a friend. That said, I want you to concentrate on your alchemy for now. It will incredibly be helpful in your future." Claire's tone changed as she spoke seriously. Davis nodded as he knew that she was talking about his venture into the outside world in the near future. "And also, don't cultivate to the 3rd stage of essence gathering cultivation. Don't ask me anything, just trust your mom." "This." "All right," Davis said as he couldn't understand why his mom forbids him from cultivating to the 3rd stage, but since it was his mother who told him, he chose to trust her. Suddenly a cute voice sounded out, "UHG. Brother. Hug." Davis and Claire looked towards Diana, who was just sleeping before. Beside her was Edward, who was sleeping as well. "Looks like she woke up," Claire said as she smiled. "Ah, come here, you sweet girl," Davis said as he lifted her up and held in his arms. Diana was just 2 years old. She looked chubby and cute. Diana, who just woke up, went to sleep right after using her brother's shoulder as her pillow. After that, Claire and Davis engaged in some small talk as time passed by before he left sometime later. 3 months passed. Dead End disappeared from the Dark Earth organization. Everyone either thought that he was killed or escaped from the clutches of the Emperor. Davis mostly concentrated on building his alchemy knowledge during this time. He almost finished 70% of the books he was told to learn. He was this fast because his soul was 5 times as powerful. When Kevin would measure him, he didn't know how powerful his soul was, as he could only tell his actual cultivation. Now, for a few days, he couldn't concentrate no matter how he tried. His mind was worried about the matter of Evelyn, so he made up his mind to visit her today. He tried to visit her before, but she stayed in her manor for a long time, rendering him incapable of visiting her. Now, she was currently in the Caldenpill store, so he knew that this was his chance. He knew all this because he had his sources as a prince of an empire. Many people would fall at his feet and get in his good books if it meant that they could rise in rank and position. He arrived at the Calden Emporium with his entourage during the day. He went inside the Caldenpill store with Elia and notified Evelyn about his entry using the manager. Manager George Calden was with him too, as Davis openly came to the Calden Emporium. He had no choice but to accompany him as his status was way above him. Evelyn entered the hall and met Davis. She smiled as she knew that he will clearly come to visit her once she returned to this place. Haha, I see that the prince specifically came to visit our young mistress. George Calden laughed. If you see that, then why are you still here, Manager George? Davis gave a side glance as he spoke. Haha, then I shall not disturb the young ones. I will take my leave then. George Calden didn't get offended, as he clearly knew his position and was a business-minded person. He clearly knew how to deal with certain people. He then left. Let's not talk here, follow me, Evelyn said as she turned around and started walking to her room. Okay, Davis said as he followed her. His eyes stuck to her, swaying but which was perky. Evelyn walked seductively as she smiled. She could feel his gaze. Unknowingly, she felt good teasing him. When they arrived at her room, he and she went inside while Elia and Maisie stood outside. Humph. That swaying seductive movements of her. No matter how you see it, she is clearly seducing him. Elia's expression was one of indifference, but she was boiling with anger and jealousy inside. She wished that she could save Davis from that vixen and chop her to pieces. She thought that as she looked down at her non-existent chest. It will grow as big as that, won't it? Her face was one of worry. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Nothing could be said about last time. It was totally my fault. I am sorry for throwing a tantrum when you put in all that effort to meet me last time, Evelyn suddenly said as she turned her head back to look at him and bowed. Davis was astonished to see a woman apologize for her mistake. He heard that women don't apologize for their mistakes in his previous life. I knew it. Looks like that it was a deception painted by the people who lurk on the internet, he thought. But you were also in the wrong for hitting my weak spot, Evelyn said as she pouted. All right. Looks like the internet people were right. Haha, as you said. I was also in the wrong to carelessly speak about a topic which you don't clearly like, Miss Evelyn. I apologize as well, Davis said as he clasped his hands. They were now both happy that they were able to talk freely with one another. After that, they exchanged some pleasantries as they sat at a table. I heard that your family announced that you would participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Evelyn was interested in that topic as she clearly wanted to know why he would participate in it with his measly cultivation of the first stage in both cultivation systems. Could it be that he has achieved the second stage in both cultivation systems? She thought. Hee hee, Miss Evelyn. It was my father who made me participate in it. As for whether I will be able to get into top 200, we will see it at that time. Davis grinned as he spoke vaguely. You've sure got guts. Looks like I should hasten my cultivation as well. I haven't made any improvements since then, but I can feel that I am close to reaching the revolving core stage. She clenched her fists as she said that. That said, it was own incompetence which made me a failure in cultivation. Evelyn couldn't help but think that her talent was average or even subpar at sometimes, which makes her sad. Davis narrowed eyes and said, please don't take that to heart, you will eventually be able. As he said that, his thoughts moved to what his mom said. He suddenly thought of an idea to curb her from cultivating in a moment of desperation, which might ultimately lead to cultivation deviation. I don't know if it's what I think it is, so please don't start cultivating to reach the revolving core stage, Davis said as he tried to choose his words carefully. What? Evelyn felt like she didn't understand his words clearly. He asked me to not cultivate. She suddenly felt that he was mocking her again before immediately pushing the thought away. The way he said it doesn't seem to be the case. Then calmed down after she thought that. Why? Evelyn asked. Davis was thinking the right words to make his message clear but couldn't, since he wasn't himself sure of what told his mom tried to convey exactly at that time. Then he thought if he couldn't use the right words then he should use the right actions to make her not cultivate for the time being. Anyway, she is going to be my wife, why hesitate? Davis thought shamelessly as he held her hand suddenly while he stood up. Don't be surprised, Miss Evelyn. He warned her almost immediately. Evelyn was surprised totally as she felt her hands being held by him, and went bright red as she heard him warning her. Her thoughts went into disarray as she hurriedly thought of multiple possibilities, but stopped as she felt a slight tingling sensation in her hands. This is the energy of peak-level energy condensation stage. Evelyn was totally shocked as she stood up. Her eyes went wide at him. She looked at him like she was looking at a ghost. Yes, it's just as you think. This is the reason for my father's confidence in me. Evelyn nodded, still looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. What does that have to do with me not cultivating to the revolving core stage? She asked in doubt. For some reason, my mother forbid me from cultivating to the revolving core stage. She is my mother and I know that she wishes the best for me in everything. That's why I chose to believe her and stop cultivating to the revolving core stage. You mean that? She said it with an incredulous expression on her face. Davis nodded his head solemnly and said, it is possible that the revolving core stage in our continent is either incomplete or there are still some more enhancements to it. In Evelyn's ears, what he said echoed as rumbling thunder to her. You. Why are you saying this to me? What if I leak this information to my family? Are you not afraid of it? She asked unbelievingly. Which prince would tell his family secrets like to even his lover? Then I can only blame myself for treating you like a trusted person. Let me just tell you that I like you so much, not love you. If I get my trust betrayed, then the best case would be that I would leave you for good, the worst case would be that I would kill you and my feelings for you in my heart as well. Davis said that with a hurt expression on his face. The worst for me would be that I would carry some heart demons, but even so I won't hesitate to do what I said. A determined expression appeared on his face. Her heart palpitated as a weird feeling came over her heart. She didn't feel offended as she knew what consequences there would be for betraying the trust of a person. Even she couldn't handle it if someone betrayed her. Evelyn asked as her eyes glazed. You trust me? I do. Davis looked at her eyes and replied solemnly. She bit her lips. Do you love me? I want to. But I believe we are not in that stage yet. He shook his head. I see. Her face went into contemplation as she pulled her hand back. It was unknown whether she was happy or sad. I've decided to guard your trust, and I've come to a decision. What is it? Davis asked in anticipation. I've decided to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet as well. If you can beat me, then I will become yours in both heart and soul. Evelyn said with a determined face. Davis's eyes went wide in astonishment. You really mean that? I won't go back on my word. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Davis clenched his hands in excitement as his face shone with enthusiasm. The matter of this marriage was pretty much a done deal now, or so he thought. Poor Evelyn didn't know that he also body cultivated to the peak of the third stage. If she knew, then she would have vomited blood. She thought that since he achieved peak-level energy condensation stage, then he wouldn't have had the time to cultivate in body-tempering cultivation. Even if he had time, he couldn't have possibly reached the second stage in body-tempering cultivation. Since it involves immense pain, children won't have the fortitude to cultivate body-tempering cultivation. This was common sense among the people of this continent. There were a few exceptions, but they were all children with beast bloodlines. She planned to cultivate to the third stage of the body-tempering cultivation in the remaining few months as she had the confidence and resources to do that. She determined herself to withstand the pain which she might obviously experience. So she boldly proposed the deal to him with guts. Even if I lose, it's not like I'm losing anything, she thought as she sneered inside. All right, you can go out now. Evelyn shouted as she grinned. Davis was dumbfounded at her change. Aren't you the one who said we should talk equally, putting aside our statuses? Besides, we are competing now. Davis now understood as he clapped once. Good. I'll go to the Grand Sea Continent meet and get myself an Evelyn. You. Evelyn's face went red as a beet. What? You're the one who accepted us as being equals and competitors. Laughing out loudly, Davis left with grand strides. After a few moments of silence, Evelyn's face was still red as she blushed so hard at his declaration. How did I pledge myself to this shameless prince? This was a question which she wanted to know the answer for herself. 6 months passed. Davis successfully learned alchemy during this period. In terms of knowledge, he is currently even on par with mid-level sky-grade alchemists. Even his teacher Kevin would acknowledge him for his ability to recall the things he has learned. Kevin was completely gratified with his student. Unfortunately for his practical lessons, like creating a pill, Davis had no time or luxuries for that. So he wasn't able to teach, and Davis wouldn't be able to make a single pill even if he tried his hand without prior experience. He decided that he will come back from the Grand Sea Continent meet to learn to make pills. During this time, he successfully entered the 4th stage of the body tempering cultivation, Silver Stage. Even without his soul forging cultivation, he felt that he could crush his competitors with his body tempering cultivation. He improved his fighting skills with Hendrickson during the last month. He is now able to use a spear proficiently. Although his skill isn't that great, he is able to harness a power of 100,000 kg strength to crush his opponents, and that's only with his normal strength. Since he has the tyrant physique, he can harness 200,000 kg strength, which can easily suppress low-level Silver Stage cultivators and go toe-to-toe with a mid-level Silver Stage cultivator. It was now time for him to leave the royal capital and head towards the Grand Sea Continent meet, which was being held at the center of the continent. Davis and Logan bid farewell to their family and journeyed to the center of the continent. Actually, Lowrit Empire was the closest to the center of the continent, so they were the ones to journey later than anyone else. The center of the continent was a sea, and it was named the Grand Sea, so the continent was named after it, as well as no one conquered the continent from ancient times. The Grand Sea was 100,000 kilometers long, filled with sea beasts that are at the 3rd stage. Even 4th stage and 5th stage beasts reside there, but are wary of humans and won't generally attack during this time because, after a beast enters the 4th stage, Spirit Beast stage, they gain sentience. Some beasts even have the ability to gain human form when they reach the Spirit Beast stage, but sadly, this continent hadn't seen one yet. There are a lot of islands in the Grand Sea. The competition will be held in any one of the islands in the Grand Sea. Logan, Davis, and a lot of others who were going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet departed in a sky-grade ship which was impervious to the attacks of 3rd stage sea beasts. The ship was 2 kilometers long and 10 stories tall. It was able to house 1 million people for the voyage. It wasn't luxurious as it was quite crowded. People shared their rooms together, but the people of high statuses had their own rooms assigned to them. Though it was impervious, it was quite slow as well. Wow! So many people! Davis shouted at the sight of it. He was standing near the deck. He had his own room as well. He stayed there with Elia. Elia was also participating in the Grand Sea Continent meet as she was encouraged by Davis to do so. This ship housed 1 million youths from the whole of Lowrit Empire as they were going to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Sometimes there are a few itinerant cultivators who are able to earn a spot in the top 200. So with hope in their minds, millions of youths travel from every empire to the Grand Sea Continent meet. Even if they can't get into the top 200, there wasn't a problem for them at all. As long as they enter the top 100,000, their lives would be pretty much settled as various powers would invite them as honorary members or elders. Haha, this is always a sight to see. Actually, when I went to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet last time, there were more people than this. Logan frowned. Maybe it's because they think that we will lose face during this Grand Sea Continent meet, no? Davis asked. Might be. But alas, they will miss the legend of an era. Logan grinned as he said. They both then looked at each other as they laughed together. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. It will only be a legend here though. The world is huge after all. Davis commented after finishing his laugh. Logan contemplated his words before he said, That's a pessimistic view, but you're right. We shouldn't be narrow-minded and set our sights here. Instead, we should set our sights on the outside world. Speaking of the outside world, I wonder how huge it is. Davis thought as he looked at the sky. Who knows? It could be a world smaller than our continent for all we know. Logan grinned as he joked. Haha, our continent itself is massive, to say much less of the outside world. Davis laughed. I wonder how big our continent is. Elia, who was standing behind, questioned to herself as she heard their conversation. Davis, who heard that, looked at her and smiled as he said, our continent is around 600,000 kilometers long, including the Grand Sea, which is almost 100,000 kilometers long. That huge? Elia was visibly dumbfounded. She never left the royal capital and her knowledge of the continent was very less compared to the royal family. Davis nodded his head, yes. Most of the territories are occupied by the sky-grade empires such as ourselves. For example, our Lowrit Empire has many powers under its jurisdiction, such as the Alfred Kingdom, Maxwell Kingdom, and many other powers. I don't understand. Elia had a confused expression on her face. Davis sighed as he said, look, a sky-grade empire has various powers under its authority. Ours is an empire, so we have many kingdoms under our territory which have subordinated themselves to us, like the Alfred Kingdom. Not only that, sects, organizations, families are all under our subordination as well. Only other sky-grade powers such as sky-grade sects and organization can escape from our grasp if they stay in our territory, like the Piercing Dragon sect and Ruthless Sword sect. Oh. I get it. Her expression was one of understanding as she nodded her head like a rabbit. Good, are you prepared to compete in the Grand Sea Continent meet? Davis laughed and questioned. I am. A determined expression appeared on her face as she said that. Alright then, let's make your cultivation breakthrough to the iron stage. Davis held her shoulders as he said that. Yes. Elia nodded her head with renewed resolution. I want to be with you no matter what. She thought as her determination grew. 2 months passed as they voyaged through the Grand Sea to arrive at an island known as Gathering of the Elites, also known as Goat Island. Finally, we arrived after a long journey. Elia said as she stretched her small body. The heaven and earth energy here is dense. Davis commented as he tried to absorb the energy greedily. Of course, this is a formation set up by the Guardian Alliance, its effects are as great as it could be. Logan, who was on the side, commented. But his face immediately turned solemn at the mention of the Guardian Alliance. All three of them were standing on the deck as they enjoyed the scenery of the island. The Guardian Alliance is the one who hosts this competition. They were the ones who mostly protect the continent from the invasion of the outsiders. One could join the Guardian Alliance if one can successfully break through to the 5th stage, at least in any one of the cultivation systems. Usually, on the surface, the Guardian Alliance doesn't interfere with the affairs of the continental struggle. If they move, then they will move secretly in the shadows to maintain their upright and moral image on the surface. So no one dares to offend the Guardian Alliance, afraid that they might be targeted secretly. Actually, even if someone wants to destroy or give trouble to them, then they can't, because it is the strongest alliance in the continent, albeit, the alliance doesn't work together before the event. The Guardian Alliance only starts moving 5 years before the invasion. Until then, their members will be on standby. Logan's father was also a top member of the Guardian Alliance, but sadly, he died, leaving the Lowrit Empire without any standing in the Guardian Alliance. This placed Logan on a tough position as he couldn't do as he pleased during this visit. He had no backing here, after all. The other emperors were a part of the Guardian Alliance. They feared the Lowrit Empire because of the unknown senior, but here, they could team up and strut around their might. Logan was worried about that as he still hasn't joined the Guardian Alliance, neither did he have the chance to do so. Because other than having a 5th stage cultivation, one is required to have achievements in killing the outsiders during the invasion. Only after this upcoming invasion would he have the rights to join the Guardian Alliance. Guardian Alliance, eh? A group of hypocrites. Davis sneered. It is only their right. The strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. Logan shook his head. Father has a point, Davis replied as he looked at the Goat Island. He scanned the surrounding of the island with his naked eyes. There were a lot of ships carrying the symbol of each empire, docked in the middle of the ocean, near the island. Each ship was the same as their sky-grade ship. Looks like they arrived long ago. Davis muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Of course, some would have even arrived half a year early. Logan scoffed. What? Why would they? Elia yelled as she clearly couldn't understand why some empires would arrive half a year earlier. Because of the dense heaven and earth energy. Davis replied. Ah, I see. How stupid of me. Elia put her head down in shame. It's all right, you don't know much about the outside world. No need to be ashamed of yourself if you can't figure out something yourself that is so simple for now. Remember Elia, one step at a time. Davis said as he lectured her like a tutor. Logan, who was on the side, looked at the two of them weirdly. Is he the prince? Or is she the princess? He thought amusingly. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. After they docked the ship near the island, some made their way to the Goat Island. They were all either powerful or people with high statuses. The Goat Island has a restriction that only people with high statuses or people with cultivation on the 4th stage are allowed inside. So the other youths who couldn't enter stayed in the ship till the start of the tournament. There were other islands near the Goat Island, but they were used for the preliminaries. So, it was off limits to land near it. The Goat Island was quite small as there was only an arena in the middle of the island. The island was only 5 kilometers long, while the arena in the middle was 2 kilometers long. Davis and the others made their way to the Goat Island in a small flying boat. So this where the final competition will be held? Davis asked as he put a calm and indifferent face. That's right, the preliminaries will be held in other islands, Logan said as he nodded his head, but you don't need to participate in the preliminaries since you're from a sky-grade empire. Logan glanced at Elia and said in a frown, though your maid, Elia, needs to participate in the preliminaries. Hearing that, Davis frowned. As they talked, they arrived near the entrance of the arena. They got down from the boat as they were greeted by certain people of high stature. After they exchanged some pleasantries, Logan and the others made their way inside the arena. When Davis got out of the entrance, he saw a massive field which contained 3 combat stages, each 500 m long. The 3 combat stages were surrounded by a huge bunch of audience who came to view the battle between the young elites. In the north end of the elevated audience area, was the VIP area where all the people of high statuses were seated. Logan looked at the north end and made his way there coolly as Davis and Elia followed him. Haha, long time no see, Emperor Loret, I am sure you've done your best to uphold the honor of your empire. As he finally got there, Logan was greeted sarcastically by a middle-aged man who looked quite fat. Yes, this 15-year period was quite a hurdle for my Loret empire, Emperor Ross. Logan sneered inside but didn't let it show on his face as he said indifferently. He clasped his hands as he said, I hope you had been all well during this time, Emperor Ross, Emperor Ashton, Emperor Claymore, and Emperor Ruth. His eyes scanned past the other 2 emperors who looked at him coldly as he sat in his seat. He was burning with rage but chose not to do anything here. There were 7 marvelous seats at the top of the arena. All the emperors arrived there and sat as they chatted with each other. Davis and Elia sat near them but not too close. They sat with other heaven-chosen elites of the various empires. Logan chose to ignore Emperor Trider and Emperor Raven altogether as the other party did the same. Humph. You kid, you have the guts to say I had been well. Look at that daughter of mine. Too arrogant. She didn't even spare me a glance and took away my position as if it were a roadside vegetable which was ripe for the taking. Hearing that, all the other emperors laughed including Davis. But the other elites didn't dare to laugh at his statement. The one who spoke was Emperor Mark Ruth. He was the emperor until Isabella Ruth took the throne away from him for her own empowerment. My condolences, Emperor Ruth, you had it hard. Logan perfunctorily replied, but he was laughing inside. Leave it, you had it harder than me. This 15-year period was a calamity to your empire, you have my condolences as well. Emperor Ruth said as he shook his head. Logan nodded his head and didn't say anything. Could it be, then the rumors were true? Emperor Claymore asked incredulously as he narrowed his eyes. Yes, that little girl is in her own world, not listening to anyone's advice. She left on her own to the outside world. That girl, I hope she stays alive. Emperor Ruth said as his face turned grim. Even though she does not listen to his words, he still doted on her as she was his daughter and his pride. Various gasps could be seen in the place where the young elites of each empire sat. Their faces looked like they had been given a huge blow, but even so, some still stayed haughty and arrogant as they considered themselves to be of the junior generation. Even the emperors sighed in admiration to her extraordinary feat. Some were even extremely jealous. In the outside world, there are probably many powers which are extremely powerful than us, so I hope that something doesn't happen to your daughter that can be considered brutal. An eerie voice quipped from the side. Everyone turned to look at him. It was Emperor Trider who uttered those words. Those words, what exactly do you mean? Emperor Ruth asked as his aura flared. Some were happy to see the spectacle while few others frowned in displeasure. I meant exactly as I said. I hope that nothing happens to your daughter, Emperor Ruth. Emperor Trider grinned hideously as he said those words. His words might sound appropriate, but everyone knew that he was wishing the opposite of what he said. Emperor Ruth gnashed his teeth in anger. Just when he going to do something, a voice echoed out. Leave it, Emperor Ruth. Some people just couldn't bear to see others climbing atop of their heads. Logan uttered as he said those words indifferently. Haha, nicely said, Emperor Loret. Hearing that, Emperor Ruth laughed as he started to like this new emperor. Emperor Trider narrowed his eyes and laughed suddenly. Bringing 2 kids to the VIP seats, even if they are of royal status, their cultivation is probably low that they don't deserve to be seated here. In fact, they do not even deserve to directly participate in the final competition. Emperor Loret and Emperor Trider glared at each other. A tense atmosphere started to whirl around the VIP seats. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. So what if they don't have enough cultivation level? As long as I'm here, if they want to directly participate, then they will be able to. Logan said overbearingly with an indifferent face. What gall? Are you disrespecting the Guardian Alliance? Emperor Raven raised his voice with a sneering tone. The other emperors didn't say anything as they knew that these 3 have a personal vendetta. Oh, who is that little girl near Prince Davis? I remember that your daughter should be only 5 or 6 years old. Emperor Trider asked with a questioning tone. In fact, with his intelligence network, he already knew who this girl was. Elia, who heard that, shuddered. She wore a purple robe and her hair was tied up in a bun. But no matter who saw this, they quickly knew that her bearing was not one a royal family member. Humph. That is my son's maid, just so you know, she will participate in the preliminaries. Logan replied in dissatisfaction. Then she has no business here. Lean, throw her out. Emperor Trider sneered as he said indifferently. The other youths were also displeased about a maid sitting together with them. Which of them didn't have their own pride? Yes. A youth, who supposedly belonged to the Trider family, stood up and looked at Elia with teasing eyes. He looked lean and his eyes were sunken as if he indulged in sexual pleasures all day long. Logan glared at him like a hawk eyeing its prey. Lean Trider went speedily, not caring a little about the glaring eyes of Emperor Loret as he had his backing near him. Haha, little girl, it's not safe for you here. Let me take you outside, and there. He stopped his words suddenly as he saw a little boy standing in front of him, blocking his way to that little girl. That little boy wore black-robed clothes which might have made him look dashing in appearance if he was some years older, but now, it just made him look cute. He laughed and said, Little Prince Davis, I don't want to hurt you, could you please move aside? Davis raised his face above as he looked at Lean and uttered a single word. Scram. Laughing sounds echoed from all sides. The young elites who were seated had a good laugh after hearing the words of Davis. He said scram. Scram, haha. Oh, my heavens. What a loss of face for Lean Trider. I wouldn't stay here anymore if I were him. Does the kid even knows who he's dealing with? Some mocked Davis while some mocked Lean. Lean's face turned green from hearing the mocking comments. Brat. I'll give you one last chance, move aside. Lean's face burned from being embarrassed as he shouted in fury. But he didn't dare to attack before giving a warning. Fool. I'll say it again, SCRAM. As Davis said those words slowly, even more, laughing sounds erupted from the sides. Brat. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lean clenched his fists and punched at Davis's face. Davis calmly looked at the incoming fist, that he thought was so slow. He thought that he could have dodged at least 10 times during this period. Just when Lean's punch neared Davis's face, Davis moved his face slightly to the side as he dodged his punch with incredible timing. Looking at Davis, everybody was stunned. Davis wasn't afraid that his body tempering cultivation would be found out because he knows that as long as he doesn't reveal his body's aura, there is no way that they can figure it out. He knew that they could only try to guess or probe. You. Just when Lean finished receiving his fist back, he felt himself flying through the audience seats as he fell down on the arena. Davis's fist was so fast that Lean didn't see it coming. Lean struggled to stand up as he tried his best. He felt as if his innards were coming out. Just when he stood up, he spat a mouthful of blood as he glared hatefully at Davis. I'll kill you. Just when he lost his mind, he suddenly received a soul transmission from Emperor Triter which made him get back to his senses. My son might be somewhat lacking compared to this 10-year-old genius, but that maid still doesn't deserve her place here. Emperor Triter said in displeasure. He felt that he had lost some face because of his son's incompetence. Suddenly a stomping sound could be heard as all heads turned to look at the little boy. Davis was the one who stomped his legs to garner attention. He clasped his hands and said, "Emperors and young elites, I am Prince Davis and this is my maid, Elia. Targeting her is the same as targeting me. You should be beware of the consequences that might come around to your doorstep one day. That said, I and Elia are going to participate in the preliminaries to broaden our horizons even if you hadn't said anything, Emperor Triter. So this whole time, I am very sorry to waste your NAS breath on us." Davis said as he grinned. He had a mocking expression on his face. Insolent. Emperor Triter's face went red in fury as he stood up. When had he, an emperor of high stature, had been reprimanded and mocked by a 10-year-old child? This was courting death. Many youths froze in horror and some looked at the sight in admiration. They all thought, truly a newborn calf doesn't know the fear of the tiger. Emperor Lowrit and Emperor Ashton hurriedly moved in front of Davis. "What is the meaning of this, Emperor Ashton?" Emperor Triter asked in annoyance. There's no way I'm going to let you harm my son-in-law just because your opinion was not accepted by anyone. All right, there's no need to start a dispute just because of one maid. Emperor Ruth stood and said, "Prince Davis, could I ask you to go to the preliminaries then? We will be starting the preliminaries tomorrow. So go gather at the east side of the island for now." Davis nodded his head as he could clearly see Emperor Ruth giving him a way out of this mess, and naturally, he wouldn't decline this offer as he didn't want to deal with a person who he can't currently handle without using his death note. His impression of Emperor Ashton also grew, but not much as he knew that it was a result of showing off his talent in the public. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Then I will take my leave, everyone. Davis clasped his hands as he bowed perfunctorily. The pressure he was facing was offset by the two emperors who shielded him from Emperor Triter. Thinking of running right after you picked a fight with me. Coward. Emperor Triter wasn't ready to take this lying down. I wonder who was it that honestly got scared and turned tail after blatantly coming to destroy our empire? Davis asked as he questioned mockingly. You. Just when Emperor Triter was going to make a move. A majestic aura spread as it surrounded the arena. Emperor Triter, are you not going to show me some face? I've already said to stop, and you're still not stopping. Emperor Ruth said as he released his majestic aura. He was dressed in golden imperial robes which had flood dragon patterns. Emperor Triter said nothing as he sat down. He felt like torturing Davis for what he had done. One thing he couldn't understand was why Emperor Ruth would help the little kid. Let's go, Davis said as he left the arena with Elia. A lone girl with fiery red robes sat in exactly 6 m away from Davis. Her face was covered by a veil but her eyes were fiery hot as she blinked. Her long hair was blazing red as she tied it up in a ponytail. The left half of her face was covered by bangs as she blew it upwards with her mouth. From the moment she saw him, she was analyzing him with scrutinizing eyes. What guts? Doesn't he understand that he will get killed silently somewhere down the road? Some youths were looking at her weirdly. She felt as if their looks were asking, is the kid your future husband? What are you looking at? Scram! Shirley shouted as she felt embarrassed by Davis. The other youths hurriedly turned their heads as they were somewhat afraid of her. All right lads, you should learn from him. Look at his disposition, even daring go toe-to-toe with an emperor. A person of such caliber said that he is going to broaden his horizons. What are you all doing? Go participate in the preliminaries. Emperor Ashton sent a soul transmission to all who came with him to participate in the tournament. That's a drag. No way, we are not going. It will be a massacre if we go. Those plebeians won't even be able to stand before us. The replies he got almost burst his head. These kids. He thought as he sighed. Shifting his soul transmission to a lone girl who wore fiery red robes, he said, Shirley, what do you think of him? What broaden his horizons? Won't he get killed before even he reaches his adulthood? Shirley Ashton said as she fumed. Emperor Lowrit was with him, but Princess Davis' confidence doesn't clearly come from him. Emperor Ashton said as his face changed. He thought of a certain possibility but didn't dare to make sure of it. Isn't he a little too overbearing for his age? she asked in confusion. I think he has the power to back it up, although I'm not sure of it. Then we will see it when the competition ends, Shirley said as she looked forward to it. She was confident that she will get the first place during this Grand Sea Continent meet. Her temper is fiery when she speaks, but when she contemplates, her personality changes to a calm disposition. You could say that she just couldn't control her mouth, but could control her thoughts to a certain degree. After this, the emperors chatted as they spent their time leisurely. The young elites exchanged some pleasantries and then went back to being silent as if it were none of their business. But there were some youths who actively went around greeting and making acquaintances with everyone. This arena was full of people with sky-grade powers on the north side. Even various sect masters, organization heads were present, but they chose not to interfere with the emperors. Instead, they either talked or argued with the people as same as them. A silhouette was running to the east of the island in a relaxed manner, albeit that silhouette was extremely fast. Davis. Wait for me. A girlish silhouette, which was frantically running with all it got, shouted atop of its lungs. Hearing that, the silhouette, who was Davis, slowed down and maintained a pace which matched Elia. Why do you run so fast? Don't leave me behind. Haha, sorry. This place is so fun to run freely, I couldn't help but loosen my constraints. These two were currently going through a forest. It was greenish with its calm and peaceful scenery which was filled with life. What if something happens? Then I won't be able to report to the emperor. Don't go running without me, Elia said as she tried to berate him. Davis, who was running in front of her, turned his body towards her as he kept moving behind. Yes, my queen, he said as he bowed with one hand on his chest. Elia, who heard that, was stunned as her face blushed. He pretended to not notice her blush and turned front. He felt good to bully her but didn't know that he was acting shamelessly, as a result, which only made Elia like him even more and more. After a moment passed, she calmed herself down and asked Davis as she was curious about that matter. Why didn't you let me fight that person? Even though I was kinda scared, I was sure that with my cultivation level that I could have taken him down. You could have taken him down, but the consequences would have been different, as that Emperor Triter would have straight away killed you without giving any reason, as your status isn't high. So I had no choice but to make a move, as he can't kill me that easily. Hearing that, her face went pale, but she quickly calmed down as she shouted at him. I swear that I'll get reliable like you. So please just help me grow stronger, Davis. Davis smiled and nodded at her. This was the first time she asked anything of herself to him. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. In the east end of the Goat Island, there were a huge amount of people, amounting to more than 1 million. There were also a large number of queues, in which the young cultivators lined up to get their tokens. Seriously, I have never seen a queue this big before. A young man who looked quite naive, uttered in an annoyed tone. Me neither. A young girl who was behind the young man replied. Hey, you don't know, but it would have been more of a humongous queue if everyone came to get their tokens at the same time. Suddenly a random young cultivator piped in, trying to show off his knowledge to the young woman. Brother, you mean? Another young man, who looked scrawny, joined in on the conversation. Yes, there are already more than 5 million contestants who have already got their own tokens. That random young cultivator replied. Yeah, right. The other empires have already arrived here earlier after all. That scrawny young man nodded his head in understanding. Davis and Elia, who were passing over the people who lined up in the queues, heard a lot of conversations like this, which made it easier for them to understand what was going on. Elia, did you hear that? Elia replied as she digested the information she heard. Looks like there are 12 islands in which the preliminaries will take place. Not only that, but the island in which we will be assigned to will be decided by the tokens we draw, it seems. So there's a chance that we will be separated, huh? Realization dawned on her face as she went sad. Seems like it. Davis carelessly muttered and looked at her face. Seeing her sad expression, he comforted her. Haha, don't be disheartened, it's not like we're going to separate forever. He then added, besides, we don't know if we are even going to be separated absolutely, so don't lose heart. I hope that we are always together. Elia smiled and replied innocently without any ulterior meaning. Davis, who heard that, froze. Her smile was bright and pure, combined with her words, she looked like an angel to Davis. He then hurriedly looked away as if he hadn't minded what she had said, but deep in his heart, it pretty much had a high impact on him. They both then lined up to queue for getting a token for the two of them, as they conversed. The two of them received weird looks from the start as they seemed like two kids who were going on an excursion. Davis didn't pay any heed to their weird expressions, but Elia was visibly discomforted by their unwanted attention. Don't pay any heed to others, Elia. As a child who came to attend the Grand Sea Continent meet, you should be proud of yourself. Elia nodded her head as she put up a proud front. Davis laughed at her proud expression, which made her instantly embarrassed. After getting their 2 tokens, it was already night. They were almost the last participants to get their tokens. Why isn't there a writing on the token? How am I supposed to know which island to go to? Davis, who saw the token, couldn't help but question. Maybe the letters would appear magically. Elia replied in a joking tone. Suddenly, a solemn voice sounded out to the whole island from nowhere. The voice even sounded out a few more kilometers. As I have already said before, the letters on the token will reveal itself on the day of the preliminaries. We have decided to host the preliminaries tomorrow, so those who did not manage to get a token by today will be automatically disqualified. Hearing that, many youths who were in the ships or somewhere around the island, hurriedly went to the east of the island to get their tokens. A powerful voice amplification formation. No, doesn't look like that. It probably is an additional feature of another formation. Davis thought as he couldn't figure out where the voice came from. Time passed by as morning finally came. No one bothered Davis and Elia, as they all thought that these kids came from some powerful family to broaden their horizons. Again that solemn voice echoed in fervor. The time period for collecting your tokens is over. Anyone who failed to procure one will be disqualified automatically. Hearing that, the many youths who ran to get their tokens yesterday night like their lives depended on it, heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the letters in the token will reveal themselves in any moment now. Suddenly, Davis could sense an energy wave coming from a formation somewhere. He managed to pinpoint it as the formation's energy came from the center of the island. Various transparent lights shot above from the middle of the island, which was invisible to almost 99% of the youths who came to participate in the preliminaries. Davis also saw those transparent lights as it came close to him at an extreme speed and collided with his token. This kind of situation happened to all the young cultivators who held a token in their hands. No matter if they were on a ship or somewhere far away from the island, those transparent lights successfully hit the tokens in their hands. Davis saw the transparent light transform into some words in the token. 5th Island. But for some reason, the token in his hands, which was originally white in color, suddenly converted to a red color. Elia, which island did you get? Davis then asked Elia. 5th Island. Davis heaved a sigh of relief and said, we are on the same island, thankfully. Really? Elia clenched her fists in excitement as she almost jumped on him to hug, but chose not to as it would be considered rude. Yes, hee. Davis laughed in a relieved tone. Actually, he was the one who was most afraid of separating from Elia, as there were many dangers here in the preliminaries. After all, it wasn't too difficult for a person to kill another person in this place. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Somewhere on the island, a black-robed silhouette held a token in its hand which glowed red as it thought. 5th Island. Why is it red now? That silhouette then looked into the sky and thought. I wonder if he is in the arena. I'll surely pass through this preliminaries and meet him there. It then returned to its teammates who were some few hundred meters away. That solemn voice then echoed again. Now for those of you got the 1st to 3rd island tokens, head to the north end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Next, for those of you got the 4th to 6th island tokens, head to the east end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Then, for those of you got the 7th to 9th island tokens, head to the west end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. Finally, for those of you got the 10th to 12th island tokens, head to the south end of the Goat Island and board the ship which carries you to your designated island. The rules will be explained once you reach your designated islands. The whole island was silent for a moment before some people scrambled to get to their destination. Davis, who was already on the east end of the island, laughed wryly while looking at the incoming ships. The ships docked on the shore as the participants began to board the ship in a hurried manner. Davis and Elia also casually boarded a ship which was designated to go to the 5th island. Sometime later, that silhouette also boarded the same ship. The ships hosted about 1 million youths each, which then set sail to their designated islands after a period of time. It was already noon by that time. The ships then reached their destination when it was almost night. It was starting to get dark when Davis and Elia arrived at the 5th island. The solemn voice echoed again to all the 12 islands. I shall explain the rules now. The tokens you have carries each 1 point. Some of you may have a red, blue, or green token. These tokens contain 100, 50, and 10 points respectively. These tokens are distributed randomly, and the one who possesses these tokens may have a head start from all of you. But it may also be a disadvantage if a weak cultivator possesses it. The preliminaries will go on for 10 days, earn as many points as you can and distinguish yourself from the other cultivators. The top 100,000 on the 11th day will be qualified to participate in the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. The preliminaries will officially start in the midnight, so scatter throughout the island for the time being. Young cultivators of all the empires, the stage has been set for you to achieve your glory. The strong will advance while the weak will lag behind. Your fate depends on your prowess. So if you don't want to lag behind the others, give it your all even if you have to die for it. As the voice echoed, all the youths were filled with renewed vigor. Davis, who heard that, couldn't give a shit about it, while Elia couldn't help but get nervous. So, this is the 5th island. Elia muttered as she looked at the eerie forest from the shore. Stay with me, don't get lost though. Davis casually said as he yawned. He almost got bored by this tiring trip. They then headed into the forest, so did the other young cultivators. Many followed after them as people thought the 2 kids were easy targets. But Davis and Elia managed to easily leave them behind with their speed. But some managed to follow them, but only by managing to use their full speed. Those people who followed them were astonished by the fact that these 2 kids were faster than them. If they want your life, then take away their life. Don't leave anyone behind, as that might come to be fatal one day. Elia kept nodding her head as she learned how to survive from him. There are about 8 people who are following us. When midnight starts, you will face them. Elia, who heard that, was astonished. She asked, You are not coming? I will be near you, but I won't help you. Since it's your first fight, depend on yourself. Win with your own power. All right, I will do as you say. She narrowed her eyes as she said. Faint fighting intent emitted from her eyes as she clenched her little fists. Davis had already measured their pursuer's strength, so he was confident that she should be able to handle it. Davis nodded his head in satisfaction. If she threw a tantrum right now, then he will have no choice but to give in, as he couldn't force her to do something that she doesn't want. Time passed as the chase continued through the forest. Davis even identified many mortal-grade herbs as he thought wryly, as I thought, looks like the high-grade herbs had already been cleared a long time ago. Just when it was about to become midnight, that solemn voice echoed again. Now young participants, whether you rob or kill, work hard to accumulate your points, as your fate depends on it. I hereby declare the start of the preliminaries. It's time. Davis said as he disappeared from Elia's view. How did he do that? Elia widened her eyebrows at his disappearance. She hurriedly stopped at a place and climbed above a tree and stood upon its branch. The 8 youths arrived at that place and looked like they were searching for something. Shit, where did that little boy go? Haha, little missus. It will be better if you hand over your token. We don't want to hurt you after all. Look, even your friend who was with you got scared shitless and escaped. Yes, it would be better if you hand over your token. Then we'll be on our way. These 8 people teamed up to advance in the rankings and coincidentally, also noticed Davis having a red token, which was why they decided to follow them. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Elia, who heard that, managed to calm down, as their intent wasn't to kill her but only rob. The 8 youths were clad in different armors and had different weapons, which made them look like a group of ragtag. Elia narrowed her eyes and shouted in a brave voice as she steadied herself, If you want it, then come and take it from me. Haha, I admire your courage, but it wouldn't be wise to let go of our offer. Leave it. Everyone who participates here have their own backbone. You can't just expect them to hand it over. Then, I'll take care of her. A youth with a spear on his back approached Elia. I can do this. Elia thought as she readied herself. Bullying a little kid isn't my hobby, but we are fighting with our lives on the line here. You can only blame yourself for stepping on this land. That youth who had a spear charged at her with open fists. It seemed like he had cultivation but no fist skills, as he was clearly clumsy with his fists. A spear user. He went easy on me. Elia thought as she jumped out of the branch. She aimed her fists at him and collided with each other. Asterisk bam asterisk. Arg. That youth was sent flying as he felt his bones crack in his arms. H. Hand over your token now that you have been defeated. Elia threatened in a not-so-threatening tone. Heh, little miss, did you forget that there were 7 of us left? A voice echoed at the back of her head which startled her greatly. She ducked her head down as suddenly a black sword cut the top of her hair a little while she hurriedly moved away from her position. Elia, who was almost killed, was greatly angered as she looked at the scrawny youth who sneak attacked her. Hawk, what are you doing? A youth with a sword shouted. She's just a little girl, why are you aiming to kill her for? Even the guy who had his fists broken shouted at him. Humph. You guys should just give up and go back to the ship. If you don't have enough resolve, just go back to your hometown. That scrawny youth who was called Hawk sneered in derision. A short handling of the little girl led to a confusion in the newly formed random team. They exchanged back arguments as they decided what to do with her. After all, every team here was either formed way before or after this preliminary started. He's right. If you don't have enough resolve, then you guys should just hand over your tokens and leave. That's right. The situation went out of hand as an internal fight broke out among them while they argued whether to kill her or not. Out of the 8 individuals who pursued them, it was only that youth who had a sword and the youth who had a spear outright denied to kill her. Elia, who watched that, felt an emotion wash over her as she laughed at herself in derision as she thought. How lamentable. They're fighting over whether to kill me or not as if I am a savage beast. So this is what Davis, my prince, meant by that he is weak, even when he is so strong. Heh, this is why he told me to make myself stronger, so that there will be none who could control my fate by then. Asterisk stab asterisk. You. The scrawny youth who argued with the youth with the sword suddenly had his heart pierced as electricity ran through him like a snake that was bent on devouring the innards of its prey. Elia looked up at him in indifference as she thought of him as an ant. That scrawny youth's eyes went red as he collapsed while his heart corroded as it let out a charred smell. Kill her. The 2 youths who supported her froze, while the other 5 youths who were clad in different armors surrounded as they charged at her in all directions. Elia looked at her surrounding calmly as if she weren't the one who was targeted anymore. She looked like a bystander who was calmly watching an ongoing battle. Her eyes looked indifferent to her surroundings as she cast a technique. Lightning storm. She lightly muttered to herself as she looked at those 2 youths who shielded in a different light. Suddenly, thick lines of lightning tinged with a light black color erupted from her body as it flew to the youths who charged at her in a zigzag motion. Hurry, dodge! A youth shouted in horror as he saw that lightning approach him like a snake. But alas, the lightning discharged by Elia was faster than them, resulting in the black lightning hitting them with a crackling sound. Lightning covered them as they were burnt like a pig while a charred smell wafted in the air. The 2 youths who supported Elia froze in fear as if they saw a ghost, their face pale as snow. Hand over the tokens and leave. Those 2 youths who heard that threw over their tokens hurriedly and ran away with their lives pathetically as if they were granted an amnesty for a great crime they had committed before. Davis. I won. Look. Elia shouted as she turned jubilant while she collected the tokens from their tokens as if nothing of importance happened a moment ago. Just when she collected the last of the 8 tokens, she collapsed on the grass as if she was exhausted. But just when she was going to fall on the grass, a hand extended around her waist and supported her from falling. A few minutes ago. Davis looked at the confrontation in utter concentration as he couldn't let Elia die in front of him so easily, no matter what. 8 youths, let's see how she would handle this. Davis thought. He was on the branch where Elia had supposedly stood on before, watching the battle below with eyes wide open. He used his dark concealing shroud art to make himself invisible to the people below. In fact, even all the people in this preliminary couldn't see through his cloaking. Even if he stood beside them and acted like a clown, they wouldn't be able to notice. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Davis saw Elia send a youth flying, with her fists. Oh, looks like that youth is a bit okay as he is not aiming for Elia's life. Guess I could spare him. Just when Davis thought like that, suddenly he noticed a scrawny youth get behind Elia as he lifted a dagger and slashed at her. Davis almost immediately launched himself at him if it weren't for the stupid mistake the scrawny youth made when he arrived behind Elia. That idiot. I thank the heavens that he isn't an assassin. Davis's heart felt at ease when he looked at that scrawny youth speak before slashed at her. He was at least sure that Elia would have been able to dodge that with her skills as he had sparred with her before. Then he saw Elia dodge that slash as she hurriedly retreated when suddenly an internal fight broke out in the enemy team. What the hell? Davis couldn't hold his laughter, but his impression of those two youths who shielded Elia turned good. Suddenly he could see Elia laugh weirdly as she moved to the scrawny youth in a second. Davis's eyes went wide as he saw her stab that scrawny youth's heart with her finger while she had a calm and indifferent expression on her face. He gulped as he thought that was scary. He never saw this expression before. Had she killed a person before? He thought as he shook his head. He then saw those 5 youth who were ready to kill her, surround her in a bid to end her. Davis narrowed his eyes as he thought of making his move. He thought that Elia will panic as she had no battle experience before, but the sight before him made him stay his hand. He saw Elia cast the second layer technique of the Extinction Lightning Judgment with a calm face as she fried her opponents to crisp without any reaction. Davis's heart almost leapt out of his chest as he couldn't believe this scene. He thought that she turned into a person that he doesn't know of. Since when did she start killing people like cutting cabbages? He had this thought and hurriedly moved to spare those 2 youths who had supported her. He then saw Elia sparing those 2 youths, which then made him heave a sigh of relief. He thought as he ruefully smiled. Haha, guess I jumped to conclusions. It was my fault, I brainwashed her too much about survival that she didn't even blink to kill her opponent. Davis then saw her call out to him as she collected the tokens one by one. Just when he was going to reveal himself, he saw her suddenly collapsing while he quickly moved to support her. Fuck. As I thought. Which human could possibly not be exhausted and pained mentally when they kill another living being for the first time? He thought as he felt guilt in his heart, but quickly assured himself that it was a necessary process for her to stay alive even if anything happens to him. Later on. After all, he couldn't be there for her every single time when something bad happens. A day passed while the participants either killed or robbed to get their hands on the tokens. At a place where there was a multitude of flora and a vibrant grassland filled with countless trees, 2 silhouettes could be seen as one was sleeping on the other one, who was sitting. These 2 silhouettes were Davis and Elia. What is this? Why is she still not waking up? Davis thought as he looked at her worriedly. It had been a day and still, there was no sign of Elia waking up. Just when he thought of scouting his surroundings, he saw her eyelids gently tremble. Elia opened her eyes as she looked at Davis, who was looking at her intently. She then realized that she was given a lap pillow by Davis while she blushed visibly. Good morning, Elia. Although it is night, hee, said Davis as he greeted her in a warm tone. Elia quickly stood up while she involuntarily remembered about the event that took place earlier as she started to breathe heavily. Calm down, Elia. What you did was correct, there's no need to be hard on yourself. It was for survival and there was no helping it. Davis couldn't help but comfort her, seeing this sight. He originally thought that he shouldn't pry on this topic as it might remind her of something unpleasant. But since she remembered, then he had no choice but to comfort her. Elia, who heard that, was visibly comforted, but she shook her head as if that wasn't the case. Davis couldn't get what she was trying to say. She then shook her head again and looked at him sadly as she bit her lips. It's nothing, I was just too scared. Davis replied, anyone will be scared after their first experience of killing. No need to worry over that. In this world, we will probably get used to it. He thought to himself ruefully, but didn't say it to her as he thought that she should understand this herself. Elia nodded as she stayed silent. A few moments passed awkwardly before Davis suddenly remembered something he had to say to Elia. Elia, just when the first day ended, that solemn voice made its entry again. It said that we will be able to see our ranks in our tokens, as well as the number of points we hold. While saying that, he took out his token as he inserted his energy into it. 5th Island. Name. Position, 9,046,970. Points, 50. Oh, it also said that we could insert our names or alias into it. Davis then added. Elia, check your token now. Elia nodded while she took out her token as she inserted her energy into it. 5th Island. Name. Position, 11,446,330. Points, 1. It says that I have only 1 point. Elia muttered in confusion. Of course, you haven't still absorbed their tokens, have you? Yes. Elia uttered as she gave the tokens she collected to Davis. Hey. Increase your points. Didn't you defeat them? Davis refused it as she was the one who defeated them. Okay. She muttered as she absorbed those 8 tokens. The 8 tokens then disintegrated as if they didn't exist in the first place. Out of the 8 tokens, 2 tokens were green, 1 token was blue, while the other tokens were white. 5th Island. Name. Position, 8,636,767. Points, 76. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Now my points have increased to 76, said Elia as she looked at her token and had a sudden doubt. But the name slot is empty. Oh, that voice also said that we can use our energy to input our names or alias, Davis said as he looked at her in a meaningful way. What? Hee, I'm going to use an alias. Flicking his sleeves, Davis gave off an impeccable air which seemed to imply that he had a grand alias in store for himself. Elia looked at him weirdly as she knew whenever he posed like this, there wouldn't be one good thing that would happen. She then ignored him and replied as she used her energy to input her name into the token, oh, I'll just use my name. 5th Island. Name, Elia. Position, 8,636,767. Points, 76. She looked at the token in satisfaction and felt a little good as though she managed to carve and leave her name in a monument. So, what alias did you pick? Even though Elia was not even the least bit looking forward to it, she was still a little curious. Heh, not telling. Davis laughed. Days passed as Davis and Elia actively hunted for tokens. They killed whoever wanted to kill them and robbed whoever only wanted to get their tokens. They did as they pleased and spared no one even under any circumstance. As long as they felt some killing intent from their enemies, they won't hold back either. Davis made Elia do all the fighting and as a result, her battle experience increased. Furthermore, she never got to be in a disadvantage during a battle, as she dual cultivated both body tempering and essence gathering systems. Elia faced more than 100 battles and she collected more than 3,000 points. Meanwhile, Davis ran off to hunt whenever she had taken a break from her exhaustion from battling. He had also managed to gather 2,000 points as he made his way into the top 10,000. People who had lost their tokens had no way to participate unless they rob a token from a participant and start from the beginning. So it doesn't matter how many points one collect, it was important to protect their own token as well. Once a person lost it, all the points that the person had collected will disappear, but it won't add to the one who absorbed the token. The one who absorbed will just get the point of the token that they have absorbed. It was the 5th day of the preliminaries. A black-robed silhouette, along with 5 young people, ran across the forest. They looked pretty happy as they checked their tokens. Hey, look at this, my ranking is in the top 1000s, the youth who said that had a lush green hair tied up behind his neck. He looked suave and had a dashing presence around him. Not bad. The voice sounded out with a tone that can melt one's state of mind. Haha, young mistress, it still doesn't compare to your ranking of getting into the top 100. Stop that, all the tokens that I absorbed were from the hard work of us all. Honestly, all of this should have gone to you, Kent. The 6 of them were none other than the Calden family youths who were sent to participate in the Grand Sea Continent meet. There were 2 women and 4 young men in this group. It doesn't matter if my ranking is in the top 10 or top 100 in this preliminaries. This ranking will be of help to you when you marry into the Lowrit family so that others won't look down on you, Evelyn. Kent Calden smiled and said. Thank you all. Evelyn felt touched and replied in a heartfelt tone. She was wearing black robes to cover her identity from someone. Kent was a close cousin of Evelyn's. He was next in line to inherit the family head position since Evelyn was born as a girl. The other candidates don't quite measure up to him in cultivation, so they were no threat to him at all. The only threat to him was Evelyn. If someone had married her and got into the family, then he would lose his family head position. But to his luck, Evelyn got engaged to the prince and she will marry him into the Lowrit family, which clears the line for him to become the next head of the Calden family. This made him feel content, so he had no qualms in helping Evelyn, who was his cousin, achieve a greater glory in the Grand Sea Continent meet. The Calden family team was quite powerful that each of them could hold their own against a motley team of youths who were only out for the top 100,000 positions. Evelyn, who had a pretty low cultivation, rode on their coattails as she didn't deem it necessary to use her own powers in this preliminaries. They chatted as they randomly went in a direction to encounter a team to battle and casually collect some tokens while they were at it. Suddenly Evelyn froze as her team encountered two kids who were lone without any reinforcement. Her team also froze because they have seen this two kids before. Well, isn't this a coincidence? My dear Evelyn. An astonished voice drifted, breaking the silent atmosphere in this place. Davis was surprised to see her in this island. There were other 11 islands which made his chances of meeting her were very low as well. Evelyn was dumbfounded to hear that he had found out her identity with just a glance. She felt that all that concealing her identity and strength had gone to waste. She removed her hood and replied calmly, "My Evelyn. I don't remember becoming yours." "Oh, you will, hee. That matter. Are you up for it now?" Davis asked with a playful tone. "You sure you want to take me on?" she said as she released a grayish aura from her body. This. She has reached the iron stage. Kent and the others who saw Evelyn was visibly astonished at her cultivation. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Evelyn said nothing as she revealed her cultivation proudly, expecting Davis to be astonished at this sight. Asterisk clap clap asterisk. Davis clapped as he was genuinely happy for Evelyn, but he still said in a playful tone while he walked closer to her, "Congratulations on breaking through the iron stage, I'll happily take you on right now." Don't tell me his body cultivation reached the third stage. Evelyn frowned as she saw his playful expression. Still, she walked forward as she readied herself for a battle. She couldn't possibly back out even if she now knew that he was in the iron stage. "Make your move, Miss Evelyn," Davis said as he stood calmly, not bothering to pose for a battle at all. Evelyn, who saw that, sneered as she thought, what was I worried for? He is still a kid. Then, here I come. Evelyn shouted as she used a technique to muddle a person's thoughts with her aura. That shout traveled as it reached Davis's ears that made him look a little disoriented. Evelyn hurriedly moved forward with elegant steps to hit him as soon as possible. She closed in on him and used her delicate palms to attack. Davis, who looked befuddled, suddenly dodged her palms as he caught her dainty wrists, which were soft, with his small hands. He then playfully smiled at her as he freed her wrists and moved back calmly. Asterisk whistle asterisk. Kent, who saw that, whistled in approval while Evelyn's face went red. She now knew that she was cheated as he wasn't affected at all by her sonic technique. Again. This time, she didn't use those support attacks and charged at him with her full speed and power. They then both exchanged fists as the battle intensely erupted between them. But it was intense only for the onlookers and Evelyn, as she was fighting with her full strength while Davis was visibly relaxed. A few moments passed by. Evelyn was visibly shaken as she felt herself tiring down with her fast-paced movements. But what made her truly shaken and tired was that Davis still didn't release his body cultivation aura and was still fighting solely with his own bodily strength. The Calden family youths were visibly horrified at the sight of it. He is only 10 years old and has such strength. Does he have a beast bloodline? He will surely be able to rank in the top 10 of the Grand Sea Continent meet. When such thoughts were running around the Calden family youths, Davis suddenly backed out and smiled wryly at her. "Miss Evelyn, can you give up?" "Why? You won't dare to attack a woman?" Evelyn shouted at him as she knew that he was defending the whole time and hadn't made any moves on her at all. She now knew that she was no match for him, but still, she felt frustrated at the thought of giving up, so she continued attacking to save herself some face. She felt that she could give up if she was beaten up badly, but giving up before that made her think that it will be a stain on her life and ungraceful. "Haha, Miss Evelyn, it's not like I don't dare to hurt women, it's just that I don't dare to harm my future wife." "You. Shameless." Evelyn blushed as she felt her face burn but felt an unknown emotion in her heart. "Humph. You tricked me, but I will keep my word," Evelyn said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. "Yes." Davis howled mentally in his mind as if he had achieved a big dream. "I know that my future wife isn't a sore loser. Hee, I can always trust my instincts," Davis replied as he waved his sleeves. Suddenly, she calmed down and smiled as if she was the one who achieved victory. "Whatever, keep bragging. Though I lost, it won't end here." "What do you mean?" Davis narrowed his eyes as he continued, "Are you going to go back on your words, Miss Evelyn?" "No, I did say that I will give my heart and soul to you," she grinned playfully as she added, "but I never said that I will give my body to you." Davis widened his eyes in astonishment as he thought wryly, "This woman. She played with her words." He suddenly laughed, holding his stomach. Everyone thought he went insane, including Evelyn and Elia. Evelyn suddenly felt that she bullied this kid too much and was just going to comfort him when suddenly, the Davis in her vision blurred and appeared right in front of her in an instant. Davis held her chin as his face went closer to her ear while she momentarily froze as he whispered, "As long as your heart is with me, it's enough." Evelyn dumbfoundedly watched as he mystically disappeared along with Elia, while the whole Calden family was horrified at the fact that they lost sight of two kids who were not half the age of them. The whole Calden family team looked at Evelyn with envy and jealousy, especially the other woman who was in the team. She almost went insane as she thought why she didn't get to be born as the young mistress. Why didn't she get to marry this monstrous prince? Such a delicious deal. Who wouldn't want that? These kinds of thoughts ran through the Calden family youths. Kent Calden suddenly had a weird thought that if he were to be born as a woman, then he would do all in his power to fight with Evelyn. Evelyn, looks like you did a great deed in your previous life to be able to be blessed with this kind of opportunity. I hope you have a great life. And don't forget about us too. Kent Calden said with a congratulating tone. The whole affair happened in front of everyone, so they were able to form their own theories about the matter both were talking about. Everyone congratulated her while Evelyn was dazed. She nodded her head absent-mindedly to their compliments and praise. Her head was still buzzing with those sweet words he whispered. Abruptly, she came out of her reverie and said in a calm tone, "I'm withdrawing." Chapter 76. Chapter 76. What? The whole team were dumbfounded as they all thought doubtfully, shouldn't she work hard to gain the favor of the prince by giving it her all in the Grand Sea Continent meet? They couldn't understand why she was acting arrogantly in front of the prince. This. Young mistress, isn't this a little too hasty to withdraw from the competition? Yeah, this is only the preliminaries. With your power, you could score more in the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. Evelyn calmly said, "I have finished my business in this place, so I'm withdrawing." She then whipped out her red token and stretched out her hand to Kent. "Take this, it's of no use to me now." Kent looked at that token weirdly and backed off, then he slowly said, "Evelyn, I have no idea what business you had here, but shouldn't you at least make an effort to be worthy of the prince? I thought about this before as well, but you are too arrogant." Evelyn, who heard that, was visibly shocked at his thoughts. "I am arrogant?" Her eyes went wide as she asked them. But her tone was one of questioning herself. "I meant no offense, but what makes you think that you are worthy of Prince Davis? Comparing your measly talent with his talent, combined with the age difference, what exactly makes you think that you are worthy of him? If it weren't for the risky decision of our family during the rebellion, which as a result, made the royal family indebted to us, do you think that you would be able to enjoy its benefits?" Evelyn was visibly shaken while each word hit her deeply as she was dragged down to reality. "It's not like I wanted this marriage, he was the one who had taken a liking towards me," she shouted back in frustration. Kent narrowed his eyes as he continued, "The prince had miraculously somehow taken a liking to you, probably because he had just reached puberty. If I guessed it correctly, then he was probably enamored by your charms and figure, which could drive a man crazy. If it weren't for that, how could he, a person of high stature, possibly take a liking towards you who at best possesses only an average talent? Don't you think that one day when he grows up that he will just get tired of your figure and realizes that he should no longer try to please you since you are so arrogant and not worthy of his time?" "No. Stop. I didn't want this. It was our family who forced me to marry him," Evelyn shouted as she couldn't bear to face her reality anymore. "Humph, what had you done for the Calden family other than wasting resources? Do you think that you can be so free that you can do anything you want just because you were born as the daughter of the family head? As the young mistress of our family, you have a responsibility to satisfy the family whether you like it or not." A few moments of silence passed by as the atmosphere turned rather tense. Kent harumphed and said, "So you don't want him, huh? Fine. Look at Zara. She looks like she couldn't wait to steal the prince from you, so why don't you rather gift the young mistress status to her if you don't want this marriage? Simple, right?" Evelyn looked at Kent in disbelief, and Zara Calden, who was the only other woman in this group, suddenly looked startled as she had no idea why she was brought into this conversation. "Zara, don't you want to marry the prince? Weren't you keen on her marriage? Evelyn says that she would gladly give her status to you if you want to do so." Zara was shocked again as her secret motives, which she hadn't acted on, were revealed in front of everyone. She hurriedly bit the bullet and said, "Yes. I would gladly take the young mistress's position and marry the prince if young mistress doesn't want it." There you have it. Zara says that she would like to marry the prince. Your problem is solved, right? I know you just want a peaceful life in the family. Zara, with your position as the future young mistress, isn't this a piece of cake for you? Kent grinned as he fined his voice to a serious tone. Yes, if our Evelyn wants to live peacefully, then it is within my powers to do it. In fact, I can agree with her future demands as well. Zara spoke seriously while she hid her excitement at the prospect of climbing the hierarchical ladder. As a talented member of a family, she had envied the young mistress position of Evelyn. She felt that Evelyn didn't deserve to be the young mistress just because she was the daughter of the family head. In the Calden family, it was difficult for one to keep their positions if they haven't achieved anything. If it weren't for Evan Calden, Evelyn's father, who had secretly protected her from every problem, then Evelyn would probably be dead or sold to some powerful characters even before she reached 15. As a father, Evan Calden had wished the best for his daughter in everything, and to him, marrying her off to the prince seemed like a deal from heaven which couldn't be any better. Silence rained down on the place as everyone looked at Evelyn for her answer. Evelyn stuttered as she trembled. Visible anger filled her face violently when suddenly, she felt reality drowning upon her. Abruptly, she lost her bearings and went crazy as reality hit her hard. Shut up. Who do you think you are? I won't hand over my position. Neither will I hand over my fated one. He is mine. Utter silence reigned once again as everyone looked at her lose her mind while Kent, who was the only one, who was calm, grinned in satisfaction as he nodded as he thought, provoking always works on someone who thinks that they're high and mighty. Evelyn looked at others bewilderedly. It was not that she couldn't believe what they had said, it was because she was dumbfounded at her own words. Various thoughts raced through her head as she realized her own deep wishes. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Time passed as it was almost the end of the preliminaries. Davis was in a good mood these 4 days. He felt ecstatic as he thought that he managed to leave an impression on her. But most importantly, he felt that their relationship would move forward a little as well. After that, he thought that seizing the first position was a drag, so he and Elia stopped hunting for tokens altogether. It didn't take them long to realize that their positions stayed stable as all the weak opponents had been eliminated from the preliminaries so far. So they explored the island and enjoyed the scenery as if they were on a vacation. It was a refresher as they didn't have to see blood and kill people. And of course, during this time, they encountered a little stronger opponents than the usual teams, but they still didn't opt to fight them but instead, chose to steer away. Brave youths of the Grand Sea Continent meet, I hereby announce the end of the preliminaries. The top 100,000 positions will move on to the next round. The others will have to return to their designated ships if they are alive. A solemn voice echoed throughout the island as it marked the 10-day period of the preliminaries come to an end. It continued, those who have passed the preliminaries will move onto a ship that holds the flag of the Guardian Alliance and hand over your tokens. The Guardian Alliance ship flag was yellow in color with a shield of different colors in the center. It sailed from the first island to the 12th island picking up the contestants who were in the top 100,000. It was pretty quick as everyone knew their own rankings, and the ship released a signal, indicating its position to the participants, making it easier for them to head over to the ship. They then handed over their tokens to the staff on the ship as they went to their designated rooms. The ship was big as the first ship they came in, so there was plenty of space to accommodate the remaining top 100,000 participants. They were all satisfied as this was a luxurious ship with plenty of delicacies and services. The youths who were in the ship started to imagine their glorious future as the ship sailed to a new island. I wonder what the second round entails. Hey, look at that, she's hot, go talk to her. No way man, she's way out of my league. Various conversations ran through the ship as everyone started to either give up and enjoy the ride or get nervous and stayed in their room, preparing to compete for the top 1,000 positions. Only a few who had faith in their abilities were carefree as they knew that they would advance into the top 1,000 positions. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ship solemnly. Victors of the preliminaries, I will now explain the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. The second round is to hunt magical beasts. What? Magical beasts. I knew it. Whatever, it is better than killing people. Everyone had different reactions when they heard that they have to hunt magical beasts. But most people felt happy as they didn't have to needlessly kill anymore due to survival. Somewhere in the ship, in a certain room. Isn't that good? Davis asked. Yes. But a beast. I've never fought them before. Elia replied meekly, totally different from the way she used to behave during a battle. Don't worry, I haven't fought them before as well. We'll stick together as we try to kill them one by one." That solemn voice, which waited for the youngsters to digest its words, echoed again as if mocking Davis's words. "I will explain what exactly the second round involves. Each of you will hunt for the magical beasts individually, so if any one of you is found hunting a magical beast with another participant, you will be immediately disqualified without any delay. Robbing is also forbidden, as this round only depends on your ability to hunt magical beasts." A clamor broke out in the ship as everyone who tried to get lucky through their teamwork felt dejected. But no one can change the rules, so they continued listening. After you arrive on the island, each of you will be given a spatial bag, in which you will store the cores of the magical beasts you personally hunt. The cores of the magical beasts also contain fixed points. A low-level mortal beast stage core will give you 5 points. A mid-level mortal beast stage core will give you 10 points. A high-level mortal beast stage core will give you 20 points. A peak-level mortal beast stage core will give you 50 points. A low-level Earth Beast stage core will give you 100 points. A mid-level Earth Beast stage core will give you 200 points. A high-level Earth Beast stage core will give you 300 points. A peak-level Earth Beast stage core will give you 500 points. A low-level Sky Beast stage core will give you 1,500 points. A mid-level Sky Beast stage core will give you 3,000 points. A high-level Sky Beast stage core will give you 5,000 points. A peak-level Sky Beast stage core will give you 10,000 points. A low cough. That island doesn't have a 4th stage beast, so you can relax. Everybody had black lines on their face as they heard the voice continued speaking even more after a peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beast. But after they heard the voice comforting them, they couldn't help but laugh and relax. That voice made their nervousness go away in an instant, Davis thought as he sensed the atmosphere in the ship visibly relax. A Sky Beast stage magical beast can possibly kill them even when they work together as a team. So what is the possible result when they confront one individually? It is almost certain death. This made them nervous and sent them panicking before the voice made them relax again. Magical beasts are inherently stronger than humans. Unless one trains in at least 2 of the cultivation systems, one cannot hope to fight equally with them unless their battle prowess is higher than the norm. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Young geniuses, as the top 100,000 cultivators, you are the future of our continent. If you sense that your life is in danger, please do back out and go to the east end of the island. There are already more than 5 million deaths in the preliminaries. Each of them was promising in their own right, but ultimately it still led them to die in the process of gaining glory. Everyone was shocked to see the death toll but quickly returned to normal as this was expected. This also happened in every other previous Grand Sea Continent meet, so nobody cared. But they cast looks of gratitude towards the voice as it told them to retreat when danger closes on them. However, Davis sneered, "Huh? What, please do back out? You guys only want to recruit them and get them under your control, strengthening your respective empires in the process." The voice then continued, "However, if you are caught cheating, instead of you youngsters getting yourselves killed by the magical beasts, you will be executed by us." The top 100,000 participants who had thoughts of cheating immediately wiped away such thoughts. Also, the spatial bag contains your token, and it works in tandem with a formation. So the number of points you obtain will be updated in the scoreboard which is on the deck of the ship. In fact, you youngsters should also try to work hard, because another scoreboard is also in the main arena. So your ranking will be displayed in front of the great emperors. The youths clenched their fists in agitation, dreaming to arrive at the top position, so they can distinguish themselves from the others. They were all thinking that once they reach the top 10, they can enjoy all forms of luxury for the rest of their life. The ship then continued to sail to the island where the second round will take place. Time passed by as the 12th day arrived. In the distance, a huge volcano could be seen on an island. Davis and Elia, who were on the deck, looked at it in awe. But what they were admiring was not the volcano, but the island, which was divided into 2 by a river. The whole island was elevated while one end had a volcano while the other end looked like a glacial mountain. An ice volcano. Davis muttered as he looked at it in awe. He never saw an ice volcano before, this was a new sight to him. Young geniuses, we have arrived at the designated island. Now is the time to prove yourselves in front of everyone and make it to the finals. Move on to the island. The second round will last for a total of 5 days. Collect as many cores as you can. I hereby declare the start of the second round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. Just when everyone was going to jump out of the ship, that voice kindly echoed again. Don't forget to collect your spatial bag from the exit of the ship. The contestants had black lines on their faces as they forgot about it or either thought that it will be handed over once they reach the island. Suddenly a youth ran in front of the exit and inserted his hand into a big chest. He took his hand out, collecting a spatial bag in the process. He then made his way out as he went to the island. Looking at that, all the youths understood one by one as they made their way to take their spatial bags that were in the chests. They all understood that it was a formation but couldn't figure out which type of formation it was. An identification type formation. Davis thought while he looked at it. He had more knowledge than these people concerning formations. He had read about it in the library. After all, he had almost spent 2 years there, only reading books. Why do they take a random spatial bag from the chest? Didn't that voice say that our tokens are also in a spatial bag? Elia asked in confusion. Although she was in the royal castle, she wasn't allowed entry to the library after all. Davis explained as he shifted his look to her, what the formation does is identify your energy imprint. Everyone has their own unique aura, energy, and soul. So what the formation does is match your energy with the token and bring it out. So what I take out is mine. Yes, you can say that. Even though Davis wasn't totally sure, but he assumed that this was the case. Elia nodded as she understood, but she also lamented at her ignorance. She secretly vowed that once she had reached enough strength, she will achieve something and get permission from the Emperor himself to gain entry into the library. Just when he was watching the exit of the ship, he saw Evelyn and her team approaching the exit. Why is she still participating? Didn't she only come here to battle with me? Davis thought as he looked at her in confusion. Maybe I was secondary and she came to achieve a position for herself in this competition. Davis laughed at himself but felt a little sad for some reason. Well, I'll keep an eye on her too. In case if anything happens. Suddenly, his face was pushed aside. He turned to look back at Elia, who was the culprit who pushed his face. Elia. Is something wrong? He asked in incredulity as this had never happened before. Rather than being angry at her, he felt happy that she pushed his face aside because she never had the courage to touch him herself, not even once. Elia just pouted without saying anything, as she moved towards the chest at the exit of the ship. What did I do? Why would I do that? It's that, it must be that. Elia panicked internally and had no idea why she did that. Sadly, she could only guess. Wait. I'm also coming. Davis had no idea what had happened, but he happily rushed forward as he caught up and walked beside her, jubilantly. They collected their spatial bags and then reached the island. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. The island was almost 500 kilometers long, and it was unquestionably a unique zone in the Grand Sea. Fog eternally perpetuated in this place, as the conflict between the two conflicting temperatures endlessly clashed from the time people found this island. The left end of the island had seabeds which were extended by the erupting volcano every decade. There were also hidden reefs and molten caves which were used as a hideout or as a home for the magical beasts. The right end of the island was covered in ice, and the land was frozen widely with small hills that looked like it was encased in ice magma. Davis walked hand in hand with Elia to the left side of the island. It was perpetually hot in this place, and their field of vision was quite limited, but Davis had a unique soul which made him sense his surroundings with clarity, so he couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of this island. Furthermore, he also sensed a bizarre bug flying around him. A monitoring bug. He thought as he guessed. It was all over the island, but the bugs were quite small and almost invisible to the naked eyes, but he could sense them as he had a powerful soul which also made him sensitive to his surroundings. That said, he confidently walked together with her because he knew that he was not violating the rules of the second round. The rules only said that the participants were not to hunt a magical beast together. But the rules never stated that the participants cannot travel together. This was a loophole which was realized by some of the smarter participants, which led them to also travel again with their previous team. I never thought that I would get to see the Frozen Island which had been stated in a certain book of the Royal Library. Davis nodded in appreciation. He could see unique plants and herbs which were growing on this island. Most of them were fire-attributed herbs which were very useful in alchemy. He collected some herbs and tore those apart as if they were roadside weeds. These kind of herbs were quite ordinary to him, and he wanted to get a realistic feeling on the internal structure of the herbs. Elia followed beside him and curiously looked at his serious expression that was on his face. She personally felt that it was cute. Then Elia had a confused expression on her face just when she had realized something. "Davis, aren't we supposed to be hunting for magical beasts? What are you doing there?" "I'm just looking into the internal structure of the herb so I can learn about its working and essence when used in alchemy." Davis continued his research and didn't look at her. "But don't you think that something is wrong? We are already in the outer zone, but we haven't encountered any magical beasts. This is kinda weird," Elia said in worry as she believed that they should have encountered a magical beast by now. Davis suddenly froze as he looked at Elia in horror while pointing behind her. "Look. A great serpent." Elia felt alarmed. "Ah." She then immediately screamed as ran behind Davis while cowering her head. Few moments passed by as nothing happened. Elia then opened her eyes and looked at Davis, only to see him having a "can't hold my laughter" expression on his face. Her face went red as she embarrassedly screamed, "Stop playing around. Don't scare me like that. Calm down, Elia. Honestly, you have a good sense and perception. Just relax and maintain your vigilance at the same time. I know that it is difficult, but this is something that you should master if you were to become a pro magical beast hunter." A magical beast hunter is just the name that the people have given to people, who mainly hunt beasts for their survival. It isn't an official occupation or anything. Elia then discerned that she was stressed out the whole time, even though she acted calmly on the outside. This was a new experience for her, and as a maid, she had seen the scary carcasses of magical beasts which had made her not want to see them alive, walking around. Davis had his senses and perception heightened thanks to his soul cultivation, so he could maintain his vigilance without being stressed out. "What you said has a point. But the concept you forgot was that we came to this island openly. We, the 100,000 people who are currently hostiles to the natives of this island. Do you think that those magical beasts will just get slaughtered by us? Even though they can't think or speak like us, they do have sharp instincts. So the magical beasts you were talking about must have run to the inner zone of this side." Suddenly, he grinned as he walked to a tree that looked charred. "Except some brave magical beasts which are looking to have their own delicious victim." A burst of light passed through the tree vertically, as the tree slowly split into two trunks that fell on each side. A brown snake slid off the tree as blood washed over the ground gradually. It was 3 m in length, but its thickness was quite small. Its scales were brown as if they were burned, though it was not the case as it was a natural scale color for it. A charred boa, a high-level earth beast stage magical beast, Davis mentioned its name calmly as he collected the core of the snake by cleaving up its head with the spear he used to kill it. He then smiled at her as he said, "I wasn't kidding around when I said that there was a great serpent." Elia, who was flabbergasted by his method of teaching, nodded her head in appreciation and apology. "Sorry." Davis smiled. "No need for that, I'm just trying to teach you the best I can." Elia stared at him blankly and wondered, is this the difference between a royal and a commoner? "I feel as though I can never reach that place." No matter how she saw it, he was always ahead of her, even when they are of the same age. Though she thought that this was because of their difference in status, she didn't attribute to it and felt that wasn't the case. Suddenly, she discerned something and had a mocking smile on her face. "How ugly am I?" Without even realizing it, I was taking advantage of his kindness to improve myself. Hey, it was too arrogant of me to even think of always staying by his side, much less berate him. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. When Elia had realized that she had started treating Davis like a friend, she started feeling happy, and almost at the same time, she felt fear as well. She felt happy that she was able to live a good life, but felt fear because she was afraid of being abandoned. Adding to the thought that she had about Davis, this was almost like heaven for her. But one wrong move and she felt that she could end up in hell. To her, even though she also treated Davis like a friend, it just didn't feel natural. With the binding of a slave servant on her fate, she always had a subconscious limiter in her memory that kept her reminding about her status and position, which made it truly difficult to make friends with. "Davis. You are so kind," Elia muttered as tears involuntarily dripped down her face. Davis's face changed to an awkward expression as he thought that his method of teaching went too far. Elia then started wiping away her tears with her wrists while her face went red again from the embarrassment. She felt that she had made herself a laughingstock. "Haha, hey. St. Haha. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Elia was shocked as she felt ticklish on her waist, which made her suddenly laugh like an idiot. 10 fingers were simultaneously stimulating her waist, giving her a ticklish and pleasurable feeling which made her want to die as she laughed like an idiot. Ha ha ha, sto. Dav, haha, inug. Hnngg. Elia lost her footing as she fell back when Davis stopped and held her by the waist by twisting his arms around her back for support. Elia's breath was heavy as she gasped for air. She had a smile on her face with a heavy blush on her cheeks. That's right, you only need to have a smile on your face. Please don't make such a sad face in front of me. It was Davis who was embarrassed this time as he turned his face sideways as he continued, actually, don't be sad even when not in front of me, I will always protect you no matter what kind of a person you are. Tears erupted again from her eyes like a flood which she had no way to stop, but this time, she was smiling as she was crying. She was shedding tears of contentedness. Davis smiled wryly. He only wanted to comfort her and make her stop crying. During the time he spent with her in the preliminaries, he felt that she had changed a little bit as her character and her actions were a little off. He only felt that a little bit and couldn't put his hand on it, which in turn, led him to believe that she was facing some kind of internal conflict. Which he didn't know. All he felt like was like shit, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Without knowing it, he could only offer some comfortable words with his non-existent social capabilities. Davis sighed, it was all my fault, it was too soon for you to experience all these things, mm. A delicate finger was placed on his lip which made him unable to open his mouth. As you said before, this is the only way for me to increase my standing and status. She paused for a moment as she thought before continuing, and if I could be with you, I wouldn't stop halfway. Besides, what do you mean that it was too soon for me to experience these things? Aren't you the same age as me? Prince Davis. Her tone was more of a mocking one rather than a berating one. Davis had a wry smile on his face and didn't answer this question of hers. There was no way he would tell about his origin or their relationship wouldn't be the same anymore. And when exactly are you going to release me? There was a faint shy tone to her voice, which made her sound like a cute fairy. Laughing slightly, he made her regain her balance as he removed his arms from her waist. An awkward moment of silence emanated in the surroundings. Suddenly, Elia spoke, let's go hunt, and this time I won't be afraid or fall back. Her face was calm, but her eyes were clear as if she had resolved her inner conflict. Davis looked at her and smiled, good. But suddenly thought of something and continued, you will have to hunt by yourself, don't forget that. Elia looked taken back but quickly formed a smile on her face as she remembered the rule, that's right, I can't keep depending on him. Guide me then. Elia uttered as she started walking in a direction. Sure, no problem, Davis spoke as they walked together. The direction they were heading to was the inner zone of the volcanic mountain. 4 days had passed since the start of the second round. In the Goat Island, main arena, people were bustling with activity as conversations of the second round of the competition were being discussed on. People remained here as they talked about the various happenings as they never seemed to run out of topic. The main reason that they were able to be free of boredom was that because of the profound formation which projected the situation and the events of the frozen island through the bugs which were monitoring the whole island. Oh, look at that blue-robed youngster take down a crimson ape with pure strength. He must have purely trained in the body cultivation system and reached at least low-level iron stage. I know this person. Isn't he the young master of the Nolan family from the Lorid Empire? Young master of the Nolan family. I think he was called Kevin Nolan. They then checked the scoreboard, which had his name in the 13th position, with a score of 14,500 points. Not only the Calden family but all famous and noble families from all the empires had also participated in the Grand Sea Continent meet. After all, it is an opportunity for them to increase their strength and fame. Various conversations of the famous youths like him could be heard throughout the arena. Even the emperors and the royal family geniuses watched them with some interest in their eyes. But no matter what, all their eyes were concentrated on a certain someone. Emperor Trider had a smiling expression on his face the whole time. He then suddenly commented with a mocking tone, it's been 4 days since the start of the second round but your son seems to only have killed a peak-level Earth stage beast which gained him 500 points. Even his maid had killed a lot of beasts. He mainly seems to be following and instructing her. At this rate, wouldn't he be a failure to the position of a royal heir? Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Hearing that jeering remark, Logan sighed while all the other emperors had turned their attention to over their conversation. Does this bastard even have a life? Logan thought. And what does that have to do with you? Emperor Ashton asked in displeasure. He had enough of Emperor Triter's bullshit these few days, which were filled with cynical remarks. It has nothing to do with me, but it sure looks like that it has everything to do with you. Emperor Triter sneered. What do you mean? Emperor Ashton's voice turned solemn as he narrowed his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That lowly servant is in the 5th position. Looks like he is entirely seduced by his maid that he doesn't even have the time to hunt his own beasts. He might be stronger but still doesn't have the brain to control his desire. And what does that have to do with me? Emperor Ashton asked again with a sneering tone. I heard that you gifted one of your daughters to him. So I guess that makes her status even lower than a maid. Jjaj. Emperor Triter laughed in a mocking tone. Shirley, who heard that, couldn't help but frown in displeasure. You. Emperor Ashton almost lashed out when. Hey. Don't blame me, besides you were the one who had asked what that has to do with you. If you're going to blame, you might as well blame the lowered emperor. Emperor Triter sneered. Emperor Ashton harumphed in displeasure and looked at Logan for an answer, but he didn't ask anything, as just stared at him. Logan stayed silent and calm as if hadn't got anything to do with this situation. A few moments passed silently, while everyone looked at Logan for an answer. As the expected answer wasn't heard, Emperor Triter sneered while Emperor Ashton ran out of patience as he asked, What do you have to say? Emperor Lowrit. Nothing, Logan uttered calmly as he slowly looked at Emperor Ashton. He then continued, I have nothing to say to you or that old fox. The decisions my son take aren't decided by me. If you have any problem with it, go ask him yourself. And if you feel that this isn't fair, then by all means, please feel free to take back your daughter. We wouldn't say a word about it. He has full control over his actions. Emperor Ashton, as well as all the emperors and the geniuses, were taken aback as they thought. But Emperor Ashton's expression quickly changed, which made him believe the hypothesis he had made earlier. Haha, I know. In fact, we all know that Emperor Triter wants to see the world burn. I was just asking for fun. Emperor Ashton suddenly laughed as he cleared away the tension. Logan was astonished. He had no idea why this greedy fox would suddenly decide to placate the situation. TCH. Emperor Triter clicked his tongue as they got out of the flow he created. But he still wouldn't back down just because of a failure. He looked below and said, Princess Shirley Ashton, I feel very sorry for you. Even if you married Davis as his first wife, your real status will always that of a concubine if this keeps on. You. Emperor Ashton suddenly flared as his aura spread out. Shirley's face went pale as she was publicly humiliated. She had no way to berate an emperor even if her temper was 10 times greater. Not everyone is like Davis. All of them understood their own status and position as well as their rightful place. Who is Emperor Triter? He is the one who stands above all in the Triter Empire. He is one of the 7 powerful beings in the Grand Sea continent. Even if she had 10 times the guts, she wouldn't really rebuke him. Emperor Triter didn't pay any heed to Emperor Ashton as he continued, All right, leave the maid. I heard that Prince Davis has another fiancée who belongs to the Calden family. Jeej, even if the maid isn't there in the picture, you still are fated to be a concubine. Shirley's went face even paler. She held her fists tightly as she violently murdered Emperor Triter in her mind. Hunger filled her soul as she could feel the desire for more power. Just before Emperor Ashton could shout out, Emperor Ruth stepped out and said overbearingly, Emperor Triter. You have gone too far. Publicly humiliating a pure maiden is not something an emperor should do. You would do well to refrain from using such words from now on. Emperor Triter narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were 3 emperors ready to fight out with him, he looked at Emperor Raven only to see him eating delicacies while having a beaming face as if enjoying the show. He then snorted and stayed silent as the odds were against him. He wasn't that stupid as he knew when to back out. After a few moments of silence, the tension subsided. Emperor Ashton sent a soul transmission to Shirley as he consoled her. Shirley's face regained color bit by bit as she was consoled by her father. Then she suddenly realized something as her face exploded in fury. It's all because of that brat and his maid. If it weren't for the 2 of them, I wouldn't have been humiliated to this degree. Since she couldn't focus her hatred on Emperor Triter, her mind subconsciously directed her hatred onto the 2, who were the reason for her humiliation. Later, she then calmed down as her reason returned and felt that it was a little childish of her to focus her hatred on the 2 of them. But still, as a woman, she felt hatred against that maid who would possibly steal her future husband from her. A lowly maid thinks of stealing my fiancé. She must be dreaming. She then relaxed and returned to her haughty personality. Suddenly, waves of clamor erupted around the arena as the audience viewed a single projection which contained a kid confronting a single beast. This. What is he doing? Shirley suddenly stood up as she shouted incredulously. She couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't help but worry about him. She had already started liking his personality when he confronted Emperor Triter earlier. Ha ha ha. Challenging a peak-grade sky-grade beast. Your son is very brave, lower it, Emperor. Emperor Claymore laughed in satisfaction as he looked at the projection. Some laughed while some nodded their heads, though everyone thought that it was a last-minute attempt by Davis to gain some points to increase his ranking to the top 1,000. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Standing 9 meters tall, a crimson ape that had reached peak-level sky beast stage, looked condescendingly at a little child who dared to confront it. Its muscle veins looked spread with a red glow, its eyes, deep red as though it was ferocious. Its body was full of crimson fur. Whoa! So tall. Davis looked at it awe as though he was enjoying a scenery. He never saw beasts like this, so it was truly an eye-opener for him. Just looking at it made him look forward to his future discoveries. If someone were to see him acting like this, they would think that he was truly an innocent child. Just like a newly born calf that doesn't fear the tiger. But no one would have thought that he was looking at the beast condescendingly, just like it looked at him. Not even the beast imagined that it was being looked down upon. While Davis was admiring the beast got tired of him and moved its giant paws to slap him. Davis dodged the incoming palm with a clumsy movement as he exclaimed, "Whoa, aren't you a hasty one?" The crimson ape was now incomparably furious as it thought that a mere ant has managed to dodge its palm. Asterisk pooey asterisk. The crimson ape was incredibly dumbfounded as it saw the ant, spit on it. Davis then ran away as he left in a certain direction. The crimson ape pounded its chest, screaming loudly, and with a dash, it followed him crazily. Seeing that the crimson ape was following him, Davis grinned. That's right. Follow me, hee. What's this? Why is he running away? Emperor Claymore asked in confusion. Just before Logan can answer, a creepy voice intercepted the conversation. Isn't that because he realized that he is lacking? Jajage, Emperor Triter laughed as he taunted Logan. My son must have a certain kind of plan. Logan thought a moment before he replied, totally ignoring the taunt of Emperor Triter. I see, it makes sense. Emperor Claymore nodded his head, although he was a little disappointed as he thought that Davis had resorted to tricks to kill it. Emperor Triter was naturally displeased of being ignored, but he just shrugged it off as if it was a daily occurrence. Most of the emperors here were not fond of him, neither were they fond of giving sarcastic remarks all the time. They watched the projection calmly, but it was not entertaining enough as there was no audio. After a few moments passed, they saw Davis confronting a creature in addition to being chased by the crimson ape. Is he going to provoke that beast as well? Emperor Ashton asked in doubt. Everyone had the same doubt as they looked at Logan because the beast Davis was provoking was another peak-level sky beast stage magical beast, a volcanic rhinoceros. Logan thought for a moment before replying as he held his chin. Maybe my son is trying to get the two of the beasts to fight, while he later steals all the spoils for himself. Makes sense. Few of the emperors nodded while the others viewed at the projection with doubt. Just as the Emperor Triter was going to make a sarcastic comment on Davis, he was interrupted by a startled voice. Why is he spitting on it again? Emperor Ashton stood up as he could not believe his eyes. What would others think that if his son-in-law provoked some beasts that he couldn't afford to offend and died pathetically in the process? Emperor Ashton couldn't help but think of it as a chill flashed on his back. He hurriedly shook his head as he removed this thought from his head. He then looked at Emperor Lowrit while the others did the same. Their gazes were unquestionably weird. Logan maintained a calm appearance, but inside he was embarrassed to the point of burying himself in the ground. What the hell is he doing? And you all? Why are you all looking at me? I have no idea as well. Logan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But still, Logan knew that Davis could kill the beasts if he wanted, so he said confidently, "Can't you guess? He is going to kill the two beasts at the same time." This time, the emperors were a little skeptic, but they still nodded their heads. Damn you, son. I don't care what you do. Just kill the beasts and save some face for your father. Amidst those weird gazes, Logan shouted in his head. Ah, Emperor Lowrit. Why is your son running again? Emperor Claymore asked, a little disappointed. This time, Logan didn't reply as he just watched calmly. He saw Davis running away from the beast. He had no idea what his son wanted to do, so he kept staring at the projection intently. Soon, everyone saw Davis provoking a third peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beast, with the same despicable method, spitting on the face of the magical beast. Everyone's face involuntarily turned to Emperor Lowrit, who was watching the projection intently. Logan, who was watching the projection, coughed and leaned back on his seat. His face started to burn up, but he quickly managed to hide it. In the next second their faces turned to the projection, only to see the figure in it run away the next instant. The atmosphere turned incredibly awkward as sneers and mocking sound could be heard in the arena. This continued until they saw the figure inside the projection provoke a fourth and fifth peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beasts, then getting chased by them. By this time, the entire arena was filled with muffled waves of laughter. Emperor Trider also laughed out creepily. He was incomparably happy to see Emperor Lowrit's son make a fool out of himself. Logan kept his face calm, without any signs of awkwardness. He continued watching the projection calmly as if he couldn't care less about his son, who was being chased by 5 peak-level Sky Beast stage magical beasts. But inside of his heart, he was screaming, "Please kill me. I can't take this humiliation anymore." When had he received this much embarrassment? He hoped that this event would not continue to plague him one day. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Innumerable heads turned to the projection as they watched Davis get surrounded by 5 magical beasts which were all of peak-level Sky Beast stage. This, Emperor Claymore uttered as he looked at the sight. He then turned his head to check Emperor Lowrit's reaction but was confused as he saw him appear calm. He couldn't see through his expression, so he continued watching the projection. The other emperors also had the same reaction as Emperor Claymore. Davis looked at the 5 mighty magical beasts which chased him to an open space. The field was marshy, surrounded by a dried-up river with little water left over the field. He stopped and let the 5 magical beasts surround him. The 5 magical beasts didn't attack him but suddenly started shouting at each other as if they were declaring that the ant they chased was their prey. Davis laughed suddenly, witnessing the comical sight. He had no idea that it would turn into this kind of situation. He just thought that they would crazily attack him because of his shameless actions, but was surprised to see those beasts acting rationally. "Stop fighting by yourselves, don't say I didn't warn you. Scram while you can." Davis's face turned incomparably solemn as he exclaimed. The magical beasts suddenly looked at the ant, then looked at each other, as if confirming that if the ant was the one who spoke just now. They knew it had spoken something but couldn't understand any of it. "Ah, you beasts couldn't understand any of it. So does that makes me an unreasonable killer? Whatever, I don't need any justifications for killing a person or a beast. All I need is justifications for my heart to remain untainted," Davis said solemnly, while he took his spear out from his space ring. Those words were said to himself as if he were trying to understand his own thoughts. Suddenly the beasts saw him disappear from their sight. A second had just passed when they saw the crimson ape's head getting severed from its head as blood splashed like a fountain through the open marshy fields. The magical beasts were alarmed as they looked at the human which had suddenly emanated an imposing silvery aura with its little body. "Sorry, but all of you are fated to death," Davis uttered as stood on the severed head of the crimson ape. He waved his spear as he dashed to the remaining beasts. Lightning storm. A few minutes ago. Jijage, finally. Your idiot son got surrounded by 5 peak-level Sky Beast stage. No reaction, huh? Aren't you heartless? Emperor Lowrit. Logan just yawned as he finally noticed that Davis was going to make his move. He didn't say anything and just smiled mockingly at Emperor Trider. "Humph, we'll see how you laugh when your son dies miserably." Emperor Trider harumphed. A few emperors glared at him for making an inauspicious remark, as if they were warning him to close his mouth already. Emperor Trider naturally wasn't a fool. He was just blinded by the reception that these people were giving him. They all ignored what he said, which made him irritated to the point of not holding back some words that shouldn't be said. Emperor Trider always had his way in his empire. Who dared to not bootlick him? He would do as he wished, and if someone had complaints they could only stay silent or be executed later for false charges. This is how he lived as an emperor. And here, it was just the opposite. No one was even paying any heed to him, which made him annoyed enough to not care about his remarks anymore. They then turned their heads back to see the projection, only to notice the head of the crimson ape getting severed in an instant. Silence reigned in the main arena as they watched him stand on top of the severed head. They then saw him activating lightning storm technique, which didn't harm the beasts but paralyzed them a little. By the time those beasts had the strength to move, 2 heads were severed again in an incomparably gruesome manner. As they watched the projection in disbelief, the remaining 2 heads of the beasts were severed in the next 10 seconds as if it were an incomparably easy feat for the spear user. The geniuses had their jaw drop while the emperors and other heads looked at the projection in great disbelief. A few moments of silence passed as Shirley muttered in an unconvincing manner as she shook her head. Silver stage. Silver stage and only 10 years old. The other emperors also had the same thought as they looked at Davis. Emperor Tritor narrowed his eyes as fear started crawling upon him as he felt a chill in his back. I must kill this kid before he grows up. His eyes grew cold as he watched Davis collect the cores of the magical beasts. But even though this was unbelievable, facts were facts. Emperor Ruth stood up and clasped his hands. Congratulations to the Loret Emperor for giving birth to a prodigy. It looks like we will see the birth of another figure such as my daughter. A dashing figure indeed. Emperor Claymore also commented as he nodded in approval. No wonder he dared to bicker with Emperor Tritor. He isn't far from reaching our level. Emperor Ross also nodded but suddenly felt a little disoriented as he didn't compete with Emperor Ashton before to betroth one of his daughters to Davis. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Emperor Ashton laughed jubilantly as he was incomparably happy. Emperor Tritor. The reason why he had tagged along and guided his maid was because of this. He had confidence in his abilities to even battle a 4th stage beast. Logan said majestically as he mockingly gazed at Emperor Tritor. Emperor Tritor had an unsightly expression on his face. Suddenly, Lean Tritor, who was seated below them, pointed at the scoreboard, his finger trembling in anger. Royal Father. Look. Emperor Tritor and the others who heard that looked at the scoreboard as they lifted their heads up. Emperor Tritor stood up in incomparable anger as his face turned ugly. Position, first, name, your granddaddy is here, Tritor, points, 50,500. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Boisterous laughter erupted in the main arena as everyone lost their bearings. Ha ha ha. Emperor Ashton loudly laughed as he bent down, hugging his stomach. Logan also couldn't take it as he laughed in satisfaction while he thought, all that humiliation I experienced earlier was worth it. Good. Good. The other emperors also couldn't hold their laughter as they looked at Tritor and laughed. The geniuses looked like they were suffering from constipation as their face looked flushed. They tried to hold their laughter through various means. Some tried to hide their faces, while some buried their faces as they held their stomach. Emperor Tritor's face went pale from anger. When had he ever faced a humiliation like this? His arms were trembling as he gritted his fingers tightly while blood was dripping out of his palms, dirtying the ground. What is meaning of this? Logan Loret. His tone was incomparably cold as it induced a bone-chilling effect on whoever heard it. Hey, weren't you the one who sent him to the preliminaries, doubting about his abilities? Look, isn't he nice? He didn't even forget to send you his regards. Logan said in an earnest tone. His face looked as if he was incomparably sincere in explaining. You. No matter, how can you lose your bearing over the tantrum of a child? Remember that you are an emperor. Emperor Raven reminded him. Emperor Tritor gritted his teeth as he looked at the projection in hatred only to rage again. You are courting death. The projection showed the ground around Davis were filled with letters of blood. I hope you had liked my present, grandson. Not only that, but Davis could be seen waving at them in a carefree manner. Another round of continuous laughter erupted in the arena as the geniuses really couldn't stop themselves from laughing anymore. Suddenly, Emperor Tritor regained his bearings and calmly sat on his seat. He then lazily uttered, reasoning with you people is useless, no haste. I'll wait for your cute son to come here. As he thought about the humiliation he received, his eyes flashed with killing intent. The reason why he was able to calm down was that he had already started concocting a plan for killing Davis. A plan that was well-deserved and humiliating for Davis. Logan, Emperor Ashton, and Emperor Ruth narrowed their eyes. The other emperors could also see the killing intent in Emperor Tritor's eyes, but they remained silent as it wasn't related to them. Emperor Loret, if he makes a move on your son, know that this emperor will aid you in helping your son escape. Emperor Ruth sent a soul transmission to Logan. Yes, this is serious. It would be fine if he did this in our home, but disrespecting an emperor is the same as disrespecting us as well. so it will be quite difficult for us to protect him. That said, I won't watch him take it too far with my son. If he wants to kill my son, then he should be prepared to die," Logan said as his eyes turned cold. Logan also received a soul transmission from Emperor Ashton. Now he felt relieved as 2 emperors were supporting him. I bet that Stickman is pissed off if he had watched what I'd done. After waving his hands to the monitoring bug, Davis took off in some other direction. Of course, the direction in which he headed to was where Elia was. He felt so good, doing that stunt which was childish. He knew that he was needlessly provoking Emperor Trider, but he knew that one shouldn't let their enemies live long. So he took a leap of risk in provoking him. The impression Davis had about Trider was that, a person who would adopt any means to kill off his enemies. As he made his way to the place where Elia was, he saw a lot of participants still hunting for some beasts. Suddenly, he stopped because he caught sight of Evelyn, who was battling a peak-level Earth Beast stage magical beast. The beast looked haggard as it went an intense battle against Evelyn. Its fur was red in color and back was razor sharp. One of its eyes were slashed, while one of its 2 tails were cut off. A 2-tailed red tiger. Davis muttered as he looked at the almost dead beast. Evelyn held a sword in her hands which was dyed red from the beast blood. Die beast. She cast her sonic technique which added on to the damage she had already inflicted on the tiger. Asterisk roar asterisk the beast roared as it felt its head ache while simultaneously it closed its only working eye. Asterisk slash asterisk. The beast's head was severed as the head flew and landed near Davis. Davis. Evelyn saw a familiar silhouette and called out doubtfully. Davis walked inside her range of sight. After all, there was fog perpetually all over the place. Seeing Davis showing himself in front of her, her heart relaxed. After all, she was all alone in this place, hunting a beast. If she saw a vague silhouette that looked like a kid, then she would have been spooked if she didn't know that a kid like Davis was participating in the second round. That was a good kill, Davis commented as he approached her. Oh, that. I couldn't fight it in close quarters, so I used that technique which was ineffective against you to overcome the gap. And effectively I was able to sever a lot of its body parts. When Evelyn caught sight of him, she turned pretty nervous. So to hide that, she tried to explain what she had done. Something wrong with her? Why is she turning nervous? This makes no sense, Davis thought as he saw her getting fidgety. He wryly laughed and asked as he changed the topic, the second round is almost ending, why don't we travel together? SSS. Sure, Evelyn said as she hastily went near the beast to take out its core. But she then remembered something as she continued, my team is nearby as well, we should move together then. Alright, Davis had no objections, although he felt like he had lost something in that instant. He then realized it a second later as he felt intense regret, fuck. I lost my time to be alone with Evelyn together. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. A few km away from Evelyn and Davis, near a natural hot spring, a little tent could be seen. Inside the tent was the Calden family youths. Damn, this roasted meat of the crimson ape sure is delicious, one of the youths exclaimed. Too bad, we didn't bring any seasoning, another youth sadly muttered. For some reason, the atmosphere was quite awkward because of a certain someone. Haha, come on Zara, cheer up, competing over a prince is quite normal. No one is going to look down on you. To each their own. After all, you have to depend on yourself to carve a path for your future. Kent Calden looked at the disappointed and sad Zara, who wasn't herself for the remaining days, except for hunting beasts, which was her only stress relief. Zara lifted her face as she heard that, she then narrowed her eyes and glared at Kent with a grieving expression, if it weren't for you, would I have even acted on my thoughts? I originally didn't have any plans for offending her, but with your intervention, I am now a hindrance to her. In fact, you must have even totally squashed our non-existing relationship as well. Kent laughed dryly, well, if you're worried that Evelyn will make a move on you, then you don't need to worry about it. As far as I know, she isn't that kind of a person. Zara smiled at him sarcastically, as far as you know, huh? Meaning, that you are not sure. Kent's mouth closed up as he thought, well, how am I supposed to understand you, women? One moment, you are all kind, and the next you decide to go bonkers. No, you really don't need to worry. I can assure you. Assure what? A calm voice echoed inside the tent which alarmed everyone. But they soon calmed down as they recognized this voice. Evelyn, you're back. Kent called and stood up and exited the tent as the others followed suit. I hunted down a peak-level Earth Beast stage magical beast. My rank is now 32nd. Kent and the others were astonished. Not at her rank, but the little kid beside her. Prince Davis, what a coincidence for us to meet again. You must be really fated to be with Evelyn. Kent, as shrewd as he was, didn't forget to heat things up between them. Davis's face, which was calm, lit up with a smile while Evelyn blushed as she thought about her involuntary confession during the preliminaries. Even though he could guess what kind of person Kent was, he couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Cough. That conversation should be spoken only after I reach adulthood. This is too soon. Davis coughed and casually replied. He gave an image as if he was reserved. Of course, Your Highness, Kent replied with a polite tone. Right, get ready. We're leaving the island, Evelyn said as she walked into the tent. All right, wait for me here, I'll go get Elia, Davis said as he dashed off in a direction. The youths then entered the tent as they got to ask the details of their encounter. Evelyn also explained it to them as there wasn't anything to hide. Besides that encounter, that whole short journey was silent as they didn't converse during that time. Well, that's that. What are you guys staying here for? Go prepare yourselves. Evelyn said as she looked at Zara. Everyone noticed it and went out of the tent promptly. A moment of silence passed by as Zara started sweating a little. She had her head down and didn't dare to look at Evelyn. Look at me, Zara. Evelyn calmly said. Zara lifted up her head and looked at her with a puzzled expression on her face. She was puzzled because she didn't detect any anger coming from that voice. Evelyn sighed as she asked, Do you love him? Zara was startled but shook her head, No. Then why are you after him? Evelyn asked. Because I can increase my standing and strength with the prince by my side. Zara thought for a moment before answering truthfully. Though she was quiet, she was quite short-tempered as well. Even though she eyed Evelyn's position, it still didn't make her a wicked person. With that kind of thought, you should stop pursuing him. Even though he is a child, I can say that he is as sharp as a hawk. Even if what you are saying is true, didn't he still fall for your figure? What makes you think that I won't have a chance with him? Zara looked at Evelyn as she pointed at herself. She was only a level inferior to Evelyn in body shape, but in terms of beauty, she wouldn't lose to Evelyn either. Evelyn sighed, I see, you still won't give up. How can I back down? Not after Kent revealed my thoughts which I haven't acted upon. Zara shook her head slightly. Why? Don't you think that you should love a person before you spend your life with them? Evelyn asked as she could not grasp her thoughts. There's no need to think like that. Love can be nurtured after marriage as well. In fact, this is how people flow, and you are the one who is thinking out of the box. What? Are you afraid that I will steal him from you? Evelyn froze when she heard the sentence, love can be nurtured after marriage. She then realized something and laughed as she replied. It's not like I am afraid of you stealing him from me. After all, he will have many concubines with him in the future as a prince. The reason I hesitated to marry him was also for this reason. She then stopped laughing as her eyes turned sad. Is it wrong to have him all for myself? I did decide to annul the marriage, but I don't know now. My heart can't decide, it doesn't accept marrying him, neither does it accept giving him up. I am a mess now. Zara grinned as she said, Isn't this a sign that you have already started to like him to a great degree? Isn't that why that you're all the more reluctant to share him with others or me? Evelyn thought for a moment before she recognized. That may probably be so. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Evelyn sighed, Anyway, I won't stop you from pursuing him, but if he doesn't want your company, then obediently back off. That is my bottom line. She then stood up and left the tent. Zara felt a hostile intent in her voice. What bottom line? No matter how I see it, you don't want me to go near him, humph. She then frowned as her intuition told her that she should stop while she can. What she said also has a point. In the event that I get to marry him, but didn't manage to receive his attention, then my life will be basically ruined. The results don't match the risk. She contemplated for a moment before making a decision. In the far west end of the Fersen Island, a black viper swam out of the ocean as it hissed. It was 8 m long, but it looked a tad bit harmless. It then looked above as it spotted a bird flying above a certain spot of the island and slithered to its direction. In the main arena, Jeej, let's see how you stop this one, Emperor Triter laughed as he thought. When Evelyn walked out of the tent, Davis arrived a few minutes later with Elia. Gather around, Evelyn commanded as she looked at those two. The Calden family youths gathered behind her and greeted Davis, but ignored Elia. All right, let's move out, Davis said calmly, and no one ignored his command as they all moved out. They headed in the direction of the ship they arrived in. The competition was almost going to end, and they were as good as selected for the final round, so they had no qualms about their ranks being surpassed at this point by a rank or two. As they moved in the direction of the ship, they engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly Kent proudly revealed his ranking in front of everyone. I'm in the 15th position, what about you people? As expected of the next heir of the Calden family. Davis calmly nodded his head. Thank you, Prince. May I know what rank you have achieved? Kent asked. He was really curious as he couldn't classify Davis's cultivation. Haha, that's a secret. I understand, that's a little disappointing. Kent made a sad face. The others also looked a little disappointed. Eh? Aren't you going to hunt? Prince Davis. Elia asked incredulously. What do you mean? Evelyn looked at Elia as she asked. Davis grinned as he said, I already finished hunting and that's more than enough for me. It can't be. The time your highness hunted for was too short. Only a few hours had passed. Elia said as she shook her head in worry. From Elia's point of view, Davis was helping her hunt the whole time by guiding her, and he had just taken off to hunt magical beasts for a few hours. We still have some time, we can hunt for a few hours, Kent said as he narrowed his eyes. Oh Elia. Just when I wanted to impress Evelyn, why do you do this? Davis cried as the thought. No need, by the way, I have already hunted 5 magical beasts and am currently in the top 1000, Davis said as he sighed. It's all my fault, if the prince didn't guide me in hunting magical beasts, he would have surely gotten the first place, Elia said sadly as her eyes turned moist. What? He helped guide her in hunting magical beasts. They ignored the part where he would get the first place and instead focused on the part where he guided Elia. You dared to waste the prince's valuable time. A youth shouted as he looked at Elia. You should have just quit if you don't have the skill to hunt the magical beasts by yourself. Another youth berated her as he used this opportunity to get in the good side of the prince. Elia dropped her head down as she was feeling ashamed. She felt sad as all that time has been wasted on her. Just when Kent was going to comment on it. You two. Shut the hell up. A solemn voice startled the two youths. You two combined wouldn't be able to defeat her. So stop your nonsense, no one asked you two to reprimand Elia. Faint killing intent emanated in Davis's eyes as he gave his warning, which made the two youths hold their breaths. Elia, tell them what your rank is. Davis commanded in a proud tone. Rather than using a proud tone, Elia said sadly, 5th rank. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It was one thing if a child of a sky-rank empire managed to achieve this feat. But what they witnessed was a lowly maid of a sky-rank empire achieving this feat, which utterly dumbfounded them. Evelyn looked at Elia and felt a sudden flux of inferiority. She clenched her fists and gazed intently at her. Her gaze was that of no longer of how one views an ordinary girl. Instead, it changed to how one sees a rival. Davis made a smug face, viewing their expressions with satisfaction as he thought, that's right, she isn't a mere maid. She's my friend. This how? Kent incredulously asked as he couldn't fathom what amount of resources the royal family would have used on her. You want to know how? Because she is my friend and I used some resources to train her. What? You have a problem. Davis didn't hide anything as this was a fact to him and something to be proud of, even though it looked unfair for some others. I don't dare. I didn't know she was the prince's friend. Kent shook his head. He felt good to have not stepped on a landmine before. Then. Why is she your maid? Then Evelyn asked the question everyone was wondering. Davis narrowed his eyes. She was originally recruited as my maid. Later, I made friends with her. Is there a problem? No. No problem. Kent said as he smiled wryly and thought. Problem my ass. This is a matter of public execution for the maid. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Observing Kent's wry face, Davis understood what he was thinking and said, if you're worried if she will face punishment, then you don't need to worry about that. If someone wants to punish her, then they have to go through me. Besides, if you're talking about cultivation talent, then it even compares to my father. So the matter of her receiving the resources is perfectly justified. The others couldn't help but nod, because her talent was unquestionably astonishing. Everyone's attitude towards Elia changed, but they still had a superiority complex which restrained them from communicating with her. They were halfway to the ship which was docked in the south end of the island, when suddenly a black light flashed from the distance as it shot towards Elia in a blinding speed. "Watch out!" Evelyn shouted in horror when she by happenstance noticed the flashing dark light. When Elia noticed it, she was already near the range of the dark light. Her reaction to the incoming danger was rather calm instead of panic. Just when the dark black light was going to pierce through her, her hand was caught by Davis as he jumped out of the way with her. The dark light flew past them and landed in a direction where there were many bushes and weeds. "What is that?" Kent and the others went on alert. None of them could sense the blinding light. If it weren't for Evelyn's timely warning, they thought that they could have lost their lives. The bushes were shaking as if something were slithering through it. Davis had already seen what the dark light looked like even though the others were only able to get a glimpse of the black light. A mid-level spirit beast stage magical beast. No way, a magical beast such as this shouldn't be here. Davis shouted in his head. "Retreat." Davis gave a command instantly as he narrowed his eyes. When he used his soul sense to investigate the source of danger, he identified it as the inverted harmless viper. An existence that was observed to have two personalities. A tame and a violent personality. It was obedient to its master and violent to its enemies. Due to this exact nature, it was popular among the nobles of a certain empire. No matter how he thought, he couldn't find a reason for a magical beast such as this to exist on this island. If that is the case, then it must have belonged to that traitor bastard. "Heh, I didn't expect retaliation to come too soon." Davis smiled as he thought. However, his smile was one of which reeked of coldness. Elia and the others who were frozen silly, hurriedly withdrew as they felt the pressure from the magical beast attacking them. The inverted harmless viper hissed and threw itself against a certain person. "Elia! Move out of the way!" Davis shouted in anger. He couldn't catch up to her as the viper was faster than him. Elia, who heard that, didn't look behind her as she frantically dodged, horizontally dashing from her position. "Ah!" Elia shouted in pain. The inverted harmless viper bit a piece of flesh from Elia's calf as it whistled past her. Davis took out his spear as his eyes shot wide while his heart went cold. Berserk change. Davis's silvery aura abruptly erupted to a pure blinding form, while the pureness of his aura increased vastly to a tremendous volume. His spear glowed with a dazzling silvery aura as he imbued it with the tyrant aura amplification. "Die! You vile viper!" Davis intercepted it while his speed increased from using the Berserk Change technique. The Berserk Change technique was the ability of the fourth layer technique of the Tyrant Body Secrets. It purely changes the aura of the body to a berserk state which increases the pureness and volume of the aura, resulting in an improved combat prowess for a short period of time. */ Pierce. He brandished his spear multiple times at the inverted harmless viper to his anger and injured it to a great degree. The viper hissed in pain as it looked at Davis violently. Its diamond-shaped eyes glowed, lustrous and violent at the same time. It opened its mouth and spit venom from the long end of its tongue. Davis dodged the incoming attack while it fell on the bushes and disintegrated them. Davis noticed it, his eyes widened as he started to sweat. Fortunately, the direction he dodged helped him get near the inverted harmless viper. He swiftly pierced his spear into its head. Blood splashed and dripped on the ground as its body froze. Davis deactivated his technique as he started gulping for air. Although Berserk Change technique increases his combat prowess, it also puts some strain on his body as well. Blood dropped pitter-patter on the ground, as a frail body held its arm in pain, while also trying to tolerate the pain without making any sound. Davis immediately rushed to Elia and hurriedly fed a peak-level Earth-grade pill, a quick rejuvenation pill. Elia gulped and swallowed the pill in haste while wincing in pain. A few moments passed before the part of flesh that was bitten started healing in moments. Though the rate of recovery was visible, it was very slow. Elia looked a little disoriented as her eyes dropped due to the blood loss and experiencing a serious injury for the first time. An injury to this degree dampened her ardor, making her feel like a frail girl. Thankfully, it didn't poison you, or else. On a second thought, he realized that he possessed some antidotes as well but quickly denied it. I don't know if these antidotes will work on the poison from a spirit stage beast. Davis used his soul sense to investigate his surroundings during the battle. He noticed that there were no monitoring bugs in the vicinity. He also noticed a strange bird in the sky, hunting down the monitoring bugs far away from him as it flew away. He then became even more sure that it was Emperor Triter who set them up. Evelyn and the others quickly came back as they noticed the pressure from the beast disappear. They noticed Davis treating Elia with care as he comforted her. But they ignored it and looked at the corpse, with a spear pierced into its head. They then looked at Davis, their eyes were full of respect and awe. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Davis sat beside Elia as he comforted her with encouraging words. He felt immense regret as he wasn't able to protect her, even though she was that close to him in proximity. He felt that it was his fault for not quickly engaging the beast when he noticed that it was a spirit beast stage magical beast. Curse it. If I only knew that its target was Elia in the first place. He felt angry at himself as he clenched his fists. He felt this angry because the reason he was cultivating to become stronger was to protect his loved ones. He only had one aim to fulfill and he failed in that. He thought that if he couldn't even protect his loved ones, then why should he even cultivate? Thinking about all this induced hatred in his heart. Evelyn looked at Davis and Elia, she suddenly felt irritated for a reason. She narrowed her eyes and continued to monitor them through her observant eyes, silently. In the main arena. Why did that screen disappear suddenly? A person noticed as he asked doubtfully. I don't know, maybe you should ask the hosts about it. Another person, who sat next to him, replied nonchalantly. Haha, leave it. It's just a projection. That person could care less. Few moments passed before all of them started noticing some projections disappear from the arena. What is happening? Emperor Claymore asked in doubt. This is definitely strange, I think we should send someone to investigate it, Logan replied. The projection where his son was projected also disappeared. It could be just some birds who came to hunt some bugs, look, only a part of an area is not visible. Emperor Raven laughed. The second round will end soon. Why should we send someone to check things out? Besides, if we send someone and they manage to save some participants, won't that be unfair to the participants who died until now? Emperor Triter piped in. Everyone looked at him weirdly, they all thought, a thoughtful comment from him. This is getting even weirder. Logan narrowed his eyes. He knew that Emperor Triter was up to something, but he just couldn't put his hand on it. The other emperors all accepted his opinion since the second round was going to end soon. Emperor Triter clenched his fists silently, satisfied. Let's see how you endure the predicament I sent towards you. Brat. My inverted harmless viper is used to assassinate some specific people, so no one knows that it's mine. It has a 50% chance to kill him while exterminating all who is together with him. After all, its poison is as deadly as me. Jjaj. Emperor Triter mentally laughed in twisted satisfaction while he kept grinning. Little did he know that the inverted harmless viper was killed before it can even unleash its poison. Fortunately, the inverted harmless viper was foolishly confident in itself and deemed to use its poison in the later stages of battling them, which led to its quick death. Of course, Davis increasing his power also contributed in killing that inverted harmless viper quickly. If it weren't for that, it would have been able to poison Elia to death. Emperor Triter didn't form a mental connection with the inverted harmless viper as he knew that people would find out about his pet when they investigate. So he wasn't able to realize that it was already dead. Meanwhile, the bird he was contracted with took off after teaching the viper of the position of the target as it cleared the monitoring bugs in the vicinity. Emperor Triter was all smiles. He kept grinning like an idiot while eagerly waiting to see the corpse or the miserable face of the brat. After Elia's wounds were 50% healed, the group made their way to the ship. This time, there were no disturbances as they reached the ship safely. Davis was calm the whole time, except there was a seething anger that was about to erupt in his mind, but he kept a rein on it without losing his mind to anger. His presence of mind was totally focused on Emperor Triter, while he only thought about how he should kill him. He unconsciously ignored Evelyn's presence who was behind him the whole time. In fact, even if he noticed her, he would only nod at her and wouldn't have the time to care about her mindset. Evelyn was visibly upset at being ignored, but she could only stay quiet as Davis was also silent the whole time. Besides, she also noticed that he was too calm, considering his precious Elia was injured badly just now. Evelyn had already subconsciously acknowledged Elia as her competitor somewhere in her heart, but she still couldn't realize that and accept it in her mind. People of higher status always look down on people with lower standings. No matter what, in this world, they were heaven-chosen children who had their own pride and superiority complex. It isn't easy for them to acknowledge someone who is lower than them. They won't yield unless their pride had been smashed altogether. A few hours passed like this, and the second round finally came to an end as the solemn voice once again echoed throughout the island. Those who are in the top 1,000, congratulations. For you have successfully advanced to the final competition, where you will face intense battles and have a chance to battle with the top elites of the various empires. Immediately return to the ship in half a day's time. We will return to Goat Island. Davis and the others boarded the ship after they heard the announcement, followed by several people showing up in the distance. In the main arena. Looks like that kid's luck is greater than I thought. He managed to survive my inverted harmless viper. Emperor Trider, who saw the scoreboard, noticed that Davis's score didn't go dim after the end of the second round. If Davis died, then his name that is lit up would dim. But surely, whoever is traveling with him will have met a fatal end. Especially this time's main target, that maid called Elia. She would have been ripped to pieces. Sigh, it would have certainly been a sight. Emperor Trider knew that it would be difficult to kill Davis, so the main objective was to give the rising genius some despair. In fact, he even wanted that hot-headed genius to find the culprit, himself, so as he could have a valid reason to finish him off before he grows up. All he had to do was deny that he was the one who sent the inverted harmless viper, and frame Davis with something else to finish him off openly. Emperor Trider giggled as he thought about the despairing face of the brat. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. The ship waited for half a day for the participants before it left with the top 1,000 cultivators. The other participants who were still alive were made to go in another ship that was practically as big as the previous ship. The cultivators who didn't make it into the top 1,000 felt remorse as their dreams were shattered, especially for those who were close to the top 1,000 position. But still, they held their heads high, not at all ashamed as they eventually managed to reach this position. When they returned to their clans or wander around the world, they would be recognized and praised no matter where they go. Only people with higher statuses would have the right to ignore them. What did this mean? It meant that over 95% of the Grand Sea continent's population would have to bow their heads to them. Their lives were practically smooth sailing right now unless they meet a higher mountain. The ship sailed for another half a day before it finally arrived at the coast of Goat Island. When 1,000 cultivators got down the ship, they walked by the green meadows while they were greeted by many clans, organizations, and families, which astonished them to a great extent. Davis ignored them, his face incredibly cold. At this point, he would just walk past anyone who called out to him. Normally, he wouldn't mind chatting with some people, but a certain someone has been on his mind for an entire day now, and all he could think of was getting rid of that vermin. Elia followed him silently. She guessed the reason for his anger was her, but she had no idea that it was not because of her injury and incompetence, but because of a vermin who tried to take her life. This silence that was from Davis was just too unsettling for her. She remembered how cheerful he was when he was with her. Moreover, rather than affection, what she had for him were feelings of awe, admiration, respect, and a hint of possessiveness. Furthermore, adding the way he took care of her during these 2 years, caused a huge impact on her mind. She couldn't take this silence as this just kept hurting her heart even more. Just when they were all alone, she bit her lips and gathered the courage to raise a question. "Davis, please talk to me." But unbeknownst to her, what came out of her mouth was not a question, but a plea. Davis looked at her, his eyes wide. Elia froze, realizing the mistake in the words she had made. Davis smiled. He slowly raised his palm to touch her right cheek while he brought his face closer to her. "Don't worry, I'll kill the guy who harmed you," he whispered in her ears. Elia, who was happy that Davis had returned back to normal, froze again. "What do you mean?" "It was Emperor Trider who attempted to murder you with a spirit beast stage magical beast," Davis said solemnly. Elia's face paled. "How do you know? What makes you say that?" Davis replied, "From what I've seen and heard, I could guess about more than 90% that he is the culprit. As for the specifics..." He then explained about the monitoring bugs, the strange bird and that inverted harmless viper, which was popular in the Trider Empire. Elia's face turned ghastly. She never even thought one day that she would be targeted by an emperor. Tears of fear had formed in her eyes, making those 2 pearls moist. "Elia, being with me has its benefits and risks. What you are facing now is one of the risks. For me, don't forget that you are always my friend, not a maid. As such, remember that you can have your freedom if you wish so. Davis held her hands as he spoke. He made sure to set up a sound barrier with his soul from the start. Although he said that, even he himself felt that he would feel depressed if she were to leave him one day. Elia looked at his eyes, which held a longingness to them. She thought that he unquestionably treated her like a genuine friend, so much that she started tearing up like a frail little girl. Really? Why? Why are you so good to me? She really couldn't still understand why a prince like him would treat her like a genuine friend. She, a person of lower status, being treated like an equal by a person of a higher status honestly made her feel afraid. She couldn't help but imagine the future where she lost his favor and eventually face abandonment. A certain conversation with Davis flashed through her mind. She wiped away her tears and made a determined face. I want my freedom. Davis widened his eyes, his hands trembled. He looked at her, closed his eyes and said after he took a deep breath, then I grant you freedom, you have my word. His heart felt like it had fallen into an abyss while he felt his breath go heavy. He kept in mind that he was dealing with a child. It was no wonder she was scared of a powerful cultivator. But still, it pained his heart to see her leave him. After all, she was with him for a period of 2 years. Davis attributed all these events to the work of Emperor Tritor, so the hatred he had for him deepened. Do I have my freedom now? Elia curiously asked. Yes, you are free to leave anytime. If anyone has a problem with it, then they can take it with me. Am I no longer your maid? She continued. Davis paused a moment before hiding his sadness. Yes. Good, let's go. Elia smiled. She had found her newfound resolve. Where? Davis was astonished before realizing, shouldn't she return to the ship? Wait. On second thought, being with me is safe too. He smiled wryly, thinking that she was using him as a shield. Where? Hee, now that I lost my servant status and am now a free person, all that I have left is a friend, and now I am following that friend of my own will, not bound by any servitude. Elia said and smiled resplendently as she thought, this way, I would be able to be his friend without any of those negative thoughts restricting me from being with him. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. You. Davis was taken aback as he never thought that Elia would play a cruel joke on him. To him, it might be a cruel joke, but to her, it was about changing her way of life. Instead of clinging to him like a leech and acting like a fake friend, why shouldn't she take the initiative to strive forward and be equal with him, was her thought. Davis hid his face with his palms while he felt embarrassed for assuming that she was a girl like every other greedy girl. I should have known better. He was initially testing her when he said that he would grant her freedom. He wanted to know that if it was okay for him to support her. Though it was unfair to her, he felt insecure about his bond with her. Now, he was sure that he would wholeheartedly be able to support her, without any second thoughts. He then clapped, all right, I have a gift for you, let's go to the main arena. Gift? Elia's eyes widened with glee. Yes, it's there. You will like it very much. Also, it will make you feel relaxed. Davis nodded his head as he grinned. They then approached the main arena with energetic steps. This had been a long wait. Seems like the ship had arrived on the island. It's about time we start the final round. Emperor Ashton raised his voice for everyone to hear. The audience clamored with fervor as they could see the final competition that would be packed with heroic elites, battling each other intensely. The geniuses, who were waiting for the final competition, felt fired up as it was finally their time to shine. Oh, looks like the participants who passed the second round are entering the arena. A random person shouted upon noticing a few people dressed in different types of clothes enter the arena. Everyone turned to look at them, nodding their heads in satisfaction. Each and one of those contestants looked like a battle-hardened veteran, with sufficient bearings of an elite. While some looked easygoing, one could say that their outer appearances were deceiving. Time passed slowly as the participants entered the arena, looking around the arena with a passionate light in their eyes. Emperor Tritor, who was calmly observing the participants, was almost sure that his inverted harmless viper had killed those two brats who didn't even deserve to hold his shoes. Just when he was confident about his guess, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Davis and Elia entered the arena. Their smiles, as well as their facial expressions, expressed no fear nor any dismay. Elia, being the child she was, ignored the threat, that is Emperor Tritor, while looking forward to the gift that Davis had prepared for her. They managed to escape. Emperor Trider thought as his face turned ugly but quickly turned calm since he was prepared for this scenario as well. No matter, after this competition ends, I'll be sure to end you myself. Emperor Trider thought as he smirked. Davis and Elia headed to the place where the geniuses sat. As they walked towards them, some of them frowned while some of them smiled. Davis didn't take any heed to them and sat on a seat while Elia hesitated for a moment before she sat beside him as well. Just because that she decided that she was no longer going to be a maid, doesn't mean that she can break out of that mentality that quickly. The arrogant geniuses shrugged it off as she was powerful enough to be placed 5th in the second round. As such, Elia was able to sit there without any repercussions this time. Haha, son-in-law. Don't just sit there, come above. Emperor Ashton laughed. Davis looked at Elia. She nodded her head, indicating that it would be fine. He then walked above to the place where the Emperor sat. His small eyes viewed Emperor Trider for a moment before looking in the direction of Emperor Ashton. Excellent maneuver you have shown in using your skills, but you should also work on your spear skills. Spear skills? Oh, I was just waving and thrusting the spear with my power, nothing else. Davis replied perfunctorily. Everyone's eyes twitched from hearing that response. They thought he looked somewhat cool but thought, shouldn't one accept their mistakes and rectify it when an elder corrected them? Emperor Ashton held his abdomen, haha, that's right. There's no need to stand on ceremonies with me. Davis nodded his head. To this man who looked straightforward and jovial, he had a good impression. Since you're already here, why not meet my darling daughter? Emperor Ashton grinned as he continued, after all, last time you missed the chance to be acquainted with her because of a particular someone, finding issues with you out of nowhere. Davis laughed in response, his laughter was genuine, because the person who Emperor Ashton indirectly pointed to was Emperor Trider. Emperor Trider's face had no changes as if he didn't hear anything at all. Surely, come on up. Emperor Ashton lovingly called out. A figure stood up from the seating, blazing red hair cascaded down till her waist. Slowly turning around, her face was covered with a red transparent veil. Bangs covered the left side of her face as it reached beside her petite nose. She wore fiery red robes which wrapped her entire body till it accentuated her S-shaped curves. The part from her shoulder to her elbow was the only visible spot where one could see her jade-white skin. She elegantly moved her legs in the direction of her father and stepped on the air. Davis widened his eyes, peak-level revolving core stage. Her legs danced in the air while her skirt fluttered in the wind as she made her way to their place. Looking at her figure coming closer, Davis sighed, why are there so many beauties in this world? He felt that he should try to gain max resistance to beauties and be able to resist their charms once he grew up. Or else, he could only imagine what kind of tragedy or calamity would befall him in the future. Naturally, this confidence came from the killer looks of his face. Shirley leapt from the air and stood beside her father. Her eyes involuntarily looked at Davis for a moment before she clasped hands to her father and the other emperors as she greeted. It's already time for the final competition, so quickly get to know yourselves. Emperor Ashton said jubilantly, his eyes gleamed. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Congratulations on obtaining the first place in the second round, Prince Davis. Shirley clasped her hands and said, her tone was rather bold, not soft at all. It did not sound grating, but sounded attractive to the one who was listening to it. Thank you, Princess Shirley. I also did not expect that you would reach peak-level revolving core stage, only a step away from reaching the body transformation stage. Davis replied, not at all fazed by her attractiveness. There were two reasons for it. One, there was Evelyn, who was a vixen herself. Second, there was a person right next to him who he was itching to kill. Though it seems that the body transformation stage is near my grasp, it will take some years for me to reach that stage, Shirley replied, quite proud of herself. She knew that there was no need to compare herself with this little monster, an anomaly, as doing so would only curb her confidence. Body transformation stage is the fourth stage in the essence gathering cultivation system. Even though its name may denote that it was from the body tempering cultivation system, it surely does not. Body transformation stage is no joke because one would have to use the accumulated energy in the previous level to temper their dantian, compress their revolving core in each level until it starts to take the shape of a seed in the dantian. Doing so would inevitably induce changes in one's body, where the meridians will be capable of storing more energy, and controlling the flow of energy will be even smoother. Not only that, but the compression of the revolving core increases the quality of the energy stored in it as well. Furthermore, one would be able to sense faint laws from the heavens to form a suitable seed for the subsequent stage. During the process of compressing the revolving core, one requires utter concentration in doing so, or else, failure to do so may result in cultivation deviation or possibly even resulting in the explosion of the revolving core, leading to certain death unless one had cultivated to a certain degree. In soul-forging cultivation or body-tempering cultivation. In a remote region of the arena, a figure stood there along with some people, watching the spectacle that unfolded on the place where the emperor sat. Evelyn looked at the place, with a longing and an admiring gaze in her eyes. At the same time, she felt jealous and inferior to the woman who was clad in red robes. That's right, Evelyn. Your fiancé is out of your reach, and your father arranged a marriage that was out of his authority. It's fate that you will have to cross some hurdles to get to him. Seeing that Evelyn had a complex light in her eyes, Kent explained. Are my thoughts that easy to guess? Evelyn looked at him. Kent hid nothing. Yes. After you have revealed your intentions, it has become easier to guess your thoughts. Evelyn smiled. I am not afraid. From what I've seen, I know that he won't leave me if I agree to marry him. Then what are you worrying about? Kent asked, confused. Evelyn sighed. My only worry is that I am not worthy of him. He will soon soar the skies with his talent while I get left behind. No matter how I see it, my future is bleak. Kent just stayed silent as he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly she laughed. Isn't it laughable that I'm treating a kid as my future? Kent didn't laugh but replied solemnly, it doesn't matter if he's a kid. It's only a matter of time before he grows up, and by that time, it will only be harder to gain his favor. Remember that once a man sets his ambition high, the things around him will fade away as he will only concentrate to climb higher on his path to supremacy. Only when he realizes that he has no future in cultivation will he wholly concentrate on his women and heirs, just like your father, our family head. Evelyn didn't reply anymore as she continued to watch them. Davis and Shirley exchanged some pleasantries and chattered as they got to know each other. I heard that there is another woman you are engaged to, Prince Davis. Shirley suddenly changed the topic. Well, that is true, haha. Davis laughed, a little awkward. He didn't feel polygamy was wrong because he was never a part of a society in his previous life. Besides, the shows he watched and the novels he read, all had multiple women, chasing the protagonist. It's just that he liked the concept of one life, one love, which was why he was indecisive when he learned that he was already engaged to 2 women. Well, I don't mind my prince having a concubine or 2. Oh really? He was astonished because he assumed that this proud princess will demand him to annul the marriage between him and Evelyn. Besides, he couldn't give a shit about the main wife and concubines concept. To him, as long as someone was his women, then they were all equal to him. Yes, it's just that I hope you choose your concubines to be with a high status, or it won't reflect your image well to the masses, Shirley replied. Her face was indifferent. What do you mean? Now Davis was truly confused. Shirley sighed as she thought before her eyes widened. Is he acting, or could it be that he was possibly seduced? After all, masters, being enamored with their servants was a common matter in this world. Don't you realize that you have been seduced by your maid? She asked with a questioning gaze while raising her hands. Me. Davis pointed at himself. Me. Wait. Is this déjà vu? He remembered the time when Clara confronted Elia. When exactly? What's your basis? He laughed, remembering that scene while he asked a question. No master would go that far to defend their servants from a powerful adversary, Shirley replied calmly, her tone still bold. You certainly don't mince your words. Davis liked that because she called Emperor Triter an adversary in front of him, without mincing her words. Her meaning was made clear, that Emperor Triter was their enemy. Don't change the argument, besides, why don't we have her come up and let her speak for herself? Shirley grinned, her beautiful smile was not at all visible as it was hidden under her veil. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Hearing Elia's words, Davis frowned. He couldn't decide whether to call Elia here or not, because thinking positively, it might be a good experience for her, but as a result, she might experience getting bullied. From the seats below, a little girl stood up and walked above. Oh. Davis turned his head and was astonished to see the sight. Elia headed to the place where the emperor sat, by herself, without anyone's encouragement. She held her head straight as she kept staring at Shirley while walking with bold steps. Once she reached that place, she trembled a moment before those powerful emperors before calming down herself as she took a deep breath. She then clasped her hands and greeted the emperors as she bowed slightly. Elia greets all the emperors. Humph. Emperor Tritor harumphed while many others frowned. According to ethics and hierarchy, a servant should bow down on all fours. What Elia did was showing them little respect. It could be even said that she no respect. "Little girl, aren't you overstepping your bounds?" Emperor Ruth asked. Elia just shook her head with a calm facade. Since she decided to come here, she decided that she will give her best till the end so that she can prove herself to be worthy to be his friend. Oh. Emperor Ruth rubbed his chin as he smiled. He wondered what confidence this girl had to be this impertinent in front of them. You, a servant, regardless of your age, tried to seduce the prince. Do you know what kind of offense is that and what kind of punishment it leads to? Shirley was almost sure that this little girl used her innocent facade to seduce Davis. After all, in her eyes, all she saw was that this little girl could even stand in front of the emperors while still disrespecting them. Hearing that, Elia sighed. As expected, it always comes to that. As of today, I'm no longer a servant of Prince Davis, Elia said solemnly. Each word echoed in Davis's ears as he smiled. Logan was puzzled. When did this happen? Emperor Lorit, is that true? Emperor Ashton asked as he had to support his daughter. Logan didn't reply but looked at Davis. Seeing that Davis didn't have any problem with her response, he understood that it was true. Logan nodded his head. It certainly is. I knew it. The sky-grade cultivation techniques she uses are from your Lorid Empire. Emperor Ashton shouted. Just before Davis opened his mouth to explain that. I am now an independent common cultivator and also a friend of Prince Davis. As of now, I'm a free person. Furthermore, I promised to work under Prince Davis as a subordinate to repay the favor he had shown me my whole life. Elia said as she tightened her fists. Hey, is that any different from being a servant? Shirley sneered. Elia replied, her headstrong will pushed her forward. It is, my life is no longer in the hands of others. You're wrong, that is your delusion. Your fate is still decided by the strong cultivators, like me. All I need is a single hit to end your puny life. Shirley extended her hands as she pointed towards Elia's forehead. She had a half-inch long nail on her fingers. Suddenly, a voice erupted from her side, as if continuing her sentence. And try to make a single scratch on her, let me see if you're still alive the next second. You. Shirley pointed her finger at Davis as she trembled in anger. A moment later, she believed what he said was untrue, but his cold eyes seemed to say otherwise. She obviously didn't expect him to go this far. Jejejej. This kind of hilarious spectacle is the first I've ever seen from the Prince of an Empire. Emperor Lorit, can't you see that your son is disgracing himself for the sake of a lowly slave? I guess it wasn't a mistake to believe that the Lorit Empire has fallen with the fall of your late father, Jej. Emperor Tritor, who was silent this whole time, finally saw an opportunity to annul this marriage alliance between the Lorit Empire and the Ashton Empire. Logan stood up as his aura flared up. He couldn't stand it when someone disrespected his father. Davis narrowed his eyes. He finally had enough of this person who always seemed to piss him off. And you? Why the hell are you spouting nonsense? Weren't you the one who sent this overgrown inverted harmless viper to hunt me down? Emperor Trishit. Davis snapped as he took out the corpse from his space ring. What? Is it true? Logan and Emperor Ashton simultaneously shouted, seeing the inverted harmless viper corpse. Insolence. You dare to frame me? Do you know the punishment for a false charge against an emperor as well as disrespecting an emperor? Emperor Tritor's heart skipped a beat, but he still feigned an angry facade as he shouted. His facial expression denoted that he was falsely accused. Humph. Everyone would know whether if I'm framing you or not. Davis grinned before continuing, everyone, do you know the time when a certain part of the Furzan Islands projection went down? Yes, how do you know that? Emperor Ruth questioned, quite inquisitive. I know that because I saw some strange bird hunt down the monitoring bugs around us at that time. In the next moment, the inverted harmless viper attacked us the moment these monitoring bugs were devoured. If I remember correctly, wasn't the tamed beast of Emperor Tritor a bird? Yes, it's the vicious eye hawk. Emperor Ashton nodded his head. No matter how I see it, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Davis said calmly, but there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. Jej, so what? I was the one who sent it to kill you, what are you going to do about it? Emperor Tritor sneered. He didn't bother hiding anymore as he got caught red-handed. Because if he struggled pathetically, it would totally ruin his name and it would only be a matter of time before they Investigate and find out which will ruin his reputation. Emperor Traitor, you've gone overboard this time. Logan stepped up with a solemn expression. This time he was really pissed off as Emperor Traitor played with something he shouldn't have played with. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Just when Logan took out his sword from the space ring, Davis stood in front of him and obstructed. "Leave it to me, Dad," Davis uttered in a reliant tone. Davis. Logan thought before he stepped back. Even though Logan had no idea about why his son was confident in handling Emperor Traitor, he knew that his son wouldn't act without confidence. Besides, if anything untoward happens, then I can strike him out without any mercy. Or so Logan thought as his hands were itching to get revenge. If it weren't for the upcoming invasion of the outsiders, he would have already attacked him by now. Jajage, everyone knows that we are itching to kill each other right now, Emperor Loret. Even your disgraceful son wants to take me down. Jajage, naive. But did you forget that we are to cease any conflict by the decree of the Guardian Alliance? In case you didn't know, I am still not part of the Guardian Alliance. Logan smiled, not backing down at all. So what? That is the case formally. Informally, you are still part of the Guardian Alliance. If you dare to harm me during these times, then by the rules of the Guardian Alliance, all the emperors will hunt you down. Emperor Traitor sneered in derision. Twisting the rules to his advantage was child's play to him. Davis was astonished, he didn't think a rule would interfere with his plans right now. Logan stayed silent because he knew that there was such a rule in the Guardian Alliance. You think you can get away with plotting to kill my son? If the Guardian Alliance supports you, then this is absurd. Logan snapped back, not mincing his words. He looked at the other emperors, waiting for their opinion. Emperor Loret, I can understand your anger, but we need you to calm your anger, and understand our predicament towards the invasion of the outsiders. So we must ask of you to not instigate any conflict among us. Emperor Raven acted as if he was mediating and stepped in to support Emperor Traitor. What is this? Emperor Traitor is the one who first instigated discord between us. Is no one going to take action upon him? Emperor Ashton shouted in fury, clearly siding with Emperor Loret. The other emperors clearly wanted no part of this mess. Exchanges spewed back and forth until Emperor Ruth stepped in to mediate the two parties. All right, the Guardia. Just when he tried to arbitrate, a dense aura of killing intent erupted from his side. He instantly turned to look at the source of the killing intent and was shocked for a moment as he felt a chill spread across his spine, which unconsciously made him shut his mouth. This was the same for other emperors as well as Logan. Shirley and Elia, who were quiet all this time, trembled from that sheer killing intent. Can we end this farce? Davis asked calmly as if he were tired of their bullshit. In his hand, he held two white sheets of paper which looked like a paper talisman. It looked like any kind of common paper talisman that was being sold in the streets of their various empires. A talisman. This was the kind of thought that ran through everyone's head. Emperor Raven and Emperor Traitor went on alert, but suddenly they glimpsed that there was something written on the two white sheets of paper talisman. Ken Traitor. Mike Raven. Brat. Why are our names written there? Emperor Raven shouted while Emperor Traitor suddenly felt a chill on his back. Emperor Traitor froze for a second but heaved a sigh of relief the next moment. He felt like death was upon him when he saw the paper talisman having his name, but he quickly dismissed it as his imagination. After all, the entire scene was odd in the first place. In fact, even Emperor Raven felt the same, but he quickly dismissed it even before Emperor Traitor did. Oh, shortly in a moment you two will know. The reason why I wrote your names in this paper talismans was that because, ultimately, you two are total scumbags, who wasted innocent lives even when they had nothing to do with you two. This act of ruthlessness has cost the lives of millions of people and the heavens couldn't keep watching your... Alright, enough bullshit. In the next 10 seconds, you two will die. Davis ended his sentence as he electrocuted the paper talismans to ashes. The ashes spread to a direction as the wind blew hard enough to be heard audibly at that moment. Combined with that utter silence after Davis's words, all of them were tricked into believing that these two emperors will die for a second. An instant later, Emperor Raven came out of his reverie while laughing out loud. Emperor Traitor did the same. But if one viewed them closely, one could see that their backs were drenched with sweat. Young lad, you are a naughty fellow. Anyway, that helped me curb the problem that troubled us right now. Emperor Ruth smiled and nodded his head in approval. Right now, he totally had the impression that Davis seemed to joke at this time, only to get the situation from worsening to an unrecoverable state. But he couldn't understand why Davis was still emitting that killing intent. Perhaps he really holds a grudge, but is magnanimous enough to leave it be due to the upcoming invasion. What a wise lad. Or so he thought. Ah, there's only 3 seconds left. Davis hollered as he acted startled. However, his eyes were still radiating killing intent as he calmly watched those 2 clowns. Hearing that, everyone frowned. Why is he still continuing with that act? Emperor Ashton had a confused expression on his face. He then abruptly thought, could it be? Suddenly, Emperor Trider and Emperor Raven trembled, their eyes went wide as they shuddered in horror. Their 7 orifices bled as the energy in their body abruptly went berserk, which ultimately led them to have convulsions as they dropped to the ground. Their dantians instantly erupted unstably and exploded, causing a mini-explosion in their body, which sequentially destroyed all the organs in their bodies, resulting in an excruciating death. Everyone's eyes glazed over in horror as they saw those 2 emperors lie down in a pool of blood. What? Emperor Ruth shouted out as his eyes widened while he fell down on his back, not at all believing his eyes. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Everyone froze in utter terror. The sheer sight of the gruesome scene was unimaginable to them. The atmosphere remained chaotically tranquil while their eyes remained wide open as they couldn't process what had transpired. Fear made their hearts weak as it palpitated at a faster rate. They couldn't utter a single word that was capable of conveying their emotions. The scene itself looked odd while at the same time, also felt surreal. They could only look at Davis, seeking for answers. Although, some of them didn't even dare to look at him, afraid that they will be targeted next for no specific reason. Logan, Elia, and Shirley were utterly dumbfounded, not able to figure the reason why these 2 emperors had their cultivation destroyed suddenly, resulting in their deaths. Although all of them guessed that it had to do something with those paper talismans, nobody was sure of it. Davis had a faint smile on his face. He waited for fear to root itself in their hearts before carrying on to confuse them with his words. The silence was prevalent in the eerie atmosphere which made the people heavily sweat as no one spoke. A few moments continued to pass when finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A voice sounded out in the clouded atmosphere. PR. Prince Davis. What exactly is happening here? Emperor Claymore asked, his tone was respectful, unknown to him. I just killed Emperor Trider and Emperor Raven, and I think it isn't any different from killing mortal stage magical beasts, Davis replied in a casual tone as if he had done something which wasn't a big matter. No different than killing mortal stage magical beasts. Everyone's eyes twitched while the fear inside their hearts also grew a little. What are those paper talismans? Emperor Ruth asked in disbelief as he gulped. Oh. So you people noticed. Do you want to know what it is? Davis acted as if he had just noticed their findings and asked them in a teasing manner. Yes. Emperor Ashton replied, his tone was one of excitement. He was starting to believe that his speculations were 99% accurate at this moment. This. I am not sure if I should say this, but since you are all my elders and seniors, it would be bad if I kept this as a secret at this point. Davis rubbed his chin as if he was contemplating on whether to tell them the truth. He walked forward as he contemplated. He stepped on the filthy pool of blood and removed the 2 space rings from the corpses. Everyone read the lines in between and knew what Davis indirectly meant. They understood that he was asking for compensation, and the payment was exactly those 2 space rings. In fact, they knew that they had no say in it, and it was just as they thought. To Davis, it didn't matter if they gave him the space rings of their own will or not, as he was determined to take away those wealthy space rings. He just needed them to accept that outcome, lest trouble comes after him from nowhere. Davis continued, these 2 paper talismans was personally handed over to me by my master. He instructed me to use it if anyone way powerful than me, aimed for my life. Asterisk boom asterisk. Clamor erupted in the area as the long-forgotten short legend of the revered senior who once saved the Lowrit Empire sprang forth. These paper talismans are sure powerful. But I don't know why my master gave me 7 of these paper talismans. Davis sighed as he said. 7 paper talismans. The Emperor's eyes twitched for some reason. They then realized to their horror that it was equal to the number of sky-grade empires on this continent. I'm sure my master is disappointed that I used 2 of those paper talismans to kill instead of using my own power. He held his head as he lamented. Yes. Yes, one must always use their own powers instead of relying on external powers. I'm sure that your master will also forgive you since those 2 vile demons were aiming for your life. After all, one's life takes precedence over the way of how one chooses to use their power. Emperor Ross hurriedly comforted Davis when he looked sad. At the same time, he thought that he curbed Davis from using those powerful paper talismans anymore. "You're right, Emperor Ross. Thanks for the advice." Davis smiled as if he was truly comforted by his words. The four emperors heaved a sigh of relief, but everyone knew that Emperor Ross also used this opportunity to gain favor. Everyone looked at Emperor Ross in jealousy, thinking that he managed to achieve his aim. Without question, everyone started to believe in Davis's words. Otherwise, the event that took place wouldn't make sense. Even Logan believed in Davis's words that he felt that it was improper to ask questions about his master. An utmost being such as the mysterious senior has a disciple. Who in their right mind wouldn't want to befriend him? Emperor Ashton suddenly had an idea. "Haha, son-in-law, that's right, there's no need to fret over it. Furthermore, we can even try to speak to your revered master and explain that you were not in the wrong." Hearing that, Davis was astonished. "I didn't expect him to use this opportunity to meet my non-existent master, instead of sucking up to me. Ah, it makes sense, he already treats me like a son-in-law even when I didn't marry his daughter in the first place. He must be quite the opportunist." "I'm afraid that is quite impossible, Emperor Ashton. My master is withdrawn from worldly affairs and will refuse to meet any person other than me. What I'm saying is the truth, because when I asked him to meet my parents, my master completely didn't even bother to reply." Davis sadly said, as if he was disappointed in his master for it. Davis's acting was so genuine that even Logan started to believe his words. "Not only that, but my master forbids me to speak about him unless asked specifically," Davis added as he shook his head. "It's certainly a pity. It would be my lifetime's glory to meet your revered master, but if we can't meet him, then so be it," Emperor Ruth said. He too wanted to meet this mysterious senior. Logan now abandoned any newfound hopes of meeting his son's master. After all, he can't incur the wrath of that godly person and possibly worsen the master-disciple relationship between his son and that senior. Seeing that his act was successful, Davis secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, if a powerful person acted, then people would have no choice but to believe that person. Deceiving Clara is a million times difficult. Fortunately, she isn't here. If Clara was here, then his act and lies would have been easily seen through without any question. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. The atmosphere turned incredibly jubilant as people recounted the tales of the revered senior in a respectful manner. The two corpses in the pool of blood remained abandoned as no one cared. Some thought that these two deserved it, while the others stayed silent as their strength was inadequate. Some of them who gritted their teeth and stayed silent were the descendants of Emperor Trider and Emperor Raven. They didn't dare to lash out and could only watch with bottled-up hatred which they didn't dare to unleash. They didn't even possess the courage to speak up for their emperor's demise. The final competition was totally forgotten as many took this chance to be acquainted with Davis. David received many greetings and best wishes from random strangers but still managed to reply politely, as far as he could. Some of them even tried to offer their daughters to him. Funnily, Emperor Ross was one of them. David awkwardly denied every good deal that came his way. Even he felt frustrated by declining the extravagant life that he was assured upon. What a waste. Such were his thoughts, but he knew better. In the distance, Evelyn looked at the figure that was surrounded by an innumerable number of people. She smiled as if she was mocking herself. "Hey Kent, does that person look like someone I can match up to?" Evelyn asked in a weird tone. There was only silence in that place as no reply could be heard from Kent Calden. He was standing beside her and had a complex look on his face. Evelyn bit her lips. Isn't this cruel? Why did father have to engage me with someone like him? As she was in the distance, all she could see was that Davis was surrounded by people and most of them were women. She could see them looking at Davis with sparkling eyes. She walked forward, heading to the place where Davis was. Is she going? Zara asked in a pitiful manner. Kent replied, obviously, the pressure on her must be unimaginably high. Just as Davis finished declining a person's goodwill, a bold voice sounded out beside him. Prince Davis. David turned to look at the source of the voice. Princess Shirley, what can I do for you? There was a slight hesitation that was visible on her face. Davis noticed that and thought, is she also going to chalk up to me? She sighed for a moment, then said, I now realize my wrongs. I was mistaken to berate your maid when I said that she wasn't worthy of you, indirectly. Hearing that, Davis laughed in his mind but replied as he wanted to know her sudden change of mind, what makes you say that? He then saw her twirling her bangs in frustration. What makes me say that you say? It's because I realized that I am also not worthy of you. Therefore, you can annul the marriage with me. What? Emperor Ashton shouted in fury as well as confusion. Davis was stunned. He stood there looking at Shirley, not understanding her thought process. She was declining a marriage with him just when everyone was impatient to betroth their daughters to him. Evelyn, who just neared them, stood stunned as she mocked herself. Even she doesn't think that she's worthy of him. What do you mean? What and who made you decide this? Emperor Ashton shouted. He felt miserable. All that hard work he pulled off was being ruined by his own daughter. Shirley revealed her thoughts. Royal father, it was solely I who decided this matter. Initially, I thought that he wasn't far away from me in terms of cultivation, and it was true. But now that I know that his master is a truly powerful figure, won't I drag him down if he were to marry me? Won't he journey to the world where his master came from? Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes. That is the case if he only loved you. What makes you think that he will stay with you? Why are you thinking so far ahead? Just listen to your royal father. See, even you, royal father, thinks that he won't live with me. Therefore, it is foolish for me to be with him. I'd rather marry a man who loves me, not just marry me and leave me to rot. Shirley argued back. Who knows? Maybe he will truly love you and leave a child with you. Emperor Ashton's tongue slipped in fury. Shirley was angered. Look. You just care about power. While I care about how I live my life. Marrying a powerful person doesn't equal a happy life. Humph. I know plenty of cases in our family who aren't happy with their lives. Shut up, you have no say in this. Emperor Ashton narrowed his eyes as he pressured Shirley with his aura. Shirley glared at her father with incomparable determination as if she wouldn't yield. Davis's eyes twitched as he saw these two father and daughter quarrel with each other. Leave a child with her. Do they think that I'm a breeding horse? He clenched his fists as he smiled. But he sighed. Leave it, what she says aligns with my thoughts too. I too wouldn't want to live with someone who wouldn't love me either. Princess Shirley, I respect your decision. If that is the case, then let this marriage be annulled. Davis declared in a bold tone as if his opinion was the final verdict. Yes. Shirley screamed in ecstasy. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry him, but she felt no love for him in the first place. She had her own dreams and felt that by marrying him, she wouldn't be able to enjoy her life. No. You can't do that. Elders have the final say in your marriage. Emperor Ashton didn't want to give up. He looked at Logan for help. Logan shrugged. I already told you, he has full authority on how he lives. This matter is for him to decide. I have no say in this. Maybe you should try talking to his master who had been not keen on interfering with Davis's personal life so far. Hearing that, Emperor Ashton's face paled. Emperor Ashton, it isn't good for you to force us into a relationship with each other. Let nature take its course. Our Lowrit Empire will definitely be an ally of the Ashton Empire. Davis comforted the tired man as he felt pity for him. To be wrecked by his own daughter, how much anguish is he in? Davis thought as he shook his head. But he later grinned as he thought, she is unquestionably unique. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Besides, when I said let nature take its course, I meant it for everyone. No more matrimony discussions, please. Davis said with a polite tone. Davis and Shirley looked at each other and smiled. One felt that the other was amusing, while the other felt that the other one was domineering. Princess Shirley, let me introduce you to my wife, Evelyn Calden, Davis said as he waved his hands to a direction. Wind converged as it pushed the people aside, revealing a certain ravishing figure. Evelyn froze there, stunned by his introduction. Just when she had gathered the courage to step in and talk to Davis, she was caught off guard by his speech. Davis smiled. How could he not notice her approaching him hesitantly? He even used this opportunity to shamelessly and indirectly express his desire for her. Clamor erupted in the arena as the whole crowd's attention was on Evelyn. Gazes of envy, jealousy, greed, and lust were gathered on her. Evelyn felt incredibly awkward on having the whole crowd's attention to her. Shirley glanced at the voluptuous figure in front of her and admired those twin peaks. Not bad. I know, right? Davis laughed. Evelyn blushed hard. Her face turned bright red as she thought, scoundrel. Why is he teasing me in front of everyone? Aren't you happy that you managed to keep him for yourself, Miss Evelyn? Shirley asked, testing the waters. I don't know. Evelyn replied nervously, her voice meek. What was that? I couldn't hear you. Shirley placed her palm beside her ears. Evelyn increased her voice as she shut her eyes. I just don't know. That decides it. Prince Davis, she clearly likes you and possibly is in love with you. I don't know how you managed to do that, but congratulations. Davis was stunned. How? What makes you say that? Evelyn was also stunned as her thoughts were revealed. All she wanted to do was find her resolve and convey it to Davis. But questioned by Shirley and teased by Davis, she nearly forgot what she came here for. Shirley grinned. Hey. I'm the 36th princess of the Ashton Empire and I have some sisters who are married to their love. The kind of reaction she gives, it is clear that she likes you, Prince Davis. Davis was utterly dumbfounded. All he heard was, I don't know, and from that, she was able to garner a lot of information. What the actual fuck? Women are scary. Davis gulped as he thought, but his gaze unconsciously turned affectionate while looking at Evelyn. Our royal father dotes on us a lot. Even though he is greedy, he is truly a good father and an emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me off this easily. Shirley smiled and said, You were born to a good family. Davis nodded his head, quite happy for her. Isn't your family the same? She asked as she grinned. Yes, though that wouldn't be the case if the rebellion didn't happen, Davis smirked. Haha, aren't you straightforward? Just the way I like it. She laughed out loud. Then sighed, a pity, you are way out of my league. Davis fell silent. If she felt like that then he couldn't do anything about it. She wasn't his responsibility anyway, and towards her, all he felt was a friendship kind of feeling, like the one he had with Elia. Don't you feel the same, Miss Evelyn? Suddenly Evelyn's demeanor changed as she replied, Feel the same. I have been stabbed by this feeling from the moment I saw him. Since her feelings had been found out, she felt that there was no use to being shy anymore. She felt that she should be bolder. So your decision to love him was after that? Shirley asked as he pointed at Davis. Evelyn hurriedly denied, after that. No. Initially, I was just like you in some way, perhaps, at some point, I started thinking about him. Shirley giggled, even though he is still a kid. Evelyn was amused, she then chuckled, he certainly doesn't act like one. Well, that's true. Shirley looked at the two corpses near her. By the way, you have my gratitude for killing that bastard. He was just way too much. Shirley thanked Davis as she felt that the humiliation she received earlier was avenged by him. Davis smiled, no problem. Then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye Prince Davis, Miss Evelyn. Shirley clasped her hands and walked away. Just as she walked, she suddenly stopped and turned back, goodbye. Elia, was it? Elia, who was silent the entire time, was astonished. Princess is acknowledging me? She asked in incredulity. Shirley giggled, well, you could say that. Your friend here has made me understand that there are always powerful people above you and it is not good to act arrogant all the time. Shirley, Elia, and Evelyn once again turned to look at those two corpses of the emperors who were just alive an hour ago. They were once again reminded that Davis was just 10 years old, a disciple of a powerful being, and didn't even take him a minute to take down the two emperors who were part of the continent's strongest 7. Shirley laughed as she left, next time I see, you might even be stronger than me, hee hee. No, that. Elia tried to deny it, but no words came out of her mouth as she clenched her fists. Davis smiled. He could see that her resolve to get stronger didn't let her degrade herself. He turned his face and saw Shirley's back. He felt a little sad that he didn't get to see her face. Suddenly, he noticed something and turned aside, only to see Evelyn running away. He laughed and shook his head. It's not like I'm going to eat her, she must have been so embarrassed to be running away from me. Don't you need to follow her? Elia asked as she pointed at the escaping Evelyn. Leave it, there's no need to be forceful. Let it be. Davis replied, his heart was full of satisfaction right now. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal her away from you? Elia asked teasingly. Oh. Then they will be courting death. Davis replied with a slight grin, but his face turned weird. When did you learn to tease? Who taught you that? From a certain person who always bullies me, Elia replied with a proud grin on her face. Now that she felt true to be his friend, she felt that she could now tease him as well. Davis chuckled and shouted a moment later as he laughed, "Let's get on with the final competition." Chapter 97. Chapter 97. From there onwards, the final competition proceeded as planned, albeit a little delayed. The geniuses who were already seated in the arena and the top 1,000 who passed the second round were entitled to participate in the final competition. Totally, there were 1,280 participants in the final competition. The final competition consisted of 3 rounds. The first round involved group elimination, where only 16 people will be able to pass out of the 256 people who were pitted against each other in the arena. This made Davis remember the Battle Royale games in his previous life. During the match, he stood like a statue and no one even came near him. They were avoiding him like he was a plague, which made him annoyed. Out of the 1,280 participants, 80 participants managed to secure victory, and as expected, more than 90% of the participants who secured victory were the elite geniuses of the various empires. Unfortunately, Evelyn was defeated in this round, which made her unqualified to participate in the next round. The next round took place the next day. They used the same method to eliminate the participants. This time, only 16 participants were pitted against each other as they battled out for supremacy. Elia lost this round, and it was quite expected. Compared to other geniuses, the time she cultivated was too little. 16 participants emerged victorious in this round as the general top 16 were determined. Then the top 16 participant was made to do one-on-one battles, which increased the valiant and heroic atmosphere of the arena. In the arena, 3 matches simultaneously took place in the 3 battle stages. The audience clamored and discussed in fervor as the matches between the geniuses exploded into magnificent battles, except for an anomaly. During the whole process, Davis didn't even have to open his mouth as the geniuses automatically surrendered of their own will. The number of participants dropped from 16 to 8. Then 8 to 4, and 4 turned to 2. In the largest battle stage, 2 silhouettes were staring at each other with odd expressions. "I knew I would finally face you, Princess Shirley." Davis smiled. He stood at one end of the stage, with his arms folded. A slight grin was visible on his face. Shirley smirked, "Just so you know, I'm not gonna throw in the towel like the others. I'm gonna battle you to my heart's content." Davis was astonished, "Even though you know that you will lose." His mentality took a turn for the worse when all the participants who were matched up with him conceded before he can even come up on the stage. He thought that Shirley would be one step higher and let him get to the stage before surrendering herself. "Yes, this is how I play and I don't need your concern. Come at me with all you've got." Shirley took out her red blazing sword with intricate carvings. It looked magnificent while the blade was sharp enough to slice a low-level Sky Beast stage magical beasts to pieces. It was a low-level Sky-grade weapon that comparable with Davis's spear. "Looks like I went full retard and got arrogant." Davis sighed. No matter how he tried to not underestimate anyone, he got full of himself after being praised by hundreds of people. "I should know better, TCH. Davis cursed himself and took a decision. "Thanks for reminding me something important," Davis said as he was thankful to her. Shirley grinned as she teased, "What? Have you fallen for me now that you have seen my courage?" "Haha, no. It's just that I was reminded of how I once told myself to not underestimate people, lest I be killed in an instant without even knowing how." Shirley was taken aback. "Oh, you mean like those 2 emperors who were killed by you in an instant?" Davis nodded his head. "You could say that." Shirley sighed. "Arrogance. I can see that in your eyes even though you act a little humble. Let me tell you something. You don't need to act humble at all, only if you act arrogantly will people know that you are someone who holds power. Power is the ultimate requirement that you need to have in this world. Without that, you will be shunned and oppressed without end. I tell you, without your master, you would be targeted by all the people in this place except your father. So prove yourself that you have the right to be arrogant in front of everyone." By the time she finished speaking, her aura and energy erupted out like a large wave that suppressed the people in the audience seat. Shirley, who is 18 years old, has cultivated in all 3 cultivation system. Her cultivation reached peak-level Iron stage, peak-level Revolving Core stage and high-level Nascent Soul stage. She had the confidence that she will at least be able to battle him to a standstill. "Prove myself." Davis looked at her in incredulity. Her words echoed in his ears that triggered explosions in his mind. He was surrounded by that grayish aura tinged with red energy flowing all around the place. Her aura didn't intimidate him at all, but combined with her words, he got goosebumps. Davis slowly lifted his hand as he pointed at her. "You're right. I got to show these people that I have the right to be arrogant. Incredible waves of soul energy emanated from Davis as it exploded out. Soul suppression art. Fearsome waves of soul pressure descended upon Shirley, which instantly made her feel like that she had been placed in the depths of a tightly compressed cave which had trapped her viciously. Shirley froze as her powers dissipated and realized that she was not able to move. She fell down to her knees as she stared at Davis in fear. Young soul stage. Shirley's mind was filled with disbelief as she saw him make his way towards her. Uncontrollable fear erupted in her eyes when she saw him approaching her. Why you? Don't come near me. She hysterically shouted in her mind but was only able to say it out softly with her mouth. She now regretted provoking him into revealing his power. Davis stood in front of her as he looked down at her. He erected an opaque barrier with his soul that shone with bright light and covered the two of them. Davis bent down and stretched his hands towards her face. No. Don't. Seeing that his hands were stretched towards her, she got scared while her body involuntarily trembled as her courage was whittled down. Davis swiped his hands as Shirley was dumbfounded as she blinked. Tell me. Do I now have the right to be arrogant? Misty eyes looked at him, a sharp petite nose, combined with lascivious lips that were enough to captivate a man was visible to his eyes. Why you do? At this moment, she knew that she got utterly dominated by him in this match. Volume 2. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Very well. Davis deactivated his soul suppression art and returned her veil to her. Shirley hurriedly stood up and stretched her hand to get the veil back. She quickly covered her face as if she didn't want people to see her face. Davis had no idea why she did that and assumed that it must be some sort of tradition. Asterisk snap asterisk. Davis snapped his fingers, and the barrier around them disappeared as if it didn't exist in the first place. Looking around him, Davis was startled. He saw Emperor Ashton freeze, just ready to strike down on his barrier. If he were a moment late, then he would have been possibly sent flying by that blow. Davis wryly laughed as he looked at Shirley. Logan flew down as he stood beside him. Shirley coughed a little, I concede. Emperor Ashton hurriedly used his soul sense to probe inside Shirley's soul see for any abnormalities. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shirley shook her head, indicating that he did nothing to her. Emperor Ashton nodded his head and glared at Davis. Prince Davis. Are you sure that you're not an old monster disguising as a child, are you? Emperor Ashton was exasperated. Logan laughed, haha, don't get jealous of my son, Emperor Ashton. If he didn't possess this capability, how in the world was he even qualified to become that person's disciple? Emperor Ashton's hand trembled, shut up. Your son is becoming powerful so fast that it is akin to going against the heavens. Ha ha ha, you're just jealous, Logan replied as he emphasized the last word. Yes, I am. So what? Why are you the one blessed with that kind of son? May the heavens smite you. Curses. Emperor Ashton screamed. Davis chuckled while Logan didn't take that to heart. Both of them knew in their hearts that Emperor Ashton was just venting out his frustrations. And you? Shirley. You're still not going to marry him. Emperor Ashton returned his glare to Shirley. Shirley shuddered a moment before shrugging. She remembered that experience when she was utterly dominated by him. That was the scariest event she had ever experienced in her life. Looking at her denial, he was frustrated again. Suddenly, he got an idea. Oh, my daughter. My sweetheart. Why are you so adamant? Can't you see that Prince Davis here is a gentleman? Davis was startled. Gentleman? What does that have to do with me? What gentleman? A kid can't be a gentleman. Shirley argued back. Who told you that? The path to being a gentleman is open to all. Don't you remember? He didn't do anything to you when you were encased in that barrier. If he had wanted to, he could have placed a soul seal on you considering his soul cultivation. Your royal father here wouldn't have been able to do anything. Emperor Ashton continued, even so, he didn't want to control you and only wanted to press Sunrise you into giving up. So you must know that he went easy on you and held back his strength a lot. Holy shit. Even I didn't think this far ahead. Davis was stunned. Shirley contemplated for a moment and realized what her father told her was true. She peeked at Davis with a short glance. Her only visible eye caught hold of his figure. Davis smiled softly at her. She hurriedly turned her head away and blushed from being caught by his gaze. Davis felt that this was awkward and laughed wryly. For some reason, he didn't want to deny Empress Ashton's fake claim. Yes. Yes. Just a little push and this matter is settled. Emperor Ashton's eyes glowed with fervor. Just when he was going to continue with his bullshit, a voice sounded out. Since the victor is determined, this marks the end of the Grand Sea Continent meet. That solemn voice from before echoed again. They looked at him point at the scoreboard. Their heads turned to the scoreboard as they let out shouts of joy. The scoreboard lit up in a stylish manner as fireworks, made from energy, exploded out in dazzling colors. First place, Davis Lowrett. Second place, Shirley Ashton. Third place. 201st place, Elia. 454th place, Kent Calden. 723rd place, Evelyn Calden. Prince Davis, if you had revealed your cultivation even before the final competition started, we would have instantly and unanimously decided to give you the first place. I'm afraid that we have wasted your precious cultivation time, Emperor Ruth said as he flew down. Thank you for your hospitality, Emperor Ruth. I learned a lot from this Grand Sea Continent meet, so I do not consider this a waste. Davis replied as he clasped his hand. Right, you must have gained some experience regarding the ways of the world. If that is so, then I'm glad. Emperor Ruth nodded his head, as he took a liking to this young lad. Even though Princess Shirley said that you have to be arrogant to deter the people who are after you, it isn't necessarily the case. It doesn't matter if you are arrogant or modest, you should be just ruthless enough to provoke fear into the hearts of your enemies. When Davis listened to his words, his eyes glowed as he was reminded of a specific character from a web novel in his previous world. Thank you for your advice, Emperor Ruth. Haha, no need for honorifics, just call me by my name. Seeing that Davis wholeheartedly listened to his advice, he was even more fond of this boy. Yes, Mark Ruth. Davis chuckled. Emperor Ruth laughed. Haha, you sure got guts. I've said this to a lot of people, but they still call me Emperor Ruth. Your boldness is one of the traits that I like. Of course, he even dared to kill those two emperors in front of us. What does he even have to fear? Logan replied, a little annoyed. He was planning to kill those two emperors when this 15-year period was over, but he certainly didn't expect his son to be one step ahead of him. Davis spread his hands. It was their fault for provoking me. Don't blame me. Emperor Ruth rolled his eyes, ruthless enough. Emperor Ashton looked at these three people who were having fun. He then turned his head aside to see his daughter walk away. He later sighed, believing that this opportunity was crushed by Emperor Ruth. Old fart. He muttered silently, giving up. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Three emperors. I think it's time to mention the main purpose of this Grand Sea Continent meet to the top 200. A soul transmission sounded out in the minds of the three emperors who were in the battle stage. Logan, Emperor Ruth, and Emperor Ashton looked at Emperor Claymore and nodded their heads. Everyone who is in the top 200, follow us to the pier, where we will board a small ship of the Guardian Alliance. Emperor Ross shouted out, his voice echoed throughout the main arena, like a tidal wave. Emperor Ross then moved out as he made his way to the ship while the top 200 geniuses followed him obediently. In the small ship of the Guardian Alliance, the 7 emperors stood at the deck while the geniuses stood around the deck. It was almost like a public square assembly. Emperor Claymore stepped to the front. First of all, you all did well in obtaining one of the positions in the top 200. I imagine that you all know about what you're going to do next. Everyone in the top 200 was of royalty, so they knew about the matter of outsiders, and since they were participating in this competition, they were bound to know about this matter. The geniuses nodded their heads. Good, then let me explain the details of what you people are entitled to do in that secret entrance that will reopen in a year. Your objective is to kill all enemies you engage in there. All loot that you obtain will be handed to the power you belong to. If the power behind you lets you have the loot, then it will belong to you. The geniuses nodded their heads. They already knew this information and were okay with it because they knew that the loot that they obtain will belong to them as long as the quality of the loot doesn't reach high-level sky grade and above, which is rare. It goes without saying that you youngsters should be prepared to die as well. All of you should play well as a team, and no infighting is allowed. If it were known that anyone has disobeyed this rule, then after you come out of the secret entrance, you will severely be dealt with without fail. I imagine that all of you know what happened in our previous endeavor. It should not be a bloodbath for us like the last time where you greedy youngsters lusted for the loot of our enemies and fought among yourselves, in which led the enemies to take advantage of us. Only a few came out alive of the 200 geniuses we sent. It was such a great loss on our part." Emperor Claymore had a disappointed look on his face. He then continued, "All of you would do well to not let that happen this time." Davis narrowed his eyes as he thought, did that have a relation to how father and mother met? And lastly, search for an entrance to their world. He sighed as he continued, "We still have not found an entrance to their world, and that's why they have an advantage over us. Unfortunately, it makes us unable to invade or scout their world." "Then what about Miss Isabella Ruth?" Davis asked. "She left through the main entrance where enemies comparable to us show up like ants." Emperor Ruth replied as worry was visible on his face. Davis nodded his head as he understood. "That's about it. Increase your cultivation states during this period and make sure to not ruin your potential." Emperor Ruth announced the end of the meet. "Come on Davis, we're leaving," Logan said to Davis, then clasped hands to the other emperors. "We'll be leaving then. See you all at the secret entrance." They returned back the greeting and left with their respective people. In the Lowrit Empire's ship that was returning to its empire. In a specific luxurious cabin. "Ah. No, it hurts, no more." Elia begged painfully. A hand skillfully touched her body, leaving a kind of white paste all over her skin in its advent. "Shut up. This will take away any remaining scars from your injuries." Davis was applying a sky-grade medicine on her body which had an effect on removing one's scars effectively. She was injured all over as scars could be seen all over her body. During the second round of the final competition, she had received a lot of slashes from her opponents, resulting in injuries on her hands, wrists, thighs, and other delicate places. Davis had finished applying medicine on her arms and moved his arm to touch her thighs. "I'll do it. I'll do it myself." Elia hurriedly blocked him and screamed as her eyes began to turn misty. "You should have said that in the first place." Davis grinned. He had no choice but to convince her through his evil hands. She originally refused to take that medicine as she wasn't his mate anymore, but Davis could care less about that. Davis handed over the medicine to her and moved away from her, giving her some privacy. He checked his palms and muttered in a low voice, so soft. He then shook his head, clearing away all thoughts from his head. A few minutes passed as Elia finished applying medicine to her injuries. Her skin glistened with a shiny appearance, indicating that it was good as new. Such effectiveness! She was astonished by the rarity of the medicine. Elia came near Davis and saw his face. "Why is your face red?" she asked curiously. Nothing. It's just. I was glad to be the winner of this competition." Davis's eyes darted left and right as he smiled. "Oh. Congratulations to you, my prince." "Silly me, I forgot to congratulate you." Elia laughed awkwardly. "Thanks, now let's go," he said as he turned his head around and walked away. "Yes." She followed him, smiling at his back as she thought, "Cute." Davis shouted in his mind. Phew, that was a close call. During that few minutes, all he heard was Elia painfully shouting, then later it changed into a weird moan that induced a reaction in the lower part of his body. He gulped and swallowed his saliva, furiously controlling his mind to not have any impure thoughts which ultimately led to his face turning red. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Wait. I almost forgot. Davis suddenly shouted. Elia was startled. Forgot. Forgot what? The gift. I told you that I'll give you a gift. Davis said as he took out a space ring from his own space ring. This. No way. That is not something I deserve. This kind of gift. Even if I sell myself, I won't be able to obtain it. Elia panicked. Then sell yourself, I shall buy you. Davis chuckled and inclined his head. Elia extended out her tongue. Peh. I just now got out of servitude and you want me now to get into it again. No, can't do. Alright, enough bullshit. Here. Davis shoved the space ring into her hands. If you don't want it, just throw it out, he said as he walked away. You. Elia was stunned. She held the space ring in her hands tightly as she thought, you. If you keep doing this, when will I be able to clear my debts away? With her sane reasoning, she wouldn't throw it away no matter the case, as she knew how valuable this space ring could be in this grand sea continent. Wait. Take it back. In the same ship, in a particular cabin, a lonely figure rested on a bed as it looked outside the ocean through the window, as though it was thinking about someone. Knock. Suddenly, knocking sounds could be heard through the door. You came after all. That figure had a faint smile on its face as it approached the door and opened it. Evelyn, I've come to visit you. Why don't you invite your husband inside? Davis grinned. Bang. The door was closed with a frightful force, so much that it startled him. What? Davis was stunned as he thought, doesn't she like me? He looked back to hear Elia's opinion, only to see her shrug as if it wasn't her business. Inside the cabin, Evelyn had her pretty face contorted in happiness as well as helplessness. He says that he came to visit me. Who in their right mind would come to meet their fiancé with another girl? She thought wryly. Wait. Why am I jealous of her? Isn't she just a little girl? If I think normally, then she should possess no threat to me. Makes sense. She convinced herself as she patted her chest, making it bounce slightly. She then opened the door as she smiled. Please enter, Prince Davis. Davis laughed wryly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Evelyn was astonished before turning back to head to a table. She giggled as she took a seat. Davis totally thought that the reason for her to close the door on him was because he called himself husband in front of her. He followed her into the room and took a seat at the table. He then suddenly turned back and saw Elia standing outside the door. Elia, what are you waiting for? Come inside. Elia had a wry smile on her face. It's fine, I'll stay outside, she said as she closed the door. Davis blinked and murmured to himself, all right. He turned back his head to see a smile that was not a smile, plastered on Evelyn's face. What is my prince here for? Evelyn asked with a slight smile on her face. To hear your voice, David involuntarily said as heard her melodious voice. Ah, no. But he quickly denied it, only to realize that he made a mistake. There was an awkward moment of silence, but that awkwardness was only for Davis, as Evelyn only kept glaring at him as she lightly smiled. Davis laughed wryly. It isn't like that. What I wanted to say was that I came here for another reason. Of course, I'm also here to see you, otherwise, I would have just sent someone to tell you. Another reason? What is it? Evelyn quickly turned curious. The matter of cultivating to the revolving course stage, Davis said, his face solemn. Evelyn narrowed her eyes as her expression turned serious. Thanks for trusting me with this matter. I am indebted to you, my prince, she said in a sincere tone. Don't be so fast. It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to finish researching about that, so I want you to understand that it might take more than a year. A year, I understand, she calmly replied. Wait, that's just the case when I'm confident about this. In truth, it could be worse, and might take more than 10 years. More than 10 years? Her eyes shot wide open as she stared at Davis with an incredulous expression. He continued, I'm not deceiving you. It's just that I truly... Evelyn raised her hand, cutting him short from speaking any more words. No need to say any more. I've already waited a year for this. A few more years isn't going to make any difference. Besides, with my talent, there's a limit to what I'll achieve in the future without your help. Furthermore, I am depending on you when we aren't even married, and you are taking a huge leap in even trusting me in the first place. She then took a deep breath. It's not even a stretch to say that you are already treating me as your wife. Her cheeks turned red as she said that, while her expression turned complicated. Davis was stunned. His eyes were wide open as he tried to comprehend the words she said. Oh, okay, he replied, quite flabbergasted and overwhelmed. This, you believe me? Davis asked with a startled expression on his face. I want to and have no choice but to. Evelyn smiled wryly. Haha, right. Davis wryly smiled. Still, he felt trusted all the same. I like your honesty in telling me the truth. Relationships are built on trust, am I wrong? She smirked, her face lit up with a beautiful smile. He shook his hands. No, I have the same thoughts as well. She laughed. Haha, you're quite mature for your age. Did your revered master teach you about moral values? Haha, you could say that. Fuck. Just when she said that relationships are built on trust, I am already lying to her. Davis thought as he cried inside. I'll send word as soon as possible to you when I complete the research. Until then, goodbye. Davis stood up. He felt guilty all of a sudden. Besides, Elia was waiting for him outside, so he decided to leave sooner. Oh. You won't come to visit me until the time comes. Her voice turned cold as she smiled. I'll meet. Davis quickly shook his hands. Evelyn raised her head proudly. She felt good to get one over him. Davis walked to the door sadly. He opened the door and was going to exit when suddenly, he smirked back and said, Don't blame me if you lose your innocence when I come to visit you. He shut the door as he went outside without hearing her reply. You. Evelyn fumed while she thought about his words. Various images popped into her mind which made her blush hard. Trying to tease me. Heh. Standing outside the door, a joyful smile was on his face, totally forgetting the fact that he was still a kid.